her to smell like me. Her nails were in my back, digging in. I wanted them to mark me, scar me. Cupping her ass, I lifted her, angled her, digging my feet into the carpet for the leverage I needed to push all the way in. Eva gasped and churned her hips, working to fit me. "Take me," I hissed through clenched teeth, fighting the need to come before she took all of my cock. "Let me in." Her cunt rippled, sucking at me. I pinned her shoulder to hold her still and thrust harder. She gave, letting me have her. The feel of her clutching the entire length of my dick was all I needed. Wrapping myself around her, I held her against me, kissing her roughly, coming with a violence that left me trembling in her arms. Steam curled around us as I cradled Eva in the suite's massive sunken tub. Her wet hair clung to my chest, her arms draped over mine where they hugged her waist. "Ace." I pressed my lips to her temple. "If we couldn't be together, not that it would ever happen, just hypothetically, would you sleep with someone who looked like me? I mean, I know I'm not your usual type, but would you want to pretend with someone who reminded you of me? I'm not going to speculate on situations that will never occur." "Gideon." She leaned to the side, tilting her head back to look at me. "I get it. I tried to think if I would find any comfort in being with someone similar to you, like maybe if it was dark and his hair was your length." My hold tightened. "Eva, don't tell me about fantasies of other men." "God, as usual, you're not listening. What the fuck is this about?" I knew, of course, but there were no avenues in the topic I wanted to explore. "Brett's sleeping with that girl from the Golden video, the one who looks like me." "No one looks like you." She rolled her eyes. "She may have your curves," I conceded, "but she doesn't sound like you. She doesn't have your sense of humor, your wit. She doesn't have your heart." "Oh, Gideon." I brushed wet fingertips over her brow. Turning off the lights wouldn't help me at all. A random stacked blonde wouldn't smell like you. She wouldn't move the way you do. She wouldn't touch me the same way, need me the same way. Her face softened, and she pressed her cheek against my shoulder. "That's what I thought too. I couldn't do it. And the moment I saw Brett with that girl, I knew that you wouldn't do it either." "Not with anyone. Ever." I kissed the tip of her nose. "You've changed what sex means to me, Eva. I couldn't go back. I wouldn't even try." She shifted around to straddle me, sending water sloshing up and over the rim of the tub. I looked at her, taking in the slicked-back hair the color of wheat, the smudges left by her makeup, the sheen of water on her golden skin. Her fingers massaged the nape of my neck. "My dad wants to pay for the wedding." "Does he now?" She nodded. "I need you to be okay with that." I was okay with anything when I had my naked, wet, and frisky wife wrapped around me. "I've had the wedding I wanted. You can do whatever you like this time around." Her brilliant smile and enthusiastic kiss were all the reward I needed. "I love you." I pulled her closer. She bit her lower lip, then said, "My mom is going to have a fit. She can blow through $50,000 in just flowers and invitations." "So tell your parents your dad is paying for the wedding, and your mom can pitch in for the reception. Problem solved." "Ooh, I like that. You're handy to have around, Mr. Cross." I lifted her and licked across her nipple. "Let me prove it." The bedroom was lightening with the coming dawn when Eva's breathing settled into the deep, even rhythm of sleep. I extricated myself from both her arms and the sheets as carefully as possible, standing beside the bed to watch her. Her hair was tumbled around her shoulders, her lips and cheeks flushed from sex. I rubbed my chest, pained by how tight it had become. Leaving her like this was always hard, and became more difficult by the day. My skin hurt from being parted from hers. I closed the curtains in the bedroom, then moved into the living room and did the same there, plunging the room into darkness. Then I settled on the sofa and fell asleep. A sudden flash of light woke me. Blinking, I scrubbed at my gritty eyes and saw that the curtains had been parted to send sunlight shafting across my face. Eva walked toward me, the light haloing around her naked body. "Hey," she whispered, sinking to her knees beside me. "You said I'd wake up with you." "What time is it?" I looked at my watch, saw I'd only been asleep an hour and a half. "You were supposed to sleep longer." She pressed her lips to my abs. "I don't sleep well without you." Regret pierced me. My wife needed things I couldn't give her. She woke me with light instead of a touch, because she feared my reaction. She was right to be cautious. In the grip of a nightmare, the stroke of a hand might have me waking up with fists flying. I brushed her hair back from her face. "I'm sorry. For everything. For all you're giving up to be with me." Shh. She lifted the elastic waistband of my sweats and pushed it down past my cock. I was hard for her. How could I help it when she came to me naked and sleepy-eyed? Her mouth wrapped around the head of my dick. I squeezed my eyes shut and groaned, surrendering. Knocking at the door woke me the next time. Eva stirred in my arms, cuddled against me on the narrow stretch of the sofa. "God damn it," I muttered, pulling her tighter against me. "Ignore it." The knocking continued. I leaned my head back and yelled, "Go away!" "I come bearing coffee and croissants," Arash shouted back. "Open up, Cross. It's afternoon and I want to meet your lady." Christ. Eva blinked up at me. "Your lawyer?" He was. I sat up and shoved my hands through my hair. "We're going away, you and me. Soon. Far away." She kissed the small of my back. "Sounds good." I shoved my feet into the legs of my sweats, then stood to pull them up. Eva took the opportunity to smack me on the bare ass. "I heard that," Arash yelled. "Cut it out and open up." "You're fired," I told him, striding toward the door. I glanced back to tell Eva to cover herself, but she was already running into the bedroom. I found Arash waiting outside my suite with a room service cart. "What the fuck is the matter with you?" I had to back out of the way before he rolled right through me. "Quit your bitching." He grinned, pushing the cart off to the side and raking me with a glance. "Save the marathon sex for your honeymoon." "Don't listen to him!" Eva shouted through the bedroom door. "I won't." I turned away from him. "He doesn't work for me anymore." "You can't hold it against me," Arash said, following me into the living room. "Wow. Your back looks like you got into a brawl with a mountain lion. No wonder you're tired." "Shut up." I snatched my shirt off the floor. "You didn't tell me Eva was in San Diego, too." "It was none of your business." He held up both hands in surrender. "Truce." "Don't say a word about Yamara," I told him quietly. I won't have her worrying about that. Arash sobered. It's done. I won't mention it again. Good. I went to the cart and poured 2 cups of coffee, preparing Eva's the way she liked it. I'll take a cup, he said. Serve yourself. His lips curved wryly as he joined me. Is she coming out? I shrugged. She's not mad, is she? I doubt it. I took both mugs to the coffee table, then went to the wall where the controls for the drapes were. It takes some work to piss her off. You're good at it. He smiled and settled into one of the armchairs. I recall that viral video of you two scrapping in Bryant Park. I shot him a look as sunlight began pouring into the room. You must really hate your job. Tell me you wouldn't be curious if I eloped with a chick I knew only a couple of months. I'd send her my condolences. He laughed. The bedroom door opened, and Eva stepped out dressed in her clothes from the night before. Her face was freshly washed, but the dark circles under her eyes and her swollen mouth made her look both well-fucked and extremely fuckable. With her bare feet and barely tamed hair, she was stunning. Pride swelled in my chest. Uncovered by the lack of makeup, the dusting of freckles on her nose made her adorable. Her body told you she was a dream to fuck. The confidence in her posture told you she'd take no shit from anyone, and the mischievous amusement in her eyes told you there would never be a dull moment. She was every promise, every hope, every fantasy a man could have. And she was mine. I stared. Arash stared too. Eva shifted her stance and smiled shyly. Hi. The sound of her voice snapped him out of it. He pushed to his feet so quickly he spilled his coffee. Shit. Sorry. Hi. He set his mug down and brushed the stray droplets off his pants. He went to her and held out his hand. I'm Arash. She shook it. Nice to meet you, Arash. I'm Eva. I joined them, pushing Arash back with my forearm. Stop drooling. He glanced at me. Funny, Cross, you ass. Eva laughed and leaned into me when I slid my arm around her shoulders. It's good to see he works with people who aren't afraid of him, she said. Arash winked, blatantly flirting. I know how he operates. Really? I'd love to hear all about it. I think not, I drawled. Don't be a spoil-sport, Ace. Yeah, Ace, Arash taunted. What have you got to hide? I smiled. Your corpse. He looked at my wife and sighed. See what I have to deal with?
6. A late afternoon outdoor lunch in beautiful San Diego with the 3 most important men in my life definitely ranked at the top of my best moments ever list. I sat between Gideon and my dad, while Carrie lounged in the seat directly across the table from me. If you had asked me a few months ago, I would have said I was apathetic about palm trees. I had a new appreciation for them now that I hadn't seen one in a while. I watched them sway gently in the warm ocean breeze, and felt the kind of peace I chased but rarely caught. Seagulls competed with pigeons for the scraps under tables, while the not-too-distant crash of waves against the beach underpinned the bustle of the packed restaurant. My best friend's mirrored shades hid his eyes, but his smile came often and easy. My dad wore shorts and a t-shirt, and had started out the meal unusually quiet. He'd loosened up after a beer, and now looked as comfortable as Carrie. My husband wore tan cargo pants and a white t-shirt, the first time I'd ever seen him in light-colored clothing. He looked cool and relaxed in aviators, his fingers linked with mine on the arm of my chair. An early evening wedding, I thought aloud. Around sunset. Just family and close friends. I looked at Carrie. You'll be the man of honor, of course. His mouth curled up on one side in a lazy smile.
I better be.
I glanced at Gideon. Do you know who you'll ask to stand with you? The tightening of his lips was nearly imperceptible, but I caught it.
I haven't decided yet.
My happy mood dimmed a little. Was he debating whether Arnaldo would be suitable, considering the chef's feelings toward me? It made me sad to think I might strain that relationship. Gideon was such a private person. Although I didn't know for sure, I suspected he was tight with his friends, but that there weren't many of them. I squeezed his hand. I'm going to ask Ireland to be a bridesmaid.
She'll like that.
What do we do about Christopher?
Nothing. With luck, he won't come.
My dad frowned.
Who are we talking about?
Gideon's brother and sister, I answered.
You don't get along with your brother, Gideon?
I explained, not wanting my dad to hold anything against my husband. Christopher's not a nice guy. Gideon's head turned toward me. He didn't say it aloud, but I got the message. He didn't want me speaking for him.
He's a total douche, you mean? Carrie interjected. No offense, Gideon. None taken.
He shrugged, and then elaborated for my father.
Christopher views me as a competitor. I'd have it differently, but it's not my choice.
My dad nodded slowly.
That's too bad. While we're discussing the wedding,
Gideon segued smoothly.
It would be my pleasure to provide transportation. It would give me a chance to contribute, which I'd appreciate.
I took a deep breath, understanding, as I knew my father would, that my husband's directness and tact made him hard to refuse.
That's very generous of you, Gideon. It's a standing offer. With an hour's notice, we can have you in the air and on your way. It'll make it easier for you and Eva to work around your schedules and maximize your time together.
My dad didn't answer right away.
Thank you. It might take me a while to get used to the idea. It's a bit extravagant, and I don't want to be a burden.
Gideon pulled his shades off, baring his eyes.
That's what money's for. All I want is to make your daughter happy. Make that easy on me, Mr. Reyes. We all want to see Ava smiling as much as possible.
It sank in then why my dad was so opposed to Stanton paying for anything. My stepdad didn't do it for me. He did it for my mom. Gideon would only ever consider me when making decisions. I knew my dad could live with that. I caught Gideon's gaze and mouthed, I love you. His grip on my hand tightened until it hurt. I didn't mind. My dad smiled.
Making Ava happy. How can I argue with that?
The smell of freshly brewed coffee brought my well-trained senses to life the following morning. I blinked up at the bedroom ceiling of my Upper West Side apartment and gave a sleepy smile when I discovered Gideon standing beside my bed, stripping out of his shirt. The sight of his leanly muscular torso and washboard abs almost made up for the fact that I'd obviously spent the night alone after falling asleep in his arms.
Good morning,
I murmured, rolling onto my side as he pushed his pajama bottoms down and kicked them off. Whoever said Mondays sucked had obviously never woken up to a naked Gideon Cross.
It will be,
he said, lifting the covers and sliding between the sheets with me. I shivered as his cool skin touched mine. Yikes! His arms slipped around me, and his lips touched my neck.
Warm me up, Angel.
By the time I was done with him, he was sweating, and the coffee he'd brought me was cold. I didn't mind in the least. I was in an excellent mood when I got to work. Morning sex contributed to that, of course. Also the sight of Gideon getting dressed for the day, watching him transform from the private man I knew and loved into the dark and dangerous global magnate. The day only got better when I exited on the 20th floor and saw Megumi sitting at her desk. I waved at her through the glass security doors, but my smile faded the moment I got a good look at her. She was pale and had dark circles under her eyes. Her usually sassy, asymmetrical haircut looked limp and overlong, and she was wearing a long-sleeved blouse and dark slacks that were out of place with the August mugginess. "Hey," I greeted her when she buzzed me through. "How are you? I've been worried about you." She gave me a weak smile. "I'm sorry I didn't call you back." "Don't worry about it. I'm totally antisocial when I get sick. I just want to curl up in bed and be left alone." Her lower lip quivered, and her eyes grew shiny with tears. "Are you okay?" I glanced around, worried about her privacy as other employees passed through the reception area. "Did you see a doctor?" She started crying. Horrified, I stood frozen for a minute. "Megumi, what's wrong?" She pulled off her headset and stood, tears spilling down her face. She shook her head violently. "I can't talk about it now." "When is your break?" But she was already hurrying to the bathroom, leaving me staring after her. I headed to my cubicle and dropped off my bag, then went down the hall to Will Granger's desk. He wasn't there, but I found him in the break room when I stopped to grab some coffee.
"Hey, you."
His eyes, behind his square-framed glasses, looked as worried as I felt.
"Did you see Megumi?"
"Yeah, she looks wiped out, and she started crying when I asked how she's doing." He slid the carton of half and half over to me.
"Not good, whatever it is."
I'm bad with not knowing. My imagination runs wild. I'm bouncing between cancer, pregnancy, and everything in between. Will shrugged helplessly. With his neatly trimmed sideburns and subtly quirky patterned shirts, he was the sort of affable and easy-natured guy who was hard to dislike.
"Eva."
Mark stuck his head in the door.
"I've got news."
My boss's bright eyes told me he was excited about something. I'm all ears. "Coffee?"
"Sure, thanks. See you in my office."
He ducked back out again. Will grabbed his mug off the counter.
"Have a good one."
He left. I hurried to get the coffee ready, then went to Mark's office. He'd taken his jacket off and was studying something on his monitor. He looked up, smiling when he saw me.
"We've got a new RFP request."
His smile widened.
"And they asked for me specifically."
I tensed. Setting his coffee down, I asked warily, "Is it another Cross Industries product?" As much as I loved Gideon and admired all that he'd accomplished, I didn't want to be totally overshadowed by his world. Part of who we were as a couple was two people who had separate working lives. I enjoyed riding to work with my husband, but I needed to say goodbye to him too. I needed those few hours when he didn't consume me.
"No, it's bigger."
My brows rose. I couldn't think of anything or anyone bigger than Cross Industries. Mark slid a picture of a silver and red box across the desk to me.
"It's the new Phase 1 gaming system from Landcore."
I settled into the seat in front of his desk with an inner sigh of relief. Sweet. Sounds fun. It was a little after 11 when Megumi called to see if I was free for lunch. "Of course," I told her. "Someplace quiet." I considered our options. "I've got an idea." "Leave it to me." "Great. Thanks." I sat at my desk. "How's your morning been?" "Busy. I have to get caught up. Let me know if I can help with anything." "Thank you, Eva." She took a deep, shaky breath, her composure slipping. "I appreciate you." We hung up. I called Gideon's office and his secretary answered. "Hey, Scott, it's Eva. How are you?"
"I'm good."
I could hear the smile in his voice. "What can I do for you?" My feet tapped restlessly. I couldn't help but be worried about my friend. "Could you ask Gideon to give me a call when he has a free minute?"
"I'll put you through now."
"Oh, okay, great. Thanks."
"Hang on."
A moment later, I heard the voice I loved.
"What do you need, Eva?"
I was startled for a minute by his brusqueness. "Are you busy?"
"I'm in a meeting."
Fuck. My bad. Bye."
"Eva?"
I hung up, and then called Scott again to discuss how we should handle calls in the future, so I didn't come out looking like an ass. Before he answered, the secondary line flashed with an incoming call. I switched over. "Mark, Garrity's office—"
"Don't ever hang up on me,"
Gideon snapped. I bristled at his tone. "Are you in a meeting or not?"
"I was. Now I'm dealing with you."
Hell if anyone was going to deal with me. I could be as pissy as him any day of the week. "You know, I asked Scott to give you a message when you had time for it, and he patched me through. He shouldn't have done that. If you were busy with—"
"He has standing orders to always connect your calls. If you want to leave me a message, send a text or an email."
"Well, excuse me for not knowing the etiquette for getting in touch with you."
"Never mind that now. Say what you need."
"Nothing. Forget it." He exhaled roughly.
"Don't play games with me, Angel."
I was reminded of the last time I'd called him at work and how off he'd sounded then, too. If something was bugging him, he sure wasn't sharing it. I hunched over my desk and lowered my voice. "Gideon, your attitude pisses me off. I don't want to deal with you when you're aggravated. If you're too busy to talk to me, you shouldn't have standing orders that interrupt you."
"I'm never going to be unreachable."
"Really? 'Cause you seem that way right now."
"For fuck's sake."
Hearing his exasperation gave me a surge of satisfaction. "I didn't text you because I didn't want to bother you in a meeting. I didn't send an email because it's a time-sensitive favor and I don't know how often you get to your inbox. I figured a message with Scott would get the job done best."
"And now you have my complete attention. Tell me what you want."
"I want to get off the phone, and I want you to get back to your meeting."
"What you're going to get,"
he said, with dangerous evenness,
"is me at your desk if you don't cut the shit and explain why you called."
I glared at his photo. "You make me want to find a job in New Jersey."
"You make me crazy,"
he growled, softly.
"I can't function when we're fighting, you know that. Just say what you need, Ava, and forgive me for now. We can argue and have make-up sex later."
The tension left me. How could I stay mad at him after he admitted how vulnerable I could make him? "Damn you," I muttered. "I hate when you get reasonable after irritating me." He made a low sound of reluctant amusement. I instantly felt better.
"Angel mine."
His voice took on the sexy, raspy warmth I needed to hear.
"Definitely not a quiet, comfortable ornament."
"What are you talking about?"
"Don't worry about it. You're perfect. Tell me why you called."
I knew that tone. I'd turned him on somehow. "You're a maniac. Seriously." Lucky me. "Anyway, Ace, I wanted to see if I could borrow one of your conference rooms for lunch with Megumi. She's back, but she's a mess, and I think she wants to talk about it, but there's really not a good place to go nearby that's private and quiet."
"Use my office. I'll have something ordered in, and you'll have the space to yourself while I'm out."
"For real?"
"Of course. However, I have to remind you that when you work for Cross Industries, you'll have your own office to lunch in."
My head fell back. Shut up. The research involved in prepping for the Phase 1 RFP kept me hopping, but I was antsy for information from Megumi, so the hour seemed to drag anyway. I met up with her at the reception desk at noon. "If it's not too weird," I said, as she pulled her purse out of a drawer, "we're going to use Gideon's office for lunch. He's out, and it's private." "Oh, man." She shot me an apologetic look. "I'm sorry, Eva. I should have congratulated you. Will told me about your engagement, but I spaced." "It's totally okay. Don't worry about it." She reached out and squeezed my hand. "I'm really happy for you." "Thank you." My concern deepened. Megumi always followed the latest gossip. The friend I knew would have heard about the engagement almost before I did. We took an elevator to the top floor. The Cross Industries vestibule was as striking as Gideon himself. It was much bigger than others in the building, and decorated with lilies and ferns and hanging baskets. Cross Industries was etched into the smoked glass security doors in a masculine but elegant font. "Impressive," Megumi murmured, as we waited for the receptionist to buzz us through. The redhead I was used to seeing at the reception desk must have been out to lunch, because a guy with dark hair let us in. He stood when we approached.
"Good afternoon, Miss Trammell. Scott said you should just go right in."
"Has Mr. Cross left?"
"I'm not sure. I just took over here."
"All right. Thank you." I led Megumi back. We rounded the corner to reach Gideon's office just in time to see him stepping out. Fierce pride and possession moved me. Pleasure, too, when his stride faltered just a bit when he saw me. We met each other halfway. "Hi," I greeted him. He gave me a nod in return and held his hand out to Megumi.
"I don't think we've been officially introduced. Gideon Cross."
"Megumi Kaba." She gave him a firm shake. "Congratulations to you and Eva." A ghost of a smile touched his sexy mouth.
"I'm a lucky man. Make yourselves comfortable. If you need anything, just call up to reception and Ron will see to it."
"We'll be fine," I told him. "You won't even know we had a raging party in there while you're gone." He smiled outright.
"Good. I have a meeting later. Shot glasses and streamers would be interesting to explain."
I expected him to head out. Instead, he cupped my face, tilted my head to the angle he wanted, and pressed his lips to mine in an unhurried, chaste kiss that left me with little stars in my eyes. Then he whispered in my ear,
"Looking forward to making up later."
My toes curled. Pulling back, he slid easily into the reserved persona he showed the rest of the world.
"Enjoy your lunch, ladies."
He walked away with a confident, innately sexual stride that turned heads. "And you're still standing up, right?" Megumi murmured, shaking her head. "Kills me." I couldn't explain how weak Gideon made me, how shaken and needy I could so easily become. "Come on," I said breathlessly. "Let's eat." She followed me into Gideon's office. "I don't think I can." While she took in the sprawling space with its panoramic views and monochromatic color scheme, I went to the bar where lunch awaited us. I remembered how I'd felt the first time I walked into the room. Despite the multiple seating areas that might have invited guests to sit and stay a while, the progressively contemporary, cutting-edge design kept visitors from getting too comfortable. There were so many sides to the man I'd married. His office reflected only one. The classically European style of his penthouse reflected another. "Have you ever experimented with BDSM?" Megumi asked, seizing my attention. Surprise made me drop the napkin-rolled utensils I'd been holding. I spun to face her and found her staring out the window at the city. "That acronym covers a lot of ground." She rubbed her wrist. "Being tied up and gagged. Helpless." "I've been helpless, yes." Her head turned. Her eyes were twin shadows in her pale face. "Did you like it? Did it turn you on?" "No." I walked over to the nearest couch and sat. But I wasn't with the right person. Were you scared? Terrified. Did he know that? The formerly appetizing smell of lunch started to turn my stomach. Why are you asking me these questions, Megumi? She answered by rolling up her sleeve, exposing a wrist so bruised it was nearly black.
7. It was after 8 when I let myself into Eva's apartment and found her sitting with Carrie on the living room's white sectional sofa, holding a glass of red wine in both hands. My wife gravitated toward modern traditional furnishings, but I could see touches of her mother and roommate in the decor. I didn't resent those pieces of Monica and Carrie, but I looked forward to the day when I shared a home with Eva that reflected us, undiluted. Still, the apartment would always be a special place to me. I would never forget the way Eva had looked the first time I'd come over. Naked beneath a thigh-length silk robe, her face made up for the night ahead, a diamond anklet winking at me, teasing me. I had lost all rational thought. I put my mouth on her, my hands all over her, and my fingers and tongue inside her. I hadn't even thought about getting her to the fuck pad. I wouldn't have been able to wait, even if I had. She wasn't like any woman who'd come before her, not just because of who she was, but also because of who I was when I was with her. It was unlikely I would ever allow the property management to lease the space out again. It held too many memories, both good and bad. I tipped my chin at Carrie in greeting and sat beside Eva. My wife's best friend was dressed to go out, while Eva wore a Cross Industries t-shirt and had her hair twisted up in a clip. They both glanced at me, and I knew something was wrong. There were things to discuss, but whatever was troubling Eva was the pressing priority. Carrie stood. "I'm heading out. Call me if you need me." She nodded. "Have fun." "My middle name, baby girl." The front door shut behind him as Eva's head fell gently against my shoulder. Sliding my arm around her, I settled deeper into the sofa and tucked her closer. "Talk to me, Angel." "It's Megumi," she sighed. "There's this guy she was into and things weren't working out. He was hot and cold and couldn't commit, so she broke it off. But afterward he stepped it up and she let him come over. They started messing around with a little bondage, but things got out of hand in a bad way." The mention of bondage put me on alert. I ran my hand down her back and tucked her tighter against me. I was nothing if not patient in aligning my desires with her fears. Setbacks were expected and accommodated, but I didn't want someone else's misadventures to create new hurdles for Eva and me to face. "Sounds like bad judgment all around," I said. "One of them should have known what they were doing." "That's the thing." She pulled away and faced me. "I went over it with Megumi. She said no, a lot, until he gagged her. He got off on her pain, Gideon. And now he's terrorizing her with texts and photos he took of her that night. She's asked him to stop, but he won't. He's sick. Something's wrong with him." I weighed how best to respond. I went with blunt. "Eva, she broke it off and then took him back. He might not realize she's serious this time." She recoiled, then slid off the couch in a rush of curvy golden legs. "Don't make excuses for him. She's bruised everywhere. It's been a week, and the bruises are still dark. She couldn't sit down for days." "I'm not excusing him." I stood with her. "I would never justify an abuser, you know that. I don't have the whole story, but I know your story. Her situation isn't like yours. Nathan was an aberration." "I'm not projecting here, Gideon. I saw the pictures. I saw her wrists, her neck. I saw his texts. He's crossed a line. He's dangerous. Even more reason for you to stay out of it. Her hands went to her hips. Oh my God! You did not just say that. She's my friend. And you're my wife. I know that look on your face. There are some battles that aren't yours to fight. You will not confront this man the way you did my mother and Corinne. You will not put yourself in the middle of this. Did I say I was going to do that? No, I didn't. I'm not an idiot. I asked Clancy to find him and talk to him. I went still inside. Benjamin Clancy was her stepfather's man, not mine. Totally outside my control. You shouldn't have done that. What was I supposed to do instead? Nothing? Preferably. At most, you should have asked Raoul. She threw up her hands. Why would I do that? I don't know Raoul enough to ask him for a personal favor. I checked my exasperation. We discussed this. He works for you. You don't have to ask him for favors. You just need to tell him what you need done. Raoul works for you. Besides, I'm not some godfather sending out hired thugs to teach people lessons. I asked someone I trust, as a friend, to help another friend of mine. However you rationalize it, the result is the same. You forget, Ben Clancy is employed to protect your stepfather's interests. He looks after you only because it gives him more control in securing Stanton's safety and reputation. She bristled. How would you know what his motives are? Angel, let's simplify. Focus on the fact that your mother and Stanton have been invading your privacy for some time. You're keeping that door open by using their resources. Oh. Eva caught her lower lip in her teeth. I hadn't thought of it that way. You sent a trained professional to talk to this guy, but you didn't fully assess the possibility of blowback. If you'd tapped Raoul to help you, he would have known to be extra vigilant. My jaw clenched. Damn it, Eva, don't make it hard for me to keep you safe. Hey, she reached for me. Don't worry, okay? I told you what was happening as soon as you walked in the door, and Clancy was with me until an hour ago, when he dropped me off after my Krav Maga class. Nothing's happened yet that would put me in danger. I pulled her into me and held on, wishing I could be certain she was right. I want Raoul to escort you wherever you go, I said gruffly. To your classes, the gym, shopping, whatever. You need to let me look after you. You do, baby, she said soothingly, her temper cooled. But you can be obsessive about it. I would always be obsessive when it came to her. I'd come to accept that. Eventually, she would too. There are things I can't give you. Don't fight me on the things I can. Gideon, her face softened. You give me everything I need. I brushed my fingers across her jaw. She was so soft, delicate. I had never anticipated my sanity hinging on something so fragile. You come home to another guy. You make your living by working for someone else. I'm not as necessary to you as I'd like to be. Her eyes brightened with humor. While I'm about as dependent on you as I can stand to be. It's mutual. Running my hands down her arms, I caught her by the wrists and squeezed with just enough pressure to capture her focus. I watched her pupils dilate and her lips part, her body instinctively responding to the restraint. Promise you'll come to me first from now on. Okay, she breathed. The undercurrents of arousal and surrender in her voice sent my blood humming. She swayed into me, her body softening. I'd like to come now, actually. I am, as always, at your service. Gideon! The shock of hearing panic in Ava's voice reverberated through me. My body jolted, jerking me out of the deepest sleep. Rolling to my side with a low moan, I struggled awake, shoving my hair out of my face to find her kneeling on the edge of the bed. A heavy, inescapable sense of dread had my heart racing and cold sweat coating my skin. I pushed up onto one elbow. "What's wrong?" Moonlight slanted through the room and haloed her. She'd come to me in our bedroom in the apartment next door to hers. Something had woken her, and I was afraid. Fear chilled me to the bone. "Gideon!" She slid into me in a rush of silken skin and shining hair. Curled against me, she reached up and touched my face. "What were you dreaming about?" The stroke of her fingertips left a trail of wet across my skin. Startled, horrified, I scrubbed at my eyes and smeared more tears across my cheek. In a corner of my mind, I sensed the lingering shadow of a dream. The brush of memory had me shivering, spiraling further downward. I rolled into her and pulled her tight against me, hearing her gasp as I squeezed too hard. Her skin was cool to the touch, but her flesh was warm beneath, and I absorbed her heat, breathed in her scent, felt the terrible lingering grief inside me ease with her nearness. I couldn't grasp the dream I'd had, but it refused to let go of me. "Shh," she crooned, her fingers pushing through the sweat-damp roots of my hair, her hand stroking up and down my back. "It's okay. I'm here." I couldn't breathe. I fought for air, and a horrible sound ripped from my burning lungs. A sob. Christ! Then another. I couldn't stop the violent contractions. "Baby." She hugged me harder, her legs tangling with mine. She rocked us gently, whispering words I couldn't hear over the pounding of my heartbeat and the outcry of my phantom pain. I wrapped myself around her, holding on to the love that could save me. "Gideon!" Ava's back arched as I thrust hard, my knees spreading her thighs wide, my cock tunneling deep. Her wrists were pinned by my hands, her head thrashing as I fucked her hard. Some days I woke her with tenderness. Today wasn't one of those mornings. I'd woken to a throbbing erection, the head of my dick wet with pre-cum against the curve of Ava's ass. I aroused her hungrily, impatiently, sucking her nipples to hard points, slickening her cunt with the demanding drive of my fingers. She'd ignited to my touch, gave herself over to me, gave herself to me. God, I loved her so much. The need to come was like a vice around my balls, the pressure exquisite. She was tight, so amazingly snug, and so wet. I couldn't get enough, couldn't get deep enough, even when I felt the end of her clasping at the head of my cock. She thrashed beneath my pounding drives, her heels sliding across the sheets, her tits rocking with the force of my thrusts. She was so small, so soft, and I was fucking her lush body with everything I had in me. Take me. Take all of me. The good and the bad. Everything. Take it all. The headboard banged into the shared wall between our two apartments in a hard driving rhythm that screamed crazed sex to anyone listening, as did the growls spilling from my throat, the animalistic sounds of my pleasure I didn't try to hold back. I loved fucking my wife, craved it, needed it, and I didn't care who knew what she did to me. Eva arched up, sinking her teeth into my biceps, her bite sliding over my sweat-slick skin. The mark of possession drove me wild, had me thrusting so hard I shoved her up the bed. She cried out. I hissed as she tightened around me like a greedy fist. "Come," I bit out, my jaw clenched against the urge to do the same, to let go and pump every drop I had into her. Rolling my hips, I ground against her clit, pleasure sizzling up my spine when she moaned my name and climaxed around me in pulsing ripples. I kissed her roughly, drinking in her taste, spilling into her with a shuddering groan. Eva stumbled a little as I helped her out of the back of the Bentley in front of the crossfire. A hot flush spread across her face, and she shot me a look. "You suck." My brows rose questioningly. "I'm shaky and you're not, sex machine." I smiled innocently. "I'm sorry." "No, you're not." Her wry smile faded as she glanced down the street. "Paparazzi," she said grimly. I followed her gaze and spotted the photographer aiming a camera out of the open passenger window of his car. Gripping her by the elbow, I led her into the building. "If I have to start actually styling my hair every day," she muttered, "you're dealing with morning wood on your own." "Angel." I tugged her into my side and whispered, "I'd hire a full-time hairdresser for you before I gave up your cunt every morning." She elbowed me in the ribs. "God, you're crude, you know that? Some women take offense to that word." She went ahead of me through the security turnstiles and joined the mass of bodies waiting for the next elevator car. I stood close behind her. "You're not one of them. However, I might be willing to revise. I recall orifice being a favorite of yours." "Oh, God, shut up," she said, laughing. We separated when she exited on the 20th floor, and I went up to Cross Industries without her. I wouldn't be doing so for long. Someday Eva would be working with me, helping to build our future as a team. I was debating the myriad avenues to achieving that goal when I rounded the corner on approach to my office. My stride slowed when I saw the willowy brunette waiting by Scott's desk. I steeled myself to deal with my mother again. Then her head turned, and I saw it was Corinne. "Gideon." She rose gracefully to her feet, her eyes brightening with a look I'd come to recognize, having seen it on Eva's face. It gave me no pleasure to see that warmth in Corinne's eyes. Unease slid down my spine, stiffening my back. The last time I had seen her had been shortly after she'd tried to kill herself. "Good morning, Corinne. How are you feeling?" "Better?" She came toward me, and I took a step back, causing her to slow and her smile to waver. "Do you have a moment?" I gestured to my office. With a deep breath, she turned and preceded me. I glanced at Scott. "Give us 10. He nodded, his gaze sympathetic. Corinne walked to my desk and I joined her, hitting the button that closed the door behind us. I kept the glass clear and didn't remove my jacket, sending her every signal that she shouldn't settle in for long. "I'm sorry for your loss, Corinne." Saying the words wasn't enough, but they were all I could give her. The memories of that night in the hospital would be with me for a while. Her lips whitened. "I still can't believe it. All these years of trying, I thought I couldn't get pregnant." She picked up the photo of Eva on my desk. "Jean-Francois told me you called a couple times asking about me. I wish you'd called me. Or returned my calls." "I don't think that's appropriate under the circumstances." She looked at me. Her eyes weren't the same shade of blue as my mother's, but they were close, and their sense of style was similar. Corinne's elegant blouse and trousers were notably like something I'd once seen my mother wear. "You're getting married," Corinne said. It wasn't a question, but I answered anyway. "Yes." Her eyes closed. "I'd hoped Eva was lying. I'm very protective when it comes to her. Tread lightly. Opening her eyes, she set the picture down hard. Do you love her? That's none of your business. That's not an answer. I don't owe you one, but if you need to hear it, she's everything to me. The tightness of her mouth softened with a quiver. Would it make a difference if I told you I'm getting divorced? No, I exhaled roughly. You and I will never be together again, Corinne. I don't know how many times or in how many ways I can say it. I could never be what you want me to be. You dodged a bullet when you broke our engagement. She flinched, her hair sliding over her shoulder to flow down to her waist. Is that what's keeping us apart? You can't forgive me for that? Forgive you? I'm thankful. My voice softened when tears filled her eyes. I don't mean to be cruel. I can guess how painful this might be. But I didn't want you to have hope when there isn't any. What would you do if Eva said these things to you? She challenged. Would you just give up and walk away? It's not the same. I raked a hand through my hair, struggling to find the words. You don't understand what I have with Eva. She needs me as much as I need her. For both our sakes, I wouldn't ever give up trying. I need you, Gideon. Frustration made me curt. You don't know me. I played a role for you. I let you see only what I wanted you to see, what I thought you could accept. And in return, I saw only what I wanted to see in her, the girl she'd once been. I had stopped paying real attention long ago, and so I'd failed to see how she had changed. She'd been a blind spot for me, but no longer. She stared at me in shocked silence for a moment. Elizabeth warned me that Eva was rewriting your past. I didn't believe her. I've never known you to be swayed by anyone. But I guess there's a first time for everything. My mother believes what she wants, and you're welcome to join her. They were similar in that way, too, good at believing what they wanted and ignoring any proof to the contrary. It was a revelation to realize I had been comfortable with Corinne because I'd known she wouldn't pry. I'd been able to fake normalcy with her, and she never dug deeper. Eva had changed that for me. I wasn't normal, and I didn't need to be. Eva accepted me the way I was. I wasn't going to reveal my past to everyone, but my days of playing along with the lies were over. Corinne reached a hand out to me. I love you, Gideon. You used to love me too. I was grateful to you, I corrected. And I will always be. I was attracted to you, had fun with you. For a time I even needed you, but it would never have worked out between us. She dropped her hand back to her side. I would have found Eva eventually, and I would have wanted her, given up everything to have her. I would have left you to be with her. The end was inevitable. Corinne turned away. Well, at least we'll always be friends. It was an effort to strip any apology out of my tone. I wouldn't encourage her. That won't be possible. This is the last time you and I will speak to each other. Her shoulders shook with a ragged, indrawn breath, and I turned my head, fighting with discomfort and regret. She'd been important to me once. I would miss her, but not in the way she wanted me to. What do I have to live for if I don't have you? I turned at her question and barely caught her when she ran into me, holding her at bay with a grip on her upper arms. The devastation on her beautiful face got to me before I could process what she'd said. Then it registered. Horrified, I shoved her away. She stumbled back as her heels caught in the carpet. Don't put that on me, I warned, my voice low and hard. I'm not responsible for your happiness. I'm not responsible for you at all.
What's wrong with you? She cried. This isn't you.
You wouldn't know. I went to the door and yanked it open. Go home to your husband, Corinne. Take care of yourself.
Fuck you, she hissed. You're going to regret this, and I might be too hurt to forgive you.
Goodbye, Corinne. She stared at me for a long minute and then stormed out of my office. Damn it! I pivoted, not knowing where to go or what to do, but I had to do something. Anything. I paced. I'd pulled out my smartphone and called Eva before I consciously made the decision to do so.
Mark Garrity's office, she began.
Angel. The one word betrayed my relief at hearing her voice. She was what I needed. Something in me had known that.
Gideon.
She read me immediately, as she so often did.
Is everything all right?
I glanced out at my staff in the distant cubicles, getting into the groove of the day. I hit the controls to frost the glass, carving out a moment alone with my wife. I lightened my tone, not wanting to cause her stress. I miss you already. She waited a beat before replying, adjusting to my mood. Liar, she shot back. You're too busy. Never. Now tell me how much you're missing me. She laughed. You're terrible. What am I going to do with you? Everything.
Damn straight.
So what's up? It's going to be a busy day and I have to get going. I went to my desk and studied her photo. My shoulders relaxed. Just wanted you to know I'm thinking about you.
Good. Don't stop. And FYI, it's nice to hear you not grumpy at work.
It was nice to hear her, period. I'd given up trying to figure out why she affected me the way she did. I just appreciated that she could reset my day. Tell me you love me.
Madly. You rock my world, Mr. Cross.
I stared into her laughing eyes, my fingertip brushing lightly over the glass. You're the center of mine. The rest of the morning passed swiftly and uneventfully. I was wrapping up a meeting regarding a possible investment in a proposed resort chain when yet another personal interruption showed up. So much for workflow. You've got to fuck everything up, don't you? My brother accused, barging into my office with Scott on his heels. With a look, I gave Scott the okay to back out. He shut the door behind him. Good afternoon to you too, Christopher. We shared blood, but could not have been less alike. Like his father's, his hair was wavy and fell somewhere between brown and red. His eyes were a gray mixed with green, while I was most definitely our mother's son. Did you forget that Vidal Records is Ireland's legacy too? He snapped, his eyes hard. I never forget that. Then you just don't give a shit. Your vendetta against Brett Klein is costing us money, damn you. You're hurting all of us, not just him. Moving to my desk, I leaned against it and crossed my arms. I should have seen it coming, considering how irate Christopher had become at the Times Square launch of the Golden Video. He wanted Klein and Eva together. More than that, he wanted Eva and me apart. It was the sad truth that I brought out the worst in my brother. The only times he ever acted cruelly or rashly was when he was trying to hurt me. I'd seen him give brilliant speeches, charm people with his natural charisma, and impress board members with his industry savvy, but he never displayed those traits toward me. Frustrated by his unprovoked animosity, I baited him. I'm assuming you're going to get to the point soon. Don't play innocent, Gideon.
You knew exactly what you were doing when you systematically destroyed every media opportunity Vidal secured for 6 nights. If those opportunities were centered on Eva, they had no business being pursued to begin with. That's not your decision to make. His mouth twisted in a scornful smile. Do you even comprehend the damage you've done? Behind the Music has delayed their special because Sam Yamara no longer owns the rights to the footage he compiled of the band's early years. Diners, drive-ins, and dives can't include Pete's 69th Street Bar in their San Diego episode because it's being demolished before they can film their segment. And Rolling Stone isn't interested in pursuing their proposed piece on Golden since your engagement was announced. The song loses its interest without the happy ending. I can get you the footage VH1 wants. Put them in touch with Arash, and he'll take care of it. After you remove all traces of Eva? What's the point? My brows lifted. The point is supposed to be 6 nights, not my wife. She's not your wife yet, he shot back, and that's your problem. You're afraid she's going to go back to Brett. You're not really her type, and we all know it. You can eat her pussy at parties, but what she really likes is blowing rock stars in public. I was on him before he blinked. My fist hit his jaw, his head jerked back. I caught him with a follow-up left and he stumbled, crashing into the glass wall. Through it, I glimpsed Scott shoving to his feet, and then I braced for the impact of Christopher's body hurtling into mine. We went down. I rolled, punching his ribs until he groaned. He slammed his head into my temple. The room spun. Dazed, I rolled away and clambered to my feet. Christopher pulled himself up by the coffee table, blood running from the side of his lips and onto the carpet. His jaw was swelling, and he gasped for air, dragging in harsh breaths. My fists ached, and I flexed my hands, tensing with the need to hit him again. If he'd been anyone else, I would have. "Do it," he taunted, wiping his mouth on his sleeve. "You've wanted me dead since the day I was born. Why stop now?" "You're insane." 2 security guards rounded the corner at a run, but I held up a hand to stop them. "I'm fucking on to you, asshole," my brother growled, pushing heavily to his feet. "I've talked to members of the board, explained what you're doing. You want to take me down? I'm fighting you all the way." "You've lost it, you fucking idiot. Take your crazy somewhere else. And leave Eva alone. You want to make an enemy out of me? Screwing around with her is the way to do it." He stared at me for a long minute, then laughed harshly. "Does she know what you're doing to Brett?" I winced through a deep breath, a dull ache in my side from a forming bruise. "I'm not doing anything to Klein. I'm protecting Eva. And the band is just collateral damage. Better him than her." "Fuck that," he snarled. "Fuck you." Christopher stalked toward the door. I should have let him go, but found myself speaking instead. "For Christ's sake, Christopher, they're talented. They don't need a gimmick to be successful. If you weren't so damn eager to make me pay for something you've imagined I've done, you'd be concentrating on better angles than making them into a one-hit wonder." He rounded on me with clenched fists. "Don't tell me how to do my job, and don't get in my way, or I'll shove you out." I watched him leave, escorted by security. Then I went to my desk and checked my message log. Scott had noted that 2 of Vidal Records board members had called over the course of the day. I opened the line between Scott and me. "Get me Arash Madani." If Christopher wanted a war, I'd give him one. I arrived at Dr. Lyle Peterson's office on time at 6 o'clock. The psychologist greeted me with a welcoming smile, his dark blue eyes warm and friendly. After the day I'd had, spending an hour with a shrink was the last thing I wanted to do. Spending an hour alone with Eva
was what I needed more. Our session began as they always did, with Dr. Peterson asking how my week had been, and me answering as succinctly as possible. Then he said, "Let's talk about the nightmares." I leaned back, laying my arm on the sofa's armrest. I'd been up front about my sleep problems from the beginning in order to get the prescription medication that made me marginally safer for Eva to be near at night. But dissecting the dreams had never been one of the topics on discussion. That meant someone else had brought them up. "You talked to Eva." It wasn't a question, since the answer was evident. "She sent me an email earlier," he confirmed, folding his hands atop his tablet screen. My fingers drummed silently. His gaze followed the movement. "Does it bother you that she contacted me?" I weighed my response before giving it. "She worries. If talking to you alleviates that, I won't complain. You're also her therapist, so she has a right to discuss it with you." "But you don't like it. You'd prefer to choose which issues you share with me." "I'd prefer Eva to feel safe." Dr. Peterson nodded. "That's why you're here. For her." "Of course." "What does she hope the outcome of our sessions will be?" "Don't you know?" He smiled. "I'd like to hear your answer to that question." After a moment, I gave it to him. Eva previously made bad decisions. She learned to rely on the advice of therapists. It worked well for her, and it's what she knows. "How do you feel about that?" "Do I have to feel anything?" I countered. "She asked me to try it out, and I agreed. Relationships are about compromise, aren't they?" "Yes." Picking up his stylus, he tapped at the screen of his tablet. "Tell me about your previous experience with therapy." I took a breath, let it out. "I was a child. I don't remember." He glanced at me over the rim of his glasses. "How did you feel about seeing someone? Angry, frightened, sad?" Glancing down at my wedding ring, I replied, "A little of all that. I imagine you felt similarly about your father's suicide." I stilled. Studying him, my gaze narrowed. "Your point?" "We're just talking, Gideon." He leaned back. "I often feel like you're wondering what the angle is. I don't have an angle. I just want to help you." I forced my posture to relax. I wanted the nightmares to stop. I wanted to share the same bed as my wife. I needed Dr. Peterson to help me do that. However, I didn't want to talk about things that couldn't be changed to get there.
8. "Hey, girl, what are your thoughts on karaoke?" Shauna Ellison asked the second I answered the phone. I dropped my pencil onto the notepad I'd been scribbling in, then sat back on the couch and curled my legs onto the cushion. It was rolling past 9 o'clock, and I hadn't heard from Gideon yet. I didn't know if that was a good or a bad sign, considering he'd had an appointment with Dr. Peterson earlier. The sun had set nearly an hour before, and I'd been trying not to think of my husband every 5 seconds since. Chatting with Shauna was a welcome distraction. Well, I hedged. Since I'm tone-deaf, my thoughts on singing in public are pretty much non-existent. Why? In my head, I pictured the vibrant redhead who was quickly becoming a friend. In a lot of ways, she was like her brother Stephen, who happened to be engaged to my boss. They were both fun and easygoing, quick to tease and yet rock-solid, too. I liked the Ellison siblings a lot. "Because I was thinking we could go to this new karaoke bar I heard about today at work," she explained. "Instead of those cheesy background tracks, This place has a live band. You don't have to sing if you don't want to. A lot of people go just to watch. I reached for the tablet lying on the coffee table. What's the name of this place? The Starlight Lounge. I thought it might be fun for Friday. My brows went up. Friday was our bringing the crew together night. I tried to imagine Arnaldo or Arash singing karaoke, and just the thought made me smile. Why the hell not? At the very least, it'd break the ice. I'll mention it to Gideon. I ran a search for the bar and pulled up its website. Looks nice. The name had conjured thoughts of old-school crooner hangouts, but the images on the site were of a contemporary club decorated in shades of blue with chrome accents. It looked upscale and swank. Right? I thought so too, and it'll be entertaining. Yeah. Wait till you see Carrie with a mic. He's shameless. She laughed, and I grinned at the sound, which was as bubbly as champagne. So is Steven. Let me know what you decide. Can't wait to see you. We hung up, and I tossed my phone onto the cushion beside me. I was leaning forward to get back to my project when I heard the ping of a text message. It was from Brett. We need to talk. Call me. I stared at his picture on the screen for a long minute. He'd been calling all day but hanging up when he got my voicemail. I would be lying if I said I wasn't conflicted about him still reaching out, but it was a dead end. Maybe we'd be friends someday, but not now. I wasn't up for it, or the stress it caused Gideon. I used to think facing issues that made me uncomfortable showed strength and responsibility. Now I realize that sometimes resolution wasn't the purpose. Sometimes you just had to take the opportunity to examine yourself better. I'll give you a ring when I can, I typed back. Then I set the phone aside again. I'd call him when Gideon was with me. No secrets, and nothing to hide. Hey. Carrie strolled into the living room from the hallway, dressed in pajama bottoms and a threadbare t-shirt. His dark brown hair was still damp from the shower he must have taken after Tatiana left an hour earlier. I was glad she hadn't spent the night. I wanted to like the woman who said she was carrying my best friend's baby, but the leggy model didn't make it easy for me. I felt like she deliberately baited me whenever she could. I got the strong impression that she would like nothing more than to keep Carrie all to herself, and I was viewed as a big roadblock to that end. My best friend sprawled face down on the other section of the sofa, his head near my thigh, and his long legs stretched out. What you working on? Making lists. I want to get started on something for abuse survivors. Yeah? What are you thinking? One of my shoulders lifted in a helpless shrug. I don't really know. I keep thinking about Megumi and how she didn't tell anyone. I didn't tell anyone either. Neither did you, until way later. Because who's going to give a shit? He said gruffly, propping his chin on his hands. And it's scary to talk about it. There are a lot of hotlines and shelters for victims. I want to find something else that makes a difference, but I don't have any groundbreaking ideas. So, talk to idea people. My mouth curved. You make it sound so easy. Hell, why reinvent the wheel? Find someone who's doing it right and help him out. He rolled onto his back and scrubbed at his face with both hands. I knew that gesture and what it signified. Something was eating at him. Tell me about your day, I said. I'd ended up spending more one-on-one time with Gideon in San Diego than I had with Carrie, and I felt bad about that. Carrie said he'd had a good time hanging with his old crowd, but that hadn't been the purpose of our trip. I felt like I'd let him down, even though he didn't accuse me of doing so. He dropped his hands to his sides. I had a shoot this morning, and then I saw Trey for a late lunch. Did you say anything to him about the baby? He shook his head. I thought about it, but I couldn't do it. I'm such a dick. Don't be hard on yourself. It's a rough spot you're in." Carrie's eyes closed, shuddering the vivid green of his irises.
"I was thinking the other day how much easier it'd be if Trey swung both ways. Then we could both be banging Tat and each other, and I could have it all. Then I realized I didn't want to share Trey with Tat. Don't mind sharing her, but not him. Tell me that doesn't make me a total douche."
Reaching out, I ruffled my fingers through his dark hair. "It makes you human." I'd been in a similar situation with Gideon, thinking I could work out a way to be friends with Brett, even while I was aggravated that Gideon was friends with Corinne. In a perfect world, none of us would be selfish, but that's not the way it goes. We just do our best.
"You're always making excuses for me,"
he muttered. I thought about that for a second. "No," I corrected gently, bending over to press a kiss to his forehead. "I just forgive you. Someone has to, since you won't forgive yourself." Wednesday morning came and went in a flurry. Lunch was on me before I knew it.
"We were celebrating our engagement 2 weeks ago,"
Steve Ellison said, as I settled into the chair he held out for me.
"Now we get to celebrate yours."
I smiled. I couldn't help it. There was something infectiously joyful about my boss's fiancé, which you couldn't help but pick up on. "Must be something in the water."
"Must be."
He glanced at his partner, then back at me.
"Mark's not losing you, is he?"
"Steven," Mark admonished, shaking his head.
"Don't."
"I'm not going anywhere," I answered, which earned me a surprised and pleased grin from my boss. His goatee-framed smile was as contagious as Steven's gregariousness. Really, our scheduled lunches were worth the price of admission.
"Well, I'm happy to hear that,"
Mark said.
"Me too."
Steven opened his menu with a decisive snap, as if something important had been decided.
"We want you to stick around, kid."
"I'm sticking," I assured them. The server set a basket of olive oil-drizzled garlic bread on the table between us, then rattled off the day's specials. The restaurant the guys had selected had 2 menus, Italian and Greek. Like most Manhattan eateries, the location was small and the tables packed tightly together, close enough that one party flowed into the next and you had to watch your elbows. The scents flowing out of the kitchen and wafting from the trays of passing servers had my stomach growling audibly. Thankfully, the noise from the lunch crowd frenzy was loud enough to cover me. Steven ran a hand through the bright red hair many women would kill for.
"I'm having the moussaka."
"Me too." I closed my menu.
"Pepperoni pizza for me,"
Mark said. Steven and I teased him about being adventurous.
"Hell," he shot back. "Marrying Steven is adventure enough."
Grinning, Steven set his elbow on the table and his chin on his fist.
"So, Eva, how did Cross propose? I'm guessing he didn't blurt it out in the middle of the street."
Mark, who was sitting on the bench seat next to his partner, gave him an exasperated look. "No," I agreed. "He broke the news to me on a private beach. I can't say he asked, because he pretty much just told me that we're getting married." Mark's mouth twisted in thought, but Steven was blunt, as always.
"Romance, Gideon Cross style,"
I laughed. "Absolutely. He'll be the first to tell you he's not romantic, but he's wrong about that."
"Let me see the ring."
I held my hand out to Steven, and the Asher-cut diamond shot sparks of multi-hued fire. It was a beautiful ring, which held beautiful memories for Gideon. Elizabeth Vidal's thoughts on the subject couldn't touch that.
"Whoa, Mark, darling, you have got to get me one of those."
The picture in my head of the flame-haired, burly contractor wearing a ring like mine was comical. Mark shot him a look.
"So you can shatter it on a job site? Let me get right on that. Diamonds are tough little beauties, but I'll take good care of it." You'll have to wait until I run an agency of my own, my boss retorted with a snort. I can do that. Stephen winked at me. You register anywhere yet? I shook my head. You? Hell yeah! He twisted to open the messenger bag next to him and pulled out his wedding binder. Tell me what you think about these patterns. Mark raised his gaze heavenward with a long, suffering sigh. I grabbed a piece of garlic bread and leaned forward with a happy hum. I worked on the Land Corps RFP the remainder of the afternoon. When my day ended, I headed to my Krav Maga class with Raoul. On the way, I reread Clancy's reply to my text, saying I wouldn't need a ride from him. He had typed back that it was no problem, but I felt the need to explain further. Gideon wants to have his people with me moving forward, so you're free from now on. Smiley face. Thank you for all your help. It didn't take him long to answer. Anytime. Holler when you need me. By the way, your friend shouldn't have any more trouble. The thank you I sent back didn't seem like enough. I made a note to send him something that would better express my gratitude. Raoul parked outside the brick-faced converted warehouse that was Parker Smith's Krav Maga studio, and then escorted me inside, taking a seat on the bleachers. His presence threw me off a little bit. Clancy had always waited outside. Having Raoul watching me made me a little self-conscious. The massive open space still managed to look crowded, thanks to all the clients on the mats and in one-on-ones with instructors. The noise was nearly deafening, a cacophony of bodies hitting padding, flesh colliding with flesh, and the various shouts as participants psyched themselves up while psyching each other out. Giant metal delivery bay doors added to both the industrial feel of the studio and the heat, which even the air conditioning and multiple standing fans couldn't quite alleviate. I was stretching in preparation for the grueling drills ahead when a pair of lanky legs came into my line of sight. I straightened and faced NYPD detective Shelley Graves. She wore her curly brown hair in a bun as severe as her face, and her blue eyes assessed me with sharp impassiveness. I was afraid of her and what she could do to Gideon, but I admired her a lot too. She was fierce and confident in a way I could only aspire to. Eva, she greeted me. Detective Graves. She was dressed for work in dark slacks and a red jersey top. She wore a black blazer that didn't hide either her badge or her firearm. Her boots were scuffed and no nonsense, much like her attitude. Spotted you on my way out. Heard about your engagement. Congratulations. My stomach flipped a little. Part of Gideon's alibi, if one could call it that, was that we'd been broken up when Nathan was killed. Why would a powerful, upstanding public figure kill a guy over an ex he'd left behind without looking back? Getting engaged so quickly had to look suspicious. Graves had told me she and her partner had moved on to other cases, but I understood what kind of cop she was. Shelley Graves believed in justice. She believed Nathan had gotten his, but I knew something inside her questioned whether Gideon had something to pay for, too. Thank you, I replied, pulling my shoulders back. In this, Gideon and I were a team. I'm a lucky girl. She glanced at the bleachers. At Raoul. Where's Ben Clancy? I frowned. I don't know. Why? Just curious. You know, one of the feds I talked to about Yademsky also has the last name Clancy. Her gaze bored into me. You think they're any relation? The blood drained out of my head at the mention of the Russian mobster whose corpse had been sporting Nathan's bracelet. I swayed a little with a sudden rush of dizziness. What? She nodded, as if she'd expected as much. Probably not. Anyway, I'll see you later. I watched her walk away, her attention on Raoul. Then she paused and faced me again. You inviting me to the wedding? I fought through the buzzing in my head to say, the reception,
We're keeping the wedding small, just family."
"Really? Didn't expect that."
Something like a smile transformed her thin face.
"He's full of surprises, isn't he?"
I couldn't even begin to decipher what that meant. I was too busy trying to process everything else she'd said. I didn't even realize I'd chased after her until I had her elbow in my hand. She stopped, her body taut in a way that told me to let go, which I did, immediately. I stared at her for a beat, trying to pull my thoughts together. Clancy, Gideon, Nathan. What the hell did it mean? Where was she going with it? Most of all, why did I feel as if she were helping me, looking out for me, for Gideon? What I ended up saying startled me. "I'm looking to support an organization that does good work for abuse survivors." Her brows rose.
"Why are you telling me?"
"I don't know where to start." She shot me a look.
"Try Crossroads," she said dryly. "I've heard good things about that one."
I was sitting cross-legged on the floor of my bedroom sitting room when Gideon came home. He walked in wearing loose-legged jeans and a V-neck white t-shirt, the keys to my place spinning around his finger. I stared. I couldn't help it. Would he always stop my heart? I hoped so. The room was small and girly, decorated by my mother with antiques, such as the silly escritoire I was supposed to use as a desk. Gideon infused a drugging dose of testosterone into the space, making me feel soft and feminine and eager to be ravished. "Hi, Ace." The love and longing he inspired were exposed in those 2 words. The keys were caught in his hand abruptly, and he came to a stop, looking down at me much as he had that first day in the Crossfire lobby. His eyes took on the brooding fierceness I found wildly exciting. For some reason I would probably never understand, he felt the same about me.
"Angel mine."
He dropped gracefully into a crouch, his hair sliding briefly along his cheekbones in a loving caress.
"What are you working on?"
His fingers rifled through the papers scattered on the floor around me. Before my research into his Crossroads Foundation distracted him, I caught his hand and squeezed it. I blurted out what I knew, as abruptly as the info had been sprung on me. It was Clancy, Gideon. Clancy and his brother and the FBI planted Nathan's bracelet on that mobster. He nodded.
"I figured."
"You did? How?" I smacked him on the shoulder. "Why didn't you say something? I've been worried sick." Gideon settled on the floor in front of me, crossing his long legs in a pose mirroring mine.
"I don't have all the answers yet. Angus and I have been narrowing it down. Whoever was responsible was either watching Nathan or me and following our movements, so we started there."
"Or watching both of you."
"Precisely. Who would do that? Who had a stake in it? In you?"
Jesus. I searched his face. Detective Graves knows. The FBI. Clancy.
"Graves?"
She brought it up at Parker's studio tonight, tossed it at me in passing just to see how I'd take the news. His gaze narrowed.
"Either she's fucking with you or she wants you to stop worrying. My bet is on the latter."
I almost asked why, but then I realized I'd come to the same conclusion. The detective was tough as nails, but she had a heart. I had caught glimpses of it during the few times we'd interacted with one another, and she was good at her job, obviously. "We have to trust her, then?" I asked, crawling over the brochures and paperwork to curl into his lap. He pulled me into him, fitting me into the hard planes of his body as if I were meant to be there always. I felt that way when he held me, safe, treasured, adored. His lips touched my forehead.
"I'm going to talk to Clancy just to be sure, but he's no fool. He wouldn't leave anything to chance."
My hand tightened around a fistful of his t-shirt. hanging on to him with everything I had. Don't keep things like this from me, Gideon. Stop trying to protect me.
I can't.
His grip on me tightened, too.
Maybe I should have said something, but we have only a few hours alone every day, and I want them to be perfect.
Gideon, you've got to let me in. His chest expanded beneath my cheek, his heart beating strong and sure.
I'm working on it, Eva.
That was all I could ask for. The next morning, I padded into the kitchen on bare feet to find Gideon pouring coffee. I could say the smell of Java is what added a spring to my step, but it was the sight of my husband, freshly shaved and dressed with his vest hanging open, that did it. I loved seeing him a little undone. He looked me over as I went to him, my heels rapping on the marble, his face impassive and his eyes warm. Did he get the same kick when he caught sight of me ready to tackle my day? I doubted it. I was convinced men just saw hot, or not. Wrapping my fingers around his wrist, I let his hand around me and up the back of my skirt to cup the undercurve of my buttock. A smile teased the corners of his lips.
Hello to you too, Mrs. Cross.
He snapped the back of my garter against my thigh. I jumped at the sting and gasped as warmth spread outward from the spot.
You like that?
He smirked. My lower lip stuck out in a pout. It hurt. Gideon shifted to lean back against the counter and pulled me between his spread legs, both of his hands lightly gripping the back of my thighs. He nuzzled his nose against my temple and massaged the place that burned.
I'm sorry, Angel.
Then he snapped my garter on the other side. I arched in surprise, my body aligning with his. He was hard. Again. A low moan escaped me. Stop it.
It's turning you on,
he murmured in my ear. It hurts, I complained, even as I rubbed against him. He'd woken me with soft kisses and provocative hands. I had thanked him in the shower with my mouth. Still, he could go again. I could too. We were addicted to each other.
Want me to kiss it and make it better?
His fingers slid between my thighs and found me warm and ready. He groaned.
Christ, what you do to me, Eva. I've got so much to do.
God, he felt good. Smelled even better. My arms wrapped around his neck. We have to go to work. He yanked me up to my toes, grinding me against his erection.
We're playing with these garters later.
I kissed him. I put my mouth over his and devoured him, my tongue touching his, stroking it greedily, sucking. Gideon's hand fisted in my ponytail, holding me in place as he took over the kiss, fucking my mouth, drinking me in. In an instant, I was hot, my skin humid with perspiration. His lips were firm yet soft against my own, his grip angling me just the way he wanted, his teeth scraping gently across my lower lip. The taste of him, flavored delectably with a hint of rich black coffee, intoxicated me. Drunk on him, I clutched his hair in my hands, holding on, my toes flexing to push me closer, always closer, but never close enough. Whoa! Carrie's voice broke me out of the sensual spell Gideon had cast. Don't forget, we eat in here. I started to pull away from my husband, but he held me tight, allowing me only to break the kiss. My gaze met his. His eyes were sharply alert beneath heavy lids, his lips softened and damp.
Good morning, Carrie,
he said, his attention shifting to my best friend as Carrie joined us by the coffee maker. For you two, maybe. Carrie opened the cupboard that held the mugs and pulled one out.
Sadly, I'm too tired to get turned on by the show. Not making me feel too optimistic about the rest of the day.
He was dressed in skinny jeans and a navy t-shirt, his hair skillfully arranged in a trendy pompadour. I pitied the single Manhattanites who'd see him out and about that day. He was such a striking man, both physically and in the false confidence he exuded. "Do you have a shoot today?" I asked.
No, Tat does, and she wants me there. She's got morning sickness and shit, so I'm gonna be around to help her out if she's not feeling well.
I reached out and rubbed his biceps in sympathy. "That's awesome, Carrie. You're the best." His lips twisted wryly as he lifted his steaming cup to his mouth.
What else can I do? I can't get sick for her, and she's gotta work as long as she can.
"You'll let me know if there's anything I can do?" He shrugged.
Sure.
Gideon's hand stroked up and down my back, offering wordless support.
If you've got the time, Carrie, I'd like you to be there for the appointment with the designer who's renovating our place on 5th Avenue. Yeah, I've been thinking about that.
Carrie cocked his hip into the counter.
I haven't totally worked things out with Tat, but I figure we'll be shacking up together at some point. You guys aren't gonna want a screaming baby next door. When you're ready for that, you'll have your own, not put up with mine.
Carrie. My best friend rarely looked beyond the next 15 minutes of his life. To hear him stepping up to the plate so solidly made me love him all the more.
Both sections of the penthouse are fully soundproofed,
Gideon said, his voice holding the firm note of command that reassured everyone who heard it.
We can make anything work, Carrie. You just tell me what concerns you have and we'll address them.
Carrie looked into his mug, his beautiful face suddenly looking worn and tired.
Thanks. I'll talk to Tat about it. It's hard, you know. She doesn't want to think about what's next. And I can't stop thinking about it. There's going to be this person who's totally dependent on us, and we need to be prepared for that. Somehow.
I stepped back, and Gideon let me go. It was hard to watch Carrie struggling. It was scary, too. He didn't handle challenges well, and I was so afraid he'd slip back into familiar, self-destructive coping mechanisms. It was a threat we both faced on a daily basis. I had a group of people who kept me anchored. Carrie had only me. That's what families are for, Carrie. I offered a smile. To drive each other crazy and straight into therapy. He snorted, then hid his face behind his mug. The lack of a glib reply made me even more anxious. A heavy silence descended. Gideon and I both gave him a minute, taking the time to grab our own cups of Java and caffeinate ourselves. We didn't speak or even look at each other, not wanting to create a unit that left Carrie out. But I felt how in sync we were. It meant so much to me. I'd never had someone in my life who was a true partner, a lover who was there for more than just a good time. Gideon was a miracle in so many ways. It struck me then that I had to make some adjustments, compromise a little more on the issue of working with Gideon. I had to stop thinking of Team Cross as being his alone. I had to own it too, so I could share in it with him.
I've got time next week,
Carrie said finally, looking at me, then Gideon. Gideon nodded.
Let's plan on Wednesday then. Give us some room to recover from the weekend.
Carrie's mouth twitched.
So it's that kind of party.
I smiled back. Is there any other kind? How are you? I asked Megumi when we sat down for lunch on Thursday afternoon. She looked better than she had on Monday, but she was still overdressed for the heat of the summer. Because of that, I'd ordered salads for delivery, and we settled in the break room instead of braving the steamy day outside. She managed a wan smile. Better. Does Lacey know what happened? I wasn't sure how close Megumi was to her roommate, but I hadn't forgotten that Lacey had dated Michael first. Not all of it. Megumi pushed at her salad with a plastic fork. I feel so stupid. We're always quick to blame ourselves. But no means no. It's not your fault. I know that, but still, I knew just how she felt. Have you thought about talking to someone? She glanced at me, tucking her hair behind her ear. Like a counselor or something? Yes. Not really. How do you even start looking for someone like that? We've got mental health benefits. Call the number on the back of your insurance card. They'll give you a list of providers to choose from. And I just pick one? I'll help you. And if I got my act together, I'd find a way to help more women like her and me. Something good had to come of our experiences. I had the motivation and the means. I just had to find the way. Her eyes glistened. You're a good friend, Eva. Thanks for being here. I leaned over and hugged her. He hasn't texted me lately, she said when I pulled back. I keep dreading that he's going to, but every hour that goes by that he doesn't, I feel better. Settling back in my seat, I sent a silent thank you to Clancy. Good. At 5 o'clock, I left work and took the elevator up to Cross Industries, hoping to catch some time with Gideon before our appointment with Dr. Peterson. I'd been thinking about him all day, about the future I wanted us to have together. I wanted him to respect my individuality and my personal boundaries, but I also wanted him to open up some of his own. I wanted more moments like this morning with Carrie, when Gideon and I stood together, facing a situation as one. I couldn't really push for that if I wasn't willing to make the same effort. The red-headed receptionist at Cross Industries buzzed me in. She greeted me with a hard smile that didn't reach her eyes. Can I help you? No, I'm good, thanks, I replied, breezing past her. It would be nice if all of Gideon's employees could be as easy-natured as Scott, but the receptionist had an issue with me, and I'd just come to accept it. I headed back to Gideon's office and found Scott's desk empty. Through the glass, I saw my husband at work, presiding over a meeting with casual authority. He stood in front of his desk, leaning back against it with one ankle crossed over the other. He wore his jacket and faced an audience composed of 2 suit-clad gentlemen and 1 woman wearing a great pair of Louboutins. Scott sat off to the side, taking notes on a tablet. Settling into one of the chairs by Scott's desk, I watched Gideon as raptly as the others in the room with him. It never ceased to amaze me how self-assured he was for a man who was only 28. The men he was meeting with looked to be twice his age, and yet their body language and focused attention told me they respected my husband and what he was saying. Yes, money talked, loudly, and Gideon had tons of it. But he conveyed command and control with subtle actions. I recognized that, after living with Nathan's father, my mom's first husband, who'd wielded power like a blunt instrument. Gideon knew how to own a room without thumping his chest. I doubted the setting made any difference. He would be a formidable presence in anyone's office. His head turned, and his gaze met mine. There was no surprise in those brilliantly blue eyes of his. He'd known I was there. Had sensed me just as I often sensed his approach without looking. We were connected, somehow, on a level I couldn't explain. There were times when he wasn't with me, and I just wished he was, but I still felt him nearby. I smiled, then dug in my bag for my phone. I didn't want Gideon to feel like I was just sitting around waiting. Not that doing so would pressure him at all. There were dozens of email messages from my mother with photo attachments of dresses and flowers and wedding venues, reminding me that I needed to talk with her about Dad paying for the ceremony. I'd been putting off that conversation all week, trying to steel myself for her reaction. There was also another text from Brett, telling me that we needed to talk. Urgently. Standing, I looked around for a quiet corner where I could make that call. What I saw was Christopher Vidal Sr. rounding the corner. Gideon's stepfather was dressed in the khakis and loafers I'd come to expect, with a pale blue dress shirt open at the collar and rolled up at the sleeves. The dark copper waves he'd passed on to Christopher Jr. were neatly cut around his neck and ears, and his slate-green eyes were capped with a frown behind old-school brass-framed glasses.
"Eva."
Chris slowed as he neared me.
"How are you?"
"Good. You?" He nodded, looking over my shoulder at Gideon's office.
"Can't complain. Do you have a minute? I'd like to talk to you about something."
"Sure." The door opened behind me, and I turned to see Scott stepping out.
"Mr. Vidal," he said, coming toward us. "Miss Trammell? Mr. Cross will be another 15 minutes or so. Can I get either of you something to drink while you wait?"
Chris shook his head.
"Nothing for me, thank you. But if you have a private room we could use, that would be great." "Of course."
Scott looked at me. "I'm good, thanks," I answered. Leaving his tablet on his desk, Scott led us to a conference room with a sweeping view of the city. A long, polished wood table gleamed beneath the recessed lighting, with a matching cabinet covering one wall and a large monitor lining the other.
"If you need anything," he began, "just dial 1 and we'll take care of it. There's coffee in the cabinet there, and water."
Chris nodded.
"Thank you, Scott. Appreciate it."
Scott left. Chris gestured for me to sit, then took the chair to the right of mine, spinning it to face me.
"First, let me congratulate you on your engagement."
He smiled.
"Ireland speaks very highly of you, and I know you've been instrumental in bringing her and Gideon closer together. I can't thank you enough for that."
I didn't do much, but I appreciate the thought. He reached for my left hand, which was resting on the table. His thumb rubbed gently over my engagement ring, and his mouth curved ruefully. Was he thinking about the fact that Jeffrey Cross had selected the ring for Elizabeth?
"It's a beautiful ring," he said finally. "I'm sure it meant a great deal to Gideon to give it to you."
I didn't know what to say to that. It meant a lot to my husband because it was a symbol of the love between his parents. Chris released my hand.
"Elizabeth is taking this very hard. I'm sure there are a lot of complicated emotions a mother must feel when her first child decides to get married, especially with a son. My mother used to say that a son is a son until he gets married. Then he's a husband. But a daughter is a daughter for life."
The conciliatory explanation rubbed me the wrong way. He was trying to be kind, but I was tired of all the excuses, especially when it came to Elizabeth Vidal. The pretending had to end, or Gideon would never stop hurting. I needed the pain to stop. Every time he woke up crying, it shattered me a little more. I could only imagine the damage it was doing to him. Still, I debated letting it go for now. I could argue and push forever, but Gideon needed to be the one to demand the answers and hear them given. Put it away. When the time is right, it'll happen. But I found myself leaning forward instead, unable to hold the silence Gideon had kept for too long. "Let's be honest," I insisted quietly. "Your wife didn't have this reaction when Gideon became engaged to Corinne." I didn't know that for sure, but having seen Elizabeth with Corinne's parents at the hospital, it seemed likely. His sheepish smile proved me right.
"I think that was different because Gideon had been with Corinne a while, and we knew her. You and Gideon haven't been together long, so there's still some adjusting to do. I don't want you to take it personally, Eva." The smile chafed, but it was the words that were too much for me. Resentment welled and flowed over the wall I tried to contain it behind. Chris wasn't blameless either. Taking a grieving, troubled boy into his home had to have been hard,
especially when he'd been building his own family with Christopher Jr. and Ireland on the way. But he'd accepted the role of stepfather when he married Elizabeth. He shared responsibility for pursuing justice for a wounded and exploited child. Hell, a stranger would have an obligation to report the crime. Leaning forward, I let him see how angry I was. It's very personal, Mr. Vidal. Elizabeth is feeling threatened because I'm not going to put up with this bullshit anymore. You both owe Gideon an apology, and she needs to admit to the abuse. I'm going to keep pressuring her to make things right. You can count on that. His posture stiffened visibly.
What are you talking about?
I snorted with disgust. Seriously?
Elizabeth would never abuse her children, he said tightly when I didn't reply. She's a wonderful, devoted mother.
I blinked, then stared at him. Was he as delusional as Elizabeth? How could they both act like they didn't know?
I think you'd better explain yourself, Eva. Fast.
I sagged back into the chair, stunned. If he was acting, he deserved a goddamned Academy Award. He surged forward without getting up, bristling and aggressive.
Start talking. Now.
My voice came quiet, small. He was raped by the therapist he was seeing. Chris froze. For a long minute, he didn't even breathe. He told Elizabeth, but she didn't believe him. She knows he was telling the truth, but she's denied it for whatever screwed-up reason she's come up with. He straightened, shaking his head vehemently.
No.
The one-word rebuff pushed me to my feet. Are you going to deny it too? Who would lie about something like that? Do you have any idea how hard it was for him to admit to what was happening? How confused he must have been that a man he trusted would do those things to him? Chris looked up at me.
Elizabeth would never ignore something like that. There's a misunderstanding. You're confused.
I took in his dilated pupils and white-rimmed lips, but refused to feel bad for him. She went through the motions, that's all. When push came to shove, she chose to side with everyone but her own child.
You don't know what you're saying.
I grabbed the handle of my bag and slung it over my shoulder. I bent into him, meeting him at eye level. Gideon was raped. One of these days, you and your wife are going to look him in the eye like I'm looking at you, and you're going to admit it. And you're going to apologize for all the years he's lived with that alone.
Eva.
Gideon's voice cracked through the air, making me jump. Straightening in a rush, I stumbled as I faced him. He stood in the open doorway, his hand gripping the handle with such force it should have broken off. His face was hard, his body stiff, his gaze searing me with a different kind of heat. Fury. I'd never seen him so angry.
Chris pushed heavily to his feet. Gideon. What's going on? What is she saying?
Gideon's arm shot out and grabbed me. He yanked me into the hallway with such force I yelped in alarm. I felt the bite of his fingers even after he released me. With his hand at the small of my back, he propelled me forward. His stride so long and quick I had to scramble to keep pace. "Gideon, wait," I said breathlessly, my heart pounding.
Not a fucking word,"
he snapped, pushing me roughly through the etched glass security doors into the elevator vestibule. I heard Chris calling Gideon's name. I caught sight of him rushing toward us, just before the elevator doors shut him out.
9. As I led Eva out of the crossfire, Angus took one look at my face and his smile disappeared. He opened the rear door to the Bentley and stepped aside, watching me urge my wife into the back seat. Our gazes met over her head as she slid into the back. I read the message in his faded blue eyes. Be gentle with her. He didn't know how hard it was for me to show as much restraint as I was managing. I could feel the vein pulsating in my temple, echoing the driving pulse beat that had my cock throbbing. I'd nearly stopped the elevator halfway down to fuck Eva against the wall like an animal. The only things that deterred me were the security cameras and watchful guard eyes monitoring the feed. I wanted to leash her, sink my teeth into her shoulder as I nailed her, dominate her. She was a tigress, clawing and hissing at everyone she felt had done me wrong, and I needed to pin her down, make her submit. God damn it, I bit out, rounding the back of the car to get in on the other side. Eva was a wild card. I couldn't control her. I folded into the seat and slammed the door shut, staring out the window because I was afraid of what I'd do if I looked at her. She was the air I breathed, and at the moment, I couldn't catch my breath. She set her hand on my thigh. Gideon? Grabbing that slender hand wearing my ring, I shoved it between my legs and thrust my aching dick into her palm. Open your mouth again, and that's what I'm putting in it. She gasped. Angus slid behind the wheel and started the car. I felt Ava's gaze on the side of my face. Her hand pulled away, and I nearly groaned at the loss of her touch. Then she shifted, curling into my side. Her other hand slid back between my legs, cupping my cock possessively. Her lips pressed a kiss against my jaw. My arm went around her back. I took a deep breath, inhaling her scent. The Bentley pulled away from the curb, and we melded into midtown traffic. It wasn't until we pulled over in front of the office building where Dr. Peterson kept his office that I remembered our appointment. I'd been counting the minutes until we got home, and I could take Eva the way I needed to. Fast, hard, furious. She started sitting up when Angus got out of the car. I tightened my arm around her. Not today, I said tightly. Okay, she whispered, kissing my jaw again. Angus opened the door. She pulled away, then got out of the car anyway. She spun through the revolving doors and left me staring after her. Jesus. Ducking down, Angus peered in at me. Couples therapy means the both of you. I glared at him. Stop enjoying this. The smile in his eyes curved his lips into a broad grin. She loves you, lad, whether you like it or not. Of course I like it, I muttered, glancing over my shoulder to check the traffic before opening my door and stepping out. I rounded the trunk. That doesn't mean she's not a loose cannon. Angus shut the door. A rare summer breeze ruffled the graying red hair that peeked out from beneath his chauffeur's hat. Sometimes you'll lead, sometimes you'll follow. Expect you'll grumble about the following part for a while yet. I growled, exasperated. She talked to Chris. His brows rose with surprise even as he nodded. I saw him go in. Why won't she leave it the hell alone? I stepped onto the sidewalk, tugging my vest into place and wishing I could straighten my thoughts as easily. She can't change the past. It's not the past she's thinking of. He set his hand briefly on my shoulder. It's the future. I found Eva pacing in Dr. Peterson's office, her hands waving as she spoke. The good doctor sat in his customary chair, his attention on his tablet as he took notes. The whole situation makes me so mad, she seethed. Then she caught sight of me standing in the doorway and paused mid-stride. "Gideon!" A brilliant smile lit up her beautiful face. There wasn't anything I wouldn't do to put that happy look on her. The fact that she smiled like that just because she saw me. "Eva. Doctor." I took a seat on the sofa. How much had she told him? Dr. Peterson followed me with his gaze. "Hello, Gideon. I'm glad you could join us after all." I patted the cushion next to me and waited for Eva to sit. "We're making plans to move back into the penthouse on 5th with Carrie," I said smoothly, once she'd settled beside me, deflecting the conversation into territory I was more comfortable addressing. "I expect it will be a rocky transition for all of us." Eva gaped. Dr. Peterson set his stylus down. "Eva was just telling me about a visit with your stepfather. I would like to hear more about that before we move on." I linked my fingers with Eva's. "It's not open for discussion." She stared at me. I turned my head to meet her gaze, and my breath left me in a pained rush. The new look on her face made me ache for a different reason altogether. The session had barely started, and already it couldn't end soon enough for me. I told Angus to take us home, to the penthouse. It was obvious Eva was lost in her own thoughts by the surprise she displayed when the valet opened the door for her. We were in the subterranean garage beneath the building. She glanced at me. "I'll explain," I told her, as I took her elbow and led her to the elevator. We rode up in silence. When the car doors opened into our private foyer, I felt her tense beneath my hand. We hadn't been to the penthouse together in nearly a month. The last time we'd been in the foyer had been the night she confronted me about Nathan's death. I'd been afraid then, too, terrified I had done something she couldn't forgive me for. We'd had many explosive moments here. The penthouse hadn't seen as much joy and love between us as the secret apartment on the Upper West Side. But we would change that. One day, we would look back and this place would remind us of all the steps in our journey together, good and bad. I refused to envision anything else. I opened the door, gesturing her in before me. She dropped her purse into an armchair and kicked off her shoes. I shrugged out of my jacket, hung it on the back of one of the bar stools in the kitchen, and then pulled a Shiraz off the wine rack. "You're disappointed in me," I called out, uncorking the wine. Eva padded to the open archway and leaned against the tumbled stone. "No, not in you." Retrieving a decanter and 2 glasses, I considered my reply. It was difficult bargaining with my wife. In every other deal, I went in with the knowledge that I could take it or leave it. There was no agreement anywhere I couldn't walk away from. Except those that endangered my hold on Eva. As I poured the wine from its bottle into the decanter, she joined me at the island. Her hand came to rest on my shoulder. "We haven't been together long, Gideon, and you've come so far already. I'm not going to push you to go farther so soon. These things take time." I let the decanted wine sit and turned to face her, pulling her close. She'd felt so far away the last hour or so, and the distance had been killing me. "Kiss me," I murmured. Tilting her head back, Eva lifted her mouth to me. I pressed my lips to hers, but otherwise did nothing else, wanting her to be the one to reach out, needing her to be. The stroke of her tongue over the seam of my lips made me groan. The feel of her fingers sliding into the hair at my nape soothed me. There was an apology in the softness of her lips gliding across mine, and love in her quiet moan of surrender. I caught her up, lifting her feet from the floor, so relieved she still wanted me that I felt dizzy with it. Eva, I'm sorry. Shh, baby, it's okay. She pulled back and touched my face, cupping it in both hands. You don't have to apologize to me. The back of my throat burned. I lifted her onto the counter, stepping between her spread legs. Her skirt rose up, bearing the ends of her garters. I wanted her, in every way. My forehead touched hers. You were upset that I didn't want to talk about Chris. I wasn't expecting you to avoid it so completely, that's all. She kissed my brow, her fingers brushing the hair from my face. I should have considered the possibility, considering how angry you were when we left the crossfire. Not with you. At Chris? At the situation. I exhaled roughly. You're expecting people to change, and that doesn't happen. In the meantime, you're stirring up trouble at a time when we've got enough on our plates. I just want to have some peace with you, Eva. Days when we're alone and happy and free of any bullshit. And nights where you go to sleep in another bed? In another room? My eyes squeezed shut. Is that what this is all about? Not completely, but some of it, yeah. Gideon, I want to be with you, waking and sleeping. I understand, but that peace you're looking for? You're pretending you have it during the day and suffering without it at night. It's tearing you up from the inside, and it's shredding me watching it happen to you. I don't want you to live like this forever. I don't want us to live forever like this. I looked at her, my soul bared to those amazing steel-colored eyes that didn't let me hide anything. There was so much love in the look she gave me. Love and worry, disappointment and hope. The pendant lamps over the island backlit her blonde hair, reminding me of how precious she was. A gift I'd never expected. Eva, I am talking to Dr. Peterson about the nightmares. But not about what's causing them. You're assuming Hugh is the problem, I said evenly, feeling the burn of hatred and humiliation in my gut. We've been talking about my father instead. She pulled back. Ace, I don't know exactly what's in your dreams, but I've seen you wake up in 2 different ways, ready to beat up someone or crying like your heart is breaking. When you come out swinging, the things you say make me damn near certain you're fighting off Hugh. I sucked in a quick, deep breath. It infuriated me that my former therapist and molester could reach out from the grave and touch Eva through me. Listen, she wrapped her legs around my hips. I said I wasn't going to push you, and I meant it. If we were 2 years into our relationship, I'd put up a fuss, maybe. But it's only been a few months, Gideon. The fact that you're seeing someone and talking about your dad is enough for now. Is it? Yes. But there are things we can never discuss that are haunting you, too. Dr. Peterson is already working with a handicap because of that. The more you keep from him, the less he can help. Nathan. She didn't have to say the name. I'm making an effort, Eva. I know. Her hands smoothed over my shoulders, then reached for the buttons of my vest. Just tell me that you're not hoping to avoid talking about it forever. Tell me you're just working up to it. My heart rate sped up. I reached for her wrists, holding them firmly, anchoring myself to her. I felt cornered, trapped between her needs and my own, which seemed terribly divergent at that moment. Her lips parted at the pressure of my grip, her breasts lifting with a quickened breath. A restraining touch, a heated look, the tone of my voice. Eva reacted to my unspoken demands as if she'd been trained to. "I'm doing my best," I told her. "That's not an answer." "It's all I've got right now, Eva." She swallowed, her thoughts scattering as her body stirred. "You're playing with me," she said quietly. "You're manipulating me." "I'm not. I'm giving you the truth, even though it's not what you want to hear. You told me you wouldn't push. Did you mean it?" Wetting her lower lip with a brush of her tongue, she stared up at me, then nodded. "Yes." "Good. Let's have some wine and dinner. Afterward, if you'd really like to play, let me know." "Play? How?" "I have some silk cord I bought for you." Her eyes widened. "Silk cord?" "Crimson, of course." I released her and stepped back, giving her some space to think while I reached for the decanter to pour her a glass. "I'd like to tie you down when you're ready for that. If not tonight, then someday. I won't push you, either." We were both steering each other in directions that were uncomfortable. She chose to believe an educated observer was part of the answer we were looking for. I believed we could find a lot of the answers on our own, just the two of us connecting in the most intimate ways possible. Sexual healing. What could be more perfect for two people who had the history Eva and I shared? Eva accepted the wine I handed her. "When did you buy that?" "A week ago, maybe 2. I had no expectation of using it soon, but you made me want to today." I took a sip, letting the Shiraz roll around my tongue. "That said, I'm perfectly happy with just fucking you hard." The wine sloshed a little in her glass as she lifted it to her mouth. She gulped it down, leaving a few drops in the bottom. "Because you're mad at me for talking to Chris." "I told you I wasn't." "You were furious when we left." "Furiously turned on." I smiled wryly. "I can't explain why, because I don't understand it myself." "Try." I reached up and brushed the pad of my thumb over her lips. "I see you angry, passionate, ready to fight, and I want all that violence trapped beneath me. You make me want to hold you down, clawing and screaming, your cunt milking my cock as I pound it into you. Mine. All mine." "Gideon." She set her glass aside and grabbed me, claiming my mouth with a wild hunger I hoped would never abate. "How come you never told Chris about what happened with Hugh?" That unwelcome question came out of the fucking blue. I paused mid-chew, suddenly finding the bite of pizza in my mouth unappetizing. Dropping what was left of my slice onto the plate in front of me, I grabbed a napkin and wiped my mouth. "Why are we discussing this again?" Eva frowned at me from where she sat beside me on the floor in between the coffee table and the couch in the living room. "We didn't talk about it." "Didn't we? In any case, it doesn't matter. My mother told him." Her frown deepened. She reached for the TV remote and lowered the volume, muting the voices of the NYPD detectives on the screen. "I don't think so." I pushed to my feet and grabbed my plate. "She did, Eva." "Do you know that for sure?" She followed me into the kitchen. "Yes." "How?" "They discussed it at the dinner table one night, something I don't want to do." "He acted like he didn't know." She braced her hands against the counter as I dropped my leftovers into the trash. "He seemed genuinely confused and horrified." Then he's as conveniently obtuse as my mother. You shouldn't be surprised. What if he didn't know? So what? I set the plate in the sink, the lingering smell of food making my stomach roil. What the fuck does it matter now? It's done, Eva. Done and over with. Let it go. Why are you so mad? Because I was settled in for the night with my wife. Dinner, wine, a little TV, a couple hours making love, after a long, rough day. I left the kitchen. Forget it. I'll see you in the morning. Gideon, wait. She grabbed my arm. Don't go to bed pissed. Please. I'm sorry. I paused and removed her hand from my arm. So am I. Start out slow, he whispers, his lips near my ear. I can feel him becoming excited. He reaches around my hip to where I'm stroking my penis. His hand covers mine. His breath is quick and shallow. His erection brushes against my buttocks. My stomach feels sick. I'm sweating. I can't stay hard, even as my oiled fist slides up and down, guided by his. You're thinking too much, he tells me. Concentrate on how good it feels. Look at that woman in front of you. She wants you to fuck her. Imagine how it'd feel to push your cock into her. Soft, hot, wet, and tight. His grip closes harder over mine. So tight. I look at the centerfold spread over the top of my toilet's water tank. She's got dark hair and blue eyes, and her legs are long. They always look like that, the women in the pictures Hugh brings. He pants in my ear, and the sickness is back. Wrong. There's something wrong with me. This feels wrong. His eagerness makes me feel dirty. Bad. I'm a bad boy. Even Mom says so. She yells it at me when she's crying, when she's angry with me about Dad. A low moan cuts through the sound of his heavy breaths. It's me making that noise. It feels good, even though I don't want it to. It's hard to breathe, to think, to fight. That's it, he coaxes. His other hand pushes between my buttocks. I try to pull away, but he's got me trapped. He's bigger than me, stronger. No matter how I struggle, I can't push him off. Don't, I tell him, squirming. You like it, he grunts. His hand pumps me harder. You shoot off like a geyser every time. It's okay. It's supposed to feel good. You'll be better once you've come. You won't fight with your mother so much. No, don't. Oh, God. He pushes two slick fingers inside me. I cry out, writhing away, but he won't quit. He's rubbing and thrusting into me, hitting the spot that makes me want to come more than anything. The pleasure grows despite the tears burning my eyes. My head falls forward. My chin touches my chest. It's coming. I can't stop it. Abruptly, I look down from a higher vantage. My hand is suddenly bigger, my forearm thicker and coursing with veins. Dark hair dusts my arms and chest. My abdomen ripples with muscle as I fight the orgasm I don't want. I am not a child anymore. He can't hurt me anymore. There's a knife atop the centerfold, gleaming in the light from the vanity beside me. I grab it and jerk free of the fingers fucking me. I turn and the blade sinks into his chest. Don't touch me! I roar, grabbing his shoulder and yanking him into the knife, all the way to the hilt. Hugh's eyes widen with horror. His mouth falls open in a silent scream. His face morphs into Nathan's. My childhood bathroom shimmers and transforms. We're in an eerily familiar hotel room. My heart pounds harder. I can't be here. They can't find me here. Can't find any trace of me. I have to leave. I stumble back. The knife withdraws in a smooth, blood-soaked glide. Nathan's eyes turn milky with death. They're gray. Gray eyes. Beautiful, beloved dove-gray irises. Eva's eyes. Clouding over. Eva is bleeding in front of me. Dying in front of me. I've killed her. My God. Angel! Can't move. Can't reach her. She crumples and pools onto the floor, those stormy eyes dull and sightless. I jerked awake with a gasp, sitting up in a rush that sent an air-conditioned breeze across my sweat-soaked skin. I couldn't breathe through the panic and fear choking me. Shoving off the sheet tangled around my legs, I stumbled out of bed, blind with terror. My stomach heaved in protest and I lurched into the bathroom, barely reaching the toilet, before I vomited. I showered, washing away the sticky sweat covering me. The grief and despair weren't so easy to get away from. As I scrubbed a dry towel over my skin, they weighed heavily, suffocating me. The memory of Eva's pale face etched with betrayal and death haunted me. I couldn't get it out of my head. I stripped the bed with rough, jerky movements, then yanked a clean, fitted sheet over the mattress. Gideon. I straightened and turned at the sound of Eva's voice. She stood in the doorway to my bedroom, her hands twisting in the hem of the t-shirt she wore. Regret hit me hard. She'd gone to sleep alone in the room I'd had redesigned to look like her bedroom on the Upper West Side. Hey, she said softly, tentatively, shifting on her feet in a way that told me how uncomfortable she felt. How wary. Are you okay? The light from the bathroom lit her face, revealing dark circles and reddened eyes. She'd fallen asleep crying. I'd done this to her. I had made her feel unwelcome, unwanted, her thoughts and feelings less of a concern to me than my own. I'd let my past drive a wedge between us. No, that wasn't true. I had let my fear push her away. No, Angel, I'm not. She took a single step closer, then stopped herself. Opening my arms, I said hoarsely, I'm sorry, Eva. She came to me in a rush, her body lush and warm. I held her too tightly, but she didn't complain. Pressing my cheek to the top of her head, I breathed in her scent. I could face anything. I would face anything, as long as she stayed with me. I'm afraid. My voice was scarcely a whisper, but she heard it. Her fingers dug into the muscles of my back as she pulled me closer. Don't be. I'm here. I'll try harder, I promised. Don't give up on me. Gideon, she sighed, her breath soft against my chest. I love you so much. I just want you to be happy. I'm sorry for pushing you after I said I wouldn't. It's my fault. I fucked up. I'm sorry, Eva. So sorry. Shh. You don't have to apologize. I picked her up and carried her to the bed, laying her down carefully. I crawled into her arms, wrapping myself around her and resting my face against her belly. She ran her fingers through my hair, massaging my scalp, then my nape, then my back, accepting me, despite all my flaws. The cotton of her t-shirt grew wet with my tears, and I curled in tighter, ashamed. I love you, she murmured. I'll never stop. Gideon. I stirred at the sound of Eva's voice, then at the feel of her hand sliding down my chest. Opening my tired, burning eyes, I saw her leaning over me, the room softly lit by the coming dawn, her hair aglow in the meager light. Angel? She shifted, sliding a leg over me. Rising, she straddled me. Let's make today our best ever. I swallowed hard. I'm on board with that plan. Her smile rocked my world. She reached for something she'd left on her pillow, and a moment later, haunting strains of music piped softly out of the speakers in the ceiling. It took me a moment to recognize it. Ave Maria. She touched my face, her fingertips gliding over my brow. Okay? I wanted to answer her, but my throat was too tight. I could only nod. How could I tell her it felt like a dream, a breathtaking heaven I didn't deserve? She reached behind her to push the sheet below my hips and out of the way. Her arms crossed her torso to pull her shirt up and over her head. She threw it aside. Awed, I struggled for my voice. God, you're beautiful, I said hoarsely. My hands lifted, gliding over the plush curves and valleys of her voluptuous body. I sat up and dug my heels into the bed, pushing us backward until I was leaning against the headboard. My hands went into her hair and down her throat. I could touch her for days and not get my fill. I love you, she said, tilting her head to take my mouth in a hot, demanding kiss. I let her have me, opening to her. Eva licked deep, stroking me with her tongue, her lips soft and wet against mine. Tell me what you need, I murmured, lost to the gently muted music, lost to her. You. Just you. Take me then, I told her. I'm yours. I hate to be the one to break it to you, Cross, Arash said, his fingers drumming on the armrest of the chair in front of my desk. But you've lost your killer instinct. Ava's tamed you. I glanced up from my monitor. After spending 2 hours of my morning making love with my wife, I could concede that I wasn't feeling particularly aggressive. Slaked and relaxed was more apt. Still, just because I don't think LAN-Corps' Phase 1 gaming system is a threat to the Gen 10 doesn't mean I'm not paying attention. You're aware, he corrected, which isn't the same as paying attention, and I guarantee Ryan Landon has noticed. You used to do something every week or two to poke at him, which, for better or worse, gave him something to do. Wasn't it just last week that we closed the POSIT deal? That's reactive, Cross. You need to make a move he didn't prompt. My office phone started ringing on the line synced to my smartphone. Ireland's name popped up on the screen, and I reached for the receiver. I have to take this. Of course you do, he muttered. I narrowed my eyes at him as I answered. Ireland, how are you? It wasn't like my sister to call. We usually texted back and forth, a form of communication we were both comfortable with. No awkward silences, no need to fake cheeriness or ease. Hey, sorry to call you in the middle of the day. Her voice was off. I frowned, concerned. What's wrong? Ireland paused. Maybe now's not a good time. I cursed inwardly. Eva had similar reactions when I was too brusque. The women in my life needed to cut me some slack. I had a big learning curve when it came to social interactions. You sound upset. So do you, she shot back. You can call Eva and complain about it to her. She'll sympathize. Now tell me what's wrong. she sighed. Mom and Dad were fighting all night. I don't know what about, but Dad was yelling. He never yells, you know that. He's the most laid-back guy ever. Nothing gets to him. And Mom hates fighting. She's a conflict avoider. Her astuteness both startled and impressed me. I'm sorry you had to hear that. Dad took off early this morning, and Mom's been crying ever since. Do you know what's going on? Is it about Eva and you getting married? A strange but recognizable quiet settled over me. I didn't know what to say to her, and I refused to jump to conclusions. That probably has something to do with it. The only thing I knew for certain was that I didn't want Ireland listening to her parents fighting. I remembered what it had felt like when my parents fought in the days after my dad's financial fraud had been exposed. I could still feel echoes of the panic and fear. Is there a friend you can stay with over the weekend? You? The suggestion was unnerving. You want to stay with me? Why not? I've never seen your place. I stared at Arash, who was watching me. He leaned forward, setting his elbows on his knees. I didn't know how to refuse, but I couldn't agree. The only person who'd ever spent the night with me was Eva, and obviously that hadn't turned out well. Never mind, she said. Forget it. No, wait. Damn it. Eva and I have plans with friends tonight, that's all. I'll need some time to change them. Oh, gotcha. Her voice softened. I don't want to fuck up your plans. I've got some friends I can call. Don't worry about it. I'm worried about you. Eva and I can make some adjustments. It's not a problem. I'm not a kid, Gideon, she said, clearly exasperated. I don't want to hang around your place knowing you and Eva were supposed to be out having fun. That would totally suck, so no thanks. I'd rather chill with my own friends. Relief relaxed my spine. How about dinner on Saturday instead? Yeah, I'm down. Can I stay the night then? I had no idea how I was going to manage it. I had to trust that Eva would know what to do. That can be arranged. Will you be okay until then? Geez, listen to you, she laughed. You sound like a big brother. I'll be fine. It was just weird, hearing them going at it. It freaked me out. Most people are probably used to their parents fighting, but I'm not. They'll be fine. All couples fight eventually. I said the words, but I was both uneasy and curious. Eva couldn't have been right about Chris not knowing. I found that impossible to believe. I'd just finished rolling up the sleeves of my black dress shirt when Eva stepped into the reflection of the mirror. I froze, my gaze raking over her. She had chosen short shorts, a sheer sleeveless blouse, and high-heeled sandals. She'd pulled her hair up in its usual ponytail, but she had done something to it to make it look wild and bedhead messy. Her eye makeup was dark, her lips pale. Big gold hoops hung from her ears, and bangles decorated her wrists. I'd woken up to an angel. I would be going to bed with a different woman entirely. I whistled in appreciation, turning my back to the mirror to take in the real deal. You look like a bad, bad girl. She wiggled her ass and gave a cocky toss of her head. I am. Come here. She eyed me. I don't think so. You've got the fuck me look, and we have to go. We can be a little late. What would it take to talk you into wearing those shorts just for me? I wanted others to want her and know she was mine. I also wanted to keep her all to myself. Her eyes took on a calculating gleam. We could renegotiate the hand job. Remembering the deal we'd struck, a quickie for a clothed hand job, I realized the shorts were going to make the former a bit more difficult than it could be. As for the latter, I could work something out. Tilting my head in agreement, I told her, "Put on a skirt, Angel, and let's get this party started."
"Was this your idea?"
Arash asked when we met him outside the ground-floor entrance to the Starlight Lounge. Through the lobby glass, I watched a bouncer oversee the number of patrons entering the elevator that would take them to the rooftop. 2 more bouncers stood guard at the exterior door, holding back the surging crowd hoping to get in based on their looks, their clothes, and/or their charm.
"It's as much of a surprise to me as it is to you."
"I meant to tell you." Eva was literally hopping with excitement. "Shauna's heard good things about this place, and I thought it'd be fun." "Great reviews online," Shauna said, "and some of my regulars were raving about it." Manuel checked out the eager crowd behind the ropes, while Megumi Kaba stood cautiously between Carrie and Eva. Mark Garrity, Stephen Ellison, and Arnaldo all stood back, keeping the way clear for those whose names were on the VIP list. Carrie slung his arm around Megumi.
"Stick with me, kid."
He gave her a wide smile.
"We'll show him how it's done."
Eva grabbed my arm. "Your surprise is here." I followed her gaze, spotting a couple approaching us. My brows rose when I recognized Magdalena Perez. Her hand was linked with that of the man next to her, and her dark eyes were brighter than I'd seen in a long time. "Maggie," I greeted her, clasping her extended hand and leaning down to kiss her cheek. "I'm glad you came." Gladder still that Eva had asked her. The 2 women had gotten off to a rocky start, which was entirely Maggie's fault. The rift between them had strained my relationship with Maggie in the weeks since, and I'd been prepared to accept that as an indefinite state of affairs. It was nice, however, that I didn't have to. Maggie grinned. "Gideon, Eva, this is my boyfriend, Gage Flynn." I took the man's hand after he shook Eva's, noting the strength of his grip and the steady way he met my perusal. He gave me a once-over, too, but mine would be more thorough. Before the week was out, I would know everything worth knowing about the man. Maggie had been through enough with Christopher. I didn't want to see her hurt again. "And here's Will and Natalie," Eva said, as the last of our group arrived. Will Granger had a retro beatnik look that worked for him. His arm was snug around the small, blue-haired woman next to him, who dressed in the same 50s style and sported twin sleeves of tattoos. While Eva made the introductions, I nodded at the bouncer to signal the arrival of the final members of our party. He held the line and cleared the doorway for us. My wife shot me a suspicious glance. "Don't tell me you own this place."
"Okay, I won't."
"You mean you do?" My hand slid down her back and rested lightly on the curve of her hip. She ditched the shorts in favor of a fitted skirt with a split up the back. I almost wished she hadn't changed. The shorts had shown off her legs. The skirt showed off her amazing ass. "You need to decide if you want me to answer the question or not," I said, as we made our way into the club. The music was loud, the amateur singer on the stage louder. Strategic lighting illuminated walkways and tables while still allowing the Manhattan nightscape to dazzle patrons. Air conditioning pumped out of the walls and floors, cooling the open air to a comfortable temperature. "Is there anything you don't own in New York?" Arash laughed.
"He doesn't own the Dargos Regal on 36th anymore."
Eva stopped walking, causing Arash to bump into her from behind and send her stumbling. I shot him a glare. Grabbing my arm, Eva yelled over the volume of the crowded club. "You got rid of the hotel?" I looked down at her. The wonder and hope on her face more than made up for the financial hit I'd taken. I nodded. She threw herself at me, her arms twining around my neck. She peppered my jaw with quick, fierce kisses, and I smiled, my gaze meeting Arash's. "And suddenly," he said, "it all makes sense."
10. God, those two are so sweet, Shauna said, watching Will and Natalie sing I Got You, Babe on the stage.
They're giving me diabetes.
Manuel stood with his drink.
Excuse me, everyone. I see something interesting.
Gideon's voice near my ear was laced with amusement.
Say goodbye, Angel. We won't be seeing him again.
I followed his line of sight and saw a pretty brunette giving Manuel a blatant once-over.
Bye, Manuel!
I yelled after him, waving. Then I leaned into Gideon, who was semi-sprawled on the expensive leather upholstery. How come all the guys you work with are hot?
Are they?
He drawled, nuzzling my neck and along the curve of my ear.
Maybe they won't be working with me much longer.
Oh, God. I looked up at the starry sky. Whatever, caveman. His arm tightened around my hips, tugging me closer so that I was pressed fully against him from knee to shoulder. Joy spread through me. After all the crap we'd been through the day before, it was so awesome just to enjoy each other. Megumi leaned over the low coffee table that filled the center of the rectangular seating area we occupied. Bordered by two sectionals, the VIP section held our entire party comfortably. "When are you getting up there to make fools of yourselves?" she asked. Never. It had taken a few drinks and Carrie's undivided attention to make Megumi comfortable enough to enjoy herself. My best friend had kicked things off with a rousing rendition of Only the Good Die Young, and then he'd dragged Megumi up there to sing I've Had the Time of My Life. She'd come back to the table glowing. I owed Carrie big time for taking care of her. Even better, he seemed to have no intention of ditching us to cruise the place for conquests like Manuel had. I was really proud of him.
"Come on, Eva," Stephen coaxed. "You picked this place. You have to sing."
"Your sister picked this place," I shot back, looking to her. Shauna just shrugged innocently.
"She's sung twice,"
he countered. I deflected. "Mark hasn't sung anything." My boss shook his head.
"I'm doing you all a favor, trust me."
"You're telling me. Squealing tires sound more lyrical than I do." Arnaldo pushed the tablet with the song choices my way. It was the first time all night he'd made an overture toward me, aside from saying hello at the entrance. He'd spent most of the evening focused on Magdalena and Gage, which I tried not to take as a personal snub. "No fair," I complained. "You're all ganging up on me." "Gideon hasn't sung yet either." I glanced at my husband. He shrugged.
"I'll go up if you will."
Astonishment widened my eyes. I'd never heard Gideon sing, had never even imagined it. Singers exposed and expressed emotion with their voices. Gideon's still waters ran very deep.
"Hell, you gotta do it now,"
Carrie said, reaching over to tap the menu open at a random page. My stomach twisted a little. I looked helplessly at the songs in front of me. One jumped out, and I stared at it. Taking a deep breath, I stood. "Okay, just remember, you all asked for this. I don't want to hear any shit about how bad I suck." Gideon, who'd risen to his feet when I had, pulled me close and murmured in my ear,
"I think you suck excellently, Angel."
I elbowed him in the ribs. His low laughter followed me as I made my way to the stage. I loved hearing that sound. Loved spending time with him when we forgot our troubles and had fun with people who loved us. We were married, but we still had so much dating to catch up on, so many nights with friends yet to experience. Tonight was just the first of many, I hoped. I regretted threatening the fragile peace with my song choice, but not enough to change my mind. I high-fived Will as he and Natalie passed me on the way back to our group. I could have input my song choice into the tablet at the table, the same way we placed our food and drink orders, but I didn't want Gideon seeing the title. Plus, I'd noticed that every other party in the place had to wait for their turn in the queue, but our selections were fast-tracked. I was hoping that adding my name to the list in person would buy me some time to build up the courage I needed. I should have known better. When I gave the hostess my selection, she typed it into the system and said, "Okay, stay right here. You're next." "You're kidding." I glanced back at our table. Gideon winked at me. Oh, he was going to pay for that later. The chick on the stage singing Diamonds wrapped it up, and the place exploded into applause. She'd been decent, but really the live band made up for a lot of faults. They were really good. I had my fingers crossed that they'd be good enough for me, too. I was shaking when I climbed the short steps to the stage. When the loud whistles and cheers erupted from our table, I couldn't help but laugh despite my nervousness. I gripped the mic in its stand, and the beat kicked in immediately. The familiar song, one I loved, gave me the boost I needed to start. Looking at Gideon, I warbled my way through the opening lyrics, telling him he was amazing. Even over the music, I could hear the laughter at my horrible voice. My own table erupted with it, but I had expected that. I'd chosen Brave. I had to sing it. That or Crazy. I stayed focused on my husband, who wasn't laughing or smiling. He just stared intently at my face as I told him, via Sarah Bareilles' lyrics, that I wanted to see him speak up and be brave. The catchy composition, plus the skill of the band backing me, began to win over the crowd, who started singing along, more or less. My heart strengthened my voice, giving power to the message meant only for Gideon. He needed to stop holding his silence. He needed to tell his family the truth. Not for me or for them, but for him. When the song ended, my friends surged to their feet in applause, and I grinned, energized. I gave a lavish bow and laughed when the strangers at the tables in front of the stage joined in the unearned praise. I knew my strengths. My singing voice certainly wasn't one of them. "That was fucking awesome!" Shauna shouted when I got back to the table, grabbing me in a fierce hug. "You owned that, girl!" "Remind me to pay you later," I said dryly, feeling my face heat as the rest of our party kicked in with praise. "You guys are full of it." "Ah, baby girl," Carrie drawled, his green eyes bright with laughter. "You can't be good at everything. It's a relief to know you're flawed like the rest of us." I stuck my tongue out at him and picked up the fresh vodka cranberry sitting in front of my spot. "Your turn, lover boy," Arash goaded, grinning at Gideon. My husband nodded, then looked at me. His face held no hint to his thoughts, and I began to worry. There was no softness on his lips or in his eyes, nothing to give me a clue. And then some idiot started singing Golden. Gideon stiffened, his jaw visibly tightening. Reaching for his hand, I gave it a squeeze and felt a bit of relief when he squeezed back. He kissed my cheek and headed to the stage, cutting through the crowd with easy command. I watched him go, seeing other women's heads turn to follow him. I was biased, of course, but knew for a certainty that he was the most striking man in the room. Seriously, it should be criminal for a man to be that sexy. I looked at Arash and Arnaldo. "Have either of you heard him sing?" Arnaldo shook his head. Arash laughed. "Hell no. With any luck, he'll sound like you. Like Harry says, he can't be good at everything or we'd all have to hate him." The guy on stage wrapped it up. A moment later, Gideon walked on. For some reason, my heart started pounding as badly as it had when I was up there. My palms grew clammy and I wiped them on my skirt. I was afraid of what it would be like to watch Gideon up there. Much as I hated to think it, Brett was a hard act to follow, and hearing Golden, even sung by someone who shouldn't ever have access to a microphone, brought those two worlds too close together. Gideon grabbed the mic and pulled it off the stand, as if he'd done the move 1,000 times before. The women in the audience went crazy, yelling about how hot he was and making suggestive remarks I chose to ignore. The man was delicious physically, but his commanding, confident presence was the real kicker. He looked like a man who knew how to fuck a woman senseless, and God, did he ever.
"This one," he said, "is for my wife."
With a pointed glance, Gideon signaled the band to start. An instantly recognizable bass beat ratcheted up my pulse. "Lifehouse!" Shauna crowed, clapping her hands. "I love them!" "He's calling you his wife already!" Megumi yelled, leaning toward me. "How freaking lucky are you?" I didn't glance at her. I couldn't. My attention was riveted on Gideon as he looked directly at me and sang, telling me in a lusciously raspy voice that he was desperate for change and starving for truth. He was answering my song. My eyes burned, even as my heart began to beat with a different rhythm. Had I thought he'd be unemotional? My God, he was killing me, bearing his soul in the rough timbre of his voice.
"Holy fuck," Carrie said, his eyes on the stage. "The man can sing."
I was hanging by a moment, too, hanging on to every word, hearing his message about chasing after me and falling more in love. I shifted in my seat, turned on beyond bearing. Gideon dominated the attention of everyone in the bar. Of all the voices we'd heard that night, his was truly professional grade. He stood in the single spotlight, feet set a foot apart, dressed elegantly while singing a rock song, and he made it work so well I couldn't imagine it sung any other way. There was no comparison to Brett, not in Gideon's delivery or my reaction to it. I was on my feet before I knew it, making my way through the crowd to get to him. Gideon finished the song and the bar went ballistic, cutting off my route to him. I became lost in the crush, too short to see beyond the shoulders around me. He found me, pushing his way through to catch me up in his arms. His mouth claimed mine, kissing me roughly, inciting a new round of catcalls and jeers. In the periphery, I heard the band begin a new song. I practically climbed up Gideon, panting in his ear. "Now," I didn't have to explain. Setting me down, he grabbed my hand and led me across the bar and back through the kitchen to the service elevator. I plastered myself against him before the doors closed behind us, but he was pulling out his phone and lifting it to his ear, tilting his head back as my mouth slid feverishly over his throat.
"Bring the limo around,"
he ordered gruffly. And then the phone was back in his pocket, and he was kissing me back with all the passion he'd once kept locked inside. Ravenous, I devoured him, catching his lower lip between my teeth and tasting it with swift lashes of my tongue. He groaned when I pushed him against the elevator's padded wall, my hands running down his chest to cup the heft of his erection in my palms.
"Eva, Christ."
We stopped descending, and he exploded into movement, grabbing me by the elbow and pushing me ahead of him out the doors with brisk, impatient strides. We exited from a service hallway into the lobby, once again maneuvering through a crowd until we stepped out into the summer night heat. The limo idled in the street. Angus jumped out, quickly pulling the rear door open. I scrambled in, with Gideon crowding in behind me.
"Don't go far,"
he told Angus. We settled onto the bench seat with a foot of distance between us, both of us looking anywhere but at each other, as the privacy partition slowly rose and the limo began to move. The moment the divider locked into place, I fell back against the seat and yanked my skirt up, brazenly tearing off my own clothes in my eagerness to be fucked. As Gideon dropped to his knees on the floorboard, his hands went to his waistband, opening his slacks. I shimmied out of my underwear, kicking them off along with my sandals.
"Angel."
His growl had me moaning with anticipation. I'm wet, I chanted, not wanting him to play with me or wait. Still, he tested me, cupping my sex in his hand. His fingers parted me, stroking over my clit, pushing inside me.
Jesus, Eva, you're soaked.
Let me ride you, I begged, pushing away from the seat back. I wanted to set the pace, the depth, the rhythm. Gideon pushed his pants and boxer briefs down to his knees, then sat on the bench, yanking his shirt tails out of the way. His cock rose up thick and long between his thighs, as savagely beautiful as the rest of him. I slid down to kneel between his legs, stroking his penis with my hands. He was hot and silky soft. My mouth was on him before I formulated the thought. His breath hissed out between his teeth, one hand grasping my ponytail as his head fell back. His eyes squeezed shut.
Yes.
I swirled my tongue around the broad head, tasting him, feeling the thick veins throbbing against my palms. Tightening my lips, I pulled off, then sucked him back in. He groaned and arched upward, pushing into my mouth.
Take it deep.
I squirmed as I obeyed him, ragingly turned on by his pleasure. Gideon's eyes opened, his chin lowering so he could take in the sight of me.
Come here.
The low command sent a shiver of desire through me. I crawled up his magnificent body, straddling his hips and draping my arms over his shoulders. You are so fucking hot.
Me? You're burning up, Angel.
I moved my hips to position him. Wait till you feel me from the inside. He reached around me and gripped his cock, holding himself steady as I began to sink down. My legs shook as the thick crest of his penis pushed inside me, stretching me. Gideon? The feeling of being taken, possessed, was one I never got over. Gripping my hips, he supported me. I took him deeper, my eyes on his as they grew heavy. A rumbling sound filled the space between us, and I grew slicker, hotter. It didn't matter how many times I had him, I always wanted more. More of the way he responded to me, as if nothing had ever felt the same, as if I gave him something he could get nowhere else. I clung to the back of the seat and rolled my hips, taking a little more. I could feel him pressing against the deepest part of me, but I couldn't fit all of him. I wanted to. I wanted everything he had.
Our first time,
he said hoarsely, watching me.
You rode me right here, drove me out of my mind. You blew the top of my fucking head off.
It was so good, I breathed, dangerously close to coming. He was so thick, so hard. Oh, God, it's better now. His fingers dug into my hips.
I want you more now.
Gasping, I pressed my temple to his. Help me.
Hold on.
Yanking my hips down, he thrust upward, shoving into me.
Take it, Eva. Take it all.
I cried out and ground into him, moving on instinct, taking the last of him. Yes, yes, I gasped, slamming my hips into his, pumping my sex up and down the rigid length of his erection. Gideon's face was harsh with lust, brutally etched with his need.
I'm going to come so hard for you,
he promised darkly.
You'll feel me in you all night.
The sound of his voice, the way he'd looked on stage, I'd never been so excited. He wasn't the only one who'd be coming hard. His head fell back against the seat, his chest heaving, harsh sounds of pleasure scraping from his throat. His hands released me, clenching into fists against the seat. He let me fuck him the way I needed to, let me use him. Arching back, I climaxed with a cry, my entire body shaking, my sex grasping, rippling along his cock. My rhythm faltered, my vision blackened. An endless moan poured out of me, the relief dizzying. The world shifted and I was on my back, Gideon rising over me, his arm hooking beneath my left leg to lift it to his shoulder. He dug his feet into the floorboard, thrusting again and again, sinking deep, so deep. I writhed, the feel of him so good it hurt. He kept me pinned, opened and defenseless, using me as I'd used him, his control shattered by the need to orgasm. The power of his body as he pounded into me, the force with which he drove his cock into my tender sex, had me quivering on the verge again. "I love you," I moaned, my hands stroking down his flexing thighs. He growled my name and started coming, his teeth clenching, his hips pressed tight to my own, screwing deep. It set me off, the feel of him coming inside me.
"So good,"
he groaned, rocking into the spasms of my sex. We strained together, grasping at each other. He buried his face in my throat.
"Love you."
Tears stung my eyes. He said the words so rarely. "Tell me again," I begged, holding on to him. His mouth found mine.
"I love you."
"More," I demanded, licking my lips. Gideon glanced over his shoulder at me. Bacon sizzled in the pan in front of him, and my mouth watered for another slice.
And here I'd thought 2 packs of bacon would last us all weekend.
"Grease is a must after a night of drinking," I told him, wiping some off my plate with my fingertip and lifting it to my mouth. "When you're not hungover, that is."
"Which I am,"
Carrie muttered, walking into the kitchen in just his jeans, which he hadn't bothered buttoning all the way.
"Got any beer?"
Gideon pointed at the fridge with his tongs.
"Bottom drawer."
I shook my head at my best friend. "Hair of the dog this morning?"
"Hell yeah. My head feels like it's splitting in 2.
Carrie pulled a beer out and joined me at the island. He popped the cap off and tipped the bottle back, gulping down half the contents at once. "How did you sleep?" I asked, mentally crossing my fingers. He'd stayed the night in the attached single-bedroom apartment, and I hoped he loved it. It had all the beautiful pre-war details of Gideon's penthouse and was furnished similarly. I knew Carrie's style was more contemporary, but he couldn't fault the view of Central Park. All the rest could be changed, if he just said the word. He lowered the bottle from his mouth.
"Like the dead?"
"Do you like the apartment?"
"Of course. Who wouldn't?"
"Do you want to live there?" I persisted. Carrie gave me a lopsided smile.
"Yeah, baby girl, it's a dream. Thank you for the pity fuck, Gideon."
My husband turned away from the stove with a plate of bacon in his hand.
"There's neither pity nor fucking included in the offer,"
he said dryly.
"Otherwise, you're welcome."
I clapped my hands. "Yay! I'm stoked." Gideon snagged a piece of bacon and stuck it in his mouth. Leaning forward, I parted my lips. He bent toward me, letting me bite off the end.
"Come on," Carrie groaned. "I'm fighting nausea as it is."
I shoved him gently. "Shut up." He grinned and finished his beer.
"Gotta give you guys a hard time. Who else is gonna stop you two from singing I Got You, Babe in a few years?"
Thinking of Will and Natalie made me smile. I'd discovered even more to like about Will, and found that I got along well with his girl, too. "Aren't they adorable? They've been together since high school."
"Exactly my point," he drawled. "Spend enough years with someone and either you start bickering or you fall down the lovey-dovey hole, never to be seen again."
"Mark and Stephen have been together for years, too," I argued. "They don't fight or moon at each other." He shot me a look.
"They're gay, Ava. No estrogen in the mix to cause drama."
"Oh, my God. You sexist pig. You did not just say that." Carrie glanced at Gideon.
"You know I'm right." "And with that,"
Gideon declared, grabbing 3 strips of bacon,
"I'm out."
"Hey!" I complained after him, as he exited to the living room. My best friend laughed.
"Don't worry, he hitched himself to your brand of female."
I glared at him as I munched another piece of bacon. "I'm giving you a pass because I owe you for last night."
"It was fun. Megumi's good people."
His humor fled, his face darkening.
"I'm sorry she's going through what she is."
"Yeah, me too."
"You make any decisions about how you're going to help others like her?"
I set my elbows on the island. I'm going to talk to Gideon about working with his Crossroads Foundation.
Hell, why didn't you think of that before?
Because I'm stubborn, I guess. I glanced over my shoulder at the living room, then lowered my voice. One of the things Gideon likes about me is that I don't always do everything he wants just because he wants it. He's not like Stanton.
And you don't want to be like your mom. Does this mean you're keeping your maiden name?
No way. It means a lot to Gideon for me to become Eva Cross. Besides, it sounds kick-ass.
It does.
He tapped the end of my nose with his finger.
I'm here for you when you need me.
Sliding off the stool, I hugged him. Same goes.
I'm taking you up on that, obviously.
His chest heaved with a deep sigh.
Big changes happening, baby girl. You ever get scared?
I looked up at him, feeling the affinity that had gotten us both through some hard times. More than I let myself think about.
I have to run to the office,
Gideon interjected, stepping back into the kitchen wearing a Yankees ball cap. He'd kept the same gray t-shirt on, but had swapped out his pajama bottoms for sweats. A ring of keys twirled around his finger.
I won't be long.
Is everything all right? I asked, backing away from Carrie. My husband was wearing his game face, the one that told me his mind was already on whatever he was going to deal with.
Everything's fine.
He came to me and gave me a quick kiss.
I'll be back in a couple of hours. Ireland won't be here till 6.
He left. I stared after him. What was important enough to drag him away from me on a weekend? Gideon was possessive about a lot of things when it came to me, but our time together topped the list. And the key twirling thing was kind of weird. Gideon wasn't a man given to wasted movement. The only times I'd seen him fidget were when he was completely relaxed, or the opposite, ready to throw down. I couldn't shake the feeling that he was hiding something from me. As usual.
I'm gonna take a shower,
Carrie said, grabbing a bottled water out of the fridge.
You want to watch a movie when I get out?
Sure, I said absently. Sounds like a plan. I waited until he'd gone back into the attached apartment, then went to find my phone.
11. Where's Eva? I rounded the front of the Benz and stepped onto the curb in front of Brett Klein. My fingers twitched, the habit of extending my hand in greeting ruthlessly suppressed. The singer's hands had touched my wife intimately in the past, and recently. I didn't want to shake them. I wanted to break them. At our home, I answered, gesturing at the entrance to the Crossfire building. Let's go up to my office. Klein smiled coldly. You can't keep me from her. You did that all by yourself. I noted the worn Pete's t-shirt he was wearing with black jeans and leather boots. Without a doubt, his choice of attire wasn't a coincidence. He wanted to remind Eva of their history together. Maybe even remind me, too. Had Yamara given him the idea? I wouldn't be surprised. It was the wrong move for both men to have made. He walked through the revolving doors ahead of me. Security took his information and printed out a temporary ID, then we headed through the turnstiles to the elevators. You can't intimidate me with your money, he said tightly. I entered the car and hit the button for the top floor. There are eyes and ears all over the city. At least in my office, I know we won't be putting on a show. His lip curled in disgust. Is that all you care about? Public perception? An ironic question, considering who you are and what you want. Don't act like you know me, he growled. You know shit. In the confined space of the elevator car, Klein's aggression and frustration permeated the space between us. His hands gripped the handrail behind him, his stance hostile and expectant. From the platinum tips of his spiked hair to the black and gray tattoos covering his arms, The front man of 6/9 couldn't be more different from me in appearance. I used to feel threatened by that and his history with Eva, but no longer. Not after San Diego, and certainly not after last night. I could still feel the marks of Eva's nails in my back and ass. She'd pushed me to my limits all night and into the early hours of the morning. The insatiable hunger she felt for me left no room for anyone else. And the catch in her voice when she told me she loved me, the sheen of tears in her eyes when I yielded to what she did to me. I leaned back against the opposite wall and tucked my hands into the pockets of my sweats, knowing my nonchalance would goad him. "Does she know we're meeting like this?" he asked harshly. I figured I'd leave it up to you to decide whether to mention it. "Oh, I'm mentioning it all right." "I hope you do." We exited into the Cross Industries foyer, and I led him through the security doors and back to my office. There were a few other people at their desks, and I took note of them. Those who worked on their days off weren't always better employees than those who didn't, but I respected ambition and rewarded it. When we got to my office, I shut the doors behind us and frosted the glass. A folder sat on my desk, as I'd instructed before leaving the penthouse. I set my hand atop it and gestured for Klein to take a seat. He remained standing. "What the fuck is this about? I came into town to see Eva, and your goon brings me here instead." The goon was security provided by Vidal Records, but he wasn't wrong in thinking the man worked for me. "I'm prepared to offer you a great deal of money, along with other incentives, for the exclusive rights to the Yamara footage of you and Eva." He gave me a hard smile. "Sam told me you were going to try this. That tape is none of your business. It's between me and Eva. And the entire world if it leaks, and that would destroy her. Does that matter to you at all, how she feels about it?" "It's not going to leak, and of course I give a shit about how she feels. It's one of the reasons we need to talk." I nodded. "You want to ask her what you can use. You think you can talk her into letting you exploit some of it." He rocked back on his feet, a restless move that signaled a direct hit. "You're not going to get the answer you hope for," I told him. "The very existence of that tape horrifies her. You're an idiot if you think otherwise." "It's not all sex. There's some good stuff of us hanging out. Her and I, we had something. She wasn't just a lay to me." Piece of shit. I had to control the impulse to deck him. He smirked. "Not that you'd understand. You had no problem banging away at that brunette until I came back into the picture. Then you changed up your game. Ava's a toy you got bored with, until someone else wanted her." His mention of Corinne hit a harsh chord. The charade of dating my ex had nearly cost me Eva, a close call that still haunted me. That didn't prevent me from noticing how good he was at shifting the blame. "Eva knows what she means to me." He stepped closer to my desk. "She's too blinded by your billions to realize there's something really wrong with you hiding that bogus wedding in a foreign country. Is it even legal?" It was a question I'd anticipated. "Absolutely legal." Opening the folder, I pulled out the photo inside. It was taken on the day of my wedding, at the very moment I first kissed Eva as her husband. The beach and the pastor who had officiated at the ceremony were behind us. I cupped her face, our lips touching softly. Her hands held my wrists, my ring sparkling on her finger. I turned the picture around so that it faced him. I slid a copy of the marriage license into place beside it. I used my left hand, proudly displaying my ruby-encrusted wedding band. I wasn't sharing such personal things to prove a point. I intended to provoke Klein, which I'd been deliberately doing from the moment he arrived in New York. When he reached out to my wife again, I wanted him off balance and at a disadvantage. "So you and Eva are done," I said evenly. "If you doubted it, now you know it for sure. In any case, I don't think you want my wife as much as you want the memory of her for the band's use." Klein laughed. "Yeah, paint me as the sleaze. You can't handle the thought of her seeing that tape. You've never made her get that wild, and you never will." My forearms twitched with the need to pound the smugness out of his face. "Believe what you like. Here are your options. You can take the $2 million I'm offering, give me the footage, and walk away." "I don't want your damn money!" Setting his hands on the edge of my desk, he leaned toward me. "You don't get to own my memories. You may have her, for now, but I have those. Fuck if I'm selling them to you." The thought of Klein watching the footage, watching himself fuck my wife, set my blood on a slow boil. The thought of him suggesting that Eva sit through a viewing of it, knowing how that would shatter her, pushed me to the raw edge of violence. Keeping my tone even was a struggle. "You can reject the money and keep the existence of the footage to yourself until you die. Make it a secret gift to Eva she never has to know about." "What the fuck are you talking about?" "Or you can be a selfish asshole," I continued, "and hit her up with it, shocking her with the goal of destroying her marriage and making yourself more famous." I stared him down. Klein stood his ground, but his gaze dropped for a fraction of a second. A small victory, for what it was worth. With a swipe of my hand, I withdrew the contract Arash had drawn up. "If you care about her at all, you'll make a different decision than the one that brought you to New York." He grabbed the documents off my desk and ripped them in half, throwing the pieces back onto the glass. "I'm not leaving until I see her." Klein strode out of my office, bristling with anger. I watched him go. Then I placed a call via a secure line. "Did I give you enough time?" "Yes. We took care of the laptop and tablet in his luggage as soon as you took him upstairs. We're handling his email and backup provider servers as we speak, and the backups to those servers. We searched his residence over the weekend, but he hasn't been there in weeks. We cleaned everything on both Yamara and Klein's equipment, as well as the accounts and equipment of those who received teasers of the full-length footage. One of the execs at Vidal had a full copy on his hard drive, but we wiped it. We found no evidence that he forwarded it anywhere." Ice slid through my veins. "Which executive?" "Your brother." Fuck. I gripped the edge of my desk so hard my knuckles cracked with the strain. I remembered the video of Christopher with Magdalena, knowing how perverse his hatred toward me was. Thinking about him seeing Eva so intimately, so vulnerable, took me to a place I hadn't been since I'd first heard about Nathan. I had to believe that the private military security firm I'd hired had dealt with the situation thoroughly. Their tech teams were trained to handle far more sensitive information. I shoved the mess on my desk into the folder. "I need that footage to cease to exist anywhere." "Understood. We're on it. Still, it's possible there's a hard copy floating around, although we've searched Klein and Yamara's transaction records for security deposit boxes and the like. We'll continue to monitor the situation until you say otherwise." I never would. I'd search for a lifetime if that was what it took, for any hint that the footage survived somewhere outside of my control. "Thank you." Hanging up, I left my office and headed home to Eva. "You're really good with those," Ireland said, eyeing Eva as she lifted a chopstick full of kung pao chicken from its white box to her mouth. "I never got the hang of him." "Here, try holding them like this." I watched my wife adjust my sister's grip on the slender sticks, her blonde head a bright contrast against Ireland's black hair. Sitting on the floor at my feet, they both wore shorts and tank tops, their tanned legs stretched out beneath the coffee table, one long and lean, the other petite and voluptuous. I was more of an observer than a participant, sitting on the couch behind them and envying their easy rapport, even while I was grateful for it. It was all so surreal. I hadn't ever imagined a night like that, a quiet evening at home with family. I didn't know how to contribute, or even if I could. What could I say? How should I feel? Besides awed and thankful, so very thankful for my amazing wife, who brought so much to my life. Not long ago, on a similar Saturday night, I would have been at a highly publicized social function or event, focusing on business unless or until a woman's keen interest spurred a need to fuck. Whether I returned to the penthouse by myself or ended up at the hotel with a one-night stand, I'd be alone. And since I hardly remembered what it felt like to belong anywhere, to anyone, I didn't know what I was missing. "Ha! Look at that!" Ireland crowed, holding up a tiny bit of orange chicken, which she promptly ate. "Made it to my mouth!" I swallowed the wine in my glass in a single gulp, wanting to say something. My mind raced with options, all of which sounded insincere and contrived. In the end, what came out was, "The chopsticks have a large target. Ups your chances." Ireland turned her head toward me, revealing the same blue eyes I saw in the mirror every day. They were much less guarded, far more innocent, and bright with laughter and adoration. "Did you just call me a big mouth?" Unable to resist, I ran my hand over the crown of her head, touching the silky, soft strands of her hair. Those, too, were like mine, and yet not. "Not my words," I said. "Not in so many words," she corrected, leaning briefly into my touch before turning back to Eva. Eva glanced up at me, offering an encouraging smile. She knew I drew strength from her, and she gave it unconditionally. My throat tight, I rose from the couch and grabbed Eva's empty wineglass. Ireland's glass of soda was still half full, so I left it and headed to the kitchen, trying to regain enough equanimity to make it through the rest of the evening. "Channing Tatum is so hot," Ireland said, her voice traveling from the living room. "Don't you think?" I frowned. My baby sister's idle question triggered uncomfortable thoughts of her dating. She had to have started a few years ago. She was 17. I knew it was unrealistic to want her to stay away from boys. I knew it was my fault that I'd missed so much of her childhood. But the thought of her having to deal with younger versions of men like me and Manuel and Carrie roused an unfamiliar defensive reaction. "He's very good-looking," Eva agreed. Possessiveness rose to join the mix. My gaze narrowed on the 2 glasses in front of me as I refilled them. "He's this year's sexiest man alive," Ireland said. "Look at those biceps." "Ah, now on that I have to totally disagree. Gideon is way sexier." My mouth curved. "You're such a goner," my sister teased. "Your pupils turn into little hearts when you think about Gideon. It's so cute." "Shut up." Ireland's musical laugh floated through the air. "Don't worry, he's goofy over you, too. And he's been on every sexiest man alive list for ages. I never hear the end of it from my friends." "God, don't tell me stuff like that. I'm jealous by nature." Laughing inwardly, I dropped the empty bottle into the recycling bin. "So is Gideon. He's going to flip out when you start hitting the hottest women alive lists. No way to avoid it now that everyone's heard of you." "Whatever," Eva scoffed. "They'd have to Photoshop 15 pounds off my ass and thighs to sell that." Have you seen Kim Kardashian? Or Jennifer Lopez? I paused on the threshold of the living room, taking in the picture Ireland and Eva made over the rim of my glass. An ache bloomed in my chest. I wanted to freeze the moment, protect it, keep it safe forever. Ireland looked up and spotted me, then rolled her eyes. "What did I tell you?" she said. "Goofy." Sitting back in my chair, I sipped coffee and studied the spreadsheet on my monitor. I rolled my shoulders back, trying to loosen the kink in my neck. "Dude, what the hell? It's 3 a.m. I looked up to find Ireland standing in the doorway to my home office. "Your point?" "Why are you working so late?" "Why are you Skyping so late?" I countered, having heard her laughter and occasionally raised voice over the last hour or so since I'd left Eva sleeping. "Whatev," she muttered, coming in and dropping into one of the chairs in front of my desk. She slouched, her shoulders even with the chair back, and her legs sprawled out in front of her. "Can't sleep?" No. She didn't know how literally true that was. With Ireland sleeping in Ava's bed and Eva sleeping in mine, I couldn't risk going to sleep myself. There was only so much I could expect Eva to take, only so many times I could frighten her before it destroyed the love she felt for me. "Christopher texted me a bit ago," she said. "Guess Dad's staying at a hotel." My brows rose. She nodded, her face forlorn. "It's bad, Gideon. They haven't spent a night apart ever, at least that I can remember." I didn't know what to say. Our mother had been calling me all day, leaving messages on my voicemail and ringing the penthouse so often I'd been forced to disconnect the main receiver so that none of the phones would ring. I hated that my mother was struggling, but I had to protect my time with Ireland and Eva. It felt heartless to focus on myself, but I'd already lost my family twice before, once when my father died, and again after Hugh. I couldn't afford to lose any more. I didn't think I could survive it a third time, not with Eva in my life. "I just wish I knew what caused the fight," she said. "I mean, as long as they didn't cheat on each other, they should be able to get through it, right?" Exhaling roughly, I straightened. "I'm not the person to ask about relationships. I have no idea how they work. I'm just stumbling my way through, praying not to fuck things up, and grateful that Eva is so forgiving." "You really love her." I followed her gaze to the collage of photos on the wall. It hurt sometimes, looking at those pictures of my wife. I wanted to recapture and relive every moment. I wanted to hoard every second I'd ever had with her. I hated that time slipped away so quickly, and I couldn't bank it for the uncertain future. "Yes," I murmured. I'd forgive Eva anything. There was nothing she could do or say that would break us apart, because I couldn't live without her. "I'm happy for you, Gideon." Ireland smiled when I looked at her. "Thank you." The worry in her eyes lingered and sparked restlessness. I wanted to fix the problems troubling her, but I didn't know how. "Could you talk to Mom?" she suggested. "Not now, of course, but tomorrow? Maybe you can find out what's going on?" I hesitated a moment, knowing a conversation with our mother was certain to be unproductive. "I'll try." Ireland studied her nails. "You don't like Mom very much, do you?" Weighing my answer carefully, I said, "We have a fundamental difference of opinion." "Yeah, I get it. It's like she's got this weird form of OCD that applies to her family. Everyone has to be a particular way, or at least pretend to be. She's so worried about what people think. I saw an old movie the other day that reminded me of her. Ordinary People. Ever seen it?" No, can't say I have.
You should watch it. It has Kiefer Sutherland's dad in it and some other people. It's sad, but it's a good story.
I'll look it up. Feeling the need to explain our mother, I tried my best. What she dealt with after my father died, it was brutal. She's insulated herself since then, I think.
My friend's mother says Mom used to be different before. You know, when she was married to your dad.
I set my cooled coffee aside. I do remember her differently.
Better?
That's subjective. She was more spontaneous, carefree. Ireland rubbed at her mouth with her fingertips.
Do you think it broke her, losing your dad?
My chest tightened. It changed her, I said quietly. I'm not sure how much.
Ugh.
She sat up, visibly shaking off her melancholy.
You going to be awake a while?
Probably all night.
Want to watch that movie with me?
The suggestion surprised me, and pleased me. Depends. You can't tell me what happens. No spoilers. She shot me a look.
I already told you it's sad. If you want happily ever after, she's sleeping down the hall.
That made me smile. Standing, I rounded my desk. You find the movie, I'll grab the soda.
A beer would be good.
Not on my watch. She pushed to her feet with a grin.
Okay, fine. Wine then.
Ask me again in a few years.
You'll have kids by then. It won't be as fun.
I paused, hit by anxiety sharp enough to mist my skin with sweat. The thought of having a baby with Eva both thrilled and terrified me. It wasn't safe for my wife to live with me. How could it ever be safe for a child? Ireland laughed.
Holy fuck, you should see your face. A classic case of Playboy panic. Didn't they tell you? First comes love, then comes marriage, then comes the baby in the baby carriage.
If you don't shut up, I'm sending you to bed. She laughed harder and linked her arm with mine.
You're a riot. Seriously, I'm just messing with you. Don't flip out on me. I've got enough family members doing that.
I willed my heart to stop pounding so damn hard.
Maybe you should have a drink, she suggested.
I think I will, I muttered.
I'm going to give major props to Eva for getting a ring out of you. Did you have a panic attack when you proposed, too?
Stop talking, Ireland. Leaning her head against my shoulder, she giggled and led me out of my office. The sun had been up for over 2 hours by the time I returned to bed. I stripped silently, my gaze roaming over the delectable bump under the covers that was my wife. Eva was curled in a ball, mostly hidden except for the bright strands of hair splayed over the pillow. My mind filled in the blanks, knowing she was naked between the sheets. Mine. All mine. It killed me to sleep away from her. I knew it hurt her, too. Lifting the edge of the blankets, I slid in beside her. She gave a soft little moan and rolled toward me, her lush, warm body wriggling into place against me. I was instantly hard. Desire simmered in my blood. Awareness tingled along my skin. It was combustible sexual chemistry, but also something more, something deeper, a strange, wonderful, frightening recognition. She filled an emptiness in me I hadn't known was there. Eva buried her face in my throat and hummed softly, her legs tangling with mine, her hands gliding over my back. Hard and yummy all over, she purred. All over, I agreed, cupping her ass and pulling her tighter against my hard-on. Her shoulders shook with a silent laugh. We have to be quiet. I'll cover your mouth. Me? She nipped at my throat. You're the noisy one. She wasn't wrong. As rough and impatient as I could get when aroused, I'd never been loud, until her. It was a struggle to be discreet when situations called for it. She felt too good, made me feel too much. So we'll take it slow, I murmured, my hands roaming greedily over her silky skin. Ireland will be sleeping for hours. There's no rush. Hours, huh? Laughing, she pulled back and rolled away from me, reaching for the nightstand drawer. Overachiever. Tension stretched across my shoulders as she dug out the breath mints she kept handy. I was reminded of similar situations when women had reached into the nightstand drawer for condoms. Eva and I had used condoms only twice. Before her, I'd never fucked a woman without one. Avoiding pregnancy was something I'd religiously adhered to. Yet since those first 2 times with Eva, we'd gone bare, relying on her birth control to prevent conception. It was a risk, I knew that. And considering how often I had her, at least 2, sometimes 3 or 4 times a day, the risk was not inconsiderable. I thought of it sometimes. I questioned my control, my selfishness, in putting my own pleasure above the consequences. But the reason for my recklessness wasn't as simple as pleasure. If it were, I could deal, be responsible. No. It was much more complicated. The need to come inside her was primitive. It was a conquest and surrender in one. I had wanted to fuck her raw before I'd even had her the first time, before I knew definitively how explosive it would be between us. I'd gone so far as to warn her prior to our first date that I needed it, needed her to give me that, something I'd never wanted with anyone else. Don't move, I said roughly, sliding over her while she was still stretched out on her stomach. My hand pushed between her hip and the bed, reaching between her legs to cup her cunt in my palm. She was moist and warm. My stroking fingers made her slick and hot. She muffled a moan. I want you just like this, I told her, brushing my lips across her cheek. Reaching for my pillow with my free hand, I yanked it over and then shoved it under her, lifting her hips to an angle that would let me sink balls deep. Gideon. The way she said my name was a plea, as if I wouldn't get down on my knees and beg for the privilege of having her. I shifted, urging her legs apart and pinning her wrists beside her head. Holding her down, I thrust into her. She was ready for me, plush and tight and wet. My teeth gritted together to restrain the growl that surged from my throat, a tremor racking my body from head to toe. My chest heaved against her back, my violent exhalations ruffling her hair lying across the pillow. Just like that, just by taking me, she had me right on the edge. God. My hips churned without volition, screwing my cock into her, pushing me deeper until I was in her to the hilt. I could feel her all around me, from root to tip, clenching in ripples that milked me like a greedy little mouth. Angel. The pressure at the base of my dick was insistent, but I was capable of staving it off. It wasn't a question of control, but of will. I wanted to come inside her, wanted it enough to consider the risk, as terrifying as it was, acceptable. Closing my eyes, I dropped my forehead to her cheek. I inhaled the scent of her and let go, coming hard, my ass flexing as I filled her up in thick, hot spurts. Eva whimpered, writhing under me. Her cunt tightened, then trembled around my cock. She climaxed with a soft, sweet moan. I growled her name, searingly aroused by her orgasm. She came because I did, because my pleasure turned her on as much as my touch. I would reward her for that, show her the depth of my gratitude. She would get hers, over and over again, as many times as she could take it. Eva. I rubbed my damp cheek against hers. Crossfire. Her fingers tightened their grip on mine. Her head turned, her lips seeking. Ace, she breathed into the kiss. I love you too. It was shortly after 5 in the evening when I drove the Bentley through the gates of the Vidal estate in Dutchess County and into the circular drive out front. "Aw, you drove too fast," Ireland complained from the back seat. "We're here already." I put the SUV in park and left it idling. One look at the house, and a knot tightened in my gut. Eva reached over, taking my hand and giving it a squeeze. I focused on her steely gray eyes instead of the Tudor-style mansion at her back. She didn't say a word, but she didn't have to. I felt her love and support, and saw the glimmer of anger in her eyes. Just knowing she understood gave me strength. She knew every dark and dirty secret I had, and yet she believed and loved me anyway. "I want to stay over again sometime," Ireland said, poking her head between the 2 front seats. "It was fun, right?" I looked at her. "We'll do it again." "Soon?" "All right." Her smile more than made the promise worth what it would cost me in sleep and anxiety. I'd stayed away from her for many reasons, but the main one was that I didn't know what I could offer her of any value. I'd channeled everything into keeping Vidal records afloat for her well into the future, taking care of her the only way I knew I wouldn't screw up. "You'll have to help me out," I told her honestly. "I don't know how to be a brother. You will probably have to forgive me. Frequently." The smile left Ireland's face, transforming her from a teenager to a young woman. "Well, it's like being a friend," she said somberly. "Except you have to remember birthdays and holidays, you have to forgive me for everything, and you should introduce me to all your hot, rich guy friends." My brow lifted. "Where's the part about me picking on you and giving you a hard time?" "You missed those years," she shot back. "No do-overs." She meant to tease, but the words struck home. I had missed years, and I couldn't get them back. "You get to pick on her boyfriends instead," Eva said, "and give them a hard time." Our eyes met, and I knew she understood exactly what I was thinking. My thumb stroked over her knuckles. Behind her, the front door opened and my mother stepped out. She stood on the wide top step, dressed in a white tunic and matching pants. Her long dark hair hung loosely around her shoulders. From a distance, she looked so much like Ireland, more of a sister than a parent. My grip on Ava's hand tightened. Ireland sighed and opened her door. "I wish you guys didn't have to work tomorrow. I mean, what's the point of being a gazillionaire if you can't play hooky when you want?" "If Ava worked with me," I said, looking at my wife, "we could." She stuck her tongue out. "Don't start." I lifted her hand to my mouth and kissed the back. I haven't stopped. Opening my door, I stepped out of the car and hit the hatch release. I rounded the back of the car to retrieve Ireland's bag and found my arms full of her instead. She hugged me tightly, her slender arms wrapped around my waist. It took me a moment to unfreeze from my surprise, and then I hugged her back, my cheek coming to rest on the crown of her head. I love you, she mumbled into my chest. Thanks for having me over. My throat closed tight, preventing me from saying anything. She was gone as quickly as she'd come at me, her duffel in hand, as she met Eva on the passenger side and hugged her too. Feeling as winded as if I'd been punched, I closed the hatch and watched as my mother met Ireland halfway across the blue-gray gravel drive. I was about to return to the wheel and leave when she signaled at me to wait. I glanced at Eva. Get in the car, Angel. She looked as if she might argue, and then she nodded and slid back into the front passenger seat and closed the door. I waited until my mother came to me. Gideon! She caught me by the biceps and lifted onto her tiptoes to press a kiss to my mouth. Won't you and Eva come in? You drove all this way. I took a step backward, breaking her hold. And we have to drive back. Her gaze reflected her disappointment. Just for a few minutes, please. I'd like to apologize to both of you. I haven't handled the news of your engagement well, and I'm sorry about that. This should be a happy time for our family, and I'm afraid I've been too worried about losing my son to appreciate it. Mom. I caught her arm when she moved toward the passenger side. Not now. I didn't mean all those things I said about Eva the other day. It was just a shock, seeing the ring your father gave me on another woman's hand. You didn't give the ring to Corinne, so I was surprised. You can understand that, can't you? You antagonized Eva. Is that what she told you? She paused. I never meant to, but... Never mind. Your father was very protective, too. You're so like him. I looked away, gazing absently at the trees beyond the drive. I never knew how to take comparisons to Geoffrey Cross. Were they meant as praise or a backhanded compliment? There was no telling with my mother. Gideon, please, I'm trying. I said some things to Eva I shouldn't have, and she responded as any woman would under the circumstances. I just want to smooth things over. She set her hand over my heart. I'm happy for you, Gideon, and I'm so glad to see you and Ireland spending time together. I know it means so much to her. I pulled her hand away gently. It means a lot to me, too. And Eva made it possible in ways I won't explain, which is just one of the reasons I won't have her upset. Not now. She has to work in the morning. Let's make plans for lunch this week, then. Or dinner. Will Chris be there? Eva asked through the window before pushing the door open again and stepping out. She stood there, so small and bright against the dark, hulking SUV, formidable in the way her shoulders were set. My wife would fight the world for me. It was miraculous to know that. When no one else had fought for me, I'd somehow found the one soul who would. My mother's lips curved. Of course. Chris and I are a team. I noted the brittleness of her smile and doubted her, as I so often did. Still, I conceded. We'll make plans. Call Scott tomorrow and we'll work something out. My mother's face brightened. I'm so glad. Thank you. She hugged me and I braced myself, my body stiff with the need to push her away. When she approached Eva with her arms outstretched, Eva thrust out her hand between them to shake instead. The interaction was awkward, with both women so obviously on the defensive. My mother didn't want to mend fences. She wanted an agreement to pretend the fences were sound. We said goodbye, and then I slid into the driver's seat. Eva and I took off, leaving the estate behind us. We hadn't gone far when she said, "When did your mother talk to you?" Damn it. I knew what that bite and her tone signified. Reaching over, I set my hand on her knee. I don't want you worrying about my mother. You don't want me worrying about anything. That's not the way this is going to work. You don't get to deal with all the crap alone. What my mother says or does isn't important, Eva. I don't give a shit, and neither should you. She twisted in the seat to face me. You need to start sharing stuff, especially things that have to do with me, like your mother saying things behind my back. I won't have you getting pissed off over an irrelevant opinion. The road curved. I accelerated out of the turn. That would be better than me getting pissed off at you, she snapped. Pull over. What? I glanced at her. Pull the damn car over. Cursing inwardly, I removed my hand from her leg and gripped the wheel. Tell me why. Because I'm mad at you, and you're sitting there looking all hot and sexy driving, and you need to stop. Amusement warred with exasperation. Stop what? Looking hot and sexy, or driving? Gideon, don't push me right now. Resigned, I eased off the gas and pulled to a stop on the narrow shoulder. Better? She got out of the car and went around the hood. I stepped out, giving her a questioning glance. I'm driving, she announced when she was standing in front of me. At least until we get to the city. If that's what you want. I knew next to nothing about relationships, but it was a no-brainer to make concessions when your woman was mad at you. Especially when you entertained hopes of getting laid in a few hours, which I most definitely was. After spending the weekend with friends in Ireland, I was feeling a renewed need to show my wife just how much I appreciated her. Don't look at me like that, she muttered. Like what? I raked her with a glance, admiring how pretty she looked in a strappy white sundress. The evening was hot and muggy, but she looked airy and fresh. I wanted to strip off my clothes and press up against her, cool off a little before heating things up. Like I'm a ticking time bomb ready to go off. Her arms crossed. I am not being irrational. Angel, that's not the look I'm giving you. And don't try to distract me with sex, she bit out, her jaw clenched. Or you won't get any for a week. My arms crossed too. We've already talked about issuing ultimatums like that. You can bitch at me all you like, Eva, but I'll have you when I want you. Period. Never mind whether I want you? Asks the wife who gets wet watching me drive a damn car. I drawled. Her gaze narrowed. I may just leave you here on the side of the road. Clearly, I wasn't navigating the situation well, so I switched tactics, taking the offensive position. You don't tell me everything, I countered. What about Klein? Has he completely stopped communicating with you since San Diego? I'd been holding back the question all weekend, wondering how Klein was going to handle Eva. I was torn about how I wanted him to proceed. If he approached her about the tape he no longer possessed, it would hurt her, but also drive her closer to me. If he walked away for her sake, it would betray deeper feelings for her than I was comfortable with. I hated that he wanted her, but I feared he might actually love her. She gasped. Oh my God! Have you been looking at my phone again? No. My reply was swift and decisive. I know how you feel about that. I followed her every move, knew where she was and who she was with at every moment of the day, but she'd set a hard limit with her cell phone, and I honored it, even though it drove me crazy. Eva studied me a minute, but must have seen the truth on my face. Yes, Brett has sent me a few texts. I was going to talk to you about it, so don't even try to say it's the same thing. I totally intended to tell you. You had absolutely no intention of telling me. A car rushed by on the road, turning my concern toward her safety. Get in and drive. We'll talk in the car. I waited until she climbed into the seat, and then I shut the door behind her. By the time I settled in the passenger side, she'd adjusted the mirrors and seat to suit her and put the car in gear. The minute she was fully merged in the lane, she started in on me again. I was vaguely aware of her speaking, my attention more focused on the way she handled the Bentley. She drove fast and with confidence, her grip light and easy on the wheel. She kept her gaze on the road, but I couldn't take my eyes off her. My California girl. On an open road, she was fully in her element. I found myself pleasantly aroused by watching Eva handle the powerful SUV. Or maybe it was that she was chastising me, challenging me. "Are you listening to me?" she demanded. "Not really, Angel. And before you get more riled, it's entirely your fault. You're sitting there looking hot and sexy, and I'm distracted." Her hand whipped out and smacked my thigh. "Seriously? Stop cracking jokes." "I'm not kidding. Eva, you want me to share so you can support me. I get it. I'm working on it." "Not hard enough, apparently." "I'm not going to share things that aggravate you unnecessarily. There's no point." "We have to be straight with each other, Gideon. Not just occasionally, but all the time." "Really? I don't expect the same from you. For example, feel free to keep all the unflattering comments your father and Carrie make about me to yourself." Her lips pursed. She chewed on that for a bit, then, "Using that logic, wouldn't it be okay for me to not say anything about Brett?" "No. Klein impacts our relationship. My mother does not." She snorted. "I'm right about this," I said evenly. "Are you telling me that your mom talking crap about me doesn't bother you?" "I don't like it. That said, it doesn't change how I feel about you or her. And telling you won't change your feelings about her either. Since the result is the same either way, I choose the path of least disruption." "You're thinking like a guy." "I should hope so." I reached over and brushed the hair off her shoulder. "Don't let her cause trouble between us, Angel. She's not worth it." Eva glanced at me. "You're pretending that what your mom says and does has no effect on you, but I know that's not true." I debated denying it, just to shut down the topic, but my wife saw everything I'd rather hide. "I don't let it affect me." "But it does. It hurts, and you push it into that place where you push everything you don't want to deal with." "Don't analyze me," I said tightly. Her hand touched my thigh. "I love you. I want to stop the pain." "You already have." I gripped her hand. "You've given me everything she took away. Don't let her take any more." With her eyes on the winding road, Eva lifted our joined hands and kissed my wedding band. "Point taken." She gave me a quick smile that told me she was done, for now, and drove us home.
12. I dared anyone to come up with a more awe-inspiring sight than Gideon Cross taking a shower. It amazed me that he could be so matter-of-fact about running his hands over all that taut, tanned skin and those perfectly defined slabs of muscle. Through the misted glass of my bathroom shower, I watched the rivulets of soapy water run down the hard ridges of his abdomen and the length of his strong legs. His body was a work of art, a machine he kept in prime shape. I loved it, loved looking at it, touching it, tasting it. Reaching out, he swiped a hand through the condensation, revealing that breathtaking face. One darkly winged brow arched in silent query. "Just enjoying the show," I explained. The scent of his soap teased senses that had become trained to recognize the fragrance as belonging to my mate. The man who stirred and pleasured my body to delirium. I licked my lips when he casually stroked the heavy length of his cock. He'd once told me he used to masturbate every time he took a shower, a release he had considered as routine as brushing his teeth. I could see why, knowing how powerful his sexual appetite was. I would never forget the way he'd looked when he had jacked off in the shower for me, so virile and potent and hungry for orgasm. Since he'd met me, he didn't pleasure himself anymore. Not because he couldn't still satisfy me if he did, and not because I took care of him enough to make the effort redundant. For both of us, being ready for sex with each other was never a problem, because the hunger we felt was deeper than physical. Gideon teased me by saying he saved himself to satisfy my insatiability, but I saw the self-restraint for what it was. He gave me the right to his pleasure. It was mine and mine alone. He had none without me, which was a tremendous gift, especially in light of his past when sexual release had been used as a weapon against him.
"It's an interactive exhibition,"
he said, his eyes warm with amusement.
"Join me."
"You're an animal." My thighs were wet with his semen beneath my robe, since I was the lucky girl who woke up to his desire.
"Only for you."
"Oh, right answer." He smirked, his cock lengthened.
"You should reward me."
I moved away from the threshold and stepped closer. "How would you suggest I do that?"
"Any way you like."
That was a gift, too. Gideon rarely relinquished control, and then only to me. "I don't have enough time to do you justice, Ace. I'd hate to cut things short when they're just getting interesting." I set my hand on the glass. "How about we revisit after my workout tonight? You, me, and whatever I want to do to you?" He shifted and faced me head-on, his hand lifting to press against mine through the glass. His gaze slid over my face in a heated caress that was damn near tangible. His face was impassive, a strikingly handsome mask that revealed nothing. But his eyes? Those stunning blue depths. They exposed tenderness and love and vulnerability.
"I'm all yours, Angel,"
he said, his words so quiet I saw them more than heard them. I pressed a kiss to the cool glass. "Yes," I agreed. "You are." New week. Same ultra-focused Gideon. He started working as soon as the Bentley pulled away from the curb, his fingers flying across the keyboard built into a drop-down tray table. I watched him, finding his intense concentration and confidence extremely sexy. I was married to a powerful, driven man, and watching him flex that ambition was a major turn-on. I was so into watching him that I jumped when my smartphone vibrated in my purse against my hip. "Geez," I muttered, digging it out. Brett's name and photo appeared on the lock screen. Knowing I needed to deal with him at some point if I expected him to stop calling, I answered. "Hey," I answered, cautiously.
"Eva."
The timbre of Brett's now famous voice hit me as forcefully as it always had, but not in the same way. I loved the way he sang, but that love wasn't intimate anymore. It was personal. I admired him the way I did a dozen other singers.
"Damn it. I've been trying to reach you for a week."
"I know. I'm sorry. I've been busy. How are you?"
"I've been better. I need to see you."
My brows rose. "When are you coming to town?" He laughed harshly, a humorless sound that rubbed me the wrong way.
"Incredible. Listen, I don't want to get into it on the phone. Can we get together today? We need to talk."
"You're in New York? I thought you were on tour." Gideon's rapid-fire typing didn't slow, and he didn't look at me, but I could feel his energy shift. He was paying attention, and he knew who was on the line.
"I'll tell you what's going on when I see you,"
Brett said. I frowned out the window as we idled at a light, my gaze on the flood of pedestrians crossing the street. New York was teeming with life and frenetic energy, gearing up to do world-changing business. I'm on my way to work. What's going on, Brett?
I can meet you for lunch, or after you get off for the day.
I debated saying no, but the determination in his tone gave me pause. Okay. Reaching over, I set my hand on Gideon's thigh. The toned muscle was hard beneath my palm, even though he was at rest. The tailored suits polished his form into civility, but I knew the truth about the vigorously fit body that was only hinted at underneath. I can see you at lunch, if we stick close to the Crossfire building.
All right. What time should I be there?
A little before noon would be best. I'll meet you in the lobby. We hung up, and I dropped the phone back into my purse. Gideon's hand captured mine. I glanced at him, but he was reading a lengthy email, his head bent slightly so that the ends of his hair brushed his sculpted jaw. The warmth of his touch soaked into me. I looked down at the band he wore on his finger, the one that told the world he belonged to me. Did his business associates pay attention to his hands? They weren't those of a man who pushed paper and tapped on keyboards all day. They were the hands of a fighter, a warrior who practiced mixed martial arts and pounded out his aggression with both boxing bags and sparring partners. Kicking off my shoes, I curled my legs under me and leaned into Gideon's side, setting my other hand on top of his. I ran my splayed fingers between his knuckles and fingers, forward and back, carefully resting my head against his shoulder so that I didn't mess up his pristine black jacket with my makeup. I breathed him in, feeling the effect of him, his nearness, his support, permeate my being. The smell of his soap was muted now, the naturally seductive scent of his skin altering the fragrance into something richer and more delicious. When I was restless, he settled me. There's nothing for him, I whispered, needing him to know that. I'm too filled with you. His chest expanded abruptly, his sharp inhalation audible. He pushed the tray table up and away, then patted his lap in invitation.
Come here.
I crawled into his lap, sighing happily when he shifted me into a spot that felt made for me. Every peaceful moment we had with each other was treasured. Gideon deserved the respite, and I longed to be that for him. His lips touched my forehead.
You okay, angel mine?
I'm in your arms. Life doesn't get better than this. I spotted 3 paparazzi outside the Crossfire when we arrived. With a hand at the small of my back, Gideon ushered me through the entrance ahead of him, escorting me quickly but unhurriedly into the cool lobby. Vultures, I muttered.
Can't be helped that we're such a photogenic couple.
You're such a humble man, Gideon Cross.
You make me look good, Mrs. Cross.
We stepped into the elevator with a few other people, and he took the rear corner, hooking me to him with an arm around my waist, his hand pressed flat against my belly, his chest warm and hard against my back. I savored those few minutes with him, refusing to think about work or Brett until we parted on the 20th floor. Megumi was already at her desk when I approached the glass security doors, and the sight of her made me smile. She'd trimmed her hair since I'd seen her Friday night, and polished her nails a bright red. It was good to see the small signs that she was reclaiming her spirit. "Hey, you!" she greeted me after buzzing me in, pushing to her feet. "You look great." Her smile widened. "Thanks. How did it go with Gideon's sister?" "Awesome. She's a lot of fun. It makes me melt seeing Gideon with her." "He makes me melt, period, you lucky bitch. Anyway, I put a call through to your line earlier. They wanted to leave a message." I shifted on my feet, thinking of Brett. Was it a guy? "No, a woman." I'll go check it out, thanks. I headed back to my desk and got settled in, my gaze coming to rest on the collage of photos of Gideon and me. I still needed to talk to him about Crossroads. There hadn't been a good time over the weekend. We'd had enough on our plates having Ireland over. He hadn't slept Saturday night. I'd hoped he would, but hadn't really expected him to. It was hard for me, thinking of his inner struggle, his worry and fear. He carried shame, too, and an inherent belief that he was broken, damaged goods. He didn't see in himself what I saw, a generous soul who wanted so much to belong to something greater than himself. He didn't recognize what a miracle he was. When he didn't know what to do in a given situation, he let instinct and his heart take over. Despite all he'd been through, he had such an amazing capacity to feel and to love. He'd saved me in so many ways. I was going to do whatever needed to be done to save him, too. I listened to my messages. When Mark came in, I stood and met him with a grin and bouncing anticipation. His brows rose.
"What's got you so excited?"
"A gal from Lancor called this morning. They want to meet with us sometime this week to talk a bit more about what they're hoping to achieve with the launch of the Phase 1 system." His dark eyes took on a familiar sparkle. He'd become a happier man overall since he and Stephen had become engaged. But there was a whole different energy to him when he was eager about a new account.
"You and me, kid, we're going places."
I hopped a little on my feet. "Yeah, you've got this. Once they meet with you in person, you'll have them eating out of your hand." Mark laughed.
"You're good for my confidence."
I winked at him. "I'm good for you, period." We spent the morning working on the Phase 1 RFP, putting together comps to better grasp how we might position the new gaming system against its competition. I had a momentary pause when I realized how much buzz surrounded the upcoming release of the next-generation Gen 10 console, which happened to be a product of Cross Industries, making it Phase 1's primary rival in the marketplace. Pointing the situation out to Mark, I asked, "Is it going to be a problem? I mean, could Lancor possibly see a conflict of interest with me working for you on this?" He straightened in his chair, leaning back. He'd shucked his coat earlier, but remained smartly attired in a white dress shirt, bright yellow tie, and navy slacks.
"It shouldn't be an issue, no. If our proposed positioning wins out over the other RFPs they're collecting, the fact that you're engaged to Gideon Cross isn't going to make a damn bit of difference. They're going to make their decision based on our ability to deliver their vision."
I wanted to feel relieved, but I didn't. If we were awarded the Phase 1 campaign, I'd be helping one of Gideon's competitors steal some of his market share. That really bothered me. Gideon worked so hard and had overcome so much to lift the Cross name up from infamy to a level where it inspired awe, respect, and a healthy amount of fear. I never wanted to set him back. In anything. I'd thought I would have a little more time before I was forced to make a choice, and I couldn't help feeling like the choice to be made was between my independence and my love for my husband. The dilemma niggled at me all morning, chipping away at the excitement I felt over the RFP. Then the hours crept toward noon, and Brett took over my thoughts. It was time to take responsibility for the mess I'd made. I had opened the door to Brett, and then I'd kept it open because I couldn't get my head on straight. It was now my job to fix the problem before it impacted my marriage any more than it already had. I headed down to the lobby at 5 minutes to noon, having asked permission from Mark to leave a little early. Brett was already waiting for me, standing near the entrance with his hands shoved into his jeans pockets. He wore a plain white t-shirt and sandals, with sunglasses propped atop his head. My stride faltered a little, not just because he was hot, which was undeniable, but because he looked so out of place in the crossfire. When he'd met me here before the video launch in Times Square, we had rendezvoused outside. Now he was in the building, occupying a spot too near to where I'd first run into Gideon. The differences between the two men were stark and didn't have anything to do with clothing or money. Brett's mouth curved when he saw me, his body straightening, shifting in that way men move when their sexual interest was piqued. Other men, but not Gideon. When I'd first met my husband, his body, his voice gave nothing away. Only his eyes had betrayed his attraction, and only for an instant. It was later I realized what had happened in that moment. Gideon had claimed me, and given himself to me in return, with a single look. He'd recognized me the moment he saw me. It took me longer to understand what we were to each other, what we were meant to be. I couldn't help but contrast the possessive, tender way Gideon looked at me against the earthier, lustful way Brett raked me from head to toe. It seemed so obvious suddenly, that Brett had never really thought of me as his. Not the way Gideon did. Brett had wanted me, still did. But even when he'd had me, he hadn't asserted any ownership. And he certainly hadn't ever given anything real of himself to me. Gideon. My head tilted back, my gaze searching for and finding one of the many black domes in the ceiling that hid the security cameras. My hand went to my heart, pressing over it. I knew he probably wasn't looking. I knew he'd have to deliberately access the feed in order to see me, and that he was far too busy with work to think of it. But still.
Eva.
My hand dropped to my side. I looked at Brett as he approached me with the easy prowl of a man who knew his appeal and was confident of his chances. The lobby was swarming with people flowing around us in steady streams, as one would expect in a midtown skyscraper. When his arms lifted as if to embrace me, I stepped back and held out my left hand instead, just as I had done when we last met in San Diego. I would never again cause Gideon to feel the pain I'd inflicted when he saw me kissing Brett. Brett's brows lifted, and the heat in his eyes cooled.
Really? Is this where we're at now?
I'm married, I reminded him. Hugging each other is inappropriate.
What about the women he's tapped all over the tabloids? That's okay?
Come on, I chided. You know you can't always believe what the press feeds you. His lips pursed. He shoved his hands back in his pockets.
You can believe what they say about how I feel about you.
My stomach fluttered. I think you believe it. Which made me a little sad. He didn't know what Gideon and I had because he'd never had it. I hoped he would someday. Brett wasn't a bad guy. He just wasn't meant to be my guy. Cursing under his breath, Brett turned and gestured toward the exit.
Let's get out of here.
I was torn. I wanted privacy too, but I also wanted to stay where there were witnesses who could reassure Gideon. In any case, we couldn't exactly have a picnic in the Crossfire lobby. Reluctantly, I fell into step beside him. I had some sandwiches delivered a little bit ago. Figured that would give us more time to talk. Brett nodded grimly and held out his hand for the bag I was carrying. I took him to Bryant Park, weaving beside him through the frenetic lunchtime crowds on the sidewalks. Taxis and private cars honked insistently at the streams of pedestrians, too time-strapped to obey the signals. Heat shimmered off the asphalt, the sun high enough in the sky to spear down between the towering skyscrapers. An NYPD squad car hit its siren, the piercing robotic chirps and rumbles doing little to expedite the cruiser's movement through the clogged street. It was Manhattan on an average day, and I loved it, but I could tell Brett was frustrated by the intricate dance required to get through the city. The shifting of shoulders and hips to let people pass, the quick inhales to squeeze by too big bags or too slow pedestrians, the swift-footedness needed to avoid the abrupt appearance of new bodies, filing out of the many doorways that lined the sidewalks. Life as usual in NYC. But I remembered how overwhelming it felt when you weren't used to so many people occupying relatively little space. Entering the park just behind the library, we found an unoccupied bistro table and chairs in the shade, near the carousel, and settled in. Brett pulled out the sandwiches, chips, and bottled water I'd ordered. But neither of us started eating. I scouted our surroundings instead, aware that we could be photographed. I'd considered that when I chose the location, but the alternative was a noisy, crowded restaurant. I was hyper-conscious of my body language, trying to ensure that nothing could be misconstrued. The world at large could think we were friends. My husband would know, in every way I could show him, that Brett and I had actually said goodbye.
You got the wrong impression in San Diego,
Brett said abruptly, his eyes shielded behind his shades.
Brittany isn't a serious thing.
It's none of my business, Brett.
I miss you. Sometimes she reminds me of you.
I winced, finding the comment anything but flattering. I lifted one hand and gestured helplessly. I couldn't go back to you, Brett. Not after Gideon.
You say that now.
He makes me feel like he can't breathe without me. I couldn't settle for less. I didn't need to say that Brett had never made me feel like that. He knew. He stared at his steepled fingertips, then straightened abruptly and dug his wallet out of his back pocket. He pulled a folded photograph out and set it on the table in front of me.
"Look at that," he said tightly, "and tell me we didn't have something real."
I picked up the photo and spread it open, frowning at the image. It was a candid shot of Brett and me, laughing together over something lost to memory. I recognized the interior of Pete's in the background. There was a crowd of blurred faces around us. "Where did you get this?" I asked. There had been a time when I would have given anything to have an unposed photo with Brett, believing that such an insubstantial thing would give me some kind of proof that I was more than a piece of ass.
"Sam took that after one of our sets."
I stiffened at the mention of Sam Yamara, abruptly reminded of the sex tape. I looked at Brett, my hands shaking so hard I had to put the photo down. "Do you know about—" I couldn't even finish the sentence. Turned out it wasn't necessary for me to. Brett's jaw tensed, his forehead and upper lip beaded with sweat from the summer heat. He nodded.
"I've seen it."
"Oh my God." I recoiled from the table, my mind filled with all the possibilities of what was captured on video. I had been desperate to win Brett's attention, with a complete lack of self-respect that shamed me now.
"Eva."
He reached for me.
"It's not what you think. Whatever Cross told you about the video, I promise it isn't bad. A little raw sometimes, but that's the way it was between us."
No. Raw was what I had with Gideon. What I'd had with Brett was something much darker and unhealthy. I clasped my trembling hands together. "How many people have seen it? Have you shown it to— Has the band watched it?" He didn't have to answer. I saw it on his face. Jesus. I felt sick. "What do you want from me, Brett?"
"I want—"
Shoving up his sunglasses, he rubbed at his eyes.
"Hell. I want you. I want us to be together. I don't think we're over yet."
"We never got started."
"I know that's my fault. I want you to give me a chance to fix it."
I gaped. "I'm married."
"He's no good, Eva. You don't know him like you think you do."
My legs quivered with the urge to get up and leave. "I know he'd never show footage of us to anyone. He respects me too much."
"The whole point was to document the rise of the band, Eva. We had to sort through it all."
"You could have watched it alone first," I said tightly, horribly aware of the people sitting not too far away. "You could have cut us out before the others saw it."
"We're not the only ones Sam got on video. The other guys had stuff too."
"Oh, God." I watched as he shifted restlessly. Suspicion bloomed. "And there were other girls with you," I guessed, my nausea worsening. "What did it matter when I was just one of many?"
"It mattered."
He leaned forward.
"It was different with you, Eva. I was different with you. I was just too young and full of myself to appreciate it at the time. You need to see, Eva, then you'll understand."
I shook my head violently. "I don't want to see it. Ever." "Are you crazy?" That was a lie. What was in the video? How bad was it?
"God damn it!"
He yanked off his shades, throwing them on the table.
"I didn't want to talk about the fucking video."
But there was a defensiveness to his posture that made me doubt him. His shoulders were high and tight, his mouth a hard line. "Whatever Cross told you." He knew Gideon was aware of the tape. He had to know Gideon was fighting to keep it buried. Sam would have told him. "What do you want?" I asked again. "What was so damned urgent you had to come out to New York?" I waited for him to answer, my heart pounding. It was hot as hell and humid, but my skin felt chilled and clammy. He couldn't tell me he loved me, not after I'd caught him with Brittany. He couldn't warn me away from Gideon. I was already married. Brett was in Manhattan mid-tour, something the band had to agree with. And Vidal, why would they do that? What would they get out of interrupting their schedule? When Brett just sat there, his jaw working, I stood and turned blindly away, hurrying across the grass toward the nearest gate in the wrought iron fence. He called after me, but I kept my head down, achingly aware of the number of people in the park whose heads turned in my direction. I was making a scene, but I couldn't stop. I left my bag behind and didn't care. Get away. Get somewhere safe. Get to Gideon.
Angel.
The sound of my husband's voice made me stumble. I turned my head. He rose from a chair near the piano, by Bryant Park Grill, cool and elegant, seemingly impervious to the sultry heat. Gideon. The concern in his eyes, the gentle way he enfolded me in a hug, gave me strength. He'd known this meeting with Brett wouldn't go well, that I would be upset and needy, that I would need him. And he was there. I didn't know how, and I didn't care. My fingers dug into his back, practically clawing at him. Shh. His lips brushed against my ear.
I've got you.
Raoul appeared beside us with my bag in hand, his stance conveying a protectiveness that added to the shield Gideon's body gave me. The riotous panic inside me began to ease. I wasn't free-falling anymore. Gideon was my net, always prepared to catch me. He led me down the steps to where the Bentley waited, with Angus standing ready to open the back door. I slid inside and Gideon joined me, his arm wrapping around me when I curled into him. We were right back to where we'd started that morning, but in a matter of hours everything had changed.
I've got this, he murmured. Trust me.
I lifted my nose to his throat. They want to use the footage, don't they?
They won't. No one will.
There was a razor-sharp edge to his words. I believed him, and I loved him more than I ever thought possible. What an afternoon. I avoided thinking about Brett by working hard on game console comps, including Gen 10. My mind was firmly on Gideon when 5 o'clock rolled around. It wasn't just Phase 1 that worried me anymore. It was also me, the girl I'd once been. The sex tape could do more damage to the Cross name than anything a rival company could do. I texted Gideon. I hoped for a quick answer, but didn't expect one. Are you in your office? He replied almost instantly. Yes. Heading home, I typed back. Want to say bye first. Come up. I released the breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. See you in 10. Megumi was already gone when I passed reception, so I reached Gideon faster than I'd planned on. His receptionist was still at her station, her long red hair hanging sleekly around her shoulders. She gave me a curt nod, and I gave her a smile, unfazed. Scott wasn't at his desk when I got back there, but Gideon was standing at his hands on the desktop as he perused documents spread out in front of him. Arash was seated in one of the chairs, his posture relaxed and easy as he spoke. Neither of them wore a coat, and both of them looked mighty fine. Arash glanced at me as I came closer, and Gideon's head came up. My husband's eyes were so blue, the hue struck me even across the distance between us. His face remained austerely handsome, so classically Gideon, and yet his gaze softened at the sight of me. My mouth curved when he beckoned me with a crook of his finger. I entered his office and held out my hand to Arash when he stood. Hey, I greeted him. You keeping him out of trouble?
When he lets me,
the lawyer replied, catching my hand and pulling me in for an air kiss on my cheek.
Back off,
Gideon said dryly, his arm sliding around my waist. Arash laughed.
This new jealous streak of yours is vastly entertaining. Your sense of humor is not,
Gideon shot back. I leaned into my husband, loving the feel of his hard body against mine. There was no give to him, no yielding, except when he looked at me.
I've got a meeting in 30, Arash said, so I'll head out. Thanks for Friday night, Eva. I'd love to do it again sometime.
We will, I told him. For sure. As he left the office, I turned to Gideon. Can I hug you?
You never have to ask.
My heart felt squeezed by the warm indulgence in his eyes. The glass is clear.
Let them see,
He murmured, wrapping his arms around me. He exhaled long and slow when I clung to him.
Talk to me, Angel.
I don't want to talk. Didn't want to think about the mess I'd made of my life, which was now impacting the man I loved. I want to hear your voice. Say something. I don't care.
Klein won't hurt you. I promise you that.
My eyes squeezed shut. Not about him. Tell me about work.
Eva.
I felt the tension in his body, the strain of concern and worry, so I explained. I just want to close my eyes for a minute and feel you, smell you, hear you. I need to just soak you in for a minute, and then I'll be okay. His hands rubbed up and down my back, his chin resting on the top of my head.
We're going away. Soon, for at least a week, although I'd prefer 2. I was thinking we might go back to Crosswinds, spend the time naked and lazy.
You're never lazy, especially when you're naked.
Especially when you're naked,
He corrected, nuzzling me.
But I've never had you that way for an entire week. You could wear me out.
I doubt that's possible, Fiend. But I'm willing to try my best.
It won't be our honeymoon, per se. I want a month for that.
A month? I pulled back and looked at him, my mood lifting. The entire economy of New York could collapse if you're out of the game that long. He cupped the side of my face, his thumb brushing over my brow.
I think my highly capable team can manage a few weeks without me.
I caught his wrist and let a little of my anxiety out. I couldn't manage it. I need you too much.
Eva.
He lowered his head and pressed his lips to mine, his tongue teasing them open. Gripping his nape in my hand, I held him still while I deepened the kiss, fell into it. He pulled me closer, lifting me onto my tiptoes. His head tilted, tightening the seal, until every breath was shared, every moan and whimper. I gasped when we broke for air. When will you be home?
When you want me there?
That would be when your day is done. You've lost enough time over me today. I smoothed his perfectly placed tie. You weren't just spying on me this afternoon. You knew my lunch with Brett was going to go south.
It was a possibility.
The spying? Or the heading south? He shot me a look.
You're not going to give me a hard time about being there for you. You would have done the same had the situation been reversed.
How did you know what he wanted? Was the video's existence eating at him too? What I'd done and who I'd been before?
I know he's getting pressure from Christopher, who's also putting pressure on the rest of the band.
Why? To get to you?
In part. You're not just some random hot blonde. You're Eva Trammell. And your news.
Maybe I should dye my hair. Get rid of the golden. How about red? I couldn't go brunette, not with Gideon's history of dark-haired women. It would kill me to look in the mirror every day. His face shuddered, closed up like a steel trap even though nothing else about him gave away any tension. I got a tingle at the back of my neck, a prickling warning that something had shifted. Don't like the idea? I prodded, abruptly reminded of a redhead from his past, Dr. Ann Lucas.
I like you just the way you are. That said, if you want to change, I won't object. It's your body, your right. But don't do it just because of them.
Would you still want me? The tightness around his mouth eased, the inflexibility on his face fading away nearly as swiftly as it had appeared. Would you still want me if I had red hair? I tapped my chin with my finger, pretending to contemplate the change. Maybe we should stick with what we've got. Gideon kissed my forehead.
That's what I signed up for.
You also signed up for letting me have my way with you tonight.
Name the time and place.
8 o'clock? Your apartment on the Upper West Side?
Our apartment.
He kissed me softly.
I'll be there.
13. By the way, congratulations on your engagement. My gaze shifted from the project engineer's face on my monitor to the photo of Eva blowing kisses. Thank you. I would much rather look at my wife. For an instant, I pictured Eva as she'd been the night before, those plush lips wrapped around my cock. I had given her carte blanche with my body, and all she'd wanted was to suck me off, again and again, and again. Christ. I had been thinking about the night we'd had all day long. "I'll keep you posted on the impact of the storm," he said, bringing my attention back to work. "I appreciate you calling personally to check on us. The weather conditions may set us back a week or two, depending, but we'll open on time." "We have a cushion. Take care of yourself and your crew first." "Will do. Thanks." I closed the chat window and checked my schedule, needing to know exactly how much time I had to prepare for my next meeting with the lead R&D team at Posit. Scott's voice projected from my phone's speaker. "Christopher Vidal Sr. is on line 1. It's his third call today. I've already told him you'll get back to him when you can, but he's insistent. How do you want me to handle?" Calls from my stepfather never boded well, which meant delaying them ate into the time I had to fix whatever problem he needed to impose on me. "I'll take it." I hit the speaker button. "Chris, what can I do for you?" "Gideon, listen, I'm sorry to disturb you, but you and I need to talk. Would it be possible for us to meet today?" Prodded by the urgency in his voice, I picked up the receiver and took him off speaker. "My office or yours?" "No, your penthouse." I sat back, surprised. "I won't be home until close to 9. "That's fine." "Is everyone all right?" "Yes, everyone's fine. Don't worry about that." "It's Vidal, then. We'll take care of it." "God." He laughed harshly. "You're a good man, Gideon. One of the best I know. I should have told you that more often." My gaze narrowed at the edge in his tone. "I've got a few minutes now. Just lay it out." "No, not now. I'll see you at 9. He hung up. I sat for a long minute with the receiver in my hand. There was a knot in my gut, one that was cold and sharp. I returned the receiver to its cradle and my attention to work, pulling up schematics and reviewing the packets Scott had placed on my desk earlier. Still, my mind raced. I couldn't control what happened with my family, had never had any power there. I could only clean up the messes Christopher made and try to keep Vidal from going under. I drew the line, however, at using the footage of Eva. Nothing Chris could say would change that. Time was racing toward the Posit meeting when the message app popped up on my monitor and Ava's avatar appeared. "I can still taste you. Yummy." Smiley face. A dry laugh escaped me. The knot I'd been ignoring eased, then disappeared. She was my clean slate, my fresh start. Soothed, I replied. The pleasure was mine. "I've got a lead." My head turned to find Raoul entering my office. He came to my desk with brisk strides. "I'm still running through the guest list for that event you attended a couple weeks ago. I've also been running twice-daily searches for photos. Got an alert on this one today. I secured a copy and made some zoom views." I glanced at the photos he slid across my desk. Picking them up, I examined them more closely, one by one. There was a redhead in the background. In each successive picture, she was brought closer to the fore. Emerald green dress, long red hair. This is the woman Eva saw. It was also Anne Lucas. Something about the way she was standing, with her face averted, spurred a familiar sickness in my gut. I looked up at Raoul. "She wasn't on the guest list?" "Not officially, but she was on the red carpet, so I'm thinking she had to have been someone's +1.
I don't know who her escort was yet, but I'm on it. Restless, I stood, shoving my chair back. She went after Eva. You need to keep her away from my wife. Angus and I are developing new protocols for event security. Turning, I retrieved my jacket from its hook. You'll tell me if you need more men. I'll let you know. He scooped up the photos and started toward me. She's at her office today, he said, accurately gauging my intention. Was still there when I headed up to see you. Good. Let's go.
Excuse me. The petite brunette behind the desk stood in a rush as I walked by. You can't go in there. Dr. Lucas is with a patient now. I grabbed the knob and opened the door, walking into Anne's office without breaking stride. Her head snapped up, her green eyes widening the instant before her red mouth curved in a satisfied smile. The woman on the couch across from her blinked at me in confusion, swallowing whatever she'd been about to say. I'm so sorry, Dr. Lucas, the brunette said breathlessly. I tried to stop him. Anne slithered to her feet, her eyes on me. An impossible task, Michelle. Don't worry. You can go. The receptionist backed out. Anne glanced at her patient. We'll have to cut today's appointment short. I apologize for this incredibly rude interruption. She glared at me. And of course, I won't charge you. Please talk to Michelle about rescheduling. I waited in the open door as the flustered woman gathered her stuff, and then I moved aside as she stepped out. I could have called security, Anne said, leaning back against the front of her desk and crossing her arms. After going to all the trouble of luring me here, you wouldn't. I don't know what you're talking about. Regardless, it's good to see you. She dropped her arms and gripped the edge of her desk in a deliberately provocative pose, exposing her bare thigh as the slit in her blue wrap dress slid open. I can't say the same. Her smile tightened. Break your toys, then throw them away. Does Eva know her days are numbered? Do you? Unease dimmed her bright eyes and shook her smile. Is that a threat, Gideon? You'd like for it to be. I stepped closer, watched her pupils dilate. She was becoming aroused, and that revolted me as much as the smell of her perfume. Might make your game more interesting. She straightened and came toward me, her hips swaying, her red-soled black stilettos sinking into the plush carpet. You like to play too, lover, she purred. Tell me, have you tied up your pretty fiancée? Flogged her into a frenzy? Shoved one of your extensive array of dildos into her ass so that it fucked her while you pounded her pussy for hours? Does she know you, Gideon, the way I do? Hundreds of women know me the way you do, Anne. Do you think you were special? The only memorable thing about you is your husband and how it eats at him that I've had you. Her hand swung up to slap me, and I didn't stop her, taking the hit unflinchingly. I wish what I'd said were true, but I had been particularly depraved with her, seeing ghosts of her brother in the curve of her smile, her mannerisms. I caught her wrist when she made a grab for my cock. Leave Eva alone. I won't tell you twice. She's the chink in your armor, you heartless piece of shit. You've got ice in your veins, but she bleeds. Is that a threat, Anne? I asked, calmly tossing her words back to her. Absolutely. She yanked free of my grip. It's time to pay, and your billions won't cover the debt. Raising the stakes with a declaration of war. Are you that stupid? Or don't you care what this will cost you? Your career, your marriage, everything. I moved toward the door, my stride leisurely even as fury burned through me. I'd brought this down on Eva. I had to clean it up. "Just watch me, Gideon," she called after me. "See what happens." "Have it your way." I paused with my hand on the doorknob. "You've started this, but make no mistake, the final move will be mine." "Have you had any nightmares since we last saw each other?" Dr. Peterson asked, his demeanor laid back and quietly interested, the requisite tablet in his lap. "No." "How often would you say you have them?" I sat as comfortably as the easygoing doctor, but was irritably restless inside. I had too much to deal with to waste an hour of my time. "Lately, once a week. Sometimes a little longer in between." "What do you mean by lately?" "Since I met Eva." He jotted down something with his stylus. "You're facing unfamiliar pressures as you work on your relationship with Eva, but the frequency of your nightmares is lessening, at least for now. Do you have any thoughts as to why?" "I thought you were supposed to be explaining that to me." Dr. Peterson smiled. "I can't wave a magic wand and give you all the answers, Gideon. I can only help you sort through it." I was tempted to wait for him to say more, make him do most of the talking. But the thought of Eva and her hopes that therapy was going to make some sort of difference goaded me to speak. I'd promised to try, so I would. To a degree. "Things are smoothing out for us. We're in sync more than we're not." "Do you feel that you're communicating better?" "I think we're better at gauging the motives behind each other's actions. We understand each other more." "Your relationship has moved very quickly. You're not an impulsive man, but many would say marrying a woman you've known such a short time, and when you admit you're still getting to know, is extremely impulsive." "Is there a question there?" "An observation." He waited a moment, but when I didn't say anything, he went on. "It can be difficult for spouses of individuals with Ava's history. Her commitment to therapy has helped both of you. However, it's likely she'll continue to change in ways you may not expect. It will be stressful for you." "I'm no picnic myself," I said dryly. "You're a survivor of a different sort. Have you ever felt that your nightmares were aggravated by stress?" The question irritated me. "What does it matter? They happen." "You don't feel there are changes that can be made to lessen their impact?" "I just got married. That's a major life change, wouldn't you say, Doctor? I think that's enough for now." "Why must there be a limit? You're a young man, Gideon. You have a variety of options available to you. Change doesn't have to be something avoided. What's the harm in trying something new? If it doesn't work out, you always have the option to go back to what you were doing before." I found that wryly amusing. "Sometimes you can't go back." "Let's try a simple change now," Dr. Peterson said, setting his tablet aside. "Let's go for a walk." I found myself standing when he did, not wanting to be seated while he towered above me. We stood face to face with the coffee table between us. "Why?" "Why not?" He gestured toward the door. "My office may not be the best place for us to talk. You're a man used to being in charge. In here, I am. So we'll level the playing field and hit the hallway for a bit. It's a public space, but most of the individuals who work in this building have gone home." I exited his office before him, watching as he locked both his inner and outer office doors before joining me. "Ah, well, this is certainly different," he said, his mouth curving wryly. "Knocks me off my stride a bit." I shrugged and started walking. "What are your plans for the rest of the evening?" he asked, falling into step beside me. "An hour with my trainer," and then I said more. "My stepfather is coming over later." "To spend time with you and Eva? Are you close to him?" "No, to both." I stared straight ahead. "Something's wrong. That's the only reason he ever calls me." I sensed his gaze on my profile. "Do you wish that were different?" "No." "You don't like him?" "I don't dislike him." I was going to leave it at that, but again I thought of Eva. "We just don't know each other very well." "You could change that." I huffed out a laugh. "You're really pushing that angle tonight." "I told you I don't have an angle." He stopped, forcing me to stop too. Tipping his chin up, he eyed the ceiling, clearly thinking. "When you're considering an acquisition or exploring a new avenue of doing business, you bring in people to advise you, right? Experts in their respective fields?" He looked at me again, smiling. "You could think of me that same way, as an expert consultant." "On what?" "Your past." He resumed walking. "I help you with that. You can figure out the rest of your life yourself." "Get your head in the game, Cross!" My gaze narrowed. Across the mat, James Cho hopped on his bare feet, taunting me. He grinned evilly, knowing the unspoken challenge would spur me on. Half a foot shorter than me, and lighter by at least 30 pounds, the former MMA champion was lethally quick and had the belt to prove it. Rolling my shoulders back, I adjusted my stance. My fists came up, closing the opening that had allowed his last punch to connect with my torso. "Make it worth my while, Cho," I fired back, irritated that he was right. My brain was still back in Dr. Peterson's office. A switch had been thrown tonight, and I couldn't get a handle on what it was or what it meant. James and I circled, feinting and striking out, neither of us scoring a hit. As always, it was just the two of us in the dojo. The driving beat of taiko drums rumbled in the background from speakers cleverly hidden in the floor-to-ceiling bamboo paneling. "You're still holding back," he said. "Falling in love turn you into a pussy?" "You wish. Only way you'd beat me." James laughed, then came at me with a roundhouse kick. I dropped low and swept him, taking him down. He scissored his legs with lightning speed, taking me down with him. We hopped back up, squared off again. "You're wasting my time," he snapped, his fist lashing out. I ducked to the side. My left fist shot out, grazing his side. His fist hit my ribs straight on. "No one piss you off today?" He came at me in a rush, giving me no option to do anything but defend myself. I growled. Rage was simmering in the back of my mind, tucked away until I had the time and attention to deal with it. "Yeah, I see that fire in your eyes, Cross. Let it out, man. Bring it on." "She's the chink in your armor." I lashed out with a left-right combo, driving James back a step. "That all you got?" he jeered. I feigned a kick and then threw out a punch, snapping his head back. "Fuck yeah!" he gasped, flexing his arms, getting pumped. "There you are." She bleeds. Snarling, I lunged forward. Refreshed from a shower, I had barely finished dressing by pulling a t-shirt over my head when my smartphone started ringing. I picked it up off the bed where I'd left it and answered. "A couple things," Raoul said after greeting me, the background noise of a crowd and music quickly fading, then disappearing completely. "I've noticed that Benjamin Clancy is still keeping an eye on Mrs. Cross. Not constantly, but consistently." "Is that so?" I said quietly.
Are you good with that? Or should I talk to him?
I'll deal with him. Clancy and I were due for a chat. It had been on my list, but I would move it up.
Also, and you may know this already, Mrs. Cross had lunch with Ryan Landon and some of his executives today.
I felt that terrible quiet settle over me. Landon. Fuck. He'd slid in somewhere I hadn't been watching.
Thank you, Raoul. I'll need a private number for Ava's boss, Mark Garrity. I'll text it to you when I have it. Ending the call, I shoved the phone in my pocket, barely resisting the urge to throw it at the wall instead. Arash had warned me about Landon, and I'd brushed his concerns off. I'd been focused on my life, my wife, and while Landon had a wife of his own, his primary focus had always been me. The ringing of the penthouse phone jolted me. I went to the receiver on the nightstand and answered with an impatient, "Cross." "Mr. Cross, it's Edwin at the front desk. Mr. Vidal is here to see you."
Jesus. My grip tightened on the receiver.
"Send him up." "Yes, sir, will do."
Grabbing my socks and shoes, I carried them out to the living room and pulled them on. As soon as Chris left, I was heading home to Eva. I wanted to open a bottle of wine, find one of the older movies she knew by heart, and just listen to her recite the corny lines of dialogue. No one could make me laugh like she did. I heard the elevator car arrive and pushed to my feet, running a hand through my damp hair. I was tense and despised the weakness.
"Gideon."
Chris paused on the threshold of the foyer, looking grim and worn, which he so rarely did, and only then because of my brother.
"Is Ava here?"
"She's at her place. I'm heading over there when you leave." He gave me a jerky nod, his jaw working but nothing coming out of his mouth. "Come in," I said, gesturing at the wing-back chair by the coffee table. "Can I get you something to drink?" God knew I needed one myself after the day I'd had so far. He stepped wearily into my living room.
"Anything strong would be great."
"Sounds good to me." I went to the kitchen and poured us both a glass of Armagnac. As I was setting the decanter down, my phone vibrated in my pocket. Pulling it out, I saw a message from Ava. It was a selfie of her bare leg glistening with water and draped over the rim of her bathtub, with candles in the background. "Join me?" I swiftly revised my plans for the evening. She'd been sending me provocative texts all day. I was more than happy to both satisfy and reward her. I saved the photo and typed back. "Wish I could. Promise to make you wet again when I get there." Tucking my phone away, I turned and found Chris joining me at the island. I slid a tumbler over to him and took a sip from mine. "What's going on, Chris?" He sighed, both of his hands wrapping around the crystal.
"We're going to reshoot the Golden video."
"Oh?" That was an unnecessary expense, something Chris wisely avoided as a rule.
"I overheard Klein and Christopher arguing in the offices yesterday," he said gruffly, "and got the story. Klein wants a redo, and I agreed."
"Christopher doesn't, I'm sure." I leaned back against the counter, my jaw set. Apparently, Brett Klein had some serious feelings for Ava after all. I wasn't okay with that. Not even close.
"Your brother will get over it."
I doubted that, but it would do no good to say so. But Chris read what I didn't say and gave a nod.
"I know the video has caused stress for you and Ava. I should have been paying more attention.
I appreciate you being flexible about it." He stared into his glass, and then took a long drink, nearly downing the contents in a single swallow. "I've left your mother." I took a quick, deep breath, grasping that the reason for his visit had nothing to do with work. "Ireland told me you two had a fight." "Yeah, I hate that Ireland had to hear it." He looked at me, and I saw the knowledge in his eyes, the horror. "I didn't know, Gideon. I swear to God I didn't know." My heart jerked in my chest, then began to pound. My mouth went dry. "I, went to see Terence Lucas." Chris's voice grew hoarse. "Barged into his office. He denied it, the lying son of a bitch, but I could see it on his face." The brandy sloshed in my glass. I set it down carefully, feeling the floor shift under my feet. Eva had confronted Lucas, but Chris... I decked him, knocked him out cold, but God, I wanted to take one of those awards on his shelves and bash his head in. "Stop." The word broke from my throat like slivers of glass. "And the asshole who did... that asshole is dead. I can't get to him. God damn it." Chris dropped the tumbler onto the granite with a thud, but it was the sob that tore out of him that nearly shattered me. "Hell, Gideon. It was my job to protect you, and I failed." "Stop!" I pushed off the counter, my hands clenching. "Don't fucking look at me like that!" He trembled visibly, but didn't back down. "I had to tell you." His wrinkled dress shirt was in my fists, his feet dangling above the floor. "Stop talking! Now!" Tears slipped down his face. "I love you like my own. Always have." I shoved him away, turned my back to him when he stumbled and hit the wall. I left, crossing the living room without seeing it. "I'm not expecting your forgiveness," he called after me, tears clogging his words. "I don't deserve it, but you need to hear that I would have ripped him apart with my bare hands if I'd known." I rounded on him, feeling the sickness clawing up from my gut and burning my throat. "What the fuck do you want?" Chris pulled his shoulders back. He faced me with reddened eyes and wet cheeks, shaking but too stupid to run. "I want you to know that you're not alone." Alone. Yes. Far away from the pity and guilt and pain staring out at me through his tears. "Get out." Nodding, he headed toward the foyer. I stood immobile, my chest heaving, my eyes burning. Words backed up in my throat, violence pounded in the painful clench of my fists. He stopped before he left the room, facing me. "I'm glad you told Eva." "Don't talk about her." I couldn't bear to even think of her. Not now, when I was so close to losing it. He left. The weight of the day crashed onto my shoulders, dropping me to my knees. I broke.
14. I was dreaming of a private beach and naked Gideon when I was jerked awake by the sound of my phone ringing. Rolling to my side, I thrust my arm out and smacked around on the top of my nightstand, trying to find my smartphone in the dark. My fingers brushed against the familiar shape and I grabbed it, sitting up. Ireland's face lit up my screen. I frowned and glanced at the space beside me in the bed. Gideon wasn't home. Of course, he could have found me sleeping and gone next door to go to bed. "Hello?" I answered, noting that the time on the cable box said it was after 11 o'clock.
"Eva, it's Chris Vidal. I'm sorry to call so late, but I'm worried about Gideon. Is he all right?"
My stomach dropped. "What do you mean? What's wrong with Gideon?" There was a pause.
You haven't talked to him tonight?
I slid out of bed and turned on the lamp. No, I fell asleep. What's going on? He cursed with an intensity that made the hairs rise on my arms.
I met with him earlier about the things you told me. He didn't take it well.
Oh my God. I spun around blindly. Something to wear. I needed something to put on over the racy teddy I'd planned to seduce Gideon with.
You have to find him, Eva, he said urgently. He needs you now.
I'm going. I tossed the phone on my bed and yanked a wool trench coat out of my closet before racing out of my room. I grabbed the keys to the next-door apartment from my purse and ran down the hall. Fumbling with the deadbolt, I took too long to open the door. The place was as shadowy and silent as a tomb, the rooms empty. "Where are you?" I cried into the darkness, feeling the scratch of panicked tears in my throat. I ended up back in my apartment, my fingers trembling as I opened the app on my smartphone that would track his. He didn't take it well. God, of course he didn't. He hadn't taken it well when I'd told Chris initially. Gideon had been furious, aggressive. He'd had a horrible nightmare. The blinking red dot on the map was right where I was hoping it would be. The penthouse. I shoved my feet into flip-flops and hurried back out to my purse.
What the hell are you wearing?
Carrie asked from the kitchen, jolting me. Jesus, you scared the shit out of me. He sauntered up to the breakfast bar in just his gray Isles boxer briefs, his chest and neck glistening with sweat. Since the air conditioning was working fine and Trey was spending the night, I knew exactly how and why Carrie was overheated.
It's a good thing I did. You can't go out like that, he drawled.
Watch me. I slung my bag over my shoulder and headed toward the door.
You're a freak, baby girl,
he shouted after me.
A woman after my own heart.
Gideon's doorman didn't bat an eye when I climbed out of the back of the taxi in front of his building. Of course, the man had seen me in worse shape before. So had the concierge, who smiled and greeted me by name as if I didn't look like a crazy homeless person, albeit one in a Burberry coat. I walked as fast as I could in flip-flops to the private penthouse elevator, waited for it to descend to me, then keyed in the code. It was a straight shot up, but the ride felt endless. I wished I could pace the confines of the small, elegantly appointed car. My worried face stared back at me from the spotless mirrors. Gideon hadn't called, hadn't sent me a text after the flirtatious one promising me a steamy night, hadn't come to me, even if only to sleep next door. Gideon didn't like being away from me, except when he was hurting and ashamed. The elevator doors slid open and pounding, screaming heavy metal music poured in. I cringed and covered my ears, the volume of the ceiling-mounted speakers so loud it hurt to hear them. Pain, fury, the raging violence of the music crashed over me. I ached deep in my chest. I knew, I understood. The song was an audible manifestation of what Gideon felt inside himself and couldn't let out. He was too controlled, contained, his emotions so tightly leashed, along with his memories. I dug into my purse for a phone and ended up dropping the whole bag, spilling the contents onto the elevator car floor and across the checkerboard foyer. I left it all where it fell, except for my smartphone, which I picked up and swiped through to get the app that controlled the surround sound. I synced it to softer music, lowered the volume, and hit enter. The penthouse fell silent for an endless moment, and then the gentle chords of Collide by Howie Day began to play. I felt Gideon approaching before I saw him, the air crackling with the violent energy of an impending summer storm. He rounded the corner from the hallway leading to the bedrooms. I lost my breath. He was shirtless and barefooted, his hair a silky tousled mane that brushed his shoulders. Black sweats clung to the lowest part of his hips, underlining the tight lacing of his abs. He was bruised on his ribs and up by his shoulder, the signs of battle only strengthening the impression of rage and ferocity tightly leashed. My choice of music clashed with the emotion seething from him. My beautiful, savagely elegant warrior. The love of my life. So tormented that the sight of him brought hot, stinging tears to my eyes. He jerked to a halt when he saw me, his hands clenching and releasing at his sides, his eyes wild and nostrils flaring. My phone slid out of my hand and hit the floor. "Gideon." He sucked in a breath at the sound of my voice. It changed him. I watched the shift come over him, like a door slamming shut. One moment he was bristling with emotion, the next he was cool as ice, his surface as smooth as glass.
"What are you doing here?"
he asked, his voice dangerously even. "Finding you?" Because he was lost.
"I'm not fit company now."
"I can deal with it." He was too still, as if he were afraid to move.
"You should go. It's not safe for you here."
My pulse leaped. Awareness sizzled across my senses. I felt the heat of him from across the room, his need, the demand. I was suddenly melting in my jacket. "I'm safer with you than anywhere else on Earth." I took a deep breath for courage. "Does Chris believe you?" His head went back.
"How do you know?"
He called. "He's worried about you. I'm worried about you."
"I'll be fine,"
he snapped, which told me he wasn't fine now. I made my way to him, feeling the burn of his gaze as it tracked me. "Of course you will be. You're married to me."
"You need to go, Eva."
I shook my head. "It almost hurts worse, doesn't it, when they believe you? You wonder why you waited to tell them. Maybe you could have stopped it sooner if you'd just told the right person."
"Shut up."
There's always that little voice inside us that thinks we're to blame for what happened. His eyes squeezed as tightly closed as his fists.
"Don't."
I closed the distance between us. "Don't what?"
"Don't be what I need. Not now."
"Why not?" Those fiercely blue eyes snapped open, pinning me so thoroughly that I paused mid-step.
"I'm hanging on by a thread, Eva."
"You don't have to hang on," I told him, holding my hands out to him. "Let go. I'll catch you."
"No."
He shook his head.
I can't be gentle."
"You want to touch me?" His jaw worked.
"I want to fuck you. Hard."
I felt the heat sweep up to my cheeks. It was a testament to how much he wanted me that he could still find me desirable despite my ridiculous clothes. "I'm totally up for that. Always." My fingers went to the lapels of my coat. I'd partially buttoned up on the cab ride over, not wanting to flash anyone by accident. Now the trench was sweltering, my skin damp with perspiration. Gideon lunged and caught my wrists, squeezing them too hard.
"Don't."
"You don't think I can handle you? After all we've done together? All we've talked about and plan on doing?" God, his entire body was straining, tense, every muscle thick and hard, and his eyes, so bright against his tanned skin, so agonized. My dark and dangerous. He gripped my elbow and started walking. "What?" I stumbled. He dragged me toward the elevator.
"You have to go."
"No!" I struggled, kicking off my flip-flops and digging my feet in.
"Damn it."
He rounded on me and yanked me up, facing me nose to nose.
"I can't. Promise to stop. If I take you too far in your safe word, I might not stop, and us will all go to hell."
"Gideon, for Christ's sakes, don't be afraid to want me too much."
"I want to punish you,"
he snarled, gripping my face in both hands.
"You did this. You brought this on. Pushing people. Pushing me. Look what you've done."
I smelled the liquor on him then, the rich vapor of some expensive spirit. I'd never seen him truly drunk. He valued his control too much to completely dull his senses. But he was drunk now. The first hint of wariness rippled through me. "Yes," I said shakily. "This is my fault. I love you too much. Will you punish me for that?"
"God."
He closed his eyes. His hot, damp forehead touched mine, nuzzling hard. His sweat coated my skin, imprinting me with the lushly masculine scent that was his alone. I felt him soften, relaxing infinitesimally. I turned my head and pressed my lips to his feverish cheek. He stiffened.
"No."
Gideon pulled me toward the elevator, yanking me into the foyer and kicking the scattered contents of my purse out of the way. "Stop it!" I yelled, trying to tug my arm free. But he wouldn't listen. His finger stabbed at the call button. The car doors opened instantly, the private elevator always waiting to take him down. He threw me in and I stumbled into the rear wall. Desperate, I yanked at the belt of my coat, my urgency giving me strength. I tore at the buttons, sending them rolling in every direction. The doors were closing when I spun to face him, holding the lapels of my coat wide open so he could see what I was wearing beneath. His arm shot out, blocking the door from closing. He shoved it open. The teddy I'd worn was blood red, our color, and had scarcely any material to it at all. Sheer mesh exposed my breasts and sex, while bandage-like cutouts caged my waist. "Bitch," he hissed, stalking into the confined space, shrinking it too small.
"You can't stop pushing."
"I'm your bitch," I shot back, feeling the tears well and fall. It was painful to have him so angry with me, even though I understood. He needed an outlet, and I'd positioned myself as the target. He'd warned me, tried to protect me. "I can take you, Gideon Cross. I can take whatever you've got." He tackled me back into the wall so hard the impact knocked the breath from me. His mouth covered mine, his tongue plunging deep. His hands squeezed my breasts roughly, his knee pressing hard between my legs. I arched into him, fighting to shrug off my coat. I was too hot. Sweat sliding down my back and belly. Gideon wrenched the trench off, tossing it aside, his mouth sealed to mine. A moan of gratitude escaped me, my arms wrapping around his neck, my heart swelling with the relief of holding him. My fingers pushed into his hair, my grip tightening to give me leverage to crawl up him. Gideon tore his mouth away, then my hands.
"Don't touch me."
"Fuck you!" I snapped, too hurt to hold the words back. Just to spite him, I broke free of his grip and let my hands roam over his rock-hard shoulders and biceps. He pushed back, holding me to the wall with a single hand against the middle of my chest. No matter how I shoved or scratched at his steely arm, I couldn't budge him. I could only watch as he yanked the drawstring free of his sweats. Desire and apprehension twisted together inside me. "Gideon?" His gaze met mine, so dark and haunted.
"Can you keep your hands off me?"
"No, I don't want to." With a nod, he released me, only to spin me around to face the rear of the car. Caged by his body, I had little room to maneuver.
"Don't fight me,"
he ordered, his lips to my ear. Then he tied my wrists to the handrail. I froze, startled that he was actually restraining me. So surprised and disbelieving that I barely struggled. It was only after I watched him knot the thin cord that I realized he was serious. Gripping my hips, he nuzzled my hair aside and sank his teeth into my shoulder.
"I say when."
I gasped, tugging at my hands. "What are you doing?" He didn't answer me. He just left. Twisting around as much as I was able, I caught him walking into the living room just as the door slid shut. "Oh my God," I breathed. "You wouldn't." I couldn't believe he'd send me away like this, tied up in the elevator in only lingerie. He was presently screwed up in the head, yes, but I couldn't believe my wildly jealous husband would expose me that way to whoever might be in the lobby just to get rid of me. "Get in!" God damn it! Don't you dare leave me in here like this! Do you hear me? Get your ass back in here! I wrenched at the cord binding my wrists, but it was knotted tight. Seconds passed, then minutes. The car didn't move, and after screaming myself hoarse, I realized it wouldn't. It waited for the push of a button, standing by for Gideon's command. Just like I was going to kick his fucking ass when I got loose. I'd never been so pissed. Gideon! Bending over, I walked backward, then lifted and stretched one leg to reach the button that opened the doors. I pushed it with my big toe. As they slid open, I sucked in a deep breath to scream, then promptly lost it in a startled rush. Gideon strode through the living room toward the foyer, completely naked and drenched from head to toe. His cock was so hard it curved up to his navel. His head was tipped back as he guzzled bottled water, his stride loose and easy, yet entirely predatory. I straightened as he drew closer, panting from both the riot of my emotions and the depth of my hunger. Asshole or not, I wanted him with a ferocity I couldn't fight. He was complicated and sexy, damaged and perfect.
Here.
He brought a crystal tumbler to my lips, and I hadn't noticed because I'd been too busy ogling his magnificent body. The glass was nearly full, the reddish-gold liquid sloshing against my lips as he tipped it. My mouth opened by instinct, and he poured the liquor in, the potent proof burning my tongue and throat. I coughed, and he waited, his gaze heavy-lidded. He smelled clean and cool, refreshed from a shower.
Finish it.
It's too strong, I protested. He simply poured another large swallow past my parted lips. I kicked at him, cursing when I hurt my foot, and didn't do any damage to him at all. Stop it! He dropped the empty water bottle and cupped my face in his hand. His thumb brushed away the drops of liquor on my chin.
You need to let me settle, and you need to mellow out. We go at it like this, we'll tear each other apart.
A stupid tear slipped out of the corner of my eye. Gideon groaned and bent toward me, his tongue licking the trail of the droplet off my cheek.
I'm shattered, and you're beating at me with your fists. I can't take it, Eva.
I can't take you shutting me out, I whispered, tugging at the damned cord. The liquor was spreading fire through my veins. I could feel the tendrils of intoxication curling around my senses already. He put his hand over mine, stilling my restless movements.
Stop that. You'll hurt yourself.
Cut me loose.
You touch me and I can't keep it together. I'm hanging by a thread.
He said again, sounding desperate.
I can't snap. Not with you.
With someone else? My voice became shrill. You need someone else! I couldn't keep it together either. Gideon was the rock in our relationship, the anchor. I thought I could be the same for him. I wanted to shelter him, be his haven, but Gideon didn't need shelter from the storm. He was the storm, and I wasn't strong enough to bear up under the weight of his crashing mood.
No. Christ.
He kissed me, hard.
You need me in control. I need to be in control when I'm with you.
I felt the panic building. He knew. He knew I wasn't enough. You were different with the others. You didn't hold back. Fuck! Gideon spun away, slamming his fist into the control panel. The doors opened to the sound of Sarah McLachlan singing about possession, and he threw the tumbler, shattering it against the foyer wall.
Yes, I was different. You made me different.
And you hate me for that. I started crying, my body sagging into the car wall.
No.
He wrapped himself around me, his water-chilled body curving over my back. He rubbed his face against me, his embrace so tight I could barely breathe.
I love you. You're my wife. My goddamn life. You're everything.
I just want to help you, I cried. I want to be here for you, but you won't let me.
God. Eva.
His hands began to move to pet and glide, to stroke, to soothe.
I can't stop you. I need you too much.
I gripped the handrail with both hands, my cheek pressed to the cool mirror. The liquor began to work its magic. A heated languor slid through me, drowning my anger, and what fight I had left until they drifted away, leaving me sad and afraid and so desperately, terrifyingly in love. His hand pushed between my legs, rubbing, searching. With a forceful tug, he opened the snaps that held the front and back of the teddy together. I moaned at the sudden release of pressure. My sex was wet and swollen from the skilled movements of his hands, and the image in my mind of the way he'd looked walking toward me. My head fell back against his shoulder, and I saw his reflection. His eyes were closed, his lips parted. The vulnerability etched on his gorgeous face undid me. He was hurting so badly. I couldn't bear it. "Tell me what I can do," I whispered. "Tell me how to help."
Shh.
His tongue rimmed the shell of my ear.
Let me settle.
The feather, light stroke of his thumb over the mesh covering my nipple was driving me mad. The slide of his fingers between the slick folds of my cleft had me quivering. He knew where to touch me, how much pressure. I cried out when he pushed 2 fingers inside me, my feet flexing, lifting me onto my toes. My knees weakened, my legs quivering with the strain. The air in the elevator felt thick and steamy, heavy with the need that pumped off him in waves.
Oh, Christ,
he groaned when my sex tightened around him, his hips rolling against me to grind his erection into my buttocks.
I'm going to bruise this sweet cunt, Eva. I can't stop it.
His arm banded around my waist and lifted me, pulling me back so that my arms were straight and I was bent over. He kneed my legs apart, his fingers sliding wetly from my cleft. I felt his hand graze my hip, and then he was dragging the wide crest of his penis through the seam of my buttocks and notching it between the lips of my sex. I held my breath, squirming against that plush pressure. I'd wanted him all day, craving the feel of his big cock inside me, needing him to make me come.
Wait,
he groaned, reaching for both my waist and my shoulder, his fingers flexing impatiently.
Let me.
My sex clenched, tightening around the thick head. Gideon cursed and thrust, one hard stroke that shoved him deep. I cried out in pleasured pain, arching away from the rigid fullness, feeling the burn of stretching inner muscles and tender tissues.
Yes,
he hissed, yanking me back into him until the lips of my sex hugged the thick root of his penis. His hips circled, his balls lying heavily against my engorged clitoris.
Fucking tight.
I moaned and tried to hold on to the handrail. My body rocked as he began to fuck. The sensation was devastating, being filled so completely, then emptied abruptly. My knees gave out, my core spasming in delight as he reamed me hard and thoroughly. All the emotion he'd pent up inside him was hammered into me, the relentless drives of his cock massaging every sensitive nerve. I was coming before I knew the orgasm was on me, gasping his name, as pleasure racked my body in violent trembles. My head dropped between my arms, my muscles weak and useless. Gideon held me up with his hands, with his erection, using my body, taking it, grunting primitively every time he hit the end of me.
So deep,
he growled.
So good.
In the periphery, I caught movement. My dazed eyes focused on our reflection. With a low, pained cry, I started coming again, if I'd ever stopped. Gideon was the most searingly erotic thing I'd ever seen, his biceps thick and hard as he supported my weight, his thighs straining with exertion, his ass flexing as he pistoned, his abs rippling with power as he rolled his hips with every stroke. He'd been built to fuck, but he had mastered the skill, using every inch of his amazing body to enslave a woman to pleasure. It was innate to him, instinctive. Even drunk and near feral with anguish, his rhythm was tight and precise, his focus absolute. Every thrust took him deep inside me, hitting the sweetest spots again and again, driving the ecstasy into me until I couldn't resist the onslaught. Another climax churned against me like a tidal wave.
"That's it," he groaned. "Milk my dick, Angel. God, you're making me come."
I felt his cock thickening, lengthening. Tingles raced across my skin. My lungs heaved for air. Gideon threw back his head and roared like an animal, spurting hotly. Gripping my hips, he pumped me onto his ejaculating cock, coming hard and forever, filling me until semen slicked my sex and inner thighs. He slowed the thrust of his hips, gasping, bending over to press his cheek to my shoulder. I started sinking to my knees. "Gideon?" He pulled me up. "I'm not done," he said roughly, still thick and stiff inside me. Then he started again. I woke to the feel of his hair brushing over my shoulder and the press of warm, firm lips. Exhausted, I tried to roll away, but an arm around my waist pulled me back.
"Eva,"
he rasped. His hand cupped my breast, clever fingers rolling my nipple. It was dark and we were in bed, although I barely remembered him carrying me there. He'd undressed me, washed me with a damp cloth, and rained kisses over my face and wrists. They were bandaged now, slicked with ointment and wrapped with care. It had turned me on to feel his tender caresses over the chafing, the mix of pleasure and pain he'd noticed. With eyes hot with lust, he'd spread my legs and eaten me with an insistent demand that robbed me of the ability to think or move. He'd licked and sucked my cleft endlessly, until I lost count of how many times he made me come around his wicked tongue. "Gideon?" Turning my head, I looked at him over my shoulder. He was propped on one arm, his eyes glittering in the faint light of the moon. "Did you stay with me?" Maybe it was reckless to hope he'd stayed with me while I slept, but sharing a bed with him was something I loved and craved. He nodded.
"I couldn't leave you."
"I'm glad." He rolled me over and into him, taking my mouth, kissing me softly. The coaxing licks of his tongue stirred me again, made me moan.
"I can't stop touching you,"
he breathed, gripping my nape to hold me still as he deepened the kiss, his teeth tugging gently on my lower lip.
"When I touch you, I don't think about anything else."
Tenderness blended with the love. "Can I touch you too?" Closing his eyes, he begged.
"Please."
I surged into him, my hand sliding into his hair to hold him as he held me. I brushed my tongue against his, our mouths hot and wet, our legs tangled, my body arching to press against the hardness of his. He hummed softly and slowed me down, rolling to pin me to the bed. Pulling back, he broke the seal of our mouths, nibbling, sucking, tracing the curves of my lips with the tip of his tongue. I whimpered in protest, wanting deeper, harder. Instead, he licked, leisurely, stroking the roof of my mouth, the lining of my cheeks. I tightened my legs, dragging him closer. He rocked his hips, pressing his erection into my thigh. Gideon kissed me until my lips were hot and puffy, and the sun was rising in the sky. He kissed me until he came in a hot rush against my skin, not once, but twice. The feel of him coming, the sound of his low, pained moans of pleasure, knowing I could bring him to orgasm with just my kiss. I slicked his thigh with my knead and ground against him until I climaxed. As the new day began, he closed the distance he'd put between us in the elevator. He made love to me without sex. He pledged his devotion by making me the center of his world. There was nothing beyond the edges of our bed. Only us and a love that stripped us bare even as it made us whole. When I woke again, I found him sleeping beside me, his lips as kiss-swollen as mine. Gideon's face was soft in repose, but the faint frown between his brows told me he wasn't resting as deeply as I would wish. He lay on his side, his body stretched long and lean across the mattress, the sheet tangled around his legs. It was late, nearly 9, but I didn't have the heart to either wake him or leave him. I hadn't been at my job long enough to miss a day, but I decided to do it anyway. I'd been putting my needs first when it came to my career, giving it the power to someday put a wedge between us. I knew my desire to be independent wasn't wrong, but at that moment, it didn't feel right either. Pulling on a t-shirt and boy shorts, I slipped out of the bedroom and down the hall to Gideon's home office, where his smartphone was bitching that he was ignoring the alarm to wake him up. I turned it off and went to the kitchen. Mentally checking off the things I needed to do, I called and left a message for Mark about missing work due to a family emergency. Then I called Scott's desk and left a message telling him that Gideon wasn't going to make it in by 9 and might not be there at all. I told him to call me and we could talk about it. I hoped to keep Gideon home all day, although I doubted he would agree to that. We needed time together, alone, time to heal. I retrieved my smartphone from the foyer and called Angus. He answered on the first ring.
"Hello, Mrs. Cross. Are you and Mr. Cross ready to go?"
"No, Angus. Right now we're staying put. I'm not sure we'll be leaving the penthouse today. I was wondering, do you know where Gideon gets those bottles of hangover cure?"
"Yes, of course. Do you need one?"
"Gideon might when he wakes up. Just in case, I'd like to have one waiting for him." There was a pause.
"If you don't mind me asking," he asked, his Scottish burr more pronounced, "does this have something to do with Mr. Vidal's visit last night?"
I rubbed at my forehead, feeling the warning signs of an impending headache. "It has everything to do with it."
"Does Chris believe?" he asked quietly.
"Yes," he sighed.
That's why then. The lad wouldn't have been prepared for that. Denial is what he knows and can handle."
"He took it hard."
"I am certain he did. It's good he has you, Eva. You're doing the right thing for him, though it may take him time to appreciate it. I'll get that bottle for you."
"Thank you." With that accomplished, I turned my attention to cleaning the place up. I washed the empty decanter and tumbler I found on the kitchen island first, then took the broom and dustpan into the foyer to clean up the shattered glass. I talked to Scott when he called while I was picking up all the crap that had fallen out of my purse, and when we hung up, I turned my attention to scrubbing the foyer wall and floor to remove the dried traces of brandy. Gideon had said he felt shattered the night before. I didn't want him to wake up and find his place that way. Our place. I corrected myself. Our home. I needed to start thinking of it that way, and so did Gideon. We were going to have a conversation about him trying to kick me out. If I was going to make a better effort at entwining our lives, then he had to as well. I wish there were someone I could talk to about it all, a friend to listen and give sage advice. Carrie or Shauna. Even Stephen, who had a way about him that made him so easy to talk to. We had Dr. Peterson, but that wasn't the same thing. For now, Gideon and I had secrets we could share only with each other, and that kept us isolated and codependent. It wasn't only innocence our abusers had taken away from us, they'd also taken our freedom. Even after the abuse was long over, we were still caged by the false fronts we lived behind, still caged by lies, but in a different way. I had just finished polishing all the smudges off the mirror in the elevator when it began descending with me inside, and only a t-shirt and underwear. "Seriously?" I muttered, yanking off my rubber gloves to try to put order to my hair. After rolling around with Gideon all night, I looked like an epic mess. The door slid open and Angus started to step in, his footstep halting mid-air when he spotted me. I shifted position, trying to hide the cord still tied to the handrail behind me. Gideon had cut me loose with scissors, freeing my wrists but leaving the evidence. Hi," I said, squirming with embarrassment. There was no good way to explain how I happened to be in the elevator. scarcely dressed and holding yellow rubber gloves, when Angus had called it down to pick him up. To make things worse, my lips were so red and swollen from kissing Gideon for hours that there was no way to hide what I'd been up to all night. Angus's pale blue eyes lit with amusement. "Good morning, Mrs. Cross." "Good morning, Angus," I replied, with as much dignity as I could manage. He held out a bottle of the hangover cure, which I was pretty sure was just a shot of alcohol mixed with liquid vitamins. "Here you go." "Thank you." The words were heartfelt and carried additional gratitude for his lack of questions. "Call me if you need anything. I'll be nearby." "You're the best, Angus." I rode back up to the penthouse. When the doors opened, I heard the penthouse phone ringing. I made a run for it, sliding into the kitchen on my bare feet to snatch the receiver off its base, hoping the noise hadn't woken Gideon. "Hello?"
"Eva, it's Arash. Is Cross with you?"
"Yes, he's still sleeping, I think. I'll check." I headed down the hall.
"He's not sick, is he? He's never sick."
There's a first time for everything. Peeking into the bedroom, I found my husband sprawled magnificently in sleep, his arms wrapped around my pillow with his face buried in it. I tiptoed over to put the hangover bottle on his nightstand, and then I tiptoed back out, pulling the door closed behind me. "He's still crashed," I whispered.
"Wow. Okay, change of plan. There are some documents you both have to sign before 4 this afternoon. I'll have them messengered over. Give me a call when you're done with them and I'll send someone to pick them up."
"I have to sign something? What is it?"
"He didn't tell you." He laughed. "Well, I won't ruin the surprise. You'll see when you get them. Call me if you have any questions."
I growled softly. "Okay, thanks." We hung up, and I stared down the hall toward the bedroom with narrowed eyes. What was Gideon up to? It drove me crazy that he set things in motion and handled issues without talking to me about them. My smartphone started ringing in the kitchen. I ran back across the living room and took a look at the screen. The number was an unfamiliar one, but clearly based in New York. "Good grief," I muttered, feeling like I'd already put in a full day of work and it was just past 10:30 in the morning. How the hell did Gideon manage being pulled in so many directions at once? "Hello?"
"Eva, it's Chris again. I hope you don't mind that Ireland gave me your number."
"No, it's fine. I'm sorry I didn't call you back sooner. I didn't mean to make you worry."
"Is he okay then?"
I went to one of the bar stools and sat. "No. It was a rough night."
"I called his office. They told me he was out this morning."
"We're home. He's still sleeping."
"It's bad then,"
he said. He knew my man. Gideon was a creature of habit, his life rigidly ordered and compartmentalized. Any deviation from his established patterns was so rare it was cause for concern. "He'll be all right," I assured him. "I'll make sure of it. He just needs some time."
"Is there anything I can do?"
"If I think of anything, I'll let you know."
"Thank you."
He sounded tired and worried.
"Thank you for saying something to me and being there for him. I wish I had been when it was happening. I'll have to live with the fact that it wasn't."
"We all have to live with it. It's not your fault, Chris. Doesn't make it easier, I know, but you need to keep it in mind or you'll beat yourself up. That won't help Gideon."
"You're wise beyond your years, Eva. I'm so glad he has you."
"I got lucky with him," I said quietly. "Big time." I ended the call and couldn't help but think of my mother. Seeing what Gideon was going through made me appreciate her all the more. She had been there for me. She'd fought for me. She had the guilt, too, which made her overprotective to the point of craziness. But there was a part of me that hadn't gotten quite so damaged as Gideon because of her love. I called her, and she answered on the first ring. "Eva, you've been deliberately avoiding me. How am I supposed to plan your wedding without your input? There are so many decisions to make, and if I make the wrong one, you'll—" "Hi, Mom," I interrupted. "How are you?" "Stressed," she said, her naturally breathy voice conveying more than a little accusation. "How could I be anything else? I'm planning one of the most important days of your life all by myself, and I was thinking we could get together on Saturday and hash it all out, if that fits into your schedule." "Really?" The hopeful pleasure in her voice made me feel guilty. Yes, really. I had been thinking of the second wedding as being more for my mother than anyone else, but that was wrong. The wedding was important to Gideon and me, too, another opportunity for us to affirm our unbreakable bond. Not for the world to see, but for the two of us. He had to stop pushing me away to protect me, and I had to stop worrying that I would disappear when I became Mrs. Gideon Cross. "That would be wonderful, Eva. We could have brunch here with the wedding planner, spend the afternoon going over all our options." "I want something small, Mom, intimate." Before she argued, I pressed forward with Gideon's solution. "We can go as crazy as you want with the reception, but I want our wedding to be private." "Eva, people will be insulted if they're invited to the reception and not the ceremony." "I really don't care. I'm not getting married for them. I'm getting married because I'm in love with the man of my dreams, and we're going to spend the rest of our lives together. I don't want the focus to ever shift from that." "Honey," she sighed as if I were clueless, "we can talk more about this on Saturday." "Okay, but I'm not changing my mind." I felt a tingle race down my back and turned. Gideon stood just beyond the threshold to the kitchen, watching me. He'd pulled on the sweatpants from the night before, and his hair was still mussed from sleep, his eyes heavy-lidded. "I've got to go," I told my mom. "I'll see you this weekend. Love you." "I love you too, Eva. That's why I only want the best for you." I killed the call and set my phone down on the island. Sliding off the seat, I faced him. "Good morning."
"You're not at work,"
he said, his voice raspier, sexier than usual. "Neither are you."
"Are you going in late?"
"Nope. And you're not either." I went to him, wrapping my arms around his waist. He was still warm from the bed. My sleepy, sensual dream come true. "We're going to hole up today, Ace. Just you and me hanging out in our pajamas and relaxing." His arm cinched around my hips, his other hand lifting to brush the hair back from my face.
"You're not mad?"
"Why would I be?" Lifting onto my tiptoes, I kissed his jaw. "Are you mad at me?"
"No."
He cupped my nape, pressing my cheek to his.
"I'm glad you're here."
"I'll always be here, until death do us part."
"You're planning the wedding."
"You heard that, huh? If you've got requests, tell me now, or forever hold your peace." He was quiet for a long time, long enough that I figured he didn't have anything to add. Turning my head, I caught his lips and gave him a quick, sweet kiss. "Did you see what I left you by the bed?"
"Yes, thank you."
A ghost of a smile touched his mouth. He looked like a man who'd been well fucked, which filled me with feminine pride. "I got you off the hook at work, too, but Arash said he had some papers to send over to us. He wouldn't tell me what they were."
"Guess you'll have to wait and find out."
I brushed my fingertips over his brow. "How are you doing?" His shoulder lifted in a shrug.
"I don't know. Right now, I just feel like shit."
"Let's revisit that bath you missed last night."
I'm feeling better already."
Linking our fingers together, I started leading him back toward the bedroom.
"I want to be the man of your dreams, Angel,"
he said, surprising me.
"I want that more than anything."
I looked back at him. "You've got that in the bag already." I stared down at the contract in front of me, my heart racing with a dizzying combination of love and delight. I looked up from the coffee table as Gideon entered the room, his hair still damp from our bath, his long legs encased in black silk pajama bottoms. "You're buying the Outer Banks house?" I asked, needing his confirmation despite having the proof in front of me. His sexy mouth curved.
"We're buying the house. We agreed we would."
"We talked about it." The agreed-upon price was a bit staggering, telling me the owners hadn't been easy to persuade, and he'd asked them to convey the copy of Naked in Death with the property, along with the furnishings in the master bedroom. He always thought of everything. Gideon settled on the couch beside me.
Now we're doing something about it.
The Hamptons would be closer, or Connecticut.
It's a quick hop down by jet.
He tipped my chin up with his finger and pressed his lips to mine.
Don't worry about the logistics,
he murmured.
We were happy there on the beach. I can still picture you walking along the shore. I remember kissing you on the deck, spreading you across that big white bed. You looked like an angel, and that place for me was like heaven.
Gideon. I rested my forehead against his. I loved him so much. Where do we sign? He pulled back and slid the contract over, finding the first yellow "Sign Here" flag. His gaze roved over the coffee table and he frowned.
Where's my pen?
I stood. I've got one in my purse. Catching my wrist in his hand, he tugged me back down.
No. I need my pen. Where's the envelope this came in?
I spotted it lying on the floor between the couch and table, where I'd dropped it when I realized what Arash had sent over. Picking it up, I realized it was still weighted, and upended it over the table to let the rest of the items inside spill out. A fountain pen clattered onto the glass, and a small photo floated out.
There we go,
he said, taking the pen and slashing his signature on the dotted line. As he went through the rest of the pages, I picked up the picture and felt my chest tighten. It was the photo of him and his dad on the beach, the one he'd told me about in North Carolina. He was young, maybe 4 or 5, his small face screwed up in concentration as he helped his dad build a sandcastle. Jeffrey Cross sat across from his son, his dark hair blowing in the ocean breeze, his face movie star handsome. He wore only swimming trunks, showing off a body very much like the one Gideon boasted today. Wow. I breathed, knowing I was going to make copies of the image and frame one for each of the places we lived in. I love this.
Here.
He pushed the contract with the pen lying atop it over to me. I set the photo down and picked up the pen, turning it over to see the GC engraved on the barrel. You superstitious or something?
It was my father's.
Oh. I looked at him.
He signed everything with it. He never went anywhere without it tucked in his pocket.
He raked his hair back from his face.
He destroyed our name with that pen.
I set my hand on his thigh. And you're building it back up with the same pen. I get it. His fingertips touched my cheek, his gaze soft and shining.
I knew you would.
15. His and Hers Master Suite, a classic. Blair Ash smiled as his pen flew across the large notepad clipped to a board. His gaze lifted to roam the entirety of Ava's bedroom in the penthouse, the one I'd had him design specifically to look exactly like the room my wife had in her Upper West Side apartment. "How big a change are you looking for?" the designer asked. "Do you want to start with a blank slate, or are you just looking for the easiest structural change that will combine the 2 rooms?" I left it to Ava to answer. It was difficult for me to participate, knowing this change was one neither of us really wanted. Our home would soon reflect how fucked up I was, and how badly our marriage was affected because of it. The whole exercise was like a knife in the gut. She glanced at me, then asked, "What would the easy way look like?" Ash smiled, revealing slightly crooked teeth. He was attractive, or so Ireland assured me, and sported his usual attire of ripped jeans and a t-shirt under a tailored blazer. I couldn't care less about his looks. What mattered was his talent, which I'd admired enough to hire him to decorate both my office and my home. What I didn't like was the way he was looking at my wife. "We could simply adjust the layout of the master bath and knock out an arched entry through this wall, effectively joining the 2 rooms via the bathroom." "That's just what we need," Ava said. "Right. It's quick and efficient, and the actual construction wouldn't be all that disruptive to your lives." "Or," he went on,
I could show you some alternatives. Like what? He moved to her side, so close that his shoulder pressed against hers. Ash was nearly as blonde as Eva, the image of them striking as he bent his head to hers. If we work with the square footage of all 3 bedrooms and master bathroom, he replied, speaking only to her as if I weren't there, I could give you a master suite that's balanced on both sides. Both bedrooms would be the same size, with his and hers adjoining home offices, or sitting room if you prefer. Oh. She nipped absently at her lower lip for a second. I can't believe you sketched that up so quickly. He winked at her. Fast and thorough is my motto, and getting the job done so well that you think of me when you want to do it again. I lounged against the wall, my arms crossing as I watched them. Eva seemed oblivious to the designer's double entendre. I was anything but. The house phone rang and her head came up. She looked at me. I bet Carrie's here. Why don't you get that, Angel? I drawled. Maybe you should bring him up yourself, share your excitement. Yes! She ran her hand over my arm as she hurried from the room, a fleeting touch that reverberated through me. I straightened, focusing on Ash. You're flirting with my wife. He stiffened abruptly, the smile leaving his face. I'm sorry. I didn't mean anything by it. I just want Miss Trammell to feel comfortable. I'll worry about her. You worry about me. I didn't doubt that he questioned the arrangement we'd consulted him to implement. Everyone who saw it would. What red-blooded man in his right mind would have a wife like Eva, yet sleep not just in a different bed, but in a different room altogether? The knife dug in a little deeper and twisted. His dark eyes went flat and hard. Of course, Mr. Cross. Now, let's see what you've sketched so far. What do you think? Eva asked, between bites of pepperoni and basil pizza. She leaned over the island, with one leg kicked up behind her, having chosen to stand on the opposite side from where Carrie and I sat. I debated my reply. I mean, the idea of a master suite with 2 mirroring sides is lovely, she went on, wiping at her mouth with a paper napkin. But if we go the easy route, it'll be faster. Plus, we could close up the wall again one day, if we want to use the room for something else. Like a nursery, Carrie said, shaking crushed red pepper onto his slice. My appetite died, and I dropped the slice I'd been eating onto my paper plate. Lately, eating pizza at home hadn't been working out for me. Or a guest room, Eva corrected. I liked what you talked to Blair about for your apartment. Carrie shot her a look. Quick dodge. Hey, you may have babies on your mind, but the rest of us have other things to check off our lists first. She was saying exactly what I wanted her to say, but... Did Eva have the same fears I did? Maybe she'd taken me as a husband because she couldn't help herself, but drew the line at taking me as a father to her children. I carried my plate to the trash and tossed it in. I have some calls to make. Stay, I said to Carrie. Spend time with Eva. He gave me a nod. Thanks. Leaving the kitchen, I crossed the living room. So, Carrie began before I stepped out of earshot. Hot designer dude's got a thing for your man, baby girl. He does not, Eva laughed. You're crazy. No argument there, but that Ash guy barely glanced at you all night and kept his eyes glued on Cross. I snorted. Ash had gotten the message, which reaffirmed my belief in his intelligence. Carrie was free to read that however he liked. Well, if you're right, she said, I have to admire his taste. I headed down the hallway and entered my home office, my gaze landing on the collage of Ava's photos on the wall. She was the one thing I couldn't tuck neatly away in my mind. She was always at the forefront, driving everything I did. Settling down at my desk, I got to work, hoping to catch up on what I could so that the rest of the week wouldn't be thrown completely off. It took me a bit to get my head in the game, but once I did, I felt relief. It was a reprieve to focus on problems with concrete solutions. I was making headway when I heard a yell from the living room that sounded like it had come from Eva. I paused, listening. It was quiet a moment, and then I heard it again, followed by Carrie's raised voice. I went to the door and opened it. "You could talk to me, Carrie," my wife said angrily. "You could tell me what's going on." "You know what the fuck's going on," he retorted, the edge in his tone drawing me out of my office. "I didn't know you were cutting again." I moved down the hall. Eva and Carrie squared off in the living room, the two friends glaring at each other across the span of several feet. "It's none of your business," he said, his shoulders high and chin canted defensively. He glanced at me. "Not yours either." "I don't disagree," I replied, although that wasn't quite true. How Carrie self-destructed wasn't my concern. How it affected Eva was. "Bullshit! That's total fucking bullshit!" Ava's gaze shot to me as she turned to bring me into their conversation. Then she looked back at Carrie. "I thought you were talking to Dr. Travis." "When do I have time for that?" he scoffed, raking his hair back off his forehead. "Between my work and tats, plus trying to keep Trey, I don't have time to sleep." Ava shook her head. "That's a cop-out." "Don't lecture me, baby girl," he warned. "I don't need your shit right now." "Oh my God." She tipped her head back and looked at the ceiling. "Why the fuck do the men in my life insist on shutting me out when they need me most?" "Can't speak for Cross, but you're not around for me anymore. I'm getting by the best I can." Her head snapped down. "That's not fair. You have to tell me when you need me. I'm not a damn mind reader." Turning on my heel, I left them to it. I had problems of my own to work out. When Ava was ready, she'd come to me and I would listen, being careful not to offer too much of my opinion. I knew she didn't want to hear that I thought she would be better off without Carrie. The early morning light slanted across the bed and caught the ends of Ava's hair as she slept. The soft blonde strands glowed like burnished gold, as if they were lit from within. Her hand curled gently on the pillow beside her beautiful face, the other tucked safely between her breasts. The white sheet was draped over her from hip to thigh, her tanned legs exposed by the tangle we'd made before falling asleep. I wasn't a man given to whimsy, but at that moment my wife looked like the angel I believed she was. I focused the camera on the sight she made, wanting to preserve that image of her for all time. The shutter snapped, and she stirred, her lips parting. I took another shot, grateful I'd bought a camera that just might do justice to her. Her eyelids fluttered open. "What are you doing, Ace?" she asked, in a voice as smoky as her irises. I set the camera on the dresser and joined her in the bed. "Admiring you." Her lips curved. "How are you feeling today?" "Better." "Better is good." Rolling, she reached for her breath mints. She turned back to me, smelling of cinnamon. Her gaze slid over my face. "You're ready to tackle the world today, aren't you?" "I'd much rather stay at home with you." Her eyes narrowed. "You're just saying that. You're itching to get back to global domination." Bending down, I kissed the tip of her nose. "You know me so well." It still amazed me how well she could read me. I was feeling restless, a bit shaky. Distracting myself with work, seeing concrete progress made on any of the projects I was personally overseeing, would ease that. Still, I pointed out, I could work the morning at home, and then spend the afternoon with you. She shook her head. If you want to talk, I'll stay home. Otherwise, I've got a job to get back to. If you worked with me, you could cybercommute too. You'd rather push me on that, huh? That's the tack you want to take? I rolled onto my back and slung a forearm over my eyes. She hadn't pushed me the day before, and I knew she wouldn't push me today. Or tomorrow. Like Dr. Peterson, she'd wait patiently for me to open up. But knowing she was waiting was pressure enough. There's nothing to say, I muttered. It happened. Now Chris knows. Talking about it after the fact won't change anything. I felt her turn toward me. It's not talking about the events themselves that matters. It's how you feel about them. I don't feel anything. It surprised me. I don't like surprises. Now I'm over it. Bullshit! She slid out of bed faster than I could catch her. If you're just going to lie, keep your mouth shut. Sitting up, I watched her round the foot of the bed, the tight set of her shoulders doing nothing to detract from how stunning she was. My need for her was a constant thrumming in my blood, so easily provoked by her fiery Latin temper into a restlessly impatient craving. I'd heard some say my wife was as breathtaking as her mother, but I disagreed. Monica Stanton was a cool beauty, one who gave off the air of being slightly out of reach. Eva was all heat and sensuality. You could reach her, but her passion would scorch you. I jumped out of bed and waylaid her before she reached the bathroom, gripping her by the upper arms. I can't fight with you right now, I told her honestly, staring down into the roiling depths of her turbulent gaze. If we're out of sync, I won't make it through the day. Then don't tell me you're over it when you're struggling to keep it together. I growled, frustrated. I don't know what to do with this. I don't see how Chris knowing changes anything. Her chin tilted up. He's worried about you. Are you going to call him? My head turned away. When I thought of seeing my stepfather again, my stomach churned. I'll talk to him at some point. We do manage a business together. You'd rather avoid him. Tell me why. I pushed back from her. We're not suddenly going to be the best of friends, Eva. We rarely saw each other before, and I see no reason for that to change. Are you angry with him? Jesus, why the fuck is it my job to make him feel better? I headed for the shower. She followed. Nothing is going to make him feel better, and I don't think he expects that of you. He just wants to know that you're back on your stride. I reached into the stall and turned the taps on. Her hand touched my back. Gideon, you can't just shove your feelings into a box, not unless you want an explosion like the other night, or another nightmare. It was the mention of my recurrent nightmares that had me rounding on her. We managed the last 2 nights just fine. Eva didn't back down in the face of my fury the way others did, which only aggravated me further, and seeing the myriad reflections of her naked body in the mirrors didn't help. You didn't sleep on Tuesday night, she challenged, and last night you were so exhausted I doubt you even dreamed at all. She didn't know I'd slept part of the night in the other bedroom, and I didn't see any reason to mention it. What do you want me to say? This isn't about me. It helps to talk things over, Gideon. Laying it all out helps us gain perspective. Perspective? I've got that just fine. There was no mistaking the pity on Chris's face last night. Or yours. I don't need anyone feeling sorry for me, damn it. I don't need their fucking guilt. Her brows shot up. I can't speak for Chris, but that wasn't pity you saw in me, Gideon. Sympathy, maybe, because I know what you're feeling. And pain, certainly, because my heart is connected to yours. When you're hurting, I'm hurting too. You'll have to learn to deal with that, because I love you and I'm not going to stop. Her words ripped into me. Reaching out, I gripped the edge of the shower's floating glass. Relenting, she came to me, wrapped herself around me. My head bowed as I soaked her in. The smell of her, the feel. My free arm slid around her hips, my hand cupping the full curve of her ass. I wasn't the same man I'd been when we met. I was stronger in some ways, and weaker in others. It was the weakness I struggled with. I used to feel nothing. And now... "He doesn't see you as weak," she murmured, reading me the way she always could. Her cheek lay over my heart. "No one could. After what you've been through, to be the man you are today, that's strength, baby. And I'm impressed." My fingers flexed into her supple flesh. "You're biased," I muttered. "You're in love with me." "Of course I am. How could I be anything else? You're amazing and perfect," I grunted. "Perfect for me," she corrected. "And since you belong to me, that's a good thing." I tugged her back and into the shower, leading her under the pounding jets of warm water. "I feel like this changed things," I admitted. "But I don't know how." "We figure it out together." Her hands ran over my shoulders and down my arms. "Just don't push me away. You have to stop trying to protect me, especially from yourself." "I can't hurt you, Angel. Can't take any risks." "Whatever. I can take you down, Ace, if you get out of hand." If that were true, it might have been a comfort. I switched gears, hoping to avoid a fight that would send ripples through the rest of my day. "I've been thinking about the penthouse renovations." "You're changing the subject." "We exhausted the subject. It's not closed," I qualified. "Just tabled until there are additional variables to address." She eyed me. "Why does it turn me on when you go all alpha mogul on me like that?" "Don't tell me there are times when I don't turn you on." "God, I wish. I'd be a more productive human being." I brushed the wet hair back from her forehead. "Have you thought about what you want?" "Whatever ends with your cock inside me." "Good to know. I was talking about the penthouse." She shrugged, her eyes lit with mischievous amusement. "Same goes either way." It was the sort of local eatery that tourists never spared a glance. Small and lacking in aesthetics, it boasted a vinyl marquee that did nothing to brand it as unique or welcoming. It specialized in soup, with sandwich options for those with heartier appetites. A cooler by the door offered a limited selection of beverages, while an ancient register was only capable of taking cash. No, travelers would never come to this place run by immigrants who decided to take a bite out of the Big Apple. They'd head to the spots made famous by movies or television shows, or those that dotted the garish spectacle of Times Square. The locals, however, knew the gem in their neighborhood and lined up outside the door. I slid through that line to reach the back, where a tiny room held a handful of chipped enamel-topped tables. A lone man sat at one of them, reading the day's paper, while steam curled out of his cup of soup. Pulling out the chair opposite him, I sat. Benjamin Clancy didn't look up when he spoke. "What can I do for you, Mr. Cross?" "I believe I owe you thanks." He folded the paper leisurely and then set it aside, his gaze meeting mine. The man was solidly built, thick with muscle, His hair was dark blonde, cut short in a military style. "Do you? Well then, I accept. Although I didn't do it for you." "I didn't think you did." I studied him. "You're still keeping watch." Clancy nodded. "She's been through enough. I'm going to see she doesn't go through any more." "You don't trust me to do that?" "I don't know you enough to trust you. In my opinion, neither does she. So I'll keep an eye on things for a while." "I love her. I think I've proven how far I'll go to protect her." His gaze hardened. "Some men need to be put down like rabid dogs. Some men need to be the ones to do it. I didn't peg you as one of those guys either way. That makes you rogue in my book." "I take care of what's mine." "Oh, you took care of it all right." His smile didn't quite reach his eyes. "And I took care of the rest. As long as Eva is happy with you, we'll leave it at that. You decide someday she's not what you want, you cut her off clean and with respect. If you hurt her in any way at all, then you've got a problem, whether I'm still breathing or in the grave. You got me?" "You don't have to threaten me to be good to her, but I heard you." Eva was a strong woman, strong enough to survive her past and to pledge her future to me. But she was vulnerable, too, in ways most people didn't see. That was why I would do anything to shield her, and it seemed Benjamin Clancy felt the same. I leaned forward. "Eva doesn't like being spied on. If you become a problem for her, we'll sit down like this again." "You planning on making it a problem?" "No. If she catches you at it, it won't be because I tipped her off. Just keep in mind that she's spent her life looking over her shoulder and being suffocated by her mother. She's breathing easy for the first time. I won't let you take that away from her." Clancy narrowed his eyes. "I guess we understand each other." I pushed back from the table and stood, extending my hand. "I'd say we do." As my day ended and I cleared off my desk, I felt solid and settled. There in my office, at the helm of Cross Industries, I had a handle on every detail. I doubted nothing, least of all myself. The ground had leveled beneath my feet. I'd smoothed the feathers ruffled by my Wednesday cancellations while staying on track with my Thursday. Despite missing a full day, I was no longer behind. Scott walked in. "I've confirmed your agenda for tomorrow. Mrs. Vidal will meet you and Miss Trammell at the Modern at noon." Shit. I'd forgotten about lunch with my mother. I glanced at him. "Thank you, Scott. Have a good night." "You too, Mr. Cross. See you tomorrow." Rolling my shoulders back, I walked over to the window and looked out at the city. Things had been easier before Eva. Simpler. During the day, while consumed with work, I'd taken a moment to miss that simplicity. Now, with the evening upon me and time to think, the prospect of major alterations to the home I'd come to see as a refuge bothered me more than I would admit to my wife. On top of the other personal pressures we faced, I felt almost crushed by the scale of the adjustments I was making. Waking up to Eva as she'd been that morning was worth it all, but that didn't mean I wasn't struggling with the aftermath of her entry into my life. "Mr. Cross." I turned at the sound of Scott's voice and found him standing in the doorway to my office. "You're still here." He smiled. "I was on my way out to the elevators when Cheryl caught me at reception. There's a Deanna Johnson in the lobby asking for you. I wanted to confirm that I should tell her you're no longer available today." I was tempted to turn her away. I had little patience for reporters, and even less for former lovers. "They can send her up." "Do you need me to stay?" "No, you can go. Thank you." I watched him leave, then watched Deanna arrive. She strode toward my office on long legs and high heels, her thin gray skirt skimming the tops of her knees. Long dark hair swayed around her shoulders, framing the zipper that gave her otherwise traditional blouse an edge. She tossed me a megawatt smile and held out her hand. "Gideon, thanks for seeing me on such short notice." I shook her hand briefly and briskly. "I expect you wouldn't go to the trouble of coming here directly unless it was important." The statement was both fact and a warning. We had come to an understanding, but it wouldn't last if she thought she could exploit our connection beyond what I'd already conceded. "Worth it for the view?" she said, her eyes on me for just a second too long, before shifting sideways to the window. "I'm sorry, but I've got an appointment, so we'll have to make this quick." "I'm in a hurry, too." Tossing her hair over her shoulder, she moved to the nearest chair and sat, crossing her legs in a way that showed more of her toned thigh than I wanted to see. She started digging into her large bag. I pulled my smartphone out of my pocket, checked the time, and called Angus. "We'll be ready in 10, I told him when he answered. "I'll bring the car around." Ending the call, I glanced at Deanna, impatient for her to get to the point. "How's Eva?" she asked. "She'll be here in a few moments. You can ask her yourself." "Oh." She looked up at me, one eye hidden behind the fall of her hair. "I should probably be gone before she gets here. I think our history makes her uncomfortable." "She knows how I was," I said evenly, "and she knows I'm not that way now." Deanna nodded. "Of course she does. And of course you're not, but no woman likes when her man's past gets rubbed in her face." "Then you'll have to make sure you don't do that." Another warning. She withdrew a thin folder from her bag. Standing, she walked toward me. "I wouldn't. I accepted your apology and appreciate it." "Good." "It's Corinne Giroux you might want to worry about." What patience I'd had disappeared. Corinne is her husband's concern, not mine. Deanna held the folder out to me. I took it and opened it, finding a press release inside. As I read, my grip tightened until I crumpled the edges. "She's sold a tell-all book about your relationship," she said redundantly. "The release officially hits the wire Monday morning at 9.
16. Other couples meet, hit things off. Their friends nitpick a little, but are mostly supportive. And they coast for a while in that couple stage, just enjoying each other. I sighed and glanced at Gideon, who sat beside me on the couch. We, on the other hand, can't seem to catch a break.
"What kind of breaks are you referring to?"
Dr. Peterson asked, eyeing us with fond interest. That fondness gave me hope. As soon as Gideon and I had arrived, I'd noticed the change in the dynamic between him and Dr. Peterson. There was something looser between them, a new ease, less wariness. The only people who really want us to be together are my mother, who thinks us loving each other is a bonus to his billions, and his stepfather and sister.
"I don't think that's a fair assessment of your mother,"
Dr. Peterson said, sitting back and holding my gaze.
"She wants you to be happy."
Yeah, well, a lot of being happy for my mom is being financially secure, which I just don't understand. It's not like she's ever struggled for money, so why is she so afraid of not having any? Anyway, I shrugged. I'm just irritated with everyone right now. Gideon and I get along great when it's just the two of us. I mean, we fight sometimes, but we always get through it. And I feel like we're always stronger once we do.
"What do you fight about?"
I glanced at Gideon again. He sat beside me, totally at ease, looking gorgeous and successful in his beautifully tailored suit. It was on my to-do list to go with him the next time he updated his wardrobe. I wanted to watch them measure that stunning body of his, see them select the materials and style. I found him sexy as sin in jeans and a t-shirt, and mind-blowing in a tuxedo. But I'd always have a special fondness for the three-piece suits he favored. They reminded me of how he'd been when I first met him, so beautiful and seemingly unattainable. A man I'd wanted so desperately that the need overrode even my sense of self-preservation. I looked back at Dr. Peterson. We still argue about the things he doesn't tell me, and we argue when he tries to shut me out. He turned his gaze to Gideon.
Do you feel the need to maintain a certain distance from Eva?
My husband's mouth curved, wryly.
There is no distance between us, Doctor. She wants me to dump everything on her that's an irritant to me, and I won't do that. Ever. It's bad enough if one of us has to bother with it.
I narrowed my eyes at him. I think that's crap. Part of a relationship is sharing the load with someone else. Maybe sometimes I can't do anything about the problem, but I can be a sounding board. I think you don't tell me things just because you'd rather shove them into a corner where you can ignore them.
People process information in different ways, Eva.
I wasn't buying Gideon's dismissive reply. You're not processing, you're ignoring, and I'm never going to be okay with you pushing me away when you're hurting.
How does he push you away?
Dr. Peterson asked. I looked at him. Gideon separates himself. He goes somewhere else where he can be alone. He won't let me help him.
Goes somewhere else how? Do you emotionally withdraw, Gideon, or physically?
Both, I said. He shuts down emotionally and goes away physically. Gideon reached over and took my hand in his.
I can't shut down with you. That's the problem.
That's not a problem. I shook my head. He doesn't need space, I said to Dr. Peterson. He needs me, but he cuts me off because he's afraid he'll hurt me if he doesn't.
How would you hurt her, Gideon?
He exhaled harshly.
Eva has triggers. I keep them in mind all the time. I'm careful. But sometimes when I'm not thinking clearly, it's possible I could cross the line.
Dr. Peterson studied us.
What lines are you worried about crossing?
Gideon's grip tightened on my hand, the only outward sign he gave of uneasiness.
There are times when I need her too much. I can be rough, demanding. Sometimes I don't have the control I need.
You're talking about your sexual relationship. He returned Gideon's nod.
We've touched on that briefly before. You said you have sex multiple times a day, every day. Is that still the case?
I felt my face heat. Gideon's thumb stroked over the back of my hand.
Yes.
Dr. Peterson set his tablet aside.
You're right to be concerned. Gideon, you may be using sex to keep Eva at an emotional distance. When you're making love, she's not talking, you're not answering. There's a point when you're not even thinking. Your body is in charge and your brain is just along for the endorphin ride. Conversely, sexual abuse survivors like Eva often use sex as a way to establish an emotional connection. Can you see the problem there? You may be trying to achieve distance through sex while Eva is trying to get closer. I've already told you there's no distance.
Gideon leaned forward, pulling my hand into his lap.
Not with Eva.
So, tell me, when you're struggling emotionally and you initiate sex with Eva, what is it you're looking for? I twisted a little to look at Gideon, totally invested in his answer. I'd never questioned why he needed to be inside me, only how. For me, it was as simple as him needing and me giving. His gaze met mine. The shield over his eyes, that mask of his, slipped away. I saw the longing there, the love.
The connection,
he answered.
There's this moment. She opens and I open and we're there, together. I need that.
You need it rough? Gideon looked at him.
Sometimes. There are times when she holds back, but I can get her there. She wants me to get her there, needs it like I do. I have to push, carefully, with control. When I don't have the control, I need to back off.
How do you push? Dr. Peterson asked quietly.
I have my ways.
Dr. Peterson turned his attention to me.
Has Gideon ever gone too far?
I shook my head.
Do you ever worry that he might?
No. His gaze was soft and capped with a frown.
You should, Eva. You both should.
I was stirring vegetables and cubed chicken into a curry mix on the stove when I heard the front door opening. Curious, I waited to see who came into view, hoping Carrie had come home alone.
Smells good,
he said, walking up to the breakfast bar to watch me. He looked cool and casual in an oversized white V-neck t-shirt and khaki shorts. Sunglasses hung off his collar, and wide brown leather cuffs hugged each forearm, hiding the thread-like cuts I had spotted the night before.
Got enough for me?
He asked. Just you? He smiled his cocky smile, but I saw the tightness around his mouth.
Yep.
Then I've got enough, if you pour the wine.
You got yourself a deal.
Joining me in the kitchen, he looked over my shoulder and into the pot.
White or red?
It's chicken.
White it is, then.
Where's Cross? I watched him head to the wine fridge. With his trainer working out. How was your day? He shrugged.
Same shit as always.
Carrie. I lowered the heat and turned to him. Just a few weeks ago, you were so happy to be here in New York and getting jobs. Now, you're so unhappy. Pulling a bottle out, he shrugged again.
That's what I get for fucking around.
I'm sorry I haven't been here for you. He glanced at me as he dug out the bottle opener.
But?
I shook my head. No buts. I'm sorry. I will say that you've had company most nights I'm home, so I figured that's why we weren't talking as much. But that doesn't excuse me from not reaching out when I know you're going through a difficult time. Carrie sighed, his head bowing.
It wasn't fair to dump everything on you last night. I know Cross has got his own shit to wade through, and you're dealing with that.
That doesn't mean I'm not here for you. I put my hand on his shoulder. Anytime you need me, just let me know and I'll be there. Turning abruptly, he caught me up in a powerful hug, squeezing the air out of me. Sympathy did the rest of the work, squeezing my heart. I hugged him in return, one hand stroking the back of his head. His dark brown hair was as soft as silk, his shoulders as hard as granite. I guess they'd have to be to hold up the weight of the stress he was carrying. Guilt made me hold him even tighter.
God, he muttered. I fucked this all up to hell and back.
What's going on? He set me down, then turned back to the bottle to open it.
I don't know if it's hormones or what, but Tad is a raging fucking bitch right now. Nothing is good enough. Nothing makes her happy, especially being pregnant. What shot has the poor kid got with me as a father and a self-centered diva who hates him as his mother?
Maybe it's a girl, I said, handing over the wine glasses I'd pulled out of the cupboard.
Jesus, don't say that. I'm panicked enough as it is.
He poured 2 hefty glasses, slid one over to me, and drank deep from his own.
And I feel like an asshole talking about the mother of my baby that way, but it's the truth. God help us, it's the damn truth.
I'm sure it's just the hormones. It'll all settle in, and then she'll get that glow and be happy. I took a sip, hoping like hell everything I was saying would come true. Have you told Trey yet? Carrie shook his head.
He's the one sane thing I've got going on right now. I lose him, I'll lose my mind.
He's stayed with you so far.
And I have to work for it, Eva, every day. I've never worked so hard, and I'm not talking about fucking.
I didn't think you were. I pulled 2 clean bowls out of the dishwasher, along with spoons. What I think is that you're an amazing guy, and anyone would be lucky to have you. I'm pretty sure Trey feels the same way.
Don't. Please.
His gaze met mine.
I'm trying to be real here. I don't need you to blow smoke at me.
I'm not. Maybe what I said wasn't deep, but it's true. I paused in front of the rice cooker. Gideon doesn't tell me what's going on with him a lot of the time. He says he's trying to protect me. But what he's really doing is protecting himself. And it took saying the words aloud to really make them sink in for me. He's afraid that the more he tells me, the more reason he gives me to walk away. But it's just the opposite, Carrie. The more he doesn't say, the more I don't feel like he trusts me, and that's hurting us. You and Trey have been together as long as Gideon and I have. I reached out and touched his arm. You have to tell him. If he finds out about the baby some other way, and he will, he might not forgive you. Carrie sagged against the island, suddenly looking so much older and so tired.
I feel like if I just had more time to get a handle on things, I could deal with Trey.
Waiting isn't helping, I said gently, scooping rice into the bowls. You're backsliding.
What else have I got?
His voice came hard with anger.
I don't fuck around anymore. A monk gets off more than I do.
I winced, knowing Carrie was a man who exemplified what Dr. Peterson had talked about. When Carrie had sex, he could turn his brain off and let his body make him feel good, if only for a little while. He didn't have to think or feel beyond the sensory. It was a coping mechanism he'd had to perfect back when he was the one being fucked, long before he was old enough to even want to. You've got me, I countered.
Baby girl, I love you, but you're not always what I need to get by.
Cutting yourself and banging everyone who'll let you isn't getting you by either. They certainly don't help you feel good about yourself.
Something has to.
I poured curry over the rice and passed the bowl over along with a spoon. Taking care of yourself will do it. Trusting the people you love will help too. Being honest with yourself and with them. Sounds simple, but we both know it's not. Still, it's the only way, Carrie. He flashed me a quick, sad smile and took the food I handed him.
I'm scared.
There, I said softly, returning his smile. That was honest. Would it help if I'm with you when you talk to Trey?
Yeah. I'll feel like a pussy for not doing it alone, but yeah, it'd help.
Then I'll be there. Carrie caught me in a hug from behind, his cheek resting against my shoulder.
You really are always there for me. I love you for that.
Reaching back, I ran my fingers through his hair. I love you too. The comforter lifted away from my skin, waking me. Then the mattress shifted under the weight of the man sliding into my bed. Gideon. Eyes closed, I turned to him. Breathing deep, I inhaled the scent of his skin. My hands found the cool strength of his body, slid over him, pulled him close to warm him. He took my mouth in a deep, urgent kiss. The shock of his hunger woke me the rest of the way. The greed in his touch sent my heart racing. He slid over me, then down, his mouth searing my nipples, then my belly, then my sex. I gasped and arched. He tongued my clit with demanding focus, driving me higher, his hands pinning my hips as I writhed under the lash of his tongue. I came hard, crying out. He wiped his lips on my inner thigh and rose, a seductive looming shadow in the dark of night. He mounted me, thrust hard inside me. Over my moan, I heard him growl my name as if the pleasure of taking me were too great to bear. I gripped his waist. He gripped the sheets. His hips surged and rolled, stroking that magnificent penis deep and tirelessly inside me. When I woke again, the sun was up, and the place beside me in the bed was cold and empty.
17. I was fixing a cup of coffee for Eva the next morning when my smartphone started ringing. Leaving the half and half on the counter, I crossed to the bar stool where I'd hung my coat and pulled my phone out of the pocket. Steeling myself, I answered. Good morning, Mother. Gideon, I'm sorry to cancel on such short notice. She took a shaky breath. But I won't be able to make lunch this afternoon. I returned to my coffee, knowing I'd need it for the long day ahead. That's fine. I'm sure you're relieved, she said bitterly. I took a drink, wishing it were something stronger, though it was barely past 8. Don't.
If I didn't want to have lunch with you, I would have canceled." She was quiet a minute, then asked, "Have you seen Chris lately?" I took another sip, my gaze on the hallway as I waited for Eva. "I saw him Tuesday."
"That long ago?"
There was a note of fear in her voice. It gave me no pleasure to hear it. Eva rushed into the living room in bare feet, her body encased in a pale beige sheath dress that managed to be professional while still hugging all her curves. I'd picked it out for her, knowing the color would showcase the color of her skin and the paleness of her hair. Pleasure at the sight of her slid through my veins like the liquor I'd wished were in my coffee. She could do that to me, intoxicate and captivate me. "I have to go," I said. "I'll call you later."
"You never do."
I set my mug down to pick up Eva's. I wouldn't say it if I didn't mean it. Ending the call, I shoved the phone in my pocket and handed the coffee to my wife. "You look stunning," I murmured, bending to press a kiss to her cheek.
"For a man who claims not to know a damn thing about women, you sure know how to dress one," she said,
eyeing me over the lip of her mug as she took a sip. A low moan of pleasure escaped her as she swallowed, a sound very similar to the one she made when I slid my cock inside her. Coffee, I'd learned, was one of Eva's addictions. "I've made mistakes, but I'm learning." I leaned back against the counter and pulled her between my spread legs. Had she noticed one less Vera Wang dress in the closet? I'd removed it from her wardrobe after realizing just how much of her luscious tits it exposed. She held the mug up.
"Thank you for this."
"My pleasure." I brushed my fingertips across her cheek. "I have to talk to you about something."
"Oh? What's up, Ace?"
"Do you still have a Google alert on me?" She looked into her mug.
"Is this when I should plead the fifth?"
"That won't be necessary." I waited until she looked up at me again. "Corinne has sold a book about our time together."
"What?"
Her eyes darkened from pale gray to slate. I cupped her nape and stroked over her racing pulse with my thumb. From what I read in the press release, she kept a diary during that time. She's also sharing personal photos.
"Why? Why would she sell that stuff for people to paw through?"
The hand holding her mug trembled, so I took it from her and set it back on the counter. "I don't think she knows why."
"Can you stop it?"
"No. However, if she lies outright and I can prove it, I can go after her for that."
"But only after it's released."
Her hands came to rest on my chest.
"She knows you'll have to read it. You'll have to see all the photos and read about how much she loves you. You'll read about things you did that you don't even remember now."
"And it won't matter." I pressed my lips to her forehead. "I never loved her, not the way I do you. Looking back on that time isn't going to make me suddenly wish I were with her and not you."
"She didn't push you," she whispered. "Not like I do."
I spoke against her skin, wishing I could press the words into her mind in a way that she would never doubt them. "She also didn't make me burn. Didn't make me hunger and hope and dream like you do. There's no comparison, Angel, and no going back. I would never want to." Her beautiful eyes closed. She leaned into me.
"The hits just keep on coming, don't they?"
I looked over her head and out the window beyond, at the world that waited for us once we stepped outside. "Let 'em come." She exhaled roughly.
"Yeah, let 'em come."
I entered Tableau 1 and spotted Arnaldo immediately,
Dressed in his pristinely white chef's jacket paired with black slacks, he stood by a small table for two in the back, talking to the woman I'd come to see. Her head turned toward me as I approached, her long dark hair sliding across her shoulder. Her blue eyes lit brightly for a moment when she spotted me, and then that light was quickly banked. Her smile when she greeted me was cool and more than a little smug. "Corinne?" I greeted her with a nod before shaking hands with Arnaldo. The restaurant he ran and I backed was crowded with lunch guests, the buzz of numerous conversations loud enough to drown out the instrumental Italian-themed music piping through recessed speakers. Arnaldo excused himself to see to the kitchen, lifting Corinne's hand to his lips in farewell. Before he walked away, he shot me a look that I understood to mean we'd talk later. I took the seat across from Corinne. "I appreciate your taking the time to see me."
"Your invitation was a pleasant surprise."
"I don't believe it was unexpected." I leaned back, absorbing the soft lilt of Corinne's speech. While Ava's throaty voice stirred a deep craving, Corinne's had always soothed me. Her smile widened as she brushed at an invisible speck on the plunging neckline of her red dress.
"No, I suppose not."
Irritated by the game she was playing, I spoke curtly. "What are you doing? You value your privacy as much as I do mine." Corinne's lips flattened into a firm line.
"I thought the exact same thing when I first saw that video of you and Eva arguing in the park. You say I don't know you, but I do. And having your private life splashed all over the tabloids isn't something you would ever allow under normal circumstances."
"What's normal?" I shot back, unable to deny that I was a different man with Eva. I'd never indulged women who tested me, expecting some grand gesture. If they pursued me aggressively enough, I let them catch me for a night. With Eva, I'd always been the one chasing.
"That's exactly my point. You don't remember. Because you're wrapped up in a passionate affair and you can't see beyond it."
"There is nothing beyond it, Corinne. I will be with her until the day I die." She sighed.
"You think so now, but stormy relationships don't last, Gideon. They burn themselves out. You like order and calm, and you won't have that with her. Ever. Somewhere inside you, you know that."
Her words struck home. She had unwittingly echoed my own thoughts on the subject. A server came by our table. Corinne ordered a salad. I ordered a drink, a double. "So you've sold a tell-all to do what?" I asked when the server walked away. "Get back at me? Hurt Eva?"
"No. I want you to remember."
"This isn't the way."
"What is the way?"
I held her gaze. "It's over, Corinne. Exposing your memories of us isn't going to change that."
"Maybe not,"
she conceded, sounding so sad it sent a pang of regret through me.
"But you said you never loved me. At the very least, I'll prove that wrong. I gave you comfort, contentment. You were happy with me. I don't see that same sort of tranquility when you're with her. You can't tell me you feel it."
"Everything you're saying tells me you don't care if I end up with you. But if you're leaving Giroux, maybe you care about the money. How much did they pay you to prostitute your love for me?" Her chin lifted.
"That's not why I'm writing the book."
"You just want to be sure I don't end up with Eva."
"I just want you to be happy, Gideon. And since you've met her, I've seen you be anything but."
How would Eva take the book when she read it? No better, I imagined, than I was taking Golden. Corinne's gaze dropped to my left hand, which rested on the tabletop.
"You gave Eva your mother's engagement ring."
It hasn't been hers for a long time. She took a sip of the wine she'd had on the table when I joined her.
Did you have it when you and I were together?
Yes. She flinched. You can tell yourself that Eva and I are incompatible, I said tightly, that we're either fighting or fucking with nothing of substance in between. But the truth is that she's the other half of me, and what you're doing is going to hurt her, which will hurt me. I'll buy you out of the publishing contract, if you'll withdraw the book. She stared at me for a long minute.
I can't, Gideon.
Tell me why.
You're asking me to let you go. This is a way for me to do that.
I leaned forward. I'm asking you, Corinne, if you feel anything for me at all, to please drop this.
Gideon,
if you don't, you're going to turn what were good memories for me into something I hate. Her turquoise eyes shone with tears.
I'm sorry.
I pushed back from the table and stood. You will be. Turning away, I walked out of the restaurant to the waiting Bentley. Angus opened the door, his gaze shifting to look beyond me into Tableau 1's massive front window. Damn it! I slid into the back. God fucking damn it! People who felt I'd wronged them in some way were crawling out of the shadows like spiders, lured by the presence of Eva in my life. She was my biggest vulnerability, one I wasn't hiding well, and that was becoming a problem I had to get a handle on. Christopher, Anne, Landon, Corinne. They were only the beginning. There were others who had grievances against me. Still more who held grudges toward my father. I'd long dared them all to come at me, enjoying the challenge. Now, the bastards were coming at me through my wife. All at once. And I was being stretched thin because of it. If I didn't have my guard up completely, my focus absolute, I would leave Eva open and unprotected. Whatever I had to do, I had to prevent that.
I still want to see you tonight,
Eva said, her seductive voice drifting through the phone receiver like smoke. That's not in question, I told her, leaning back in my desk chair. Outside the windows, the sun hung lower in the sky. The workday was over. Somewhere in the madness of the week, August had given way to September. You deal with Carrie. I'll sit down with Arnaldo, and you and I will start the weekend when we're done.
God, this week just flew by. I need to work out. I skipped too many days.
Spar with me tomorrow. She laughed.
Yeah, right.
I'm not joking. I thought of Eva in her sports bra and body-hugging pants, and my dick stirred with interest.
I can't fight you, she protested.
Of course you can.
You know too much. You're too good.
Let's put those self-defense skills of yours to the test, Angel. The idea I'd thrown out on a whim suddenly seemed like the best one I'd had all day. I want to know you can take care of yourself in the unlikely case that you have to. She never would, but it would give me peace of mind to know that she could get away from a threat.
I've got wedding stuff tomorrow, but I'll think about it, she said. Hang on.
I heard the car door open and Eva greet her doorman. She said hi to her concierge, and then I heard the ding of an arriving elevator in her lobby.
You know, she sighed, I'm putting on a brave face for Carrie, but I'm worried about what's going to happen with Trey. If he walks out, I think Carrie just might totally self-destruct.
He's asking a lot, I warned her, hearing another ding from the elevator. Carrie's basically telling this guy that he's got a pregnant side piece that he intends to hang on to. No, scratch that.
He's saying that Trey is going to be the side piece. I can't see that going over well with anyone.
I know.
I'll have my phone on me all night. Call me if you need me.
I always need you. I'm home, so I have to go. See you later. I love you.
Would those words always hit me hard enough to steal my breath? We hung up just as a familiar figure rounded the corner leading to my office. I stood as Mark Garrity reached my open doorway, and I met him halfway with my hand extended. Mark, thank you for making time for me. He smiled and shook my hand in a strong grip. I'm the one feeling thankful, Mr. Cross. There are a large number of people in this city, in the world actually, who'd kill to be where I am right now. Call me Gideon, please. I gestured toward the seating area. How's Stephen? He's doing great, thank you. I'm beginning to think he missed a calling as a wedding planner. I smiled. Eva's about to dig into that this weekend. Unbuttoning his suit jacket, Mark tugged up the legs of his slacks and sat on the sofa. His gray suit contrasted well with his dark skin and striped tie, pulling together the appearance of an urban professional on the rise. If she has half as much fun with it as Stephen, he said, she'll have the time of her life. Let's hope she doesn't have too much fun, I drawled, remaining on my feet. I'd like to get past the planning and into the actual wedding. Mark laughed. Can I get you something to drink? I asked. I'm good, thanks. Okay, I'll make this quick. I took a seat. I asked you to meet me after work, because it wouldn't be appropriate for me to offer you a position with Cross Industries while you're on Waters, Field, and Lehman's time. His brows shot up. I let that sink in for a second or two. Cross Industries has a number of diverse international holdings, with a concentration on real estate, entertainment, and premium brands, or assets we believe we can elevate to that status. Like Kingsman Vodka. Precisely. For the most part, advertising and marketing campaigns are managed on the ground level, but brand overhauls or adjustments to messaging are approved here. Due to the diversity I mentioned, we're always reviewing new strategies for rebranding or strengthening an established brand. We could use you. Wow. Mark rubbed his palms over his knees. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but this has caught me off guard. I'll pay you twice what you're making to start. That's a hell of an offer. I'm not a man who likes the word no. His grin flashed. I doubt you hear it very often. I guess this means Eva is leaving Waters, Field, and Lehman. She hasn't made that decision yet. No? His brows shot up again. If I leave, she'll lose her job. And gain another one here, of course. I kept my replies as brief and unrevealing as possible. I wanted his cooperation, not questions he might not like the answers to. Is she waiting for me to agree before she takes any steps? Your decision will be a catalyst. Mark ran a hand over his tie. I'm both flattered and excited, but I understand it's not a move you were planning on making, I interjected smoothly. You're happy where you're at and feel a measure of job security, so I'm prepared to guarantee you the position and reasonable bonuses and annual raises for the next 3 years, barring any misconduct on your part. Leaning forward, I set my fingers on the folder that Scott had left atop the table. I pushed it toward Mark. All the information is laid out in detail in this. Take it home with you, discuss it with Stephen, and let me know your decision on Monday. Monday? I stood. I expect you'll want to give Waters, Field, and Lehman ample notice, and I don't have a problem with that, but I'll need to have your commitment as soon as possible. He picked up the folder and rose to his feet. What if I have questions? Call me. My card is in the folder.
I glanced at the watch on my wrist. I'm sorry, I have another appointment. Oh, yes, of course. Mark accepted my extended hand. I'm sorry, this happened so fast I feel like I haven't quite processed it all yet. I understand you've offered me a fantastic opportunity, though, and I appreciate that. You're good at what you do, I told him honestly. I wouldn't make the offer if you weren't worth it. Think about it, then say yes. He laughed. I'll give it some serious thought, and you'll hear from me on Monday. As he left, my head turned toward the building that housed Land Corps' headquarters. Landon wouldn't find me with my back turned again. She started crying the minute you walked out. I looked at Arnaldo over the rim of my tumbler, which held 2 fingers of scotch. I swallowed, then asked, Do you want me to feel guilty about that? No. I wouldn't feel sorry for her either, but I thought you should know that Corinne isn't completely heartless. I never thought she was. I just thought she'd given that heart to her husband. Arnaldo lifted one shoulder in a shrug. Dressed in well-worn jeans and a tucked-in white dress shirt that was open at the collar and rolled up at the cuffs, he was drawing a lot of female attention. The bar was packed, but our section of the VIP balcony was guarded well, keeping the rest of the patrons at bay. Arnaldo sat on the crescent-shaped sofa where Carrie had sat the first night I'd met with Eva outside the Crossfire. The place would always hold strong memories because of her. It was that night when I realized she was changing everything. You look tired, Arnaldo said. It's been one of those weeks. I caught his look. No, it's not, Eva. Do you want to talk about it? Nothing to say, really. I should have been smarter. I let the world see how much she means to me. Passionate kisses on the street, even more passionate fights in the park. He smiled ruefully. What is it they say? Wearing your heart on your sleeve? I opened the door, now everyone wants to walk through it. She's the most direct way to fuck with my head, and everyone knows it. Including Brett Klein. He's not an issue any longer. Arnaldo studied me and must have seen whatever he needed to. He nodded. I'm glad, my friend. So am I. I took another drink. What's new with you? He waved off the question with a careless sweep of his hand, his gaze sliding around us to take in the women nearby, who were swaying to the music of Lana Del Rey. The restaurant is doing well, as you know. Yes, I'm very pleased. Exceeded profit projections in every way. We just filmed some promotional teasers for the new season earlier this week. Once the Food Network starts airing them and the new episodes, we should see a nice boost in business. I can always say I knew you when. He laughed and clinked his glass to mine when I held it up in a toast. We were back on track, which settled some of the unrest I'd been feeling. I didn't lean on Arnaldo the way Eva leaned on her friends or Carrie leaned on her, but Arnaldo was important to me all the same. I didn't have many people in my life who were close to me. Finding the rhythm he and I had lost was at least one major victory in a week that had seemed like a losing battle.
18.
Oh my God,
I moaned around a bite of chocolate toffee cupcake. This is divine. Kristen, the wedding planner, beamed. It's one of my favorites, too. Hold on, though. The butter vanilla is even better. Vanilla over chocolate? My gaze slid over the yummies on the coffee table. No way. I would usually agree, Kristen said, making a note. But this bakery made me a convert. The lemon is also very good. The early afternoon light poured in through the massive windows that made up one side of my mother's private sitting room. illuminating her pale gold curls and porcelain skin. She'd redecorated recently, opting for soft gray-blue walls that lent a new energy to the space and complemented her well. It was one of her talents, showcasing herself in the best light. It was also one of her major flaws, in my opinion. She cared so damn much about appearances. I didn't understand how my mom could not get bored with decorating to the latest trends, even if it did seem to take over a year to cycle through every room and hallway in Stanton's 6,000-plus square foot penthouse. My one meeting with Blair Ash had been enough to tell me that the decorating gene had skipped my generation. I'd been interested in his ideas, but couldn't get worked up over the details. While I popped another mini cupcake into my mouth with my fingers, my mother daintily speared one of the coin-sized cakes with a fork. "What are your floral arrangement preferences?" Kristen asked, uncrossing and recrossing long, coffee-hued legs. Her Jimmy Choo heels were elegant but still sexy. Her Diane von Furstenberg wrap dress was vintage and classic. She wore her shoulder-length dark hair in tight curls that framed and flattered her narrow face, and pale pink gloss highlighted full, wide lips. She looked fierce and fabulous, and I'd liked her the moment we met. "Red," I said, wiping frosting from the corner of my mouth. "Anything red." "Red?" My mother gave an emphatic shake of her head. "How garish, Eva. It's your first wedding. Go with white, cream, and gold." I stared at her. "How many weddings do you expect me to have?" "That's not what I meant. You're a first-time bride." "I'm not talking about wearing a red dress," I argued. "I'm just saying the primary accent color should be red." "I don't see how that will work, honey, and I've put together enough weddings to know." I remembered my mother going through the wedding planning process before, each successive nuptial more elaborate and memorable than the last, never overdone and always tasteful. Beautiful weddings for a youthful, beautiful bride. I hoped I aged with half as much grace, because Gideon was only going to get hotter as time went on. He was just that kind of man. "Let me show you what red can look like, Monica," Kristen said, pulling a leather portfolio out of her bag. "Red can be amazing, especially with evening weddings. The important thing is that the ceremony and reception represent both the bride and groom. To have a truly memorable day, it's important that we visually convey their style, history, and hopes for the future." My mother accepted the extended portfolio and glanced at the collage of photos on the page. "Eva, you can't be serious." I shot a look of appreciation at Kristen for having my back, especially when she'd come on board expecting my mother to be footing the bill. Of course, the fact that I was marrying Gideon Cross probably helped sway her to my side. Using him as a future reference would certainly help her draw new clientele. "I'm sure there's a compromise, Mom. At least I hoped so. I hadn't dropped the biggest bomb on her yet." "Do we have an idea of the budget?" Kristen asked. And there it was. I saw my mom's mouth open in slow motion, and my heart lurched into a semi-panicked beat. $50,000 for the ceremony itself," I blurted out, "minus the cost of the dress." Both women turned wide eyes toward me. My mom gave an incredulous laugh, her hand lifting to touch the Cartier Trinity necklace that hung between her breasts. "My God, Eva, what a time to make jokes." "Dad's paying for the wedding, Mom," I told her, my voice strengthening now that the moment I dreaded had passed. She blinked at me, her blue eyes revealing, just for an instant, a sweet softening. Then her jaw tightened. "Your dress alone will cost more than that. The flowers, the venue—" "We're getting married on the beach," I said, the idea just coming to me. "North Carolina, the Outer Banks, at the house Gideon and I just bought. We'll only need enough flowers for the members of the wedding party." "You don't understand." My mom glanced at Kristen for support. "There's no way that would work. You'd have no control." Meaning she wouldn't. unpredictable weather," she went on, "sand everywhere. Plus, asking everyone to travel that far out of the city will make it likely some won't be able to attend. And where would everyone stay?" "Who's everyone?" "I told you, the ceremony is going to be small, for friends and family only. Gideon's taking care of travel. I'm sure he'd be happy to take care of lodging arrangements, too." "I can help with that," Kristen said. "Don't encourage her," my mother snapped. "Don't be rude," I shot back. "I think you're forgetting that it's my wedding, not a publicity op." My mom took a deep, steadying breath. "Eva, I think it's very sweet that you want to accommodate your father this way, but he doesn't understand what a burden he's placing on you by asking this. Even if I matched him dollar for dollar, it wouldn't be enough. It's plenty." My hands linked tightly together in my lap, pressing the rings on my fingers uncomfortably against the bone. "And it's not a burden. You're going to offend people. You have to understand that a man in Gideon's position needs to take every opportunity to solidify his network. He's going to want to elope," I bit out, frustrated by the too familiar clash of our viewpoints. If he had his way, we'd run off somewhere and get married on a remote beach with a couple of witnesses and a great view. "He may say that." "No, Mother, trust me. That's exactly what he would do." If I may," Kristen leaned forward. "We can make this work, Monica. Many celebrity weddings are private affairs. A limited budget will keep us focused on the details. And if Gideon and Eva are open to it, we can arrange to have select photographs sold to the celebrity lifestyle magazines, with the profits going to charity." "Oh, I like that," I said, even as I wondered how that could work with the 48-hour exclusive deal Gideon had offered Deanna Johnson. My mom looked distraught. "I've dreamed of your wedding since the day you were born," she said quietly. "I always wanted you to have something fit for a princess." "Mom." I reached over and took her hand in mine. "You can go wild with the reception, okay? Do whatever you want. Skip the red, invite the world, whatever. As for the wedding, isn't it enough that I found my prince?" Her hand tightened on mine, and she looked at me with tears in her blue eyes. "I guess it'll have to be." I had just slid into the back of the Benz when my smartphone started ringing. Pulling it out of my purse, I looked at the screen and saw it was Trey. My stomach twisted a little. I couldn't get the shattered look on his face last night out of my mind. I'd stayed tucked away in the kitchen while Carrie sat with Trey in the living room and told him about Tatiana and the baby. I had put a pot roast in the oven and sat at the breakfast bar with my tablet, reading a book while staying in Carrie's line of sight. Even in profile, I could see how hard Trey had taken the news. Still, he'd stayed for dinner and then overnight, so I hoped things would work out in the end. At least he hadn't just walked out. "Hi, Trey," I answered. "How are you?"
"Hey, Eva."
He sighed heavily.
"I have no idea how I am. How are you doing?"
"Well, I'm just leaving my mother's place after spending hours talking about the wedding. It didn't go as badly as it could have, but it could have been smoother. But that's pretty usual when dealing with my mom."
Well, you've got a lot on your plate. I'm sorry to bother you."
"Trey, it's fine. I'm glad you called. If you want to talk, I'm here."
"Could we get together, maybe? Whenever it's convenient for you?"
"How's now?"
"Really? I'm at a street fair on the west side. My sister dragged me out, and I was miserable company. She ditched me a few minutes ago, and now I'm wondering what the hell I'm doing here."
"I can meet you."
"I'm between 82nd and 83rd, close to Amsterdam. It's packed here, just FYI."
"Okay, hang tight. I'll see you in a few."
"Thanks, Eva."
We hung up, and I caught Raoul's gaze in the rearview mirror. "Amsterdam and 82nd. Close as you can get." He nodded. "Thanks." I looked out the window as we turned a corner, taking in the city on a sunny Saturday afternoon. The pace of Manhattan was slower on the weekends, the clothes more casual, and the street vendors more plentiful. Women in sandals and light summer dresses window shopped leisurely, while men in shorts and t-shirts traveled in groups, taking in the women and discussing whatever it was men discussed. Dogs of all sizes pranced on the ends of leashes, while children in strollers kicked up their heels or napped. An elderly couple shuffled along hand in hand, still lost in the wonder of each other after years of familiarity. I was speed-dialing Gideon before I realized I'd thought of it.
"Angel," he answered. "Are you on your way home?"
"Not quite. I'm done at my mom's, but I'm going to meet Trey."
"How long will that take?"
"I'm not sure. Not more than an hour, I think. God, I hope he doesn't tell me he's done with Carrie."
"How did it go with your mother?"
"I told her we were getting married on the beach by the Outer Banks house." I paused. "I'm sorry. I should have asked you first."
"I think that's an excellent idea."
His raspy voice took on the special timbre that told me he was moved. "She asked me how we're planning on lodging everyone. I kinda dropped that on you and the wedding planner."
"That's fine. We'll work something out."
Love for him spread through me in a warm rush. "Thank you."
"So the big hurdle's behind you,"
he said, understanding as he so often did. "Well, I don't know about that." She got all teary about it. "You know, she had big dreams that aren't coming true. I hope she lets them go and gets on board."
"What about her family? We haven't talked about making arrangements for them to come."
I shrugged, then remembered he couldn't see me. "They're not invited. The only things I know about them are what I found with a Google search. They disowned my mom when she got pregnant with me, so they've never been a part of my life."
"All right, then,"
he said smoothly.
"I've got a surprise for you when you get home."
"Oh?" My mood instantly brightened. "Will you give me a hint?"
"Of course not. You'll have to hurry home if you're curious."
I pouted. "Tease."
"Teases don't deliver." "I do."
My toes curled at the rough velvet of his voice. "I'll be home as soon as I can."
"I'll be waiting,"
he purred. The traffic near the fair was impossible. Raoul left the Benz in the garage beneath my apartment building, then walked me over to the street fair. When we were half a block away, I started smelling the food and my mouth watered. Music drifted in the air, and when we reached Amsterdam Avenue, I saw that it came from a woman singing on a small stage for a packed audience. Vendors lined either side of the overflowing street, their wares and heads shielded from the sun by white tent tops. From scarves and hats to jewelry and art, to fresh produce and multinational eats, there was nothing one could want that couldn't be found. It took me a few minutes to spot Trey in the crowd. I found him sitting on the steps not too far from the corner we'd agreed upon. He was dressed in loose jeans and an olive-hued t-shirt, with sunglasses perched on the crooked bridge of his once-broken nose. His blonde hair was as unruly as ever. His attractive mouth tightened into a firm line. He stood when he saw me, holding out his hand for me to shake. I pulled him into a hug instead, holding him until I felt him relax and hug me back. Life flowed by around us. New Yorkers were comfortable with all sorts of public displays. Raoul moved a discreet distance away.
"I'm a fucking mess,"
Trey muttered against my shoulder. "You're normal." I pulled back and gestured toward the steps where I'd found him. Anyone would be reeling right now. He sat down on the middle step. I perched next to him.
"I don't think I can do this, Eva. I don't think I should. I want someone in my life full-time, someone who's there to support me while I get through school, then try to build my practice. Carrie's going to be supporting that model instead and fitting me in when he can. How am I not going to resent that?"
"That's a valid question," I said, stretching out my legs in front of me. You know Carrie won't be sure the baby is his until a paternity test is done. Trey shook his head.
I don't think it'll matter. He seems invested.
I think it'll matter. Maybe he won't just walk away. Maybe he'll play uncle or something. I don't know. For now, we have to go with the assumption that he's the dad. But maybe he's not. It's a possibility.
So you're telling me to hang in there for another 6 months?
No. If you want me to give you answers, I don't have any. All I can tell you for sure is that Carrie loves you. More than I've ever seen him love anyone. If he loses you, it's going to break him. I'm not trying to guilt you into staying with him. I just think you should know that if you leave, you're not the only one who will be hurting.
How is that helpful?
Maybe it's not. I set my hand on his knee. Maybe I'm just small enough to find that comforting. If Gideon and I didn't work out, I'd want to know he was as miserable as I was. Trey's mouth curved in a sad smile.
Yeah, I see your point. Would you stay with him if you found out he'd knocked someone else up? Someone he was sleeping with while dating you?
I thought about that. It's hard for me to imagine not being with Gideon. If we weren't exclusive at the time, and the woman was in his past, if he was with me and not her, maybe I could handle it. I watched a woman hang yet another bag of purchases onto the overburdened handle of her kid's stroller. But if he was mostly with her and seeing me on the side, I think I'd walk. It was tough being honest when the truth was the opposite of what Carrie would want me to say, but I felt like it was the right thing to do.
Thanks, Eva.
For what it's worth, I wouldn't think less of you if you toughed it out with Carrie. It's not weak to stand by the person you love when they're trying to fix a big mistake, and it's not weak to decide to put yourself first. Whatever decision you make, I'll still think you're a hell of a guy. Leaning into me, he rested his head on my shoulder.
Thanks, Eva.
I linked my fingers with his. You're welcome.
I'll go get the car and pull it around,
Raoul said, as we entered the lobby of my apartment building. Okay, I'm just going to check the mail. I waved at the concierge as we passed the desk. I turned into the mail room while Raoul headed to the elevator. Sliding my key into the lock, I pulled the brass door open and bent down to peer inside. There were a few postcard advertisements and nothing else, which saved me a trip upstairs. I slid them out, tossed them in the nearby trash can, then shut and locked the mailbox. I headed back into the lobby just in time to catch a woman exiting the building. Her spiky red hair caught my attention and held it. I stared hard, waiting for her to turn onto the street, hoping I'd catch a glimpse of her profile. My breath caught. The hair was familiar from a Google image search. The face I remembered from the shelter fundraiser Gideon and I had attended a few weeks back. Then she was gone. I ran after her, but when I reached the sidewalk, she was already sliding into the back of a black town car. "Hey!" I shouted. The car sped off, leaving me staring after it.
Everything all right?
I turned to face Louis, the weekend doorman. Do you know who that was? He shook his head.
She doesn't live here.
Going back inside, I asked the concierge the same question. A redhead? She asked, looking perplexed. We haven't had any visitors who came in without a tenant today, so I haven't really paid attention. Okay. Thank you.
Your car's here, Eva,
Louis said from the doorway. I thanked the concierge and headed out to Raoul. I spent the ride between my place and Gideon's thinking about Anne Lucas. By the time I stepped out of the private elevator into the foyer of the penthouse, my spinning thoughts had me distracted. Gideon was waiting for me, dressed in worn jeans and a Columbia t-shirt. He looked so young and handsome. Then he flashed me a smile, and I almost forgot the world altogether.
Angel,
he purred, crossing the black and white checkerboard flooring on bare feet. He had that look in his eye I knew well.
Come here.
I walked right into his open arms, cuddling up tightly to his hard body. I breathed him in. "You're going to think I'm crazy," I mumbled against his chest, but I could swear I just saw Ann Lucas in the lobby of my building. He stiffened. I knew the shrink wasn't his favorite person.
"When?"
he asked tightly. 20 minutes ago, maybe? Right before I came over here. Releasing me, he reached into his back pocket and pulled out a smartphone. His other hand caught mine and pulled me into the living room.
"Mrs. Cross just saw Ann Lucas in her apartment building,"
he said to whoever answered. "I think I did," I corrected, frowning at his hard tone. But he wasn't listening to me.
"Find out,"
he ordered before hanging up. "Gideon, what's going on?" He led us to the couch and sat. I settled next to him, putting my purse down on the coffee table.
"I saw Ann the other day,"
he explained, holding on to my hand.
"Raoul confirmed that the woman who spoke to you at the fundraiser was her. She admitted it, and I warned her to stay away from you, but she won't. She wants to hurt me, and she knows she can do that if she hurts you."
Okay. I processed that.
"You need to tell Raoul the moment you see her anywhere, even if you just think it's her."
Hold on a minute, Ace. You went to see her the other day and didn't tell me?
"I'm telling you now."
Why didn't you tell me then? He exhaled roughly.
"It was the day Chris came over."
Oh.
"Yeah."
I gnawed on my lower lip a minute. How would she hurt me?
"I don't know. It's enough for me that she wants to."
Like, would she break my leg? My nose?
"I doubt she'd resort to violence,"
he said dryly.
"It would be more fun for her to play mind games. Showing up where you are, letting you catch glimpses of her."
Which was more insidious. "So that you'll go to her. That's what she really wants," I muttered. "She wants to see you."
"I won't be obliging her. I said what I needed to."
Looking down at our joined hands, I played with his wedding band. Anne, Corinne, Deanna. It's a bit crazy, Gideon. I mean, I don't think this is normal for most men. How many more women are going to lose their minds over you? He shot me a look that was patently not amused.
"I don't know what's gotten into Corinne. None of what she's done since she returned to New York is like her. I don't know if it's the medication she was on, the miscarriage, her divorce."
She's getting divorced?
"Don't take that tone, Ava. It doesn't make a damn bit of difference to me if she's married or single. I'm married. That's never going to change, and I'm not a man who cheats. I have more respect for you and me than to be that kind of husband."
I leaned forward, offering my mouth, and he took it in a soft, sweet kiss. He had said exactly what I needed to hear. Gideon pulled back, nuzzling his nose against mine.
"As for the other two, you have to understand that Deanna was collateral damage. Fuck. My entire life has been a war zone, and some people have gotten caught in the line of fire."
I cupped his jaw, trying to stroke the tension away with soothing brushes of my thumb. I knew just what he meant. He swallowed hard.
"If I hadn't used Deanna to send a message to Anne that the door was closed between us, she would have been just a one-night stand. Over and done with."
But she's okay now?
"I think so."
His fingertips brushed my cheek, the touch reflecting the one I'd given him.
"Since I'm sharing, I'll say that I don't think she'd turn me down if I tried to hook up, which I won't, but I don't think she falls in the woman scorned category any longer."
Yeah, I knew she'd hit the sheets with you again if she could. Not that I blame her. Do you have to be so damn good in bed? Isn't it enough that you're hot and have an amazing body and a huge cock? He shook his head, clearly exasperated.
"It's not huge."
Whatever. You're hung. And you know how to use it. and women don't get awesome sex very often, so when we do, we can go a little nuts over it. I guess that answers my question about Anne, since she had you repeatedly.
She never had me.
Gideon sat back, slouching, scowling.
At some point, you're going to get sick of hearing what an asshole I am.
I curled into his side, resting my head on his shoulder. You're not the first insanely hot guy on the planet to use women, and you won't be the last.
It was different with Anne, he grumbled. It wasn't just about her husband.
I stilled, then forced myself to relax so that I didn't make him any more nervous than he already was. He sucked in a quick, deep breath.
She reminds me of Hugh sometimes, he said in a rush. The way she moves, some of the things she says. There's a familial resemblance. And more. I can't explain it.
Then don't.
Sometimes the line between them blurred in my mind. It was like I was punishing Hugh through Anne. I did things to her I've never done with anyone else. Things that made me feel sick when I thought about them later.
Gideon. I slid my arm around his waist. He hadn't told me this. He'd said before that it was Dr. Terence Lucas he was punishing, and I was sure that was part of it. But now I knew it wasn't all of it. Gideon sat back.
It was twisted between Anne and me. I twisted her. If I could go back and do things differently...
We'll deal with it. I'm glad you told me.
Had to. Listen, Angel. You need to tell Raoul the moment you see her anywhere, even if you're not sure. And don't go anywhere alone. I'll figure out how to deal with her. In the meantime, I need to know that you're safe.
Okay. I wasn't sure how that plan would work over the long haul. We lived in the same city with the woman and her husband, and Lucas himself had approached me before. They were a problem, and we needed a solution. But we weren't going to come up with it today. Saturday. One of the 2 days of the week I most looked forward to because I got to spend so much private time with my husband. So, I began, sliding my hand up beneath Gideon's shirt to touch his warm skin. Where's my surprise?
Well...
The sexy rasp in his voice deepened.
Let's wait a bit before that. How about we start with some wine?
Tilting my head back, I looked up at him. Are you trying to seduce me, Ace? He kissed my nose.
Always.
Go right ahead. I knew something was up when Gideon didn't join me in the shower. The only time he missed an opportunity to put his hands on me while drenched and dripping was in the mornings after he'd already had his way with me. When I came back out to the living room dressed in shorts and tank top sans bras, he was waiting for me with a glass of red wine. We settled on the couch with 3 days to kill, which only proved to me that my husband knew me well. It was just the sort of movie I enjoyed, a bit funny, a lot over the top, and it had Kevin Costner, who was always a win for me. Still, as much fun as I had just being lazy with Gideon, the anticipation started to make me twitchy as the hours passed. And Gideon, the devious man, knew it. He built on it. He kept my wine glass full and his hands on me, tangled in my hair, brushing over my shoulder, running along my thigh. By 9 o'clock, I was crawling all over him. I slid into his lap and pressed my lips to his throat, my tongue darting out to stroke over his pulse. I felt it leap, then accelerate, but he made no move in response. He sat as if absorbed in the rerun we'd channel surfed to after the movie ended. "Gideon," I whispered in my fuck-me voice, my hand sliding between his legs to find him as hard and ready as always. I caught the lobe of his ear in my teeth, tugging gently. "Would you mind if I fucked myself on your big cock while you're watching TV?" His hand rubbed absently down my back.
"I might not be able to see around you,"
he replied, sounding distracted.
"Maybe you better get on your knees and suck it instead."
Pulling back, I gaped at him. His eyes laughed at me. I shoved at his shoulder. "You're terrible."
"My poor angel," he crooned. "Are you horny?"
"What do you think?" I gestured at my chest. My nipples were hard and tight, straining against the thin cotton in a silent demand for his attention. Cupping my shoulders, he pulled me closer and caught the tip of my breast in his teeth, his tongue stroking softly. I moaned. He released me, his eyes now so dark they were like sapphires.
"Are you wet?"
I was getting there, fast. Whenever Gideon looked at me like that, my body softened for him, grew moist and eager.
"Why don't you find out?" I teased. "Show me."
The authoritative bite in his command made me hotter. I slid off him carefully, feeling inexplicably shy. He pushed the coffee table back with one foot, giving me more room to stand in front of him. His gaze slid over me, his face expressionless. The lack of encouragement made me even more anxious, which I guessed was his intention. He was pushing in that way he had. Rolling my shoulders back, I caught his gaze with my own and ran my tongue along my bottom lip. His eyes became heavy-lidded. I slid my thumbs beneath the elastic waistband of my athletic shorts and pushed them down, wriggling my hips a little to make it look more like a striptease and less like I was feeling awkward.
"No panties,"
he murmured, his gaze on my sex.
"You're a bad girl, Angel."
I pouted. "I'm trying to be good."
"Open yourself for me,"
he murmured.
"Let me see you."
"Gideon." He waited patiently, and I knew that patience would hold. Whether it took me 5 minutes or 5 hours, he would wait for me. And that was why I trusted him, because it was never a question of whether I would submit, but when I was ready to, and that was a decision he most often left to me. I widened my stance and tried to slow the quickness of my breathing. Reaching down with both hands, I touched the lips of my sex and spread them, exposing my clit to the man it ached for. Gideon straightened slowly.
"You have such a pretty cunt, Eva."
As he leaned closer, I held my breath. His hands lifted from his thighs, reaching for mine to hold me steady.
"Don't move,"
he ordered. Then he licked me in a leisurely glide. "Oh, God," I moaned, my legs shaking.
"Sit down,"
he said hoarsely, sliding to his knees on the floor as I obeyed. The glass was cool against my bare buttocks, a sharp contrast to the heat of my skin. My arm stretched back, gripping the far edge of the table for balance, as he pressed my thighs wide with his palms, splaying me open. His breath was hot against my damp flesh, his focus fully on my sex.
"You could be wetter."
I watched, panting, as he lowered his head and wrapped his lips around my clit. The heat was searing, the lash of his tongue devastating. I cried out, wanting to writhe, but held fast by his grip. My head fell back, my ears ringing with the rush of blood and the sound of Gideon's groan. His tongue fluttered over the tight bundle of nerves, driving me relentlessly toward orgasm. My stomach tightened as the pleasure built, the soft silk of his hair brushing along my sensitive inner thighs. A low moan escaped me. "I'm going to come," I gasped. "Gideon! God, I'm going to come." He drove his tongue inside me, my elbows weakened, dropping me lower. His tongue fucked into the clutching opening of my sex, stroking through the sensitive tissues, teasing me with a promise of the penetration I truly craved. "Fuck me," I begged. Gideon pulled back, licking his lips.
"Not here."
I made a sound of protest as he stood, so close to orgasm I could taste it. He held his hand out to me, helped me straighten and then stand. When I wobbled, he caught me up, tossing me over his shoulder. "Gideon!" But then his hand was between my legs, massaging my wet, swollen sex, and I didn't care how he carried me, as long as he got me someplace where he'd take me. We reached the hallway and turned, then stopped too quickly to have reached his bedroom. I heard the doorknob turn, and then the light flicked on. We were in the bedroom that was mine. He set me down on my feet, facing him. "Why here?" I asked. Maybe some men would head to the nearest bed, but Gideon had more control than that. If he wanted me in the second bedroom, he had a reason for it.
"Turn around,"
he said quietly. Something about his voice, the way he looked at me. I looked over my shoulder and saw the swing. It wasn't what I expected. I'd looked up sex swings on the internet when Gideon had first mentioned one. What I'd found were rickety things you hung from door frames, not so rickety things that hung from four-legged frames, and ones that hung from an eye bolt in the ceiling. All of them consisted of some combination of chains and/or straps that acted as slings for various body parts. Pictures of women actually harnessed in the damn things looked uncomfortable. Honestly, I couldn't see how anyone could get past the awkwardness and fear of collapse, let alone manage an orgasm. I should have known Gideon would have something else in mind. Turning, I faced the swing head-on. Gideon had cleared out the bedroom at some point. The bed and furnishings were gone. The only object in the room was the swing itself, suspended from a sturdy cage-like structure. A wide, solid metal platform anchored steel sides and roof, which supported the weight of a padded metal chair and chains. Red leather cuffs for wrists and ankles hung in the appropriate places. His arms wrapped around me from behind, one hand sliding up beneath my shirt to cup my breast, while the other slid between my legs to push 2 fingers inside me. Nuzzling my hair out of the way, he kissed my throat.
"How do you feel, looking at that?"
I thought about it. Intrigued? A little apprehensive? His lips curved against my skin.
"Let's see how you feel once you're in it."
A shiver of expectation and apprehension moved through me. I could see from the position of the cuffs that I would be helpless, unable to move or pull away, unable to exert any control whatsoever over what might happen to me.
"I want to do this right, Eva, not like that night in the elevator. I want you to feel it when I'm in control, and we're in it together."
My head fell back against him. Somehow it was harder giving the consent he wanted. There was less responsibility when he just took charge. But that was a cop-out.
"What's your safe word, Angel?"
he murmured, his teeth scoring gently across my throat. His hands were magic, his fingers gliding shallowly inside me. "Crossfire?"
You say the word and everything stops. Say it again.
"Crossfire." His dexterous fingers tugged at my nipple, milking it expertly.
"There's nothing to be afraid of. You just have to sit back and take my cock. I'm going to make you come without you having to do a thing."
I took a deep breath. I feel like that's always how it is between us.
"Try it this way,"
he coaxed, his hands moving to pull my shirt off.
"If you don't like it, we'll hit the bed instead."
For a moment, I wanted to delay, take more time to let it all settle in. I'd promised the swing, but he wasn't holding that over me.
"Crossfire,"
he breathed, hugging me from behind. I didn't know if he was reminding me of my safe word or telling me he loved me so much. There were no words for how he felt. Either way, the effect on me was the same. I felt safe. I also felt his excitement. His breathing had quickened the moment I'd spotted the swing. His erection like steel against my buttocks, and his skin was hot against mine. His desire spurred my own, made me want to do whatever it took to give him as much pleasure as he could stand. If he needed something, I wanted to be the woman who gave it to him. He gave so much to me. everything. "Okay," I said softly. "Okay." He kissed my shoulder, then stepped beside me, taking my hand in his. I followed him to the swing, studying it intently. The narrow seat hung at waist level for Gideon, which meant he had to turn me to face him, then lift me up in the chair. His mouth touched mine as my bare ass touched the cool leather, his tongue teasing the seam of my lips. I shivered. Whether that was from the chill, his kiss, or anxiety, I didn't know. Gideon pulled away, his gaze heavy-lidded and hot. He eased me into position, holding the chains steady as I leaned into the seat back, which was angled away from him, making me want to stretch my legs out for balance.
"You settled?"
he asked, watching me intently. I knew the question was about more than my physical comfort. I nodded. He stepped back, his gaze never leaving my face.
"I'm going to secure your ankles. You tell me if anything doesn't feel right."
"All right." My voice was breathy, my pulse racing. His hand slid down my leg, the stroke warm and provocative. I couldn't look away as he wrapped the crimson leather around my ankle and cinched the metal buckle. The cuff was fit securely but not too tightly. Gideon moved quickly and confidently. A moment later, my other leg was suspended as well. He looked at me.
"Okay so far?"
"You've done this before," I pouted. His actions seemed too practiced to be those of a beginner. He didn't answer. Instead, he began to strip as slowly and methodically as he'd restrained me. Mesmerized, I greedily drank in every inch of skin he revealed. My husband had such an amazing body. He was so hard and tight, so virile. It was impossible not to become aroused seeing him naked. His tongue slid along the bottom curve of his mouth in a leisurely erotic caress.
"Still good, Angel?"
Gideon knew exactly what the sight of him did to me, and it turned me on even more that he was arrogant enough to use that weakness against me. God knew I did the same to him when I could. "You are so fucking hot," I told him, licking my own lips. He smiled and came toward me, his thick, long cock curving upward to his navel.
"I think you'll really enjoy this."
I didn't have to ask why he said so, because it was evident as he reached me and took my hands in his. My vantage of him from the swing seat was completely unhindered. From the thighs upward, he was totally exposed between the spread of my legs. He bent and kissed me again, softly, sweetly. I moaned at the unexpected tenderness and the lushness of his flavor. Releasing one of my hands, he reached between us, gripping his cock and angling it downward to stroke between the lips of my sex. The wide head slid through the slickness of my desire, then nudged against my exposed clit. Pleasure rippled through me, and I discovered just how vulnerable I was. I couldn't arch my hips. I couldn't tighten my inner muscles to chase the sensation. A low whimper escaped me. I needed more, but could only wait for him to give it to me.
"You trust me,"
he whispered against my mouth. It wasn't a question, but I answered anyway. "Yes," Gideon nodded.
"Grab the chains."
There were wrist restraints above my head. I wondered why he didn't use them, but I trusted him to know best. If he didn't think I was ready, it was because he knew me so well. In some ways, he knew me better than I knew myself. The love I felt for him unfurled in my chest until it filled me, pushing aside the vestiges of fear that hovered in the dark corners of my mind. I'd never felt so close to him, never known it was possible to believe in someone so completely. I did as Gideon ordered and gripped the chains. He stepped close again, his abs glistening with the first mist of perspiration. I could see his pulse throbbing in his neck, his arms, his penis. His heart was racing like mine. The head of his cock was as wet with excitement as my sex. The hunger between us was a living thing in the room, sliding sinuously around us, narrowing the world to just the two of us.
"Don't let go,"
he ordered, waiting until I nodded my agreement before he proceeded. He gripped a chain where it met with the seat. His other hand guided his cock to my cleft. The thick crown pressed teasingly against me, taunting me with the promise of pleasure. I was panting as I waited for him to take the step forward that would slide him into me, my core aching with the need to be filled. Instead, he gripped the seat of the chair in both hands and pulled me onto his cock. The sound that ripped from my throat was inhuman. The savagely erotic feeling of being so deeply penetrated, driving me wild. He sank deep in that one easy glide, my body unable to offer any resistance. Gideon snarled, a tremor running through his powerful body.
"Fuck," he hissed. "Your cunt is so good."
I started to reach for him, but he pushed the swing back, gliding me off his rock-hard erection. The feeling of being emptied made me moan in distress. "Please," I begged softly.
"I told you not to let go,"
he said, with a wicked gleam in his eyes. "I won't," I promised, gripping the chain so hard it hurt. His arms flexed as he pulled me back, sliding me onto his cock. My toes curled. The feeling of weightlessness, of total surrender, was indescribable.
"Talk to me,"
he bit out.
"Tell me you like this."
"Damn it," I gasped, feeling sweat slide down my nape. "Don't stop." One moment I was held stationary. The next I was swinging fluidly, my sex sliding on and off Gideon's rigid cock with breathtaking speed. His body worked like a well-oiled machine, his arms, chest, abs, and thighs straining with the exertion of masterfully handling the swing. The sight of his powerful movements, the intensity of his focus on pleasuring us both, the feel of him pumping so deep and fast into me, I orgasmed with a scream, unable to contain the rush that surged through me. He fucked me through it, growling roughly, his face flushed and etched with lust. I'd never come so hard, so fast. I couldn't see or breathe for an endless moment, my body racked by a pleasure more ferocious than any I'd ever felt before. The swing slowed, then stopped. Gideon took an extra step toward me that kept him buried inside me. He smelled decadent, primal, pure sin and sex. His hands cupped my face. His fingers brushed tendrils of hair off my damp cheeks. My sex spasmed around him, all too aware of how hard and thick he still was. "You didn't come," I accused, feeling far too vulnerable after the insanity of my orgasm. Gideon took my mouth in a harsh, demanding kiss.
"I'm going to restrain your wrists. Then I'm going to come in you."
My nipples tightened into painful points. "Oh, God."
"You trust me,"
he said again, his gaze searching my face. I touched him while I still could, my hands sliding over his sweat-slick chest, feeling the desperate beat of his heart. "More than anything."
19. Good morning, Ace. I looked over my shoulder at the sound of Ava's voice, smiling as I watched her circle the island on her way to the coffee maker. Her hair was a wild tangle, her legs sexy beneath the hem of the t-shirt she wore. Returning my attention to the stove and the French toast I was browning in the pan, I asked, "How are you feeling?" I looked at her again and found her blushing. "I'm sore," she said, inserting a coffee pod into the machine. "Deep inside." I grinned. The swing had positioned her perfectly, allowing for optimal penetration. I'd never been as deep in her before. I had been thinking about it all morning, and decided that I would be speaking to Ash about his plans for the renovations. One of the bedrooms would need to have 2 closets, one for clothes, the other for the swing. "Geez," she muttered. "Look at that cocky smirk. Men are pigs. And here I am, slaving over a hot stove for you." Yeah. She swatted my ass as she passed me with a steaming cup of coffee in hand. I caught her by the waist before she got too far, giving her a quick, hard kiss on the cheek. "You were amazing last night." I'd felt something click into place between us so strongly that the change had been as tangible as the rings I wore on my fingers, and I cherished it as dearly. She flashed me a dazzling smile, then opened the fridge to pull out the carton of half and half. While she took care of that, I plated the finished French toast. "I've been wanting to talk to you about something," she said, joining me at the island and wriggling onto a bar stool. My brows lifted. "Okay." "I'd like to become involved with the Crossroads Foundation, financially and administratively." "That could encompass a lot of things, Angel. Tell me what you have in mind." Shrugging, she picked up her fork. "I've been thinking about the settlement money I got from Nathan's dad. It's just sitting in the bank, and after what Megumi has been through, I've realized that I need to put that money to work, and I don't want to wait. I'd like to help fund the programs offered by Crossroads, and help brainstorm ways to expand them." I smiled inwardly, pleased to see her moving in the right direction. "All right, we'll work something out." "Yeah?" She brightened like the sun, the shining light in my world. "Of course. I'd like to commit more time to it, too." "We can work together!" She bounced up and down. "I'm excited about this, Gideon." I let the smile show. "I can tell." "It just feels like a natural progression for us, an extension of us, really." She cut into her food and forked a bite to her mouth. She hummed her appreciation. "Yummy," she mumbled. "I'm glad you like it." "You're hot and you can cook. I'm a lucky girl." I decided not to tell her I'd just downloaded the recipe that morning. Instead, I considered what she'd said. Had I made a tactical error by moving too quickly with Mark? It was possible that if I'd left it alone just a little longer, Eva might have come around to working at Cross Industries on her own. But did I have the luxury of giving her more time with Landon closing in? Even now, I didn't think so. Seeking to mitigate any possible fallout, I debated the merits of broaching the topic of Mark's move to Cross Industries now versus later. Eva had opened the door by talking about us working together. If I didn't walk through it, I ran the risk of her finding out another way. I had taken that chance on Saturday, knowing Eva and Mark were friends who talked outside work. He could have called her at any time, but I had banked on him thinking it over first, discussing it with his partner, and coming to peace with leaving Waters, Field, and Lehman. "I have to talk to you about something too, Angel." "I'm all ears." Shooting for nonchalance, I grabbed the maple syrup and poured some onto my plate. "I offered Mark Garrity a job." There was a moment of stunned silence, and then, "You did what?" The tone of her voice confirmed that I'd been right to be up front sooner rather than later. I looked at her. She was staring at me. "I've asked Mark to work for Cross Industries," I repeated. Her face paled. "When?" "Friday." "Friday," she parroted. "It's Sunday. You're just bringing this up now?" Since the question was rhetorical, I didn't reply, choosing to wait for a clearer assessment of the situation before possibly making things worse. "Why, Gideon?" I took the same tack I'd used with Mark. I told the parts of the truth most likely to be accepted. "He's a solid employee. He'll bring a lot to the team." "Bullshit!" The color came back into her face in an angry rush. "Don't patronize me. You're putting me out of a job, and you didn't think that was something you should discuss with me first?" I switched tactics. "Landcorps asked for Mark directly, didn't they?" She was silent a minute. "That's what this is about? The Phase 1 system? Are you fucking serious?" I'd wondered what product Ryan Landon would use as an excuse to approach Eva. I was surprised he'd gone with a product so vital to his bottom line, then chastised myself for not expecting it. "You didn't answer my question, Eva." "What the hell does it matter?" she snapped. "Yeah, they asked for Mark. So what? You don't want your competitors using him? Are you trying to say this was a business decision?" "No, this was personal." I set my utensils down. Eric Landon, Ryan Landon's father, invested heavily with my dad and lost everything. Ryan Landon has been gunning for me ever since. A frown marred the space between her brows. "So you didn't want us working on any campaigns for him? Is that what you're saying?" "I'm saying that Ryan Landon asked for Mark as a way to get to you." "What? Why?" Irritation mixed with anger on her face. "He's married, for Christ's sakes. He brought his wife to lunch with us the other day. You've got no reason to be jealous." "He wouldn't be interested in you that way," I agreed. "It's more of a triumph to have you working for him. He wants the satisfaction of knowing he can give an order and you'll have to jump to get it done." "That's ridiculous." "You don't know the whole of it, Eva. How many years he's spent trying to undercut me in every way possible. Every business decision he makes is driven by the need to rewrite the connection between the Landon and Cross names. Every success he's had has been accompanied by a mention of his father's failure to see my dad as a fraud, and what that cost the Landons." "Of course I don't know," she said coldly. "Because you didn't see fit to tell me." "I'm telling you now." "When it doesn't matter anymore!" She slid off the bar stool and stalked out of the kitchen. I went after her, as I always did. "Eva." I caught her by the elbow, but she yanked free, spinning to face me. "Don't touch me." "Don't walk away from me," I growled. "If we're going to fight, let's get it over with." "That's what you were counting on, right? You figured you'd do whatever you wanted, then sweet talk or fuck your way through it later. But you can't fix this, Gideon. You can't say a few words or screw me brainless and get away with it this time." "Fix what? I saw someone maneuvering to take advantage of you, and I took care of it." "Is that how you see it?" Her hands went to her hips. "I don't see it that way at all. Landon is taking the risk. What if Mark and I do a crappy job? He's got a lot riding on Phase 1. "Exactly. He has in-house advertising, marketing, and promotion, just like I do. Why take something he's sunk a fortune into, even by my standards, and set himself up for leaks or a massive fail?" She threw her hands up with a snort. "Right," I bit out. "You can't answer that because there is no good answer. It's an unnecessary gamble. The only people handling the launch of the next generation Gen 10 are people whose souls I own." "What are you saying?" "That Landon's waited a long time for his pound of Cross flesh. Maybe he doesn't care that you married into the name. I don't know what he has in mind. At the very least, he's forcing us into a place where we're unable to share information with each other." Her brow arched. "How is that different from how our relationship usually works?" "Don't." I clenched my hands at my sides, frustrated by her stubbornness. "Don't make this about us when it's about him. I'll be damned if Landon drags you through hell because of me." "I'm not saying you're wrong. If you'd told me about this, I would have made the right decision on my own.
Instead, you forced me out of a job I love. Back up. What decision would that have been? I don't know. She gave me a cold, hard smile that chilled my blood. And now we'll never find out. She turned her back to me again. Stop. No, she tossed over her shoulder. I'm getting dressed. Then I'm leaving. Like hell. I followed her into the bedroom. I can't be around you right now, Gideon. I don't even want to look at you. My mind raced, searching for something to say that would calm her down. Mark hasn't taken the job. She shook her head and yanked open a drawer to pull out a pair of shorts. He will. I'm sure you made him an offer he can't refuse. I withdraw it. God, I was backpedaling and it rankled, but she was so angry I couldn't reach her. She was as distant as I'd ever seen her. Remote and untouchable. After the wildly erotic night we'd had, when we had been as close as ever, her attitude was unbearable. Don't bother, Gideon. The damage is done. But you'll get a solid employee who'll bring a lot to your team. She tugged the shorts on and went into the closet. I was right behind her, blocking the doorway while she shoved her feet into flip-flops. Listen to me, damn it. They're coming after you, everyone. They want to get at me through you. I'm doing the best I can, Eva. I'm trying to protect us the only way I know how. She paused, facing me. That's a problem, because this way doesn't work for me. It will never work for me. God damn it, I'm trying! All you had to do was talk to me, Gideon. I was halfway there on my own. Working with you on Crossroads was just the first step. I was going to make the decision to work with you, and you took that away from me. You took it away from both of us. And we'll never get it back. The icy finality in her tone made me crazed. I could deal when discussions went sideways. I could spin and switch strategy on the fly. What I couldn't handle was when my grip on Eva slipped. When we'd said our vows, I had made the irrevocable decision to let everything go, my ambition, my pride, my heart, to hang on to her. If I couldn't do that, I had nothing. Don't throw that at me now, Angel, I warned. Every time I've brought up working together, you shut me down. So you just bulldoze right through me. I was willing to give you time. I had a plan. I was going to seduce you with the possibilities, let you decide that the best way to develop your potential was alongside me. You should have stuck with the plan. Get out of my way. I held my ground. How could I stick with any plan the last few weeks? While you're feeling righteous, think about what I've dealt with. Brett, the damn tape of you with him, Chris, my brother, therapy, Ireland, my mother, Anne, Corinne, fucking Landon. Eva crossed her arms. Gotta handle it all yourself, don't you? Am I really your wife, Gideon? I'm not even your friend. I bet Angus and Raoul know more about your life than I do. Arash, too. I'm just a pretty cunt you fuck. Shut up. You need to get out of my way before this gets any uglier. I can't let you leave. You know I can't. Not like this. Her jaw tightened. You're asking me to give you something I don't have right now. I'm hollowed out, Gideon. Angel. I reached for her, my chest so tight I found it hard to breathe. The devastation on her face was killing me. I'd destroy anyone who put that look on her face, but this time I had done it. What does it matter if you would have made the same decision anyway? You need to stop talking, she said hoarsely, because every word coming out of your mouth makes me think we're so far apart on this that we've got no business being married. If she'd stabbed me in the chest, it couldn't have hurt worse. The air in the closet became hot and stale, drying my throat and making my eyes burn. The floor seemed to tilt beneath my feet, the foundation of my life shifting as Eva slipped further and further away.
Tell me what to do, I whispered. Her eyes glistened. Let me go for now. Give me some space to think. A few days. No, no! Panic swelled until I was forced to grip the door frame to stay upright. Maybe a few weeks. I need to find a new job, after all. I can't, I gasped, panting for air. A black ring encroached on my vision until Eva was the lone pinpoint of light. For God's sake, something else, Eva. I have to figure out what to do now. She rubbed at her forehead with rough fingers. And I can't think when you're looking at me like that. I can't think. She moved to pass me, and I grabbed her by the arms, kissing her, groaning when I felt her soften for an instant. I tasted her tears. Or maybe they were mine. Her hands went to my hair, fisting it, pulling it hard. She turned her head, breaking the seal of my mouth. Crossfire! She sobbed, the word cracking like a gunshot. I released her abruptly, stumbling back, even as my mind screamed at me to hang on. I let her go, and she left me. The sea breeze blows through my hair, and I close my eyes, absorbing the feel as it buffets me. The rhythmic push and pull of the waves against the beach and the raucous cries of seagulls anchor me in the moment, in this place. It's home in a way I haven't known for a long time, although I've spent less than a handful of days here. It is a place I've shared only with Eva, so all of my memories of here are as drenched with her as the sand is with rays of the sun. Like the sand, I've been crushed down into fine, tiny bits by the forces around me. And like the sun, Eva has brought joy and warmth to my existence. She joins me on the deck, standing behind me at the railing. I feel her hand on my shoulder, then the press of her cheek against my bare back. Angel, I murmur, and place my hand over hers. This is what we needed, to come back to this place. It's our retreat when the world closes in on us, trying to separate us. We heal each other here. Relief washes through me. She's back. We're together. She understands now why I did what I did. She was so angry, so hurt. For a moment, I had felt crippling fear that I'd destroyed the most precious part of my life. Gideon, she breathes, in that husky siren's voice. One arm slides around my waist to hold me from behind. I tilt my head back and let the power of her love pour through me. Her fingers glide over my hip, and then she's holding my cock in her hand, stroking it from root to tip. I harden and thicken, ready for her. I live to serve her, to please her. How could she have doubted it? A moan rumbles up from the very depths of my soul, the desire I always feel for her climbing through me. Pre-cum leaks from the swollen head of my dick, my balls growing heavy and full. Her hand on my shoulder glides down my back, pressing lightly, urging me to bend forward. I obey because I want her to see how she owns me. I want her to understand that I would do anything, give anything, to make her safe and happy. Her hand traces my spine, kneading lightly. I grip the wooden handrail that circles the deck and spread my legs at her urging. Now both of her hands are between my thighs, her breath hot and panting against my back. She's pumping my cock with a firm, practiced grip. Harder than I'm used to from her. Demanding. Her other hand is massaging my sack, driving the urgency into me. Her grip slickens as the pre-cum streams steadily from the slit at the tip of my dick. The salty air washes over me, cooling the sweat misting my skin. Eva! I gasp her name, so hard for her, so desperately in love. Her fingers, now creamy and always cleverly agile, slide back and tease the dark rosette of my anus. It feels good, even though I don't want it to. The stroking of my penis is making it hard to breathe, to think, to fight. That's it, she coaxes. I try to arch away, but she's got me trapped with my dick in her hand. Don't, I tell her, squirming. You like it, she purrs, working my cock, her touch something I crave and can't resist. Show me how much you want me. She pushes 2 slick fingers inside my ass. I cry out, writhing away, but she's rubbing and thrusting into me, hitting the spot that makes me want to come more than anything. The pleasure grows despite the tears burning my eyes. My head falls forward. My chin touches my heaving chest. It's coming. I'm coming. I can't stop it. Not with her. The fingers inside me thicken, lengthen. The thrusting becomes frenzied, the slap of flesh against flesh drowning out the sounds of the ocean. I hear a rough, lusty growl, but it's not mine. A cock is in me, fucking me. It hurts, and yet the pain is tinged with a sick, unwanted pleasure. Keep stroking it, he pants. You're almost there. Agony explodes in my chest. Eva isn't here. She's gone. She's left me. Vomit rises into my throat. I throw him off violently, hearing him crash through the sliding door behind us, the glass shattering. Hugh laughs hysterically, and I round on him, finding him sprawled amid the glistening slivers, his hair as red as his blood, his eyes lit with that vile, lustful avarice. You think she'd want you? He taunts, clambering to his feet. You told her everything. Who'd want you after that? Fuck you! I lunge and tackle him back down. My fist pounds into his face again and again. The shards of glass pierce me, cut into me, but the pain is nothing next to what I feel inside. Eva is gone. I'd known she would leave, that I couldn't keep her. I'd known it. But I had hoped. I couldn't fight the hope. Hugh won't stop laughing. I feel his nose shatter, his cheekbone, his jaw. His laughter turns to gurgles, but it's still laughter. My arm pulls back to hit him again. Anne is lying beneath me, her face battered nearly beyond recognition. Horrified at what I've done, I jerk away, scrambling to my feet. The glass digs deep into the soles of my feet. Anne laughs as bubbling blood pours from her nose and mouth, spreading through the home that was once a sanctuary, staining everything, the taint washing away the sun until only a blood moon remains. I woke up with a scream in my throat. Sweat drenched my hair and skin. Darkness suffocated me. Scrubbing at my eyes, I rolled onto my hands and knees, sobbing. I crawled toward the only light I could see, the weak silver glow that was my only guide. The bedroom. God. I collapsed on the floor, racked by tears. I'd fallen asleep in the closet, unable to move after Eva left me, afraid to take one literal step in any direction toward a life without her in it. The face of the clock glowed brightly in the darkened room. It was 1 a.m. A new day, and Eva was still gone. You're here early. Scott's cheery voice lured my gaze from the photo of Eva on my desk. Good morning, I greeted him, feeling as if I were still in a nightmare. I'd come to work shortly after 3 a.m., unable to sleep anymore and unable to go to Eva. I wanted to, would have. Nothing could keep me away from her. But when I tracked her phone, I found her at Stanton's penthouse, a place I couldn't reach. The anguish of that, knowing she was deliberately keeping herself from me, ate at me from the inside out like acid. I couldn't stay home and go through the morning routine of preparing for work without Eva. It had been easier to revert to the schedule I'd often kept before her, coming into work while the moon was high, finding peace in the place where I exercised complete control. But today there was no peace. Only the torment of knowing that she was in the same building I was by now, so damn close, and yet farther away than she'd ever been.
Mark Garrity was waiting by reception when I came in, Scott continued. He said you discussed having him come in today?
My gut nodded. I'll see him. I pushed back from my desk and stood. I'd thought of nothing but Eva and the offer I had made to Mark, trying to reason out how I could have done anything differently. I knew Eva too well. Telling her about Ryan Landon wouldn't have made her leave Waters, Field, and Lehman any more than telling her about Anne would cause her to be more cautious. Eva would face them head-on instead, growling like a lioness to defend me, and failing to see the danger to herself. It was her way, and I loved her for it, but I would also protect her when the situation called for it. Mark. I extended my hand as he entered, knowing immediately that he was going to say yes. Energy radiated off him, and his dark eyes were lit with anticipation. We agreed that he would begin in October, giving Waters, Field, and Lehman nearly a month's notice. He wanted to bring Eva along with him, and I encouraged him to make the offer, even as I doubted that she would accept it. He countered some of my terms, and I negotiated by instinct, keeping him in check without my heart being in it. In the end, he left happy and pleased with his changed situation. I was left with the deepening fear that Eva would not forgive me. Monday blurred into Tuesday. There were only 3 times a day when I felt any life at all. At 9 when I knew Eva arrived for work, at lunch, and again at 5 when she finished for the day. I waited with endless hope for her to reach out to me, to call or communicate in any way. Another horrible fight would be better than the aching silence. She didn't. I could only watch her on the security monitors, devouring the sight of her coming and going like a man dying of hunger, scared to approach her and risk widening the chasm between us. I stayed in the office overnight, afraid to go home, afraid of what I would do if I entered any of the residences I shared with her. Even my office was a torment. The couch where I had fucked her an inescapable reminder of what I'd had only days before. I showered in my office's washroom and changed into one of the many suits I kept at work. I'd never thought it strange to live for work before. Now I was overwhelmed by emotion I couldn't express, comprehending just how much of my life Eva had come to fill. She stayed at Stanton's again. It didn't escape my notice that she preferred to spend time with her mother than to risk having to deal with me. I texted her constantly, pleas for her to call me. I just need to hear your voice. Notes about nothing. Cooler today, isn't it? Comments about work. Never realized Scott always wears blue. And most of all, I love you. For some reason, it was easier to type those 3 words than to say them. I typed them a lot, over and over again. I didn't want her to forget that. Whatever my faults and fuck-ups, everything I did or thought or felt was love for her. Sometimes I got mad, hating what she was doing to me, to us. God damn you! Call me! Stop doing this to me."
"You look like shit," Arash said, eyeing me as I reviewed the contracts he'd placed on my desk. "You getting sick again?"
"I'm fine."
"My man, you are anything but fine."
I glared at him, shutting him up. It was nearly 6, and I was on my way to Dr. Peterson's office when Eva finally reached out to me. "I love you, too." The words wavered as my eyes stung. I typed back with shaking fingers, nearly dizzy with relief. "I miss you so much. Can't we talk, please? I need to see you." She didn't reply before I reached Dr. Peterson's, which blackened my mood to the point of violence. She was punishing me in the worst possible way. I was as jittery as a junkie, desperate for a hit of her to function, to think.
"Gideon."
Dr. Peterson greeted me at the door to his office with a smile that quickly faded when he saw me. Concern drew his brows down.
"You don't look well."
"I'm not," I snapped. He calmly gestured for me to take a seat. I remained standing, roiling inside, debating leaving and searching for my wife. I couldn't stand around and wait anymore. It was too much to ask of me.
"Maybe we should walk again,"
he said. I could stand to stretch my legs. "Call Eva," I ordered. "Tell her to come here. She'll listen to you." He blinked at me. "You're having trouble with Eva?" Shrugging out of my suit jacket, I threw it on the couch. "She's being irrational. She won't see me, won't talk to me. How the fuck are we supposed to work things out if we're not even talking?" "That's a reasonable question." "Damn right. I'm a reasonable man. She, however, is out of her damn mind. She can't keep doing this. You have to get her here. You have to make her talk to me." "All right. But first I need to understand what's happened." He sat in his chair. "I'm not going to be much use to you if I don't know what's going on." I pointed a finger at him. "Don't play your head games with me, Doc. Not today." "I think I'm being as reasonable as you are," he said smoothly. "I want you to work things out with Eva, too. I think you know that." Exhaling in a rush, I sank onto the edge of the sofa, then dropped my head into my hands. It was throbbing viciously, pounding front and back. "You are fighting with Eva," he said. "Yes." "When's the last time you spoke with her?" I swallowed hard. "Sunday." "What happened on Sunday?" I told him. It came out in a rush that had him scribbling frantically on his tablet. The words spewed out in an angry purge, leaving me feeling wiped out and exhausted. He continued to write for a few moments after I finished, and then his gaze lifted to my face. I saw compassion, and it tightened my throat. "You cost Eva her job," he pointed out. "A job she's told us both that she enjoys very much. You can see why she'd be upset with you, can't you?" "Yeah, I get it. But I had valid reasons. Reasons she understands. That's what I don't get. She understands, and she's still cutting me off." "I'm not sure I understand why you didn't discuss this with Eva beforehand. Can you explain that to me?" I rubbed at the back of my neck, where the tension felt like steel cables. "She would have stewed over it," I muttered. "It would have taken her time to come around. In the meantime, I'm trying to manage a ton of other shit. We're getting hit from all sides." "I saw the news about Corinne Giroux's book about you." "Oh, yeah." My mouth curved grimly. "She probably got the idea from 6/9's Golden video. Landon got to Eva through a hole in my guard. I couldn't risk giving him another opening while I was distracted with everything else Eva and I are dealing with right now. Dr. Peterson nodded. You are facing a lot of pressure. Don't you trust Eva to help you reach the decisions you're making? You have to know that her conflicts with her mother often stem from not being consulted before actions are taken. I know that. I tried to articulate my chaotic thoughts. But I need to take care of her, after what she's lived through. My eyes squeezed shut. Knowing what she'd suffered was almost too much for me to think about sometimes. I have to be strong for her. Make the tough calls. Gideon, you're one of the strongest men I know, he said quietly. I opened my eyes and looked at him. You haven't seen me the way she has. Crying like a child, brutalized by memories, masturbating while unconscious, violent in my sleep. Weak. So weak. Helpless. Do you think she doubts you because you've let her see you vulnerable? That doesn't sound like Eva to me. My eyes stung. You don't know everything. You don't know. But Eva does, and she married you anyway. She loves you very much anyway. He offered a kind smile that somehow slashed like a blade, cutting me open. You asked me once if relationships were about compromise. Do you remember that? I jerked a nod. That compromise means you don't always have to be the strong one, Gideon. You can do the heavy lifting on occasion, and you can let Eva do it sometimes. Marriage isn't about whether you're strong enough as an individual. It's about how strong you are together, and the luxury of taking turns carrying the load. My head bowed again. Eva had said the same thing. I'm trying. I swear to God, I'm trying. I know you are. She has to take me back. She has to come back. I need her. She's killing me right now. She's ripping me apart. I stared at my hands, at the rings she'd given me that made me hers. What do I do? Tell me what to do. Eva is going to want to know that you're willing to change. She'll want to see you taking steps to demonstrate that. You won't face these big decisions too often, so she may adopt a wait-and-see attitude. That will be hard for you, I think. Very hard. I nodded slowly, but I couldn't wait any more. If Eva needed proof that I'd do anything to keep her, I would give it to her. My hands clenched into fists. My gaze stayed on the carpet between my feet. I cleared my throat. The therapist. The one I had when I was a child. Yes? He molested me. For nearly a year. He raped me.
20. I miss you so much. Can't we talk, please? I need to see you.
Still staring at that text?
Carrie asked, rolling onto his back on the bed beside me and pressing his temple to mine. I can't sleep. It was torture to stay away from Gideon. I spent every minute, waking and sleeping, feeling like someone had hacked out my heart and left a gaping hole in my chest. I looked up at the canopy above my mom's guest bed. Like her sitting room, the bedroom she'd put me in was newly redecorated. With its palette of cream and moss green, the room was soothing and tastefully elegant. The guest bedroom Carrie occupied was done in a more masculine style, with grays and navy, with walnut furnishings on the opposite end of the spectrum from the white gilded pieces in my room.
When are you gonna talk to him, baby girl?
Soon. I lowered the phone to my chest and pressed it against my heart. I think we both need a little time. It was so hard to think when Gideon and I were fighting. I hated it. And it was worse because he was the one who'd fucked up. And like everything he did, he had done so spectacularly. I couldn't imagine how I could forgive him and live with myself. On the other hand, I couldn't imagine how I could go forward without him and live, period. I felt dead inside. The only thing keeping me going was the belief that somehow we'd work things out and be together. How could we not? How could I give so much of myself to someone and then let that person go? I thought about the advice I'd given to Trey and how we were both facing the same decision. Did we choose love or did we choose ourselves? I was so pissed off at Gideon for being the one who forced my hand. I'd recognized that certain situations were pushing me into that spot, but I had never thought my husband would. And why the hell did the two choices have to be mutually exclusive? It wasn't fair.
You're running him through the ringer,
Carrie pointed out, unnecessarily. He's done it, not me. Gideon had taken something precious from me, but worse, he had taken something precious away from us. My free will and the trust I'd given him to respect it. After that last night we'd had, as much as I had trusted him and opened myself to him, and he'd already talked to Mark. The feeling of betrayal was heartrending. Thanks for sticking with me.
He shrugged. I like Stanton. It's no hardship hanging at his place a few days. We are eventually going home, right?
I can't hide forever.
So you've always said, he muttered. Personally, I like hiding. Just taking a fucking break and forgetting about all the crap.
But the crap's always out there waiting for you. And knowing that, I always preferred to face it head on. Get it out of the way and behind me.
Let it wait,
he said, reaching up to ruffle my hair. Turning my head, I pressed a kiss to his cheek. I'd cried gallons on him the last 3 days and curled up against him at night. At times, it felt like his arms were the only things holding me together. God, I hurt all over. I was a fucking mess, a zombie in the vibrantly lively city of New York. Where was Gideon now? Was the pain of our separation starting to ease, or was he still as devastated by it as I was? Mark asked me to move to Cross Industries with him, I said, just to force my mind onto something else.
Well, you saw that coming.
I guess, but it was still surreal when he brought it up. I sighed. He's so excited, Carrie. He's getting a hefty raise, and that will change a lot of things for him and Stephen. They'll be able to afford a really fancy wedding plus a long honeymoon, and they're looking for a condominium now. It's hard to hold on to my resentment when this is such a good thing for him.
Are you going to work for Gideon?
I don't know. I wasn't kidding when I told him I was halfway toward making that decision on my own. But now, I kind of want to apply elsewhere just to spite him. Carrie lifted his fists and shadow-boxed.
Show him he's not the boss of you.
Yeah. I threw a few punches, too, just to give myself a little lift. But that's stupid. I'd never know if I got hired for me or for his name, whether that turned out to be a good or bad thing. Anyway, I've got a month before Mark moves on. I've got time to think about it.
Maybe Waters, Field, and Lehman will keep you. Have you considered that?
It's a possibility. I'm not sure how I would respond. It would save me a job search, but I wouldn't have Mark, and he's the reason I love my job. Would I still want to be there without him?
You'd still have Megumi and Will.
There's that, I agreed. We lay there in companionable silence for a while. Then he said,
So it looks like you and me are just floating around in the hell if I know boat.
Trey is going to call, I assured him, even though I still had no idea what Trey would say when he did.
Sure. He's a nice guy. He won't leave me hanging.
Carrie sounded so weary.
It's what he's going to say, not when. That's the kicker.
I know. Love should be easier than this. I complained.
If this were a romantic comedy, it'd be called Love Actually Sucks.
Maybe we should have stuck with Sex and the City.
Tried that. Ended up knocked up. I should have gone for being a 40-year-old virgin, but I had way too much of a head start.
We can write a manual on how to lose a guy in 10 weeks. Carrie looked at me.
Fucking perfect.
Wednesday morning hit me like a hangover. Getting ready for work at my mom's place helped me to not miss Gideon so much, but it sure as hell didn't separate me from my mother, who was driving me nuts talking about the wedding non-stop. Even Stanton, with his endless capacity for indulging my mom's neurosis, gave me sympathetic looks when he was around. I couldn't think about the wedding now. I couldn't think beyond each and every hour of the day. That was how I was getting by. 1 hour at a time. When I stepped out of the lobby onto the street, I found Angus waiting for me with the Bentley rather than Raoul with the Benz. I managed a smile, genuinely pleased to see him, but I was wary, too. "Good morning, Angus." I jerked my chin toward the car and whispered, "Is he in there?" He shook his head, then touched the brim of his vintage chauffeur's hat.
"Good morning, Mrs. Cross."
I squeezed his shoulder briefly before sliding past the door he opened and into the back seat. In short order, we were easing into the snarl of morning traffic and heading toward Midtown. Leaning forward, I asked, "How is he?"
"Worse than you, I expect."
He glanced at me briefly before returning his attention to traffic.
"He's suffering, lass. Last night was the hardest."
God. I sank back into the seat, at a loss for what to do. I didn't want Gideon to hurt. He'd been hurt too much already. Pulling out my smartphone, I texted him, "I love you." His reply was almost immediate. "Calling. Please answer." A moment later, the phone vibrated in my hand and his picture appeared on my screen. It was like a quick stab to the heart to see his face after spending the last few days avoiding any image of him. I was equally afraid to hear his voice. I didn't know if I could be strong. And I didn't have the answers he needed from me. My voicemail kicked in and the phone quieted. It started vibrating again right away. I answered, lifting the phone to my ear without speaking. There was silence on the line for a long, breathless moment.
"Eva?"
My eyes watered at the sound of Gideon's voice, the rasp in it so deep as if his throat were rough. What was worse was the hope I heard in the way he said my name, the desperate longing.
"It's okay if you don't talk," he said gruffly. He gave a shaky exhale. "I'm sorry, Eva. I want you to know I'm sorry and that I'll do whatever you need me to. I just want to fix this."
"Gideon?" I heard him suck in a sharp inhalation when I said his name. "I believe that you're sorry we're not together now. But I also believe that you would do something like this again. I'm trying to figure out if I can live with that." Silence hung on the line between us.
"What does that mean?"
he asked finally.
"What would be the alternative?"
I sighed, suddenly feeling so tired. I don't have any answers. That's why I've stayed away. I want to give you everything, Gideon. I never want to say no to you. It's so hard for me. But right now, I'm afraid that if I make this compromise, if I stay with you knowing how you are and that you're not going to change, I'm just going to resent you and, eventually, fall out of love with you."
"Eva, Christ, don't say that."
His breath snagged.
"I told Dr. Peterson about Hugh."
"What?" My head snapped up. "When?"
"Last night. I told him everything. About Hugh, Anne. He's going to help me, Eva. He said some things." He paused. "They made sense to me. About me and the way I am with you."
"Oh, Gideon." I could imagine how difficult that must have been for him. I'd lived through that confession myself. "I'm very proud of you. I know it wasn't easy.
You have to stick with me. You promised. I told you I was going to fuck this up. I'll fuck up again. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, but God, I love you. I love you so fucking much. I can't do this without you. I can't live without you. You're breaking me, Eva. I can't.
He made a low, pained noise.
I need you.
Oh, God, Gideon. Tears poured down my face and splattered onto my chest, sliding down beneath the neckline of my dress. I don't know what to do either.
Can't we figure it out together? Aren't we better, stronger together?
I wiped at my face, knowing my makeup was ruined and not caring. I want us to be. I want that more than anything. I just don't know if we can get there. There hasn't been a single time when you've let me figure things out with you, not once.
If I did, if I do, and I will, you'll come back to me?
I haven't left you, Gideon. I don't know how. I looked out the window, spotted a young couple kissing each other goodbye in front of a revolving door before the man ran off. But yes, if we could really be a team, nothing could keep me away.
Heard you guys landed the Phase 1 campaign.
I turned my attention from the coffee I was sweetening to raise my brows at Will. I haven't heard that. He grinned, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. He was such a happy guy, anchored solidly in a relationship that worked. I was so envious of that serenity. I had felt it only a few times since I'd been with Gideon, and every time it was bliss. How amazing would it be if we could get there and stay there?
That's the buzz I've been hearing, he said.
Man, I gave an exaggerated sigh. I am always the last to know. I'd been putting on an Oscar-worthy performance all week, between Mark's excitement, the imminent adjustment in my work situation, starting my period, and dealing with the mess in my private life. I was focusing every ounce of energy I had left on acting calm. As a result, I'd avoided the office gossip cliques to limit my contact with people. There was only so much happiness, joy, contentment I could fake.
Mark's going to kill me for telling you.
Will looked completely unapologetic.
I wanted to be the first to congratulate you.
Okay. Thank you. Maybe.
I'm dying to get my hands on that system, you know. The tech blogs are wild with rumors about Phase 1's features.
He leaned against the counter next to me and gave me a hopeful look. I wagged my finger at him. You won't be hearing any leaks from me.
Damn it. The guy's gotta hope.
He shrugged.
They're probably going to lock you in solitary somewhere until the release just to keep a lid on it.
Makes you wonder why Landcorps would take it to an outside agency, doesn't it? He frowned.
Yeah, I guess. Hadn't thought about it.
Neither had I, but Gideon had. I looked back down at my mug, stirring absently. There's a new Gen 10 coming out soon.
I heard. That's a no-brainer, though. Everyone's going to buy it.
Flexing my fingers, I studied my wedding ring and thought about the vows I'd made when I accepted it.
You got plans for lunch?
He asked. I picked up my mug and faced him. Yes, I'm going out with Mark and his partner.
Oh, right.
He moved toward the coffee maker when I got out of the way.
Maybe we could grab drinks after work sometime this week. Drag our significant others with us. If Gideon's up for it. I know he's a busy guy.
I opened my mouth, closed it again. Will had given me the perfect opening to excuse Gideon. I could take it, but I wanted to share the social parts of my life with my husband. I wanted him with me. If I started excluding him from my life, wasn't that the beginning of the end? Sounds like fun, I lied, imagining a tension-fraught evening. I'll talk to him about it, see what we can work out. Will nodded.
Cool. Let me know. I've got a problem.
Oh? I looked across the table at Mark. The Cuban restaurant Stephen had chosen was both large and popular. Sunlight streamed in through a massive skylight, while colorful murals decorated the space with parrots and palm fronds. Festive music made me feel like I'd gone on vacation to somewhere exotic, while the rich smell of spices made my tummy perk up for the first time in days. I rubbed my hands together. "Let's fix it." Stephen nodded.
"Ava's right. Lay it on us."
Mark pushed the menu aside and set his elbows on the table.
"So Mr. Waters told me this morning to start working on the land core brief."
"Yay!" I applauded.
"Not so fast." In light of that, I had to give him my notice. I'd been hoping to wait until Friday, but they need someone who can stick with the client all the way through, not just the first month.
"You've got a point," I conceded, my smile fading. "What a bummer, though."
"It sucked, but..." He shrugged. "It is what it is." And then he called in the other partners. They told me that the land core brass was insistent that I head the campaign when they first approached the agency. Enough so that the partners are worried they'll lose the account if I'm not managing it.
Stephen grinned and slapped him on the shoulder.
"That's what we like to hear."
Mark gave a sheepish smile.
"Yeah, it was a boost for sure. So anyway, they offered me a promotion and a raise if I'll stay."
"Whoa." I sat back. "That's a serious boost."
"They can't offer what Cross did, not even half. But let's be honest, he's overpaying me." "Says you," Stephen scoffed. "You're worth every penny."
I nodded, even though I had only a vague idea of what Gideon had put on the table. "I agree with that."
"But I feel like I owe Waters, Field, and Lehman some loyalty."
Mark rubbed at his jaw.
"They've been good to me, and they want to keep me, even knowing I can be poached by someone else." "You've given them good work for years," Stephen countered. "They got a lot out of you. You don't owe them any favors." "I know that, and I was fine with leaving an empty office behind because they could fill that quick enough. But I'm having a hard time with possibly costing them the land core campaign when I go."
"But that decision isn't yours to make," I pointed out. "If Landcorps doesn't retain the agency, that's up to them."
"I've tried spinning it that way too, but it's still not something I want to see happen."
The server came by to take our order. I looked at Stephen. "Can you do the honors?"
"Sure."
He looked at Mark, who gave a quick nod to signal the same request. Stephen ordered for all of us. I waited until we were alone again to speak, unsure of how to say what needed to be said. In the end, I went with blunt. "I can't work on the Phase 1 campaign." Mark and Stephen stared at me. "Look, the Landons and the Crosses go way back," I explained. "And there's bad blood between them. Gideon's got some concerns, and I see his point. It's strong enough for me to be cautious." Mark frowned.
"Landon knows who you are. He doesn't have a problem with it."
"I know, but the Phase 1 system is a pretty big deal. There's risk involved with having access to it, and I don't need to contribute to that in any way." It was hard admitting that Gideon was right, because I knew I was right, too, which left us at an impasse I didn't know how to get around. Stephen leaned closer and studied me.
"You're serious?"
"Afraid so. Not that your decision is in any way affected by me, Mark. But I thought I should put that out there."
"I'm not sure I understand,"
Mark said.
"She's telling you that if you stay with your job, you'll be losing both the money and your assistant," Stephen clarified. "Or you can move to Cross Industries, as you've already agreed to do, get the money, and keep Eva."
Well, God, this was harder than I thought it would be. I had heard it, but now I was living it. Any woman who loses or gives up a job she loves because of a man will resent it. What had ever made me think I would be somehow exempt? "I can't say yet that I'll be making the move with you." Mark fell back against the burgundy vinyl booth.
"This just keeps getting worse."
I'm not saying definitively that I won't. I tried to shrug it off as no big deal. I'm just not sure that Gideon and I should be working together. I mean, I'm not sure he should be my boss, or whatever. You know what I mean.
I hate to say it, Stephen said, but she's got a point. This is not helping my problem,
Mark muttered. I'm sorry. I couldn't tell them how sorry I really was. I didn't even feel like I could offer advice. How could I be non-biased about Mark's options? On the bright side, I offered instead, you're definitely a hot commodity. Stephen elbowed Mark with a grin.
I knew that already. So, Carrie slung his arm around me when I curled into his side. Here we are again.
Another night at my mom's. She'd finally gotten suspicious, considering it was our 4th night in a row at her place. I confessed to arguing with Gideon, but not why. I didn't think she would understand. I'm sure she would think it was perfectly normal for a man in Gideon's position to handle all the pesky little details. And as for me possibly losing my job, why would I want to work when I had no financial reason to? She didn't understand. Some daughters wanted to grow up to be just like their mothers. I wanted the opposite. And my need to be the anti-Monica was the main reason I struggled so much with what Gideon had done. Any advice from her would only make things worse. I almost resented her as much as I did him. We'll go home tomorrow, I said. After all, I'd be seeing Gideon at Dr. Peterson's office at the very least. I was desperately curious about how that would go. I couldn't help but hope that Gideon had turned a major corner with therapy. If so, maybe there were other corners we could turn. Together. I crossed my fingers. And really, I had to give Gideon credit for doing his best to give me the space I'd asked for. He could have caught me in an elevator or the lobby of the Crossfire. He could have told Raoul to drive me to him instead of wherever I directed. Gideon was trying. Have you heard from Trey? I asked. It was kind of miraculous how often Carrie and I ended up in the same place at the same time. Or maybe it was a shared curse.
He sent me a text saying he was thinking about me, but wasn't ready to talk yet.
Well, that's something. His hand ran up and down my back.
Is it?
Yes, I said. I'm in the same place with Gideon. I think about him all the time, but I don't have anything to say to him right now.
So what's next? Where do you go from here? When do you decide you've got something more to say?
I thought about that a minute, absently watching Harrison Ford hunt for answers in The Fugitive, which we had on mute. When something changes, I guess.
When he changes, you mean? What if he doesn't?
I didn't have that answer yet, and when I tried to think about it, I went a little crazy. So I asked Carrie a question instead. I know you want to put the baby first, and that's the right thing to do, but Tatiana's not happy, and you're not either. Trey's definitely not. This isn't working out for any of you. Have you thought about being with Trey and the two of you helping Tatiana with the baby? He snorted.
She's not going to go for that. If she's miserable, everyone else has to be too.
I don't think that should be her choice to make. She's as responsible for getting pregnant as you are. You don't have to do some sort of penance, Carrie. I put my hand over the arm he had lying in his lap, my thumb brushing carefully over the fresh scars on his inner forearm. Be happy with Trey. Make him happy. And if Tatiana can't be happy with having two hot guys looking after her, then she's not doing something right. Carrie laughed softly and pressed his lips to the crown of my head.
Solve your own problem that easily.
I wish I could. I wished for that more than anything, but I knew it wouldn't be easy, and I feared it might be impossible. The vibration of my smartphone woke me. When I realized what the buzzing was, I began searching blindly for my phone, my hand sliding around the bed until I found it. By then, I'd missed the call. Squinting at the glaringly bright screen, I saw it was just past 3 a.m. and Gideon had called. My heart skipped as worry chased away sleep. Once again, I had gone to bed cradling my phone, unable to stop reading the many texts he had sent me. I called him back.
"Angel,"
he answered on the first ring, his voice hoarse. "Is everything okay?"
"Yes." "No."
He blew out his breath.
"I had a nightmare."
"Oh." I blinked up at the canopy that I couldn't see in the dark. My mother was a fan of blackout drapes, saying they were necessary in a city that was never truly dark. "I'm sorry." It was a lame reply, but what else could I say? It would be pointless to ask if he wanted to talk about it. He never did.
"I'm having them a lot lately,"
he said wearily.
"Every time I fall asleep."
My heart hurt a little more. It seemed impossible that he could take so much pain. But there was always more. I'd learned that long ago. "You're stressed, Gideon. I'm not sleeping well either." And then, because it had to be said, "I miss you."
"Eva."
"Sorry." I scrubbed at my eyes. Maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe it was a mixed signal that would only make things worse for him. I felt guilty for staying away, even though I knew I had good reason to.
"No. I need to hear it. I'm scared, Eva. I've never felt fear like this. I'm afraid you won't come back, that you won't give me another chance."
"Gideon."
"I dreamed about my father first. We were walking on the beach and he was holding my hand. I've been dreaming about the beach a lot lately."
I swallowed hard, my chest aching. Maybe that means something.
"Maybe. I was little in the dream. I had to look up a long way to see my dad's face. He was smiling, but then I always remember him smiling, even though I heard him fighting with my mom a lot toward the end. I can't remember any other expression on his face but a smile."
"I'm sure you made him happy. And proud. He probably always smiled when he looked at you." He was quiet for a minute, and I thought maybe that was it. Then he went on.
"I saw you up ahead on the beach, walking away from us."
I rolled onto my side, listening intently.
"Your hair was blowing in the breeze and the sun lit it up. I thought it was beautiful. I pointed you out to my dad. I wanted you to turn your head so we could see your face. I knew you were gorgeous. I wanted him to see you."
Tears welled in my eyes and slid down to wet my pillow.
"I tried to run after you. I was pulling at his hand, and he was holding me back, laughing about chasing pretty girls at my age."
I could picture the scene so clearly in my mind. I could almost feel the brisk breeze whipping through my hair and hear the seagulls calling. I could see the young Gideon in the picture he'd given me, and the handsome, charismatic Gideon Cross. I wanted a future like that, with Gideon walking down the beach with our son, who looked just like him, my husband laughing because our troubles were behind us and a bright, happy future lay ahead of us. But he'd called it a nightmare, so I knew that future I envisioned wasn't one he saw.
"I was tugging so hard on his hand," he continued, "digging my bare feet into the sand for traction, but he was so much stronger than me. You were walking farther and farther away." He laughed again, only this time it wasn't his laugh. It was Hugh's, and when I looked up again, it wasn't my father anymore.
"Oh, Gideon." I sobbed his name, unable to hold back the sympathy and grief, and the relief that he was talking to me at last.
"He told me you didn't want me, that you were going away because you knew everything and it made you sick, that you couldn't get away fast enough."
"That's not true." I sat up in bed. "You know that's not true. I love you. It's because I love you so much that I'm thinking so hard about this. Us."
"I'm trying to give you space, but I feel like it would be so easy for us to drift apart. A day goes by, then another, You'll find a new routine without me in it. Christ, Eva, I don't want you to get over me.
I spoke in a rush, my thoughts tumbling out of my mouth. There's a way to get through this, Gideon. I know there is. But when I'm with you, I lose myself in you. I just want to be with you and to be happy. So I let things ride and put them off. We make love and I think we'll be okay because we have that and it's perfect.
It is perfect. It's everything.
When you're inside me, looking at me, I feel like we can conquer anything. But we've really got to work on this. We can't be afraid to deal with our baggage because we don't want to lose each other. He growled softly.
I just want us to spend time together, not dealing with all this other shit.
I know. I rubbed at the pain in my chest. But we have to earn it, I think. We can't manufacture it by running away for a weekend or a week.
How do we earn it?
I swiped at the tears drying on my cheeks. Tonight was good. You calling me, telling me about your dream. It's a good step, Gideon.
We'll keep making steps then. We have to keep moving together or we're going to end up moving apart. Don't let that happen. I'm fighting here with everything I've got. Fight for me, too.
My eyes stung with fresh tears. I sat for a while crying, knowing he could hear me and that it was hurting him. Finally, I swallowed the pain down and made a snap decision. I'm going to that all-night cafe on Broadway and 85th for coffee and a croissant. He was silent for a long minute.
What? Now?
Right now. I tossed back the covers on the bed and slid to the floor. Then he got it.
Okay.
Killing the call, I dropped the phone on the bed and fumbled for the light. I ran to my duffel bag, digging out the butter yellow maxi dress I'd shoved in there because it was easy to pack and comfortable to wear. Now that I was decided on seeing Gideon, I was anxious to get to him. But I had my vanity, too. I took the time to brush out my hair and put a little makeup on. I didn't want him to see me after 4 days and wonder why he was so gone over me. My phone buzzed a notification of a text, and I hurried over to it, seeing a note from Raoul. I'm out front with the car. A little zing went through me. Gideon was anxious to see me, too. Still, he never missed a trick. I shoved my phone into my purse, my feet into sandals, and hurried out to the elevator. Gideon was waiting on the street when Raoul pulled up to the curb. Many of the storefronts on Broadway were shuttered and dark, although the street itself remained well lit. My husband stood within the light cast by the cafe's awning, his hands shoved into the pockets of his dark jeans, and a Yankees ball cap tugged low over his brow. He could have been any young man out late at night, clearly attractive by the way his hard body filled his clothes and the confidence in the way he carried himself. I would have given him a second and third look. He wasn't as intimidating outside the 3-piece suits he wore so well, but he was still dark and dangerous enough to hold me back from the light-hearted flirting most devastatingly handsome men inspired. In jeans or fioravanti, Gideon Cross was not a man to be taken lightly. He was at the car almost before Raoul pulled to a complete stop, yanking the door open and then freezing in place, staring at me with such scorching hunger and possessiveness that I found it hard to breathe. I swallowed past the lump in my throat, my equally ravenous gaze sliding all over him. He was unbelievably more beautiful, the expertly sculpted planes of his face honed further by his torment. How had I lived the past few days without seeing that face? He held his hand out to me and I reached for it, my own trembling in anticipation of his touch. The brush of his skin against mine sent tingles of awareness racing through me, my bruised heart surging with life at being in contact with him again. He helped me out, then pushed the door closed, rapping twice on the roof to send Raoul away. As the Benz left us, we stood barely a foot apart, the air crackling with tension between us. A taxi raced by, honking its horn as another car turned onto Broadway without looking. The harsh sound jolted Gideon and me both. He took a step toward me, his eyes dark and hot beneath the brim of his hat.
"I'm going to kiss you,"
he said roughly. Then he cupped my jaw and tilted his head, fitting his mouth over mine. His lips, so soft and firm and dry, pressed mine open. His tongue slid deep and rubbed, withdrew, slid deep again. He groaned as if he were in the greatest pain. Or pleasure. For me, it was both. The hot stroke of his tongue into my mouth was like a sweet, slow fucking. Smoothly rhythmic, skilled, with just the perfect tease of leashed passion. I moaned as euphoria sparkled through me like champagne, the ground shifting beneath my feet so that I clung to him for balance, my hands wrapping around his wrists. I whimpered in protest when he pulled away, my lips feeling achy and swollen, my sex wet with desire.
"You'll make me come,"
he murmured, unable to resist, brushing his lips over mine one last time.
"I'm right there."
"I don't care." His mouth curved and chased the shadows away.
"The next time I come, we'll be inside you."
I sucked in a shaky breath at the thought. I wanted that, and yet I knew it would be too soon now. That we'd fall too easily back into the unhealthy pattern we had established. "Gideon," his smile turned rueful.
"Guess we'll settle for coffee and a croissant for now."
I loved him so much in that moment. Impulsively, I pulled off his hat and gave him a great big smacking kiss on the mouth.
"God,"
he breathed, his gaze so tender it made me feel like crying again.
"I've missed you so damned much."
I slid the hat back on his head and grabbed his hand, leading him around the little metal fences cordoning off an outside seating area from the pedestrian traffic. We entered the cafe and settled at a table by the window, Gideon on one side and me on the other. But we didn't stop holding hands, our fingers stroking and rubbing, each of us touching the other's wedding bands. We ordered when the server walked over with the menus, then turned our attention back to each other. "I'm not even hungry," I told him.
"Not for food, anyway,"
he rejoined. I shot him a mock glare that made him smile. Then I told him about the retention offer Waters, Field, and Lehman had made Mark. It seemed wrong to talk about something so practical, so mundane, when my heart was giddy with love and relief. But we had to keep talking. Reconnecting wasn't enough. I wanted a full and total reconciliation. I wanted to move into the renovated penthouse with him, start our life together. To do that, we had to keep communicating about the things we'd spent our relationship avoiding. Gideon nodded grimly when I finished.
"I'm not surprised. An account like that should be handled by one of the partners. Mark's good, but he's a junior manager. Landcor would have had to push to get him. And you. The request is unusual enough to give the partners cause for concern."
I thought about Kingsman vodka. You did the same thing.
"I did, yes."
I don't know what he's going to do. I looked at our joined hands, but I told him I couldn't work on the Phase 1 campaign, even if he stayed to manage it. Gideon's grip tightened on mine. "You have good reasons for doing the things you do," I said quietly, "even if I don't like them." He took a slow, deep breath.
"Will you come with him to Cross Industries if he moves?"
"I'm not sure yet. I'm feeling pretty resentful right now. Unless that changes, it wouldn't be a healthy working relationship for either of us." He nodded.
"Fair enough."
The server came back with our order. Gideon and I released each other by necessity to give her room to put the plates on our settings. When she walked away, a heavy silence descended between us. There was so much to say, but so much that had to be figured out first. He cleared his throat.
"Tonight?" After Dr. Peterson, could I take you out to dinner?
Yes. I accepted eagerly, grateful to move past the awkwardness into action. I'd like that. I could see similar relief soften the hard line of his shoulders, and wanted to do my share to build it. Will asked if we'd be up for grabbing a drink with him and Natalie this week. A hint of a smile touched Gideon's mouth.
I think that'd be great.
Small steps. We would start with those and see where they took us. I pushed back from the table and stood. Gideon pushed to his feet quickly, eyeing me warily. I rounded the table and took the seat next to him, waiting until he sat again so that I could lean into him. His arm came around me and he settled me into the crook of his neck. A soft sound escaped him when I snuggled in. I'm still mad at you, I told him.
I know.
And I'm still in love with you.
Thank God.
His cheek rested against the top of my head.
We'll figure out the rest. We'll get back on track.
We sat together and watched the city rouse from sleep. The sky lightened. The pace of life quickened. It was a new day, bringing with it a new chance to try again. We hope you have enjoyed our presentation of Captivated by You by Sylvia Day, performed by Jill Redfield and Jeremy York, directed by Tommy A. Gomez. Performance copyright 2014 by Brilliance Audio. All rights reserved. For further information concerning this program or other Brilliance Audio titles, please call the following toll-free number, 1-800-222-3225, or visit our website at www.brillianceaudio.com. No part of this recording may be played for an audience or reproduced in any form. It may not be streamed, downloaded, broadcast, or copied without written permission. Address all inquiries to Brilliance Audio, P.O. Box 887, Grand Haven, Michigan, 49417.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
This is Audible.
Brilliance Audio presents the unabridged recording of One With You by Sylvia Day, performed by Jill Redfield and Jeremy York. This one is dedicated to Hilary Sayers, who has been caught in the crossfire with me from the first word to the last. 1. New York was the city that never slept. It never even got sleepy. My condo on the Upper West Side had the level of soundproofing expected in a multi-million-dollar property, but still, the sounds of the city filtered in. The rhythmic thumping of tires over the well-worn streets, the protests of weary air brakes, and the non-stop honking of taxi horns. As I stepped out of the corner cafe onto always busy Broadway, the rush of the city washed over me. How had I ever lived without the cacophony of Manhattan? How had I ever managed living without him? Gideon Cross. I cupped his jaw in my hands, felt him nuzzle into my touch. That show of vulnerability and affection cut right through me. Just hours before, I'd thought he might never change, that I would have to compromise too much to share my life with him. Now, I stood in the face of his courage and doubted my own. Had I demanded more of him than I had of myself? I was shamed by the possibility that I'd pushed him to evolve, while I had remained obstinately the same. He stood before me, so tall and strong, in jeans and a t-shirt, with a ball cap pulled low over his brow. He was unrecognizable as the global mogul the world thought it knew, but still so innately compelling he affected everyone who walked by. In the corner of my eye I noted how the people nearby glanced at him, then did a double-take. Whether Gideon was dressed casually or in the bespoke three-piece suits he favored, the power of his leanly muscular body was unmistakable. The way he held himself, the authority he wielded with faultless control, made it impossible for him to ever fade into the background. New York swallowed everything that came into it, while Gideon had the city on a gilded leash, and he was mine. Even with my ring on his finger, I still sometimes struggled to believe it. He would never be just a man. He was ferocity sheathed in elegance, perfection veined with flaws. He was the nexus of my world, a nexus of the world. Yet he'd just proven that he would bend and yield to the breaking point to be with me, which left me with a renewed determination to prove I was worth the pain I'd forced him to face. Around us, the shop fronts along Broadway were reopening. The flow of traffic on the street began to thicken, black cars and yellow cabs bouncing wildly over the uneven surface. Residents trickled onto the sidewalks, taking their dogs out or heading toward Central Park for an early morning run, stealing what time they could before the workday kicked in with a vengeance. The Benz pulled up to the curb just as we reached it. Raoul, a big shadowy figure at the wheel. Angus slid the Bentley into place behind it. My ride and Gideon's going to separate homes. How was that a marriage? Fact was, it was our marriage, though neither of us wanted it that way. I'd had to draw a line when Gideon hired my boss away from the advertising agency I worked for. I understood my husband's desire for me to join Cross Industries, but trying to force my hand by taking action behind my back? I couldn't allow it. Not with a man like Gideon. Either we were together, making decisions together, or we were too far apart to make our relationship work. Tilting my head back, I looked up into his stunning face. There was remorse there, and relief, and love. So much love. It was breathtaking how handsome he was. His eyes were the blue of the Caribbean, his hair a thick and glossy black mane that brushed his collar. An adoring hand had sculpted every plane and angle of his face into a level of flawlessness that mesmerized and made it hard to think rationally. I'd been captivated by the look of him from the moment I first saw him, and I still found my synapses frying at random moments. Gideon just dazzled me. But it was the man inside, his relentless energy and power, his sharp intelligence and ruthlessness coupled with a heart that could be so tender. Thank you. My fingertips brushed over the dark slash of his brow, tingling as they always did when they touched his skin. For calling me, for telling me about your dream, for meeting me here.
I'd meet you anywhere.
The words were a vow, spoken fervently and fiercely. Everyone had demons. Gideon's were caged by his iron will when he was awake. When he slept, they tormented him in violent, vicious nightmares that he'd resisted sharing with me. We had so much in common, but the abuse in our childhoods was a shared trauma that both drew us together and pushed us apart. It made me fight harder for Gideon and what we had together. Our abusers had taken too much away from us already.
Eva, you're the only force on earth that can keep me away.
Thank you for that, too, I murmured, my chest tight. Our recent separation had been brutal for both of us. I know it wasn't easy for you to give me space, but we needed it. And I know I pushed you hard.
Too hard.
My mouth curved at the quick bite of ice in his words. Gideon wasn't a man used to being denied what he wanted. I know. And you let me because you love me. But as much as he'd hated being deprived of access to me, we were together now because that deprivation drove him forward.
It's more than love.
His hands banded my wrists, tightening in the authoritative way that made everything inside me surrender. I nodded, no longer afraid to admit that we needed each other to a degree some would consider unhealthy. It was who we were, what we had, and it was precious.
We'll drive to Dr. Peterson's together.
He said the words with unmistakable command, but his gaze searched mine as if he'd asked a question. You're so bossy, I teased, wanting us to leave each other feeling good, hopeful. Our weekly therapy appointment with Dr. Lyle Peterson was only hours away, and it couldn't have been more opportunely scheduled. We'd turned a corner. We could use a little help in figuring what our next steps should be from here. His hands circled my waist.
You love it.
I reached for the hem of his shirt, fisting the soft jersey. I love you.
Eva.
His shuddered breath gusted hot on my neck. Manhattan surrounded us, but couldn't intrude. When we were together, there was nothing else. A low sound of hunger left me. I yearned for and craved him, shivering with delight that he was once again pressed against me. I breathed him in with deep inhalations, my fingers kneading into the rigid muscles of his back. The rush sliding through me was heady. I was addicted to him, heart, soul, and body. And I'd gone days without my fix, leaving me shaky and off balance, unable to function properly. He engulfed me, his body so much bigger and harder. I felt safe in his embrace, cherished and protected. Nothing could touch or hurt me when he was holding me. I wanted him to feel that same sense of security with me. I needed him to know he could drop his guard, take a breath, and I could protect us both. I had to be stronger, smarter, scarier. We had enemies, and Gideon was dealing with them on his own. It was innate to him to be protective. It was one of his traits I deeply admired. But I had to start showing people that I could be as formidable an adversary as my husband. More important, I had to prove it to Gideon. Leaning into him, I absorbed his warmth, his love. I'll see you at 5, Ace.
Not a minute later,
he ordered, gruffly. I laughed despite myself, infatuated with every rough-edged facet of him. Or what? Pulling back, he gave me a look that made my toes curl.
Or I come get you.
I should have tiptoed into my stepfather's penthouse with my breath held, since the time, a little after 6 a.m., meant getting caught sneaking back in was likely. Instead, I strode in with purpose, my thoughts occupied with the changes I needed to make. I had time for a shower, barely, but I decided not to take one. It had been so long since Gideon had touched me. Too long since his hands had been on me, his body inside mine. I didn't want to wash the memory of his touch away. That alone would give me the strength to do what had to be done. An end-table lamp clicked on. Eva? I jumped. Jesus! Pivoting, I found my mother sitting on one of the living room settees. You scared the crap out of me, I accused, rubbing a hand over my racing heart. She stood, her floor-length ivory satin robe shimmering around her toned, lightly tanned legs. I was her only child, but we looked like we could be sisters. Monica Trammell Barker Mitchell Stanton was obsessive about maintaining her looks. She was a career trophy wife. Her youthful beauty was her stock in trade. Before you start, I began. Yes, we have to talk about the wedding. But I really have to get ready for work and pack up my stuff so I can go home tonight. Are you having an affair? Her curt question shocked me more than the ambush. What? No! She exhaled, tension visibly leaving her shoulders. Thank God. Will you tell me what the hell is going on? How bad was this argument you had with Gideon? Bad. For a while, I worried that he'd ended us with the decisions he made. We're working things out, Mom. It was just a bump in the road. A bump that had you avoiding him for days? That's not the way to deal with your problems, Eva. It's a long story. She crossed her arms. I'm not in a hurry. Well, I am. I have a job to get ready for. Hurt flashed across her face. I felt instantly remorseful. Once, I had wanted to grow up to be just like my mother. I spent hours dressing up in her clothes, stumbling around in her heels, smearing my face with her expensive creams and cosmetics. I tried to emulate her breathy voice and sensual mannerisms, certain my mother was the most gorgeous and perfect woman in the world. And her way with men, how they looked at her and catered to her, well, I'd wanted that magic touch of hers, too. In the end, I had matured into her spitting image aside from the style of our hair and the color of my eyes. But that was just on the outside. Who we were as women couldn't be more different, and, sadly, that was something I'd come to take pride in. I'd stopped turning to her for advice, except when it came to clothes and decorating. That was going to change. Now. I'd tried a lot of different tactics in navigating my relationship with Gideon, but I hadn't asked for help from the one person close to me who knew what it was like to be married to prominent and powerful men. I need your advice, Mom. My words hung in the air, and then I watched comprehension widen my mother's eyes with surprise. A moment later she was sinking back onto the sofa as if her knees had failed her. Her shock was a hard blow, telling me how completely I'd shut her out. I was hurting inside when I took a seat on the couch opposite her. I'd learned to be careful about what I shared with my mom, doing my best to withhold information that might start discussions that drove me crazy. It hadn't always been that way. My stepbrother, Nathan, had taken my warm, easy relationship with my mother away from me, just as he'd taken my innocence. After my mom learned of the abuse, she had changed, becoming overprotective to the point of stalking and smothering me. She was supremely confident about everything in her life except for me. With me, she was anxious and intrusive, sometimes bordering on hysterical. Over the years, I'd forced myself to skirt around the truth far too often, keeping secrets from everyone I loved just to maintain peace. I don't know how to be the kind of wife Gideon needs, I confessed. Her shoulders went back, her entire posture shifting to one of outrage. Is he having an affair? No. A reluctant laugh escaped me. No one is having an affair. We wouldn't do that to each other. We couldn't. Stop worrying about that. I had to wonder if my mother's recent infidelity with my father was the true root of her concern. Did it weigh on her mind? Did she question what she had with Stanton? I didn't know how to feel about that. I loved my dad so much, but I also believed that my stepfather was perfect for my mom in just the way she needed a husband to be. Eva, Gideon and I eloped a few weeks ago. God, it felt good to put that out there. She blinked at me. Once. Twice. What? I haven't told Dad yet. I went on. But I'm going to call him today. Her eyes glistened with welling tears. Why? God, Eva, how did we grow so far apart? Don't cry. I got up and went to her, taking a seat beside her. I reached for her hands, but she pulled me into a fierce hug instead. I breathed in the familiar scent of her and felt the kind of peace only found in a mother's arms. For a few moments, anyway. It wasn't planned, Mom. We went away for the weekend, and Gideon asked me if I would, and he made the arrangements. It was spontaneous, spur of the moment. She pulled back, revealing a tear-streaked face and fire in her eyes. He married you without a prenup? I laughed. I had to. Of course my mother would zero in on the financial details. Money had long been the driving force of her life. There's a prenup. Ava Lauren! Did you have it looked at? Or was that spontaneous too? I read every word. You're not an attorney. God, Ava, I raised you to be smarter than this. A 6-year-old could have understood the terms. I shot back, irritated by the real problem in my marriage. Gideon and I had way too many people meddling in our relationship, distracting us so that we didn't have time to tackle the things that really needed work. Don't worry about the prenup. You should have asked Richard to read it. I don't see why you wouldn't have. It's so irresponsible. I just don't—
I saw it, Monica.
We both turned at the sound of my stepfather's voice. Stanton entered the room ready for the day, looking sharp in a navy suit and yellow tie. I imagined Gideon would be much like my stepfather at the same age, physically fit, distinguished, as much an alpha male as ever. You did? I asked, surprised.
Cross sent it to me a few weeks ago.
Stanton crossed over to my mother, taking her hand in his.
I couldn't have argued for better terms.
There are always better terms, Richard, my mom said sharply.
There are rewards for milestones such as anniversaries and the birth of children, and nothing in the way of penalties for Ava, aside from marital counseling. A dissolution would have a more than equitable distribution of assets. I was tempted to ask if Cross had his in-house counsel review it. I imagine they argued strenuously against it.
She settled for a moment, taking that in. Then she pushed to her feet, bristling. But you knew they were eloping? You knew, and you didn't say anything?
Of course I didn't know.
He pulled her into his arms, crooning softly like he would with a child.
I assumed he was looking ahead. You know these things usually take a few months of negotiating, although in this case there was nothing more I could have asked for.
I stood. I had to hurry if I was going to get to work on time. Today, of all days, I didn't want to be late. Where are you going? My mother straightened away from Stanton. We're not done with this discussion. You can't just drop a bomb like that and leave. Turning to face her, I walked backward. I've seriously got to get ready. Why don't we get together for lunch and talk more then? You can't be— I cut her off. Corinne Giroux. My mother's eyes widened, then narrowed. One name. I didn't have to say anything else. Gideon's ex was a problem that needed no further explanation. It was the rare person who came to Manhattan and didn't feel an instant familiarity. The skyline of the city had been immortalized in too many movies and television shows to count, spreading the love affair with New York from residents to the world. I was no exception. I adored the Art Deco elegance of the Chrysler Building. I could pinpoint my place on the island in relation to the position of the Empire State Building. I was awed by the breathtaking height of the Freedom Tower that now dominated downtown. But the Crossfire Building was in a class by itself. I thought so before I had ever fallen in love with the man whose vision had led to its creation. As Raoul pulled the Benz up to the curb, I marveled at the distinctive sapphire blue glass that encased the obelisk shape of the Crossfire. My head tilted back, my gaze sliding up the shimmering height to the point at the top, the light-drenched space that housed Cross Industries. Pedestrians surged around me, the sidewalk teeming with businessmen and women, heading to work with briefcases and totes in one hand and steaming cups of coffee in the other. I felt Gideon before I saw him, my entire body humming with awareness as he stepped out of the Bentley, which had pulled up behind the Benz. The air around me charged with electricity, the crackling energy that always heralded the approach of a storm. I was among the few who knew it was the restlessness of Gideon's tormented soul that powered the tempest. Turning to him, I smiled. It was no coincidence that we'd arrived at the same time. I knew that before I saw the confirmation in his eyes. He wore a charcoal suit with a white shirt and silver twill tie. His dark hair brushed his jawline and collar in a sexy, rakish fall of inky strands. He still looked at me with the hot sexual ferocity that first scorched me, but there was tenderness in the brilliant blue now, and an openness that meant more to me than anything else he could ever give me. I stepped toward him as he approached. "Good morning, dark and dangerous." His lips curved wryly. Amusement warmed his gaze further.
"Good morning, wife."
I reached for his hand, felt settled when he met me halfway and gripped mine firmly. "I told my mother this morning about us being married." One dark brow arched in surprise, and then his smile curved into one of triumphant pleasure.
"Good."
Laughing at his unabashed possessiveness, I gave him a soft shove to the shoulder. He moved lightning quick, catching me close and kissing the corner of my smiling mouth. His joy was infectious. I felt it bursting inside me, lighting up all the places that had been so dark the past few days. "I'm going to call my dad at my first break. Let him know." He sobered.
"Why now, and not before?"
He spoke softly, his voice pitched low for privacy. The office-bound crowd continued to flow by, paying very little attention to us. Still, I hesitated to answer, feeling too exposed. Then, the truth came easier than it ever had. I'd been hiding so many things from the people I loved, little things, big things, trying to maintain the status quo while also hoping for and needing change. "I was afraid," I told him. He stepped closer, his gaze intense.
"And now you're not?"
"No."
"You'll tell me why tonight?"
I nodded. "I'll tell you." His hand curved around my nape, the hold possessive and tender at once. His face was impassive, giving nothing away, but his eyes, those blue, blue eyes, they raged with emotion.
"We're going to make it, Angel."
Love slid warmly through me like the buzz of a fine wine. Damn straight. It was strange walking through the doors of Waters, Field, and Lehman, mentally counting down the number of days I'd be able to claim I worked at the prestigious advertising agency. Megumi Kaba waved from behind her reception desk, tapping her headset to let me know she was on a call and couldn't talk. I waved back and headed toward my own desk with a determined stride. I had a lot to get done, a new start to get rolling. But first things first. I dropped my purse and bag into the bottom drawer, then settled in my chair and surfed to my usual florist's website. I knew what I wanted. 24 white roses in a deep red crystal vase. White for purity, for friendship, for eternal love. It was also the flag of surrender. I'd drawn battle lines by forcing a separation between Gideon and me, and in the end, I had won. But I didn't want to war with my husband. I didn't even try to come up with a clever tie-in note for the flowers, like I'd done in the past. I just wrote from the heart. "You are miraculous, Mr. Cross. I cherish you and love you so much, Mrs. Cross." The website prompted me to finalize the order. I clicked submit and took a moment to imagine what Gideon would think of my gift. One day I hoped to watch him receive flowers from me. Did he smile when his secretary Scott brought them in? Did he stop whatever meeting he was commanding to read my notes? Or did he wait until one of the rare lulls in his schedule for privacy? My mouth curved as I considered the possibilities. I loved giving Gideon gifts, and soon I'd have more time to pick them out.
You're quitting?
Mark Garrity's incredulous gaze lifted from my resignation letter and met mine. My stomach nodded at the expression on my boss's face. Yes, I'm sorry I can't give more notice.
Tomorrow is your last day?
He leaned back in his chair. His eyes were a warm chocolate shades lighter than his skin, and they registered both surprise and dismay.
Why, Eva?
Sighing, I leaned forward, setting my elbows on my knees. Yet again I went with the truth. I know it's unprofessional to cut out like this, but I've got to rearrange my priorities, and right now, I just can't give this my full attention, Mark. I'm sorry.
He
blew out his breath and ran a hand over his dark, tight curls.
Hell, what can I say?
That you'll forgive me and won't hold it against me? I huffed out a humorless laugh. It's asking a lot, I know. He managed a wry smile.
I hate to lose you, Eva, you know that. I'm not sure I've ever really expressed how much you've contributed. You make me work better.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. God, this was harder than I thought it would be, even knowing it was the best and only decision I could make. My gaze went beyond my handsome boss to the view behind him. As a junior account manager, he had a small office, and his view was blocked by the building across the street. But it was still as quintessentially New York as Gideon Cross's sprawling office on the top floor above us. In a lot of ways, that division of floors mirrored the way I'd tried to define my relationship with Gideon. I knew who he was, knew what he was, a man in a class by himself. I loved that about him and didn't want him to change. I just wanted to climb to his level on my own merits. What I hadn't considered was that by stubbornly refusing to accept that our marriage changed the plan, I was pulling him down to mine. I wouldn't be known for earning my way to the top of my field. For some people, I would always have married into success, and I was just going to have to live with it.
So, where are you going from here?
Mark asked. Honestly, I'm still figuring that out. I just know I can't stay. My marriage could only take so much pressure before it broke, and I had allowed it to slide to a dangerous edge, trying to find some distance, trying to put myself first. Gideon Cross was as deep and vast as the ocean, and I had feared drowning in him from the moment I first saw him. I couldn't be afraid of that anymore, not after realizing that what I feared more was losing him. By trying to stay neutral, I'd been shoved from side to side, and as pissed off as I'd been about that, I hadn't taken the time to comprehend that if I wanted control, I just had to take it.
Because of the Landcorps account?
Mark asked. In part. I smoothed my pinstriped pencil skirt, mentally brushing away the lingering resentment over Gideon's hiring of Mark. The catalyst had been Landcorps coming to Waters Field and Lehman with a specific request for Mark, and therefore me, a maneuver Gideon viewed with suspicion. Jeffrey Cross's Ponzi scheme had decimated the Landon family fortune, and while both Ryan Landon and Gideon had rebuilt what their fathers had lost, Landon still hungered for revenge. But mostly for personal reasons. Straightening, he set his elbows on the desk and leaned toward me.
It's none of my business and I won't pry. But you know Stephen, Shauna, and I are all here for you, if you need us. We care about you.
His earnestness made my eyes sting with tears. His fiancée, Stephen Ellison, and Stephen's sister, Shauna, had become dear to me in the months I'd been in New York, part of the new network of friends I had built in my new life. No matter what, I didn't want to lose them. I know. I smiled through my sorrow. If I need you, I'll call, I promise. But it's all going to work out for the best. For all of us. Mark relaxed and returned my smile.
Stephen's going to flip. Maybe I should make you tell him.
Thinking of the burly, gregarious contractor chased any sadness away. Stephen would give me a hard time for bailing out on his partner, but he'd do it with a good heart. Aw, come on, I teased back. You wouldn't do that to me, would you? This is hard enough as it is.
I'm not opposed to making it harder.
I laughed. Yeah, I was going to miss Mark and my job. A lot. When my first break came around, it was still early in Oceanside, California, so I texted my dad instead of calling. Let me know when you're up, 'kay? Need to tell you something. And since I knew that being a cop as well as a father made Victor Reyes a worrier, I added, nothing bad, just some news. I'd barely set my phone down on the break room counter to get a cup of coffee when it started ringing. My dad's handsome face lit up the screen, his photo showing off the gray eyes I had inherited from him. I was suddenly struck with a case of nerves. When I reached for my phone, my hand was shaking. I loved both of my parents a lot, but I'd always thought that my dad felt things more deeply than my mother. And while my mother never hesitated to point out the ways I could fix my flaws, my dad didn't seem to realize I had any. Disappointing him? Hurting him. It was brutal to think of it. Hey, Dad. How are you?
That's my question, sweetheart. I'm doing the same as usual. How about you? What's going on?
I moved over to the nearest table and took a chair to help myself calm down. I told you it wasn't bad, and you still sound worried. Did I wake you up?
It's my job to worry,
he said, with warm amusement in his deep voice.
And I was gearing up for a run before I head in for the day, so no, you didn't wake me. Tell me what your news is.
Choked by tears, I swallowed hard. Jesus, this is tougher than I thought it would be. I told Gideon it was Mom I was worried about, that you'd be okay with it, and here I am trying to...
Eva.
I took a deep breath. Gideon and I eloped. The line went eerily quiet. Dad?
When?
The scratch in his voice killed me. A couple weeks ago.
Before you came to see me?
I cleared my throat. Yes. Silence. Oh, God. Totally brutal. Only weeks ago I'd told him about Nathan's abuse, and that nearly broke him. Now this. Dad, you're freaking me out. We were on this island and it was beautiful, so beautiful. The resort we were staying at does weddings all the time. They make it easy, like Las Vegas. There's a full-time officiant and someone who handles the licenses. It was just a perfect moment, you know, the perfect opportunity. My voice cracked. Dad, please say something.
I don't know what to say.
A hot tear slid down my face. Mom had chosen wealth over love, and Gideon was a prime example of the type of man my mother had picked instead of my dad. I knew that created a bias my father had to overcome, and now we had this hurdle. We're still having a wedding, I told him. We want our friends and family with us when we say our vows.
That's what I was expecting, Eva, he growled. Damn it! I feel like Cross just stole something from me. I'm supposed to give you away. I was working up to that, and he just runs off and takes you, and you didn't tell me. You were here in my house, and you didn't say anything to me?
It hurts, Eva. It hurts. There was no way to stop the tears after that. They came in a hot flood, blurring my vision and closing my throat. I jolted when the door to the break room opened and Will Granger walked in. "She's probably in here," my colleague said. "And there she—" His voice trailed off when he saw my face, his eyes losing their smile behind his rectangular glasses. A darkly clad arm shot in and brushed him aside. Gideon. He filled the doorway, his eyes zeroing in on me and chilling to Arctic. He was suddenly like an avenging angel, his fine suit making him look both capable and dangerous, his face hardened into a beautiful mask. I blinked, my brain trying to process how and why he was there. Before it did, he was in front of me and my phone was in his hand, his gaze dropping to the screen before he lifted it to his ear.
"Victor?"
My father's name came out as a warning.
"You seem to have upset Eva, so you'll be talking to me now."
Will backed out and shut the door. Despite the cutting edge to Gideon's words, the fingertips that brushed my cheek were infinitely gentle. His gaze was focused on me, the blue filled with icy fury that nearly made me shiver. Holy fuck, was Gideon angry. And so was my dad. I could hear him shouting from where I sat. I caught Gideon's wrist, shaking my head, suddenly panicked that the two men I loved most would end up disliking, maybe even hating, each other. "It's okay," I whispered. "I'm okay." His gaze narrowed and he mouthed, "No, it's not." When he spoke to my father again, Gideon's voice was firm and controlled, and all the more scary because of it.
"You've got a right to be angry and hurt. I'll give you that, but I won't have my wife twisted up over this." "No, obviously without children of my own, I can't imagine."
I strained to hear, hoping that reduction in volume meant my dad was calming down instead of getting more worked up. Gideon stiffened suddenly, his hand dropping away from me.
"No, I wouldn't be happy about it if my sister eloped. That said, she's not the one I'd take it out on."
I winced. My husband and my father had that in common. They were both incredibly protective of those they loved.
"I'm available any time, Victor. I'll even come to you if that's what you need. When I married your daughter, I accepted full responsibility for both her and her happiness. If there are consequences to be faced, I have no problem facing them."
His gaze narrowed as he listened. Then Gideon took the seat opposite me, set the phone on the table, and turned on the speaker. My dad's voice filled the air.
"Eva?"
I took a deep, shaky breath and squeezed the hand Gideon held out to me. "Yeah, I'm here, Dad."
"Sweetheart."
He took a deep breath, too.
"Don't be upset, okay? I need to let this sink in. I wasn't expecting this and I've got to put it together in my head. Can we talk later tonight? When I get off my shift?"
"Yes, of course."
"Good."
He paused. "I love you, Daddy." The sound of my tears came through my voice, and Gideon slid his chair closer, his thighs bracketing mine. It was amazing how much strength I drew from him, what a relief it was to have him to lean on. It was different from having Carrie's support. My best friend was a sounding board, cheerleader, and ass-kicker. Gideon was a shield, and I had to be strong enough to admit when I needed one.
"I love you too, baby,"
my dad said, with an aching note of pain and grief that stabbed me in the heart.
"I'll call you later."
"Okay, What else could I say? I was at a loss for how to fix things. "Bye." Gideon killed the call, then took my trembling hands in his. His eyes were locked on me, the ice melting into tenderness.
You will not be ashamed, Eva. Is that clear?
I nodded. I'm not. He cupped my face, his thumbs brushing away my tears.
I can't bear to see you cry, Angel.
I forced back the lingering heartache, shoving it into a corner where I would deal with it later. Why are you here? How did you know?
I came to thank you for the flowers,
he murmured. Oh, do you like them? I managed to smile. I wanted to make you think of me.
All the time, every minute.
He caught my hips and tugged me closer. You could have just sent a note.
Ah.
His ghost of a smile made my pulse skip.
But that wouldn't cover this.
Gideon pulled me into his lap and kissed me senseless. We still heading home tonight? Carrie texted as I waited for the elevator to take me back down to the lobby at noon. My mom was already waiting for me there, and I was trying to pull my thoughts together. We had a lot of ground to cover. God, I was hoping she could help me deal with it all. That's the plan, I replied to my beloved pain-in-the-ass sometimes roommate, typing as I stepped into the car. I have an appointment after work, though, then dinner with Gideon. Might be late. Dinner? You have to catch me up. I smiled. Of course. Trey called. I exhaled in a rush as if I'd been holding my breath. I guess in a way I had been. I couldn't blame Carrie's on-again, off-again boyfriend for taking a big step back when he'd learned that Carrie's booty call girl was pregnant. Trey had already been struggling with Carrie's bisexuality, and now a baby meant there would always be a third person in their relationship. There was no question that Carrie should have committed to Trey sooner, instead of keeping his options open. But I understood the fear behind Carrie's actions. I knew all too well the thoughts that ran through your mind when you'd survived the things Carrie and I had, yet still somehow found yourself faced with an amazing person who loved you. When it was too good to be true, how could it possibly be real? I sympathized with Trey, too, and if he called it quits, I'd respect that decision. But he was the best thing to happen to Carrie in a long time. I was going to be extremely bummed if they didn't make it. What did he say? I'll tell you when I see you. Carrie, that's cruel. It took him until I was walking through the lobby turnstiles to reply, yeah, tell me about it. My heart sank because there was no way to interpret that as good news. Stepping aside to allow others to pass me, I typed back, I love you madly, Carrie Taylor. Love you too, baby girl. Eva! My mother crossed the space between us on delicately heeled sandals, a woman impossible to miss even amid the lunchtime crush of people heading in and out of the crossfire. As petite as she was, Monica Stanton should have been lost in the sea of suits, but she drew too much attention for that to ever happen. Charisma, sensuality, fragility. It was the bombshell combination that made Marilyn Monroe a star, and it exemplified my mother. Dressed in a navy blue sleeveless jumpsuit, Monica Stanton looked younger than her years and more confident than I knew her to be. The Cartier panthers hugging her throat and wrist told the observant she was expensive. She came straight to me and wrapped me in a hug that took me by surprise. Mom, are you okay? Pulling back, she studied my face. What? Yes. Why? Your father called. Oh. I looked at her warily. He didn't take the news well. No, he didn't. As she linked her arm with mine, we headed out. But he's dealing with it. He wasn't quite ready to let you go. Because I remind him of you. To my father, my mom was the one who got away. He still loved her. even after more than 2 decades apart. Nonsense, Eva. There's a resemblance, but you're much more interesting. That startled a laugh from me. Gideon says I'm interesting. She smiled brightly, making the man passing her stumble over his own feet. Of course, he's a connoisseur of women. As gorgeous as you are, it would take more than beauty to get him to marry you. Slowing to a halt by the revolving doors, I let my mother go out first. A blast of muggy heat hit me when I joined her on the sidewalk, bringing an instant mist of perspiration to my skin. There were times when I doubted I'd ever get used to the humidity, but I considered it one of the costs of living in the city I loved so much. Spring had been beautiful, and I knew fall would be too, the perfect time of year to renew my vows with the man who owned me heart and soul. I was thanking God for air conditioning when I spotted Stanton's head of security awaiting by a black car at the curb. Benjamin Clancy greeted me with an easy, confident nod. His demeanor was so business as usual. While I felt such gratitude for him, it was hard to restrain myself from grabbing and kissing him. Gideon had killed Nathan to protect me. Clancy had made sure Gideon would never pay for it. "Hey, you," I said to him, seeing my smile reflected in his mirrored aviator shades.
Eva, it's good to see you.
I was just thinking the same about you. He didn't smile outwardly. It wasn't his way, but I could feel it nonetheless. My mom slid in first, and then I joined her in the back seat. Before Clancy even rounded the trunk of the car, she was shifting to face me and reaching for my hand. "Don't worry about your father. He's got that quick Latin temper, but it never lasts long. All he really wants is to make sure you're happy." I squeezed her fingers gently. "I know, but I really, really want Dad and Gideon to get along. They're 2 very headstrong men, honey. They're going to clash occasionally." She wasn't wrong. I wanted to dream about the 2 of them hanging out the way guys did, bonding over sports or cars, with all the playful ribbing and backslapping that usually accompanied that sort of thing. But I had to work with reality, whatever that turned out to be. "You're right," I conceded. "They're both big boys. They'll figure it out. Hopefully." "Of course they will." With a sigh, I glanced out the window. "I think I've come up with a solution for Corinne Giroux." There was a pause. "Eva, you have got to put that woman out of your mind. By giving her any thought at all, you're giving her power she doesn't deserve." We allowed her to become a problem by being so secretive. I looked back at my mother. The world has a tremendous appetite for all things Gideon. He's gorgeous, rich, sexy, and brilliant. People want to know everything about him, but he's guarded his privacy to such an extreme degree that they know next to nothing. That's given Corinne this opening to write her biography about her time with Gideon. She gave me a wary look. "What are you thinking?" Digging into my bag, I pulled out a small tablet. "We need more of this." I flipped the screen around, showing her the image of Gideon and me that had been taken just hours before as we'd stood in front of the crossfire. The manner in which he gripped me by the nape was both tender and possessive, while the way my face tilted up to him revealed my love and adoration. It made my stomach turn to see such a private moment spread out for the world to ogle, but I had to get over it. I had to give them more. "Gideon and I need to stop hiding," I explained. "We need to be seen. We spend too much time shut in. The public wants the billionaire playboy who's finally becoming Prince Charming. They want fairy tales, Mom, and happy endings. I need to give people the story they want, and by doing so, I'm going to make Corinne and her book look pathetic." My mother's shoulders went back. "That's a horrible idea." "No, it's not. It's terrible, Eva. You don't trade hard-earned privacy for anything. If you feed that public hunger, it will just get larger. For God's sake, you don't want to become a tabloid fixture." My jaw set. It won't play out that way. Why would you risk it? Her voice rose and became shrill. Because of Corinne Giroux? Her book will come and go in the blink of an eye, but you'll never get rid of the attention once you invite it. I don't get you. There's no way to be married to Gideon and not get attention. I might as well take control and set the stage myself. There's a difference between being prominent and being a TMZ headline. I growled inwardly. I think you're taking the drama to the extreme. She shook her head. I'm telling you, this is the wrong way to handle the situation. Have you discussed this with Gideon? I can't see him agreeing to this. I stared at her, truly startled by her response. I'd thought she would be all for it, considering how she felt about marrying well and what that entailed. That was when I saw the fear tightening her mouth and shadowing her eyes. Mom. I softened my voice, mentally kicking myself for not putting it together sooner. We don't have to worry about Nathan anymore. She returned my stare. No, she agreed, not the least bit soothed. But having everything you've done, everything you've said or decided, dissected for the entertainment of the world could be its own nightmare. I'm not going to allow other people in the world to dictate how I and my marriage are perceived. I was tired of feeling like a victim. I wanted to be the one to go on the offensive. Eva, you're not... Either give me an alternative that doesn't involve sitting around doing nothing, or drop the subject, Mom. I turned my head away. We're not going to agree. And I'm not changing my mind without a different game plan on the table. She made a frustrated noise, then fell silent. My fingers flexed with the need to text Gideon and vent. He had once told me I would excel at crisis management. He'd suggested I lend my talents to cross industries as a fixer. Why not start with something more intimate and important instead?
2. More flowers? Arash Madani drawled as he strolled into my office through the open glass double doors. My lead attorney walked over to where Ava's white roses decorated the main seating area. I'd had them placed on the coffee table, in my direct line of sight. There, they had been successfully drawing my attention away from the stock tickers streaming on the wall of flat screens behind them. The card that accompanied the flowers sat on the smoked glass of my desk, and I fingered it, rereading the words for the 100th time. Arash pulled a rose out and lifted it to his nose. What's the secret to getting sent some of these? I sat back, absently noting that his emerald-hued tie matched the jeweled decanters decorating the bar. Until his arrival, the brightly colored carafes and Ava's red vase had been the only spots of color in the monochromatic expanse of my office. The right woman? He returned the flower to its vase. Go ahead, Cross, rub it in. I prefer to gloat quietly. Do you have something for me? Approaching my desk, he grinned in a way that told me he loved his job, although I never doubted it. His predatory instincts were nearly as highly developed as my own. The Morgan deal is coming together nicely. Adjusting his tailored slacks, he settled into one of the 2 chairs facing my desk. His style was slightly flashier than mine, but couldn't be faulted. We've ironed out the bigger points. Still finessing some clauses, but we should be ready to proceed by next week. Good. You are a man of few words. Casually, he asked, You up for getting together this weekend? I shook my head. Ava may want to go out. If so, I'll try to talk her out of it. Arash laughed. I gotta tell you, I expected you to settle down at some point. We all do, eventually. But I thought I'd have some warning. So did I. Which wasn't quite the truth. I never expected to share my life with anyone.
I'd never denied that my past shadowed my present, but I saw no need to share that history with anyone before Eva. It couldn't be changed, so why rehash it? Standing, I walked to one of the 2 floor-to-ceiling walls of windows framing my office and took in the urban splendor sprawling beyond the glass. I hadn't known Eva was out there, had been afraid to even dream of finding the one person in the world who would accept and love every facet of me. How was it possible that I'd found her here, in Manhattan, at the very building I'd had built against sound advice and at great risk? Too expensive, they'd said, and unnecessary. But I'd needed the Cross name to be memorable and mentioned in a different way. My father had dragged our name through the mud. I'd lifted it to the heights of the most relevant city in the world. "You showed no sign at all you were leaning that way," Arash said behind me. "If I remember correctly, you tagged 2 women when we blew out Cinco de Mayo, and a few weeks later you're telling me to draft an insane prenup." I surveyed the city, taking a rare moment to appreciate the hawk's eye view afforded me by the height and position of my office in the Crossfire building. "When have you known me to delay sealing a deal? It's one thing to expand your portfolio, another to reboot your life overnight." He chuckled. "So what are your plans, then? Breaking in the new beach house?" "An excellent idea." Taking my wife to the Outer Banks was my goal. Having her all to myself had been heaven. I was happiest when I was alone with her. She revitalized me, made me anticipate living in a way I never had before. I'd built my empire with the past in mind. Now, thanks to her, I would continue to build it for our future. My desk phone flashed. It was Scott on line 1. I pressed the button, and his voice came through the speaker. "Corinne Giroux's at reception. She says she needs just a few minutes to drop off something for you. Because it's private, she wants to give it to you personally." "Of course she does," Arash chimed in. "Maybe it's more flowers." I shot him a look. Wrong woman. If only my wrong women looked like Corinne. Keep thinking that while you head up to reception to get whatever it is she has. His brows shot up. "Really? Ouch." "She wants to talk? She can talk to my attorney." He pushed to his feet and headed out. "Got it, boss." I glanced at the clock. 4:45. "I'm sure you heard that, Scott, but to be clear, Madani will handle." "Yes, Mr. Cross." Through the glass wall separating my office from the rest of the floor, I watched Arash round the corner on his way to reception, and then I mentally brushed the whole thing aside. Eva would be with me shortly, the very thing I'd been waiting for since the workday started. But of course, it couldn't be that easy. A flash of crimson in the corner of my eye just a few moments later had me looking back out at the work floor and seeing Corinne marching toward my office with Arash hot on her heels. Her chin lifted when our eyes met. Her tight smile widened, transforming her from a beautiful woman to a stunning one. I could admire her the way I would admire anything except Eva. Objectively, dispassionately. Now happily married, I could fully grasp what a horrible mistake it would have been to marry Corinne. It was unfortunate for all of us that she refused to see it. I stood and rounded my desk. The look I swept over both Arash and Scott called them off from any further action. If Corinne wanted to deal with me directly, I'd give her one last opportunity to do the right thing. She glided into my office on red stilettos. The strapless dress she wore was the same hue as the shoes and showed off both her long legs and pale skin. She wore her hair down, the black strands sliding around her bare shoulders. She was the polar opposite of my wife, and a mirror image of every other woman who'd passed through my life.
"Gideon, surely you can spare a few minutes for an old friend?"
Leaning back into my desk, I crossed my arms. "And extend the courtesy of not calling security. Make it quick, Corinne." She smiled, but her eyes, the color of aquamarines, were sad. She had a small red box tucked under her arm. When she reached me, Corinne offered it to me. "What is this?" I asked, without reaching for it.
"These are the photos that will appear in the book."
My brow arched. I found myself unfolding and accepting the box, driven by curiosity. It hadn't been too long ago that we'd been together, but I scarcely remembered the details. What I had were impressions, big moments, and regret. I'd been so young, with a dangerous lack of self-awareness. Corinne set her purse on my desk, moving in a way that brushed her arm against mine. Wary, I reached over and hit the button that controlled the opacity of the glass wall. If she wanted to put on a show, I'd make sure she didn't have an audience. Taking the lid off the box, I was confronted with a photo of Corinne and me entangled in front of a bonfire. Her head was nestled in the crook of my shoulder, her face tilted up so I could press a kiss to her lips. The memory assailed me immediately. We'd taken a day trip to a friend's house in the Hamptons. The weather had been cool, fall giving way to winter. In the picture we looked happy and in love, and in a way I suppose we were. But I'd refused the invitation to spend the night, despite Corinne's obvious disappointment. With my nightmares, I couldn't sleep beside her. And I couldn't fuck her, though I knew that was what she wanted, because the hotel room I reserved for that purpose was miles away. So many hang-ups, so many lies and evasions. I took a deep breath and let the past go. Eva and I were married last month. She stiffened. Setting the box down on the desktop, I reached for my smartphone and showed her the picture wallpapering my screen. Eva and I sharing the kiss that sealed our vows. Turning her head, Corinne looked away. Then she reached into the box, flipping through the top few photos to pull out one of us at the beach. I was standing waist-deep in the surf. Corinne was twined around me from the front, her legs wrapped around my waist, her arms draped over my shoulders, and her hands in my hair. Her head was tossed back on a laugh, her joy radiating from the image. I gripped her fiercely, my face upturned to watch her. There was gratitude there, and wonder, affection, desire. Strangers would see it and think it was love. Which was Corinne's goal. I denied that I ever loved anyone before Eva, which was no less than the truth. Corinne was determined to prove me wrong in the most public way possible. Leaning over, she looked at the picture, then at me. Her expectation was tangible, as if some monumental epiphany was supposed to strike me. She toyed with her necklace, and I realized it was one I'd given her, a small gold heart on a simple chain. For fuck's sake. I didn't even remember who took the damn photo, or where we were at the time. And it didn't matter. What do you expect these photos to prove, Corinne? We dated. We ended. You married, and now I have. There's nothing left.
Then why are you getting so upset? You're not indifferent, Gideon.
No, I'm irritated. These only make me appreciate what I have with Eva more. And knowing that they'll hurt her sure as hell doesn't make me feel sentimental about the past. This is our final goodbye, Corinne. I held her gaze, making sure she saw my resolve. If you come back here, security won't let you through.
I won't be back. You'll have to...
Scott beeped through, and I picked up the phone. Yes?
Miss Trammell is here for you.
I leaned over the desk again, tapping the button that opened the doors. A moment later, Eva walked in. Would the day ever come when I would see her and not feel the earth shift beneath my feet? She came to an abrupt halt, giving me the pleasure of taking in the sight of her. Eva was a natural blonde, with pale streaks framing a delicate face and accentuating stormy gray eyes that I could spend hours looking into, and had. She was petite but dangerously curved, her body deliciously soft to roll around with in bed. I might have called her angelically beautiful, if not for the lush sensuality that always made me think of and crave wickedly raw sex. Without volition, my mind filled with the memory of her scent and the feel of her beneath my hands. The throaty laugh that brought me joy and the fiery quick temper that rocked me on my feet were visceral recollections. Everything in me thrummed to life, a surge of energy and awareness I felt at no other time than when I was with her. Corinne spoke first.
Hello, Eva.
I bristled. The urge to shield and protect the most valuable thing in my life overrode any other consideration. Straightening, I tossed the photo back in the box and went to my wife. Compared to Corinne, she was dressed demurely in a black pinstriped skirt and a sleeveless silk blouse that gleamed like a pearl. The surge of heat I felt was all the proof I needed as to which woman was sexier. Eva. Now and forever. The pull I felt drew me across the room in long, quick strides. Angel. I didn't say the word aloud, didn't want Corinne to hear it, but I could see that Eva felt it. I reached for her hand, felt a tingle of deep recognition that tightened my grip. She shifted to look past me and acknowledge the woman who was no rival.
Corinne?
I didn't turn to look.
I have to run,
Corinne said behind me.
Those copies are for you, Gideon.
Unable to take my gaze off Eva, I spoke over my shoulder. Take them with you. I don't want them.
You should finish going through them,
she countered, approaching. Why? Aggravated, I glanced at Corinne when she stopped next to us. If I have any interest in seeing them, I can always flip through your book. Her smile tightened.
Goodbye, Eva. Gideon.
As she left, I took another step toward my wife, closing the final bit of distance between us. I caught her other hand, leaning over her to breathe in the scent of her perfume. Calm drifted through me. I'm glad you came. I whispered the words against her forehead, needing every connection I could manage. I miss you so much. Closing her eyes, she leaned into me with a sigh. Feeling the lingering strain in her, I tightened my grip on her hands. You okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I just wasn't expecting to see her.
Neither was I. As much as I hated to pull away, I hated the thought of those photos even more. Returning to my desk, I put the lid back on the box and tossed the whole thing into the trash.
I quit my job, she said. Tomorrow's my last day.
That decision was one I'd wanted her to come to. I believed it was the best and safest step for her to take.
but I knew what a difficult conclusion it must have been for her to make. Eva loved her job and the people she worked with. Knowing how well she could read me, I kept my tone neutral. Did you? Yep. I studied her. What's next for you then? I've got a wedding to plan. Ah. My mouth curved. After days of fearing she had second thoughts and wanted out of our marriage, it was a relief to hear otherwise. Good to know. I beckoned her closer with a crook of my finger. Meet me halfway, she shot back, with a glint of challenge in her eyes. How could I resist? We met in the middle of the room. That was why we were going to get past this and every other hurdle we faced. We would always meet each other halfway. She wouldn't ever be the docile wife my friend Arnaldo Ricci had wished for me. Eva was too independent, too fierce. She had a jealous streak a mile wide. She was demanding and stubborn, and she defied me just to drive me crazy. And that friction worked in a way it never could have with any other woman, because Eva was meant for me. I believed that, as I believed in nothing else. Is this what you want? I asked her quietly, searching her face for the answer. You're what I want. The rest is just logistics. My mouth was suddenly dry, and my heart beat too quick. When she lifted a hand to brush my hair back, I caught her wrist and pressed her palm to my cheek, my eyes closing as I absorbed her touch. The past week melted away. The days we'd spent apart, the hours of silence, the crippling fear. She'd been showing me all day that she was ready to move ahead, that I'd made the right decision to talk to Dr. Peterson. To talk to her. Not only didn't she turn away, she wanted me more. And she called me miraculous. Eva sighed. I felt the last of her tension drift away. We stood there, reconnecting with each other, taking the strength we needed. It shook me to the core to know that I could bring her some measure of peace. And what had she brought me? Everything. The way Angus's face brightened when Eva exited the Crossfire building moved me in ways I could never explain. Angus MacLeod was quiet by nature and by training. He rarely showed any emotion at all, but he made an exception for Eva. Or maybe he couldn't help himself. God knew I couldn't. Angus! Eva flashed him her bright, open smile. You're looking especially dapper today. I watched as the man I loved like a father touched the brim of his chauffeur's hat and smiled back with an amusing touch of embarrassment. After my dad's suicide, my entire life was upended. In the messy years that followed, the one point of stability had been Angus, a man hired to be a driver and bodyguard, but who turned out to be a lifeline instead. At a time when I felt isolated and betrayed, when even my own mother refused to believe I'd been repeatedly raped by the therapist who was supposed to help me adjust, Angus had been the one to anchor me. He never doubted me, and when I struck out on my own, he'd come with me. As my wife's sleek, toned legs slid out of view into the back seat of the Bentley, Angus spoke. Let's not muck it up this time, lad. My mouth twisted ruefully. Thanks for the vote of confidence. I joined Eva, settling in as Angus rounded the car to reach the driver's seat. I set my hand on her thigh and waited for her to look at me. I want to take you to the beach house this weekend. She held her breath a moment, then released it in a rush. My mom invited us up to Westport. Stanton's asked his nephew, Martin, to come, and Martin's girlfriend, Lacey. She's Megumi's roommate. I don't know if you remember. Carrie will be there too, of course. Anyway, I said we'd come.
Wrestling with disappointment, I considered my options.
I want us to do some family things, she went on. Plus, my mom wants to talk about this plan I have.
I listened as she related her lunchtime conversation with Monica. Eva studied my face as she finished.
She said you wouldn't like the idea, but you've used the paparazzi before, when you dipped me on the sidewalk and kissed me until I couldn't think straight. You wanted that picture out there.
Yes, but the opportunity presented itself. I didn't seek it out. Your mother's right. There is a difference. Her lower lip curved downward, and I revised my strategy. I wanted her involved and actively participating. That meant encouragement and acknowledgement, not roadblocks. But you're also right, Angel. If there's an audience for Corinne's book, there's a market void that needs to be filled, and we should address that. The smile she beamed at me was its own reward.
I was thinking we could ask Carrie to take some candid photos of us this weekend, she said. Some moments that are more personal and casual than red carpet photo ops. We can sell the ones we like best to the media and donate the proceeds to Crossroads.
The charitable foundation I'd established had plenty of funding, but I understood that raising money was a side benefit to Eva's plan to mitigate the impact of Corinne's tell-all book. Because I regretted the pain the situation was bound to cause my wife, I was prepared to support her in whatever way she needed, but that didn't mean I wouldn't fight for a weekend alone with her. We can make it a day trip, I suggested, beginning the negotiation at the extreme, which gave me room to whittle down. We can spend Friday night through Sunday morning in North Carolina, then spend Sunday in Westport.
Go from North Carolina to Connecticut to Manhattan in a day? Are you nuts?
Friday night through Saturday night, then.
We can't be alone like that, Gideon, she said softly, setting her hand over mine. We need to follow Dr. Peterson's advice for a while. I think we need to spend some time dating, going out in public, figuring out how to take care of issues without using sex as a crutch.
I stared at her. You're not saying we can't have sex.
Just until we're married. It won't be...
Eva, we're already married. You can't ask me to keep my hands off you.
I am asking.
No.
Her mouth twitched. You can't say no.
You can't say no, I countered, my heart beginning to pound. My palms grew damp, a low-grade panic beginning to set in. It was irrational, infuriating. You want me as much as I want you. She touched my face.
I sometimes think I want you more, and I'm okay with that. But Dr. Peterson's right. We moved so fast, and we've been hitting all the speed bumps at 100 miles per hour. I feel like we have this little window of time when we can slow down, just for a few weeks, until the wedding.
A few weeks? Christ, Eva! I pulled away, running my hand through my hair. Turning my head, I looked out the window. My mind was racing. What did this mean? Why would she ask? How the fuck was I going to talk her out of it? I felt her slide closer, then curl up against me. Her voice lowered to a whisper.
Weren't you the one who brought up the benefits of delayed gratification?
I shot her a look. And how well did that turn out? That night was one of the bigger mistakes I had made in our relationship. The evening started out so strong,
and then Corinne's unexpected appearance threw everything off, spurring one of the worst arguments Eva and I ever had. An argument made more volatile by the seething sexual tension I'd deliberately stoked and held off on satisfying. We were different people then. Eva drew back, her gray eyes clear as they held mine. You're not the same man who ignored me at that dinner. I didn't ignore you. And I'm not the same woman, she pushed on. Yes, seeing Corinne today made me a little twitchy, but I know she's not a threat. I know you're committed. We're committed. That's why we can do this. The spread of my legs widened as I stretched out. I don't want to. I don't either, but I think it's a good idea. Her mouth softened with a smile. It's old-fashioned and romantic to wait till the wedding night. Think how hot the sex will be when we do it. Eva, we don't need our sex life to be any hotter. We need it to be something we do for fun, not because we're counting on it to hold us together. It's both, and there's nothing wrong with that. She might as well have asked me not to eat, which I would have been more inclined to agree to, given the choice. Gideon, we have something amazing together. It's worth the effort to make us rock solid in every way. I shook my head. It pissed me off that I was feeling anxious. It was a loss of control, and I couldn't have that with her. It wasn't what she needed. Leaning forward, I put my lips to her ear. Angel, if you're not missing the feel of my cock inside you, I need to step it up, not hold back. Her shiver made me smile inwardly. Still, she whispered, Please try. For me. Fuck. I dropped back into my seat. As much as I wanted to say no to her, I couldn't. Not even about this. Damn it. Don't be mad. I wouldn't ask if I didn't think it was important to try. And it's such a short time. Eva, 5 minutes would be a short amount of time. You're talking weeks. Baby. She laughed softly. You're pouting. It's so adorable. Leaning forward, she pressed her lips to my cheek. And really flattering. Thank you. My gaze narrowed. I'm not agreeing to make this easy for you. She trailed her fingers down my tie. Of course not. We'll try to make it fun. A challenge. See who breaks first. Me, I muttered. I've got no fucking incentive to win this. How about me? Wrapped up in a bow, and nothing else, as your birthday present. I scowled. Nothing was capable of making this more palatable. Even the thought of her bursting out of a cake naked couldn't make this better. What does my birthday have to do with anything? Eva dazzled me with her smile, which only made me want her more. She was sunlight and warmth at any time, but when she was beneath me, writhing in pleasure and moaning for harder, deeper. That's when we're getting married. It took a second for that to sink into my lust-addled brain. I didn't know that. I didn't either, until today. On my last break, I went online, trying to see if there was anything happening in September or October that I should consider when setting a date. Since we're getting married on the beach, we don't want it to be too cold, so we've got to get it done this month or next. Thank God for winter, I grumbled. Fiend. Anyway, I got a Google alert about you. You're still doing that? And there was a post about us on this fan site. There was... Fan site? Yep. There are whole sites and blogs dedicated to you. What you're wearing, who you're dating, events you're attending. Jesus. The one I went to had all your stats. Height, weight, eye color, birth date, everything. To be honest, it freaked me out a little that some total stranger knew other details about you that I don't. Which is another reason why I think we need to date each other and talk more. I can recite stats while we're fucking. Problem solved. Her grin was delighted. You slay me. Anyway, having the wedding on your birthday is a good idea, don't you think? You'll never forget our anniversary. Our wedding anniversary is August 11th, I reminded her dryly. We'll have 2 to celebrate. She ran her hand through my hair, tripping my pulse. Or, better yet, we'll celebrate straight through from one to the other. August 11th through September 22nd. A full month and a half. The thought of that was almost enough to make the next few weeks bearable. Eva, Gideon. Dr. Lyle Peterson stood and smiled as we walked into his office. He was a tall man, and his gaze lowered a noticeable distance to take in our linked hands. You're both looking well. I feel good, Eva said, sounding strong and sure. I didn't say anything, extending my hand to shake his. The good doctor knew things about me I'd hoped never to share with anyone. Because of that, I wasn't entirely comfortable with him, despite the soothing blend of neutral colors and comfortable furniture that made up his office. Dr. Peterson himself was a comfortable man, easy in his own skin. His neatly groomed gray hair did much to soften his appearance, but couldn't distract from how incisive and perceptive he was. It was hard to rely on someone who knew so much about my vulnerabilities, but I dealt with it as best I could, because I had no other choice. Dr. Peterson was a pivotal player in my marriage. Eva and I took seats on the sofa, while Dr. Peterson settled into his usual wingback chair. He left his tablet and stylus sitting on the arm and studied us with dark blue eyes that were sharp with intelligence. Gideon, he began. Tell me what's happened since I saw you on Tuesday. I settled back and got to the point. Ava's decided to follow your recommendation to abstain from sex until we marry publicly. Ava's low, husky laugh broke out. She leaned into me, hugging my arm. Did you catch the note of accusation? She asked the doctor. It's all your fault. He's not going to get any for a couple weeks. It's more than 2 weeks, I argued. But less than 3, she shot back. She smiled at Dr. Peterson. I should have known he'd bring that up first. What would you start with, Eva? He asked. Gideon told me the details about his nightmare last night. She glanced at me. That was huge. It's a really big turning point for us. There was no mistaking the love in her eyes when she spoke, or the gratitude and hope. It tightened my throat to see it. Talking to her about the fucked up shit in my head was the hardest thing I'd ever had to do. Even telling Dr. Peterson about Hugh had been easier. But it was all worth it, just to see that look on her face. The ugliest things about each other brought us closer. It was crazy, and it was wonderful. I pulled her hand into my lap, cupping it with both of mine. I felt the same love, gratitude, and hope that she did. Dr. Peterson picked up his tablet. Quite a few revelations for you this week, Gideon. What brought them on? You know. Eva stopped seeing you. And speaking to me. He looked at Eva. Was that because Gideon hired your boss away from the agency you work for? That was the catalyst, she agreed. But we'd been building up to a breaking point. Something had to give. We couldn't keep going in circles, having the same arguments. So you withdrew. That could be considered emotional blackmail. Was that your intent? Her lips pursed as she weighed that. I'd call it desperation. Why? Because Gideon was drawing lines to define our relationship, and I couldn't imagine living within those lines for the rest of my life. Dr. Peterson made some notes. Gideon, what do you think about how Eva handled this situation? It took me a minute to answer. It felt like a goddamned time warp, but 100 times worse. He glanced at me. I remember when you first came to see me, you and Eva hadn't spoken for a couple of days. He cut me off, she said. She walked out, I countered. Again, it had been a night when we'd really opened up to each other. She told me about Nathan's assaults, let me see the source of what had unconsciously drawn us together. Then I'd had a nightmare about my own abuse, and she pushed me to talk about it. I couldn't, and she left me. Eva bristled. He broke it off with me via inter-office memo. Who does that? I didn't break it off, I corrected. I challenged you to come back. You walk away when things don't. That's emotional blackmail. She released my hand and shifted to face me. You cut me off for the express purpose of making me accept your status quo. I don't like the way things are? Well then, you'll shut me out until I can't take it anymore. Didn't you just do that to me? My jaw clenched. And you seem to take it just fine. If I don't change, you don't budge. And that killed me. She'd proven so many times that she could leave and not look back, while I couldn't breathe without her. That was a fundamental imbalance in our relationship, which gave her the upper hand in everything. You sound resentful, Gideon, Dr. Peterson interjected. And I don't? Eva crossed her arms. I shook my head. It's not resentment. It's frustration. I can't walk away, but she can. That's not fair, and it's not true. The only leverage I've got is to make you miss me. I try talking it out with you, but in the end, you do what you want. You don't tell me things, don't consult me. I'm working on that. Now you are, but I had to pull away to make you do it. Be honest, Gideon. I came along, and you realized you had a void in your life that I could fill, and you wanted to put me there and leave the rest of your life as it was. What I wanted was for you to let us be us. Just enjoy each other for a while. My right to decide, to say yes or no, is fucking important to me. You've got no business taking that away from me or getting pissed when I don't like it. Jesus. Reality check. It felt like I'd taken a punch to the gut. Considering her history, to have her feel, for even a moment, that I'd taken her choices away was a brutal blow. Eva. I knew what she needed, had recognized it from the first. I'd given her a safe word that I respected at all times, in public or private. She said the word, and I stopped. I reminded her often, made sure she always knew that the choice to cease or continue rested entirely with her. But I'd failed to make the connection when it came to her job. It was inexcusable. I turned toward her. Angel, I didn't mean to make you feel powerless. I would never, ever. I didn't think of it that way. I'm sorry. The words weren't enough. They never were. I wanted to be her fresh start, her new beginning. How could I be, when I was acting like the assholes in her past? She looked at me, with those eyes that saw everything I'd rather keep hidden. For once, I was grateful that she could. Her combative posture relaxed. Her gaze softened with love. Maybe I haven't been explaining myself well. I sat there, unable to express what was churning through my mind. When we talked about being a team and sharing our burdens, I hadn't related it to her needing the power to agree or disagree. I thought I could shield her from the troubles we faced and make things smoother for her. Eva deserved that. She poked my shoulder. Didn't it feel good, even a little bit, to talk to me about your dream last night? I don't know. I exhaled harshly. I just know you're happy with me because I did. If that's what it takes, then that's what I'll do. She sank back into the sofa cushions, her lips trembling. She looked at Dr. Peterson. And now I feel guilty. Silence. I didn't know what to say. Dr. Peterson just waited with that maddening patience. Eva took a deep, shaky breath. I was thinking if he'd just try it my way, he'd see how much better it could be between us. But if I'm just pushing him into a corner, if I'm just blackmailing him... A tear slid down her face, cutting into me like a blade. Maybe we have different ideas about what our marriage should be. What if that's not going to change? Eva. I put my arm around her and pulled her closer, grateful when she leaned into me and put her head on my shoulder. Not surrender, more like a momentary truce. Good enough. That's an important question, Dr. Peterson said. So let's explore it. What if the level of disclosure you want from Gideon isn't something he will ever feel comfortable with? I don't know. She swiped at her tears. I don't know where that leaves us. All the hope she'd had when we entered the room was gone. Stroking her hair, I tried to come up with something to say that would take things back to the way they'd been when we arrived. Lost, I told her. You quit your job for me, even though you didn't want to. I told you about my dream, even though I didn't want to. Isn't that how this works? We both compromise? You left your job, Eva? Dr. Peterson asked. Why? She curled into my side. It was starting to cause more trouble than it was worth. Besides, Gideon's right. He gave a little, so it seems only fair to give a little too. I wouldn't say what either of you compromised was little. And both of you chose to open our session with other things first, which suggests neither of you are completely comfortable with the sacrifice. He sat back, setting his tablet in his lap. Have either of you asked yourselves why you're in such a hurry? We both looked at him. He smiled. You're both frowning, so I'll take that as a no. As a couple, you have a lot of strengths. You may not be sharing everything, but you're communicating, and you're doing so productively. There's some anger and frustration, but you're expressing them and validating each other's feelings. Eva straightened. But you're also both pushing personal agendas and manipulating each other to make them happen. My concern is that there are issues and changes that would naturally present themselves and be resolved in time, but neither of you wants to wait. You're both driving your relationship forward on an accelerated schedule. It's only been 3 months since you two met for the first time. At this point, most couples are deciding to date exclusively, but you two have been married for nearly a month. I felt my shoulders going back. What's the point in delaying the inevitable? If it's inevitable, he responded, his eyes kind, why rush it? But that's not my point. You're both jeopardizing your marriage by forcing each other to act before you're ready. You each have ways of coping with adverse situations. Gideon, you disassociate, as you've done with your family. Eva, you blame yourself for why the relationship isn't working and start subverting your own needs, as you've demonstrated with your previous self-destructive romantic relationships. If you continue to maneuver each other into situations where you feel threatened, you will eventually trigger one of these self-defense mechanisms. As my pulse began to race, I felt Eva stiffen. She'd said as much to me before, but I knew hearing it from a shrink would validate that worry for her. I pulled her closer, breathing her in to calm myself. The hatred I felt for Hugh and Nathan in that moment was vicious. They were both dead and buried, but they were still fucking up our lives. We're not going to let them win, Eva whispered. I pressed a kiss to the top of her head, fiercely grateful for her. Her thoughts were like mine, and that filled me with a sense of wonder. Her head tilted back, her fingertips drifting along my jaw, her gray eyes soft and tender. I can't hold out against you, you know. It hurts too much to stay away. Just because you crossed the battle lines first doesn't mean I'm less invested. It just means I'm more stubborn. I don't want to fight with you. So let's not, she said simply. We started something new today. You talking, me quitting. Let's stick with it for a while and see where that takes us. I can do that. I'd originally planned to take Eva somewhere quiet and tucked away for dinner, but I changed the venue to the Crosby Street Hotel instead. The restaurant was popular, and the hotel was known to often have paparazzi nearby. I wasn't prepared to go to any extremes, but as we'd discussed with Dr. Peterson, I was open to meeting her halfway. We would find our middle ground. How pretty, she said, as we followed the hostess to our seats, her gaze taking in the pale blue walls and subdued pendant lighting. When we reached our table, I scanned the space as I pulled the chair out for her. She was attracting attention, as she always did. Eva was a stunner by any measure, but her sex appeal was something you had to witness firsthand. It was there in the way she moved, the way she carried herself, in the curve of her smile. And she was mine. The glance I spared the other diners made that patently clear. I took the seat opposite her, admiring the way the light of the candle on the table gilded her golden skin and hair. The gloss on her lips invited long, deep kisses, as did the look in her eyes. No one had ever looked at me the way she did, with total acceptance and understanding blended in with the love and desire. I could tell her anything, and she would believe me. Such a simple gift, but so rare and precious. Only my silence could push her away, never the truth. Angel. I took her hand. I'm going to ask you again, and then I'll let it go. Are you sure you want to quit your job? You won't hold it against me 20 years from now? There's nothing we can't fix or undo, if you just say the word. 20 years from now, you might be working for me, Ace. Her husky laugh floated through the air and stirred my hunger for her. Don't worry, okay? It was actually kind of a relief. I've got a lot on my plate. Packing, moving, planning. When that's all behind us, I'll figure out what's next. I knew her well. If she'd had doubts, I would have sensed them. What I'd picked up on instead was something different, something new. There was a fire inside her. I couldn't take my eyes off her, even as I ordered wine. After the server walked away, I lounged back, enjoying the simple pleasure of staring at my gorgeous wife. Eva wet her lips with a teasing swipe of her tongue and leaned forward. "You are so insanely hot." My mouth quirked. "Am I now?" Her calf rubbed mine. "You are, by far, the hottest man in the room, which makes this really fun. I like showing you off." I gave an exaggerated sigh. "You still just want me for my body." "Totally. Who cares about your billions? You've got better assets." I trapped her wandering leg between my ankles. "Like my wife. She's the most valuable thing I own." Her brows rose with amusement. "Own, huh?" She smiled at the server when he returned with our bottle. As he poured, Ava's foot drifted up to tease me, her eyes heavy-lidded and hot. I pushed the glass toward her, watched her swirl the dark red wine, lift the glass to her nose, then take a swallow. The hum of pleasure she made as she approved my choice sent a surge of heat through me, which was certainly her intent. The slow stroking along my leg was maddening. I grew harder by the minute, already more than primed by days of deprivation. I hadn't known sex could quench a deeper thirst, until Eva. Taking a sip out of my freshly poured glass, I waited until the server walked away. "Have you changed your mind about waiting?" "No. Just keeping things interesting." "Two can play," I warned. She grinned. "That's what I'm counting on."
3. "Where will you go from here?" I asked Gideon, as he escorted me into the lobby of my apartment building. The Upper West Side was my home, for now. Gideon's penthouse was on the Upper East. The vast green expanse of Central Park divided us, one of the few things between us that was easily crossed. I waved at Chad, one of the night staff at the front desk. He smiled back at me and gave a polite nod to Gideon.
"I'm going up with you,"
Gideon replied, his hand pressed lightly against the small of my back. I was hyper-aware of that touch. It conveyed possession and control effortlessly and made me so hot, which only made it harder for me to deny us both when we reached the elevator. "We need to say goodbye right here, Ace."
"Eva."
"I don't have the willpower," I confessed, feeling the pull of his need. He'd always been able to lure me in just by the force of his will. It was one of the things I loved about him, one of the ways I knew we were meant to be. The connection we had, it was soul deep. "You and me with a bed nearby is a bad idea." He stared down at me with a wry curve to his lips that was sexy as hell.
"That's what I'm counting on."
"Count down instead to our wedding. That's what I'm doing, minute by minute." And it was excruciating. My physical connection to Gideon was as vital to me as our emotional one. I loved him, loved touching him, soothing him, giving him what he needed. My right to do so meant everything to me. I gripped his forearm, gently squeezing the rock-hard muscle beneath his sleeves. "I'm missing you, too."
"You don't have to miss me."
Pulling him aside, I lowered my voice. "You say when, you say how," I murmured, repeating the basic tenet of our sex life. "And part of me really wants you to say when right now. But there's something I want more than that. I'll call you later tonight, after I talk to Carrie a bit, and tell you what that is." The smile faded. His gaze turned avid.
"You can just come next door and tell me now."
I shook my head. When Nathan had been a threat, Gideon had taken up residence in the apartment directly beside mine, watching over me and ensuring I was safe, even though I didn't know it. He could do that sort of thing because he owned the building, one of many that belonged to him in the city. "You need to go to the penthouse, Gideon. Just relax and enjoy that beautiful place we'll be sharing soon."
"It's not the same without you there. It feels empty."
That hit me hard. Before I'd come along, Gideon had structured his life so he could be alone in every way. Work interspersed with occasional hookups and avoidance of his family. I'd changed that, and I didn't want him to regret it. "Now's your chance to get rid of all the things you don't want me to find when I move in," I teased, still trying to keep things light.
"You know all my secrets."
"Tomorrow. We'll be together in Westport."
"Tomorrow's too far away."
Pushing up onto my tiptoes, I kissed his jaw. "You'll sleep through some of it and work through the rest." Then I whispered, "We could sext. You can see how creative I can be."
"I prefer the original over reproductions."
I dropped my voice to a purr. "Video, then, with sound." He turned his head and caught my lips, taking my mouth in a long, deep kiss.
"This is love,"
he murmured.
"Agreeing to this."
"I know." I smiled and pulled back to hit the button for the elevator. "You could send me naughty pics too, you know." His eyes narrowed.
"You want pictures of me, Angel. You'll have to take them yourself."
Backing into the elevator, I wagged a finger at him. Spoil sport. The doors started to close. I had to grip the handrail to stop myself from dashing back out to him. Happiness came in so many forms. Mine was Gideon.
"Miss me,"
he ordered. I blew him a kiss. "Always." When I opened the door to my apartment, I was hit with two things at once. The smell of recent cooking and the sounds of Sam Smith. It felt like home, but I was abruptly struck with sadness that it wouldn't be home for much longer. Not that I doubted the future I'd accepted when I married Gideon, because I didn't. I was so excited about the thought of living with him, being his wife in private and public, sharing my days and nights with him. Still, change was harder when you were happy with the pre-change version of your life. "Honey, I'm home," I called out, dropping my bag on one of the teakwood bar stools at the breakfast bar. My mom had decorated the entire apartment in a modern, traditional style. I probably wouldn't have gone with some of her choices, but I liked the result.
"I'm right here, sweet cheeks,"
Carrie drawled, drawing my attention across the open floor plan to where he lay sprawled on our living room sofa in board shorts and no t-shirt. He was lean and tanned, his abs as beautifully defined as Gideon's. Even off duty, he looked like the super hot male model he was.
"How was dinner?"
"Good." I headed over to him, kicking off my heels on the way. I figured I should enjoy doing that while I could. I couldn't picture myself leaving shoes strewn around Gideon's penthouse. I thought it might drive him a little crazy. And since I was sure there were other things I'd drive him crazy with, it was probably best to pick my vices carefully. "How was yours? Smells like you cooked."
"Pizza. Semi-homemade. It's what Tat was craving."
"Who doesn't crave pizza?" I said, plopping gracelessly onto the couch. "Is she still here?" "Nah." He glanced away from the TV to look at me, his green eyes serious.
"She left all pissed off. I told her we wouldn't be moving in together."
"Oh." To be honest, I didn't like Tatiana Sherlin. Like Carrie, she was a successful model, although she hadn't yet attained his level of recognition. Carrie had met her on a job. Their purely sexual relationship had shifted drastically when she'd found out she was pregnant. Unfortunately, she'd discovered she was expecting around the same time Carrie found a great guy he wanted to work on a relationship with. "Big decision," I said. "And I'm not sure it's the right one." He ran a hand over his gorgeous face. "If Trey weren't in the picture, I'd be doing the right thing by Tat." "Who says you aren't? Being a good parent doesn't mean you have to live together. Look at my mom and dad." "Fuck," he groaned. "I feel like I'm choosing myself over my child, Eva. What does that make me if not a selfish bastard?" "It's not like you're cutting her off. I know you'll be there for her and the baby. Just not in that way." Reaching over, I twirled a lock of his chocolate-brown hair around my finger. My best friend had suffered through so much in his life. The twisted way he'd been introduced to sex and love had left him with a lot of baggage and bad habits. "So Trey's going to stick?" "He hasn't decided." "Did he call you?" Carrie shook his head. "No. I broke down and called him before he forgot about me altogether." I gave him a little push. "As if that could ever happen. You, Carrie Taylor, are utterly unforgettable." "Ha!" He stretched out with a sigh. "He didn't sound too happy to hear from me. Said he's still working some stuff out in his head." "Which means he's thinking about you." "Yeah, thinking he dodged a bullet," Carrie muttered. "He said it was never going to work for us if I was living with Tat. But when I told him I'd fix that, he said that would just make him feel like an asshole for getting in the way. It's a no-win, but I laid it all out for Tat anyway because I have to try." "It's a tough spot to be in." I couldn't imagine it myself. "Just try to make the best decisions you can. You have a right to be happy. That's the best thing for everyone around you, including the baby." "If there is a baby." His eyes closed. "Tat says she's not doing this alone. If I'm not going to be there, she doesn't want to go through with it." "Isn't it getting a little late for her to say that?" I couldn't keep the anger out of my voice. Tatiana was a manipulator. It was impossible not to look ahead and see that being a source of misery for an innocent kid. "I can't even think about it, Eva. I lose my shit. It's all so fucked up." He huffed out a humorless laugh. "To think I once said she was easy to deal with. She's never cared that I'm bisexual, and she didn't care if I slept around. Part of me feels good that she cares enough now to want to be exclusive, but I can't help how I feel about Trey." He turned his troubled gaze away. It tore me up to see him so down. "Maybe I should talk to her," I offered. He tilted his head back to look at me. "How's that supposed to help? You two don't get along." "I'm not a fan," I admitted. "But I can work around that. A woman-to-woman talk, if it's done right, could help. It really couldn't make things worse, right?" I hesitated before saying more. I meant well, but my good intentions did sound naive. He snorted. "There's always worse." "Way to look on the bright side," I chastised. "Does Trey know that you talked to Tatiana and she's not moving in?" "I texted him. Got nada back. But I really didn't expect to." "Give him a little more time." "Eva, at the end of the day, he wishes I were totally gay. In his mind, being bisexual means I have to sleep around. He doesn't get that just because I'm attracted to men and women doesn't mean I can't be faithful to one person. Or maybe he just doesn't want to get it." I blew out my breath. I don't think I helped with that. He brought it up to me once, and I didn't explain things well. That had been eating at me for a while. I needed to reach out to Trey and set that straight. Carrie had been in the hospital recovering from a vicious assault when Trey approached me. My mind hadn't been at its sharpest at the time. "You can't fix everything for me, baby girl." He rolled over onto his stomach and looked at me. "But I love you so much for trying." "You're part of me." I struggled to find the right words. I need you to be okay, Carrie.
I'm working on it. He scooped his hair back from his face. I'm taking this weekend in Westport to deal with the possibility that Trey might be out of the mix. I have to be realistic about that.
You be realistic. I'll be hopeful.
Have fun with that.
He sat up and put his elbows on his knees, his head hanging.
Which brings me back to Tatiana. I guess I am clear about that. We can't be together, baby or not. It wouldn't work for her or me.
I respect that. It was hard not to say more. I would always give my best friend the support and reassurance he needed, but there were some hard lessons to be learned here. Trey, Tatiana, and Carrie were all hurting, with a baby on the way to join them, because of Carrie's choices. He pushed those who loved him away with his actions, daring them to stay. It was a test rigged for failure. Facing the consequences might just get him to make a change for the better. His grin was wry, one beautiful green eye peeking through the fall of his long bangs.
I can't pick and choose based on what I'm going to get out of it. Sucks, but hey, I gotta grow up sometime.
Don't we all? I gave him an encouraging smile. I quit my job today. Accepting what I'd done got easier every time I said it aloud.
No shit?
Looking up at the ceiling, I replied, no shit.
He whistled. Should I break out the bourbon and some shot glasses?
I shuddered. Ugh. You know, I can't stand bourbon. And really, Cristal and flutes would be more appropriate for my resignation.
Seriously? You want to celebrate?
I don't need to drown any sorrows, that's for sure. I stretched my arms out over my head and let the last of my tension go. I've been thinking about it all day, though.
And?
I'm good. Maybe if Mark had taken the news differently, I'd have second thoughts, but he's leaving too, and he's been there way longer than the 3 months I've been there. It wouldn't make sense for me to be more upset about moving on than he is.
Baby girl, things don't have to make sense to be true.
Grabbing the remote, he turned the speaker volume down. You're right, but I found Gideon at the same time I started at Waters Field in Lehman. Practically speaking, there's no comparison between a job you've had 3 months and a husband you're going to spend the rest of your life with.
He shot me a look. You went from sensible to practical. This just keeps getting worse.
Oh, shut up. Carrie never let me get away with the easy explanation. Since I was often good at deluding myself, his no-bullshit policy was a mirror I needed. My smile faded. I want more.
More what?
More of everything. I looked his way again. Gideon's got this presence, you know. When he walks into a room, everyone straightens up and pays attention. I want that.
You married that. You get it de facto with the name and the bank balance.
I sat up. I want it because I've earned it, Carrie. Jeffrey Cross left behind a lot of people who want some payback from his son, and Gideon's made his own enemies, like the Lucases.
The who?
I wrinkled my nose. The batshit Ann Lucas and her equally insane husband. Then it hit me. Oh my God, Carrie. I didn't tell you. About the redhead you messed around with at that dinner a few weeks back? That was Ann Lucas.
What the hell are you talking about?
Remember when I asked you to run a search on Dr. Terrence Lucas? Ann is his wife. Carrie's confusion was obvious. I couldn't go into how Terry Lucas had examined Gideon as a child and lied about finding signs of sexual trauma. He'd done so in order to shield his brother-in-law, Hugh, from prosecution. I would never understand how he could do that, no matter how much he loved his wife. As for Anne, Gideon had slept with her to get back at her husband, but her physical resemblance to her brother had led to sexual depravity that haunted Gideon. He'd punished Anne for the sins of her brother, leaving both himself and her mentally warped in the process. That left Gideon and me with two very vicious enemies to contend with. I explained as much as I could. The Lucases have this whole twisted history thing with Gideon that I can't get into. But it's no coincidence that you two ended up together that night. She planned it that way. Why? Because she's nuts, and she knows it'll fuck with my head. Why the hell would you care who I tangle with? Carrie, I always care. I heard my mobile phone start ringing. The hanging by a moment ringtone told me it was my husband calling. I stood. But in this case, it's the calculation behind it. You weren't just some random hot fling. She targeted you specifically because you're my best friend. I'm not seeing how that accomplishes anything. It's flipping the bird at Gideon. Getting his attention is what she wants more than anything. Carrie arched a brow. The whole thing sounds loopy, but whatever. I ran into her again not too long ago. What? When? Last week, maybe. He shrugged. I just wrapped up a shoot and my Uber was waiting outside the studio. She was stepping out of a cafe with a girlfriend at the same time. It was totally out of the blue. I shook my head. My phone stopped ringing. No way. Did she say anything to you? Sure. She kind of flirted a little, which isn't surprising considering the last time we saw each other. I shut her down, told her I was working on a relationship. She was cool about it, wished me luck, said thanks again for a fun time. She took off down the street, end of story. My phone started ringing again. If you ever see her, walk the other way and call me, okay? Okay. But you're not telling me enough for this to make any sense. Let me talk with Gideon. I hurried toward my phone and answered it. Hey.
Were you in the shower?
Gideon purred.
Are you naked and wet, Angel?
Oh, God. Hang on a minute. I dropped the phone to my shoulder and walked back to Carrie. Was she wearing a wig when you saw her? Carrie's brows shot up. How the hell would I know? Was it long, like when you first met her? Yeah, same. I nodded grimly. Anne wore her hair cropped, and I'd never seen a picture of her otherwise. She'd worn a wig when she pursued Carrie at the dinner, which had thrown me off and hidden her from Gideon. Maybe it was a new style for her. Or maybe it was another indication that she had special plans when it came to Carrie. I put the phone to my ear. I need you to come back over, Gideon, and bring Angus up with you. Something in my tone must have relayed my concern, because Gideon showed up with both Angus and Raoul. I opened the door and found the three men filling the hallway, my husband front and center, with both bodyguards flanking him. To call the sight of them intense would be an understatement. Gideon had loosened his tie and unbuttoned his collar and vest, but was otherwise dressed as he'd been when we parted earlier. The slight dishevelment was sexy as hell, sending an instant tingle of arousal through my blood. It was a temptation, an enticement for me to finish taking off those expensive, elegant layers and reveal the powerful, primal male underneath. As smoking hot as Gideon was with clothes on, there was nothing like the sight of him purely nude. My gaze locked with Gideon's and gave me away. One darkly winged brow arched upward, and the corner of his mouth lifted in amusement.
Hello to you, too,
he teased, in reply to my heated look. The two men behind him stood in contrast, with their bespoke but starkly basic black suits, white shirts, and unembellished black ties all perfectly arranged. I'd never really noticed before how superfluous Angus and Raoul appeared when standing beside Gideon, a man who could clearly manage a hand-to-hand confrontation without any help. Raoul stood stone-faced, as per his usual. Angus, too, was stoic, but the mischievous glance he sent my way told me he'd caught me eye-fucking his boss. I felt my face get hot. Stepping back and out of the way, I let them in. Angus and Raoul headed into the living room where Carrie waited. Gideon hung back with me as I shut the door.
You're giving me that look, Angel, but you wanted Angus with me. Explain.
That made me laugh. which was just what I needed to break the tension. How can I help it when it looks like you were stripping when I called you?
I can finish here.
You realize I may have to burn all your clothes after the wedding. You should always be naked.
Would make for interesting meetings at work.
Maybe not then. For my eyes only and all that. I leaned into the door and took a deep breath. Anne's made contact with Carrie since the dinner. All the warmth and lightness left Gideon's eyes, replaced by a chill that warned of bad things ahead. He started toward the living room. I raced to catch up, linking our hands to remind him that we were in this together. I knew it was a concept that was going to take some getting used to. Gideon had been standing alone for so long, fighting his own battles and those of the people he loved. Taking a seat on the coffee table, he faced Carrie and said,
"Tell me what you told Eva."
Gideon looked ready to tackle Wall Street, while Carrie looked ready to tackle a nap, but that didn't seem to impact my husband at all. Carrie ran through it all again, his gaze darting occasionally toward Angus and Raoul, who stood nearby.
"That's it," he finished. "No offense, guys, but you seem like a lot of muscle for a redhead who's maybe 120 pounds soaking wet."
I would have pegged Anne at 130, but that was neither here nor there. "Better safe than sorry," I said. He shot me a look.
"What can she do? Seriously, what's everyone all anxious about?"
Gideon shifted restlessly.
"We had an affair. That's not the right word. It wasn't pretty."
"You fucked her," Carrie said bluntly. "I figured that much." "Fucked her over," I elaborated, stepping closer so I could rest my hand on Gideon's shoulder. I supported my husband even though I couldn't condone what he'd done, and truthfully, the part of me that was obsessed with Gideon pitied Anne. There had been times when I believed I'd lost Gideon forever, and I had gone a little crazy myself. Still, she was dangerous in a way I could never be, and that danger was directed at people I loved. She's not taking it well that he's with me.
"What? Are we talking fatal attraction type stuff?"
Well, she's a psychologist, so fatal attraction meets basic instinct would be more accurate. It's a Michael Douglas marathon wrapped up in one woman.
"Don't joke, Eva,"
Gideon said tightly. "Who's joking?" I shot back. Carrie saw her and that long wig she wore to the dinner. I'm thinking she wanted him to recognize her so they could chat. Carrie snorted.
"So she's crazy town. What do you want me to do? Let you know if I run into her again?"
"I want a protection detail on you," I said. Gideon nodded.
"Agreed."
"Wow." Carrie rubbed at the 5 o'clock shadow on his jaw.
"You guys are hardcore about this."
"You've got enough going on," I reminded him. "If she's got an agenda, you don't need to deal with it." His lips twisted wryly.
"Can't argue with that."
"We'll take care of it," Angus said. Raoul nodded, and then both men headed downstairs. Gideon stayed behind. Carrie looked back and forth between us, then stood.
"I don't think you two need me anymore, so I'm hitting it. I'll catch you in the morning,"
he said to me, before sauntering down the hall to his bedroom. "Are you worried?" I asked Gideon when we were alone.
"You are. That's enough."
I took the spot on the sofa directly across from him. It's not so much worry, more like curiosity. What does she think she can accomplish through Carrie? Gideon exhaled wearily.
"She's playing head games, Eva, that's all."
"I don't think so." She was very specific in her comments to me at the dinner, warning me away from you. Like I don't know you and wouldn't want you if I did. His jaw tightened, and I knew I'd struck a chord. He'd never really gotten into what they had talked about when he went to her office. It was possible she'd said something similar to him then. "I'm going to talk to Anne," I announced. Gideon pierced me with his icy blue gaze.
The hell you are.
I laughed softly. My poor husband. So accustomed to having his word be law and then choosing to marry a woman like me. I know we've covered a lot of ground over the course of our relationship, but somewhere in there we did discuss working as a team.
And I'm open to doing that,
he said smoothly.
But Anne is not the place to start. You can't reason with someone who's completely irrational.
I don't want to reason with her, Ace. She's targeting my friends, and she thinks I'm a weak spot for you. She needs to know I'm not helpless, and that by taking you on, she's taking on both of us.
She's my problem. I'll deal with her.
If you've got a problem, Gideon, it's my problem too. Listen. Operation Gadeva is in full effect now. My inaction is only making the situation with Anne worse. I leaned forward. In her mind, either I know what's happening and I'm too weak to do something, or you're hiding everything from me, which suggests that I'm too weak to handle it. Either way, you're making me a target, and that's not what you want.
You don't know what's in her mind,
he said tightly. Things are a little twisted up there, sure, but she's a woman. Trust me. She needs to know I have claws and am prepared to use them. His gaze narrowed.
What would you say?
A little flare of triumph had me holding back a smile. Honestly, I think it's enough if I just pop up somewhere unexpected. An ambush, so to speak. That'll shake her a little to find me lying in wait. Will she go on the defensive or take the offense? We'll get insight from her reaction, and we need it. Gideon shook his head.
I don't like it.
I didn't think you would. I stretched out my legs between his. But you know I'm right. It's not my strategy that's bugging you, Gideon. More like your past won't go away and you don't want it in my face.
It will go away, Eva. Let me handle it.
You need to be more analytical about this. I'm a member of your team, like Angus and Raoul, but obviously I'm not an employee, and I'm sure as hell not a dependent. I'm your better half. It's not just Gideon Cross anymore. It's not even Gideon Cross and wife. We are Gideon and Eva Cross, and you need to let me live up to that. He leaned forward, his gaze hot and intense.
You don't have anything to prove to anyone.
Really? Because I feel like I have to prove something to you. If you don't believe I'm strong enough—
Eva.
Gideon's hands cupped the back of my knees and pulled me closer.
You're the strongest woman I know.
He said the words, but I could see he didn't truly mean them, not in the way we needed him to. He saw me as a survivor, not a warrior. Then stop worrying, I countered, and let me do what I have to do.
I don't agree that you have to do anything.
Then you'll have to agree to disagree. I leaned into him, draping my arms across his broad shoulders and pressing my lips to the corner of his stern mouth.
Angel.
To be clear, I wasn't asking permission, Gideon. I'm telling you what I'm doing. You can either participate or stand back. Your choice. He made a noise of frustration.
Where's the compromise you're always pushing me for?
Pulling back, I shot him a look. The compromise is letting me try it my way this time. If it doesn't work, we try it your way next time.
Thanks.
Don't be like that. We'll sit down together to work out the logistics of when and where. We'll need Raoul to get a handle on her routine. By definition, an ambush is unexpected, but it should happen somewhere she feels safe and comfortable too. Give her a nice jolt. I shrugged. She's laid down the ground rules. We're just taking her cue. Gideon took a long, deep breath. I could practically see him thinking, his agile mind trying to find a way to get the result he wanted. So I distracted him from that. Remember this morning, when I said I'd explain why I decided to tell my parents about our marriage? His focus instantly shifted, his gaze watchful and alert.
Of course.
I know it took a lot of courage for you to tell Dr. Peterson about Hugh, especially considering how you feel about psychologists. And who could blame him for that distrust? Hugh had come into Gideon's life under the guise of therapeutic help and had become an abuser instead. You inspired me to be equally brave. His gorgeous face softened with tenderness.
I heard that song today,
he murmured, reminding me of the time I'd sung the Sarah Bareilles anthem to him. I smiled.
You needed me to tell him,
he said quietly. The words were phrased as a statement, but were really posed as a question. Yeah, I did. More than that, Gideon had needed it. Sexual abuse was private and personal, but in some way, we had to put it out there. It wasn't a dirty, shameful secret to shove into a box. It was an ugly truth, and truths, by nature, needed to be aired.
And you need to confront Anne.
My brows rose. I actually wasn't swinging the conversation back to that, but yeah, I do. This time Gideon nodded.
All right, we'll figure it out.
I indulged in a mental fist pump. Score 1 for Godiva.
You also said there was something you wanted more than having sex with me,
he reminded me dryly, the look in his eyes calling my bluff. Well, I wouldn't put it quite like that. I ran my fingers through his hair. Banging you is literally my favorite activity. Ever. He smirked.
But
you're going to think I'm silly.
I'll still think you're hot.
I kissed him for that. In high school, most of the girls I knew had boyfriends. You know how it is, raging hormones and epic love stories.
So I heard,
he said wryly. My words caught in my throat. So stupid of me to forget how it must have been for Gideon. He'd had no one until Corinne in college, too damaged by Hugh's exploitation to have the normal teenage love affair angst I was thinking of.
Angel.
I cursed silently. Forget it. It's lame.
You know that's not going to work.
Just this once?
No.
Please. He shook his head.
Spit it out.
I wrinkled my nose. Fine. Teenagers talk on the phone at night for hours because they have school and parents and can't be together. They spend all night chatting with their boyfriends about whatever. I never had that. I bit back my embarrassment. I never had a guy like that. I didn't have to explain. Gideon knew how I'd been. How sex had once been my twisted way to feel loved. The guys I'd fucked hadn't called me, not before or after. Anyway, I finished, my voice rough. I had this idea that we could have that for now, while we're waiting. Late-night calls where we talk just to hear each other's voice. He stared at me. It sounded better in my head, I muttered. Gideon was quiet for a long minute. Then he kissed me. Hard. I was still reeling from that when he pulled away and spoke in a voice that was more than a little hoarse.
I'm that guy for you, Eva.
My throat tightened up.
Every milestone, Angel. Every rite of passage. Everything.
He swiped at the tear that leaked out of the corner of my eye.
And you're that girl for me.
God. I gave a watery laugh. I love you so much. Gideon smiled.
I'm heading home now, because that's what you want. And you're going to call me and tell me that again, because that's what I want.
Deal. I woke before my alarm the next day, Lying in bed for a few minutes, I let my brain wake up as much as it was going to without coffee. I forced myself to focus on the fact that it was the start of my final day at work. Surprisingly, I felt more than good about that. I felt impatient. It really was time to shake things up. And now the really big question. What to wear? I rolled out of bed and hit my closet. After rifling through pretty much everything, I decided on an emerald green sheath dress that had an asymmetrical neckline and hemline. It showed a little more leg than I would normally consider for work, but why end the way I began? Why not take the opportunity to transition from the former to the future? Today was Eva Trammell's last. On Monday, Eva Cross would have her debut. I could picture her, short and blonde against her husband's tall and dark, but as dangerous as him in a very similar way. Or maybe not. Maybe play up the differences, opposite sides of the same sharp blade. With a final glance at my cheval mirror, I headed into the bathroom to put on my makeup. A short time later, Carrie poked his head in. He whistled. "Looking good, babe." "Thanks." I dropped my lipstick brush back into its stand. "Can I talk you into helping me with a chignon?" He sauntered in wearing nothing but Grey Isles boxer briefs, looking not so different from the billboards of him presently gracing phone kiosks and buses around the city.
Translation, do it for you.
Of course. My best friend got to work, expertly brushing and twisting my hair into a sleek, elegant bun.
"That was pretty intense last night,"
he said, after pulling the last hairpin out of his mouth.
"Having a living room full of black suits like that?"
My eyes met his in the mirror. 3 suits.
2 suits and Gideon, he shot back. Who can fill a room by his damn self?
I couldn't argue with that. He flashed his megawatt smile.
"If anyone gets wind that I've got a private security detail, they'll think either I'm bigger shit than they knew, or I've got an inflated sense of my own importance. Both of which are true."
Standing, I lifted onto my tiptoes and kissed his chin. "You won't even know they're around. They'll be in super stealth mode."
"Betcha I can spot 'em."
$5, I said, skirting around him to get a pair of heels from the bedroom.
"What? How about 5 big ones, Mrs. Cross?"
I snatched my phone off the bed when it chimed with an incoming text. "Gideon's on his way up."
"Why didn't he spend the night?"
I answered over my shoulder as I rushed toward the hallway. "We're abstaining until the wedding."
"Are you fucking kidding me?"
Carrie's long strides easily overtook mine, even with him strolling and me scrambling. He swiped my heels right out of my grasp, freeing me to grab my travel mug of coffee off the breakfast bar.
"I figured the honeymoon period lasted longer than that. Don't most husbands get laid at least a few years before they get cut off?"
"Shut up, Carrie." I grabbed my bag and yanked the front door open. Gideon stood on the other side, his hand lifted with key at the ready.
"Angel."
Carrie reached around me and pulled the door open wider.
"I feel for you, man. Put a ring on it and bam! The leg slammed shut."
"Carrie," I glared, "I'm going to punch you." "Who's going to pack your overnight bag if you do that?" He knew me too well.
"Don't worry, baby girl. I'll be ready with your bag and mine."
He looked at Gideon.
"Can't help you, I'm afraid. Wait till you see her in that blue La Perla bikini I'm packing. You'll have the balls to match." "I'm going to punch you too,"
Gideon drawled.
"You'll have bruises to match."
Carrie gave me a soft push out the door and slammed it shut. It was nearing noon when Mark leaned over the top of my cubicle and gifted me with his crooked smile.
Ready for our last workday lunch?
I clasped a hand over my heart. You're killing me.
Happy to give your resignation letter back.
Shaking my head, I stood, my gaze sliding over my workstation. I hadn't packed my few personal items yet. When 5 o'clock rolled around, I expected to feel closure, but for now, I wasn't quite ready to give up my claim to my desk and the dream it had once represented. We'll have other lunches. I grabbed my purse out of the drawer and walked with him to the elevators. I'm not letting you off the hook that easily. I had a wave ready for Megumi when we hit reception, but she'd already taken off for lunch and her relief was busy manning the phones. I was going to miss seeing her, Will, and Mark every weekday. They were my own little piece of New York, a part of my life that belonged to me alone. That was something else I'd feared giving up by leaving my job. My personal social circle. I would work hard to keep my friends, of course. I'd make time to call and plan things for us to do together, but I knew how it was. Already I'd gone months without touching base with my San Diego pals, and my life would no longer resemble those of my friends. Our goals, dreams, and challenges would be worlds apart. The elevator car that picked up Mark and me held only a few people, but the space filled quickly as it made more stops. I made a mental note to ask Gideon for one of his magic elevator keys that allowed him to glide straight up or down with no interruptions. After all, I'd still be coming to the Crossfire, just heading up to a different floor. What about you? I asked, as we shuffled closer together to make room for more passengers. Have you decided whether you're staying or going? He nodded and shoved his hands in his pants pockets.
I'm taking your cue.
I could tell from the set of his jaw that he was firm in his decision. That's awesome, Mark. Congratulations.
Thanks.
We exited on the ground floor and made our way through the security turnstiles.
Stephen and I talked it out,
he went on, as we crossed the gold-veined marble of the Crossfire lobby.
Hiring you was a big step up for me. It was a sign that my career was moving in the right direction.
There's no doubt about that. He smiled.
Losing you is another sign. It's time to move on.
Mark gestured me through the revolving door first. I felt the heat of the sun before I finished the rotation that ushered me outside. Fall weather couldn't come quick enough. I was looking forward to the change of seasons. It felt appropriate for there to be some outward shift to match the one happening within me. My gaze slid over Gideon's sleek black limousine parked at the curb, and then I turned to face my boss when he joined me on the sidewalk. Where are we headed? Mark gave me an amused glance before he began scouting for an available taxi amid the surging sea of cars.
It's a surprise.
I rubbed my hands together. Yay!
Miss Trammell.
I turned at the sound of my name and